Good morning, Bay Area, North Bay, East Bay, South Bay. Welcome into a little bit of an edition, different edition of the Morning Roast. My name is Evan Giddings alongside Sam Luman, Carter Chickering, Cam Williams with you. And a good Monday morning to all, especially Dub Nation. Sam, yesterday was an unbelievable experience, top to bottom, as the Warriors not only got a win, not only retired number 9 for Andre Iguodala, but I think has the entire Bay Area in a tizzy, because this is a basketball team that looks completely different than the one 6 games before Jimmy Butler got here, or 6 games ago, I should say, before Jimmy Butler got here. And they're the talk of the town once again. But first and foremost, I know you were there yesterday. We were all there. It was a good time. What's up, man? I'm happy to be on the air with you.
Yeah, hello there, man. Good morning. Happy to have you on the show, Evan. Did you enjoy the wake-up call this morning?
Oh, every single... Come on, man. Well, no, I'm going to be honest. I could not sleep last night.
Okay.
And part
that
of
excited
it...
to do the show with me, huh?
Well,
yeah. I have that effect on people.
Excited to talk about the game.
Oh, yeah, no, it was a fun one yesterday. So we were all there, and seeing a guy like Andre Iguodala get honored, seeing that number 9 hung up in the rafters there, it was really something. We'll get into it because the impact that Andre Iguodala had on the Warriors and establishing the culture, or the role he played in establishing the culture that so defined this Warriors dynasty. It really cannot be undersold enough, the impact that he had. But then on top of that, yeah, an incredible Warriors win, 126-102 over the Mavericks yesterday. And Evan, it's looking like a great, just a totally different team. I was sitting next to our guy Mark Grandy, who was doing the pre and post game, and obviously, as we all know, pushes all the buttons for Willard and Dibbs in the afternoon. I turned to him in the third quarter. At the end of that third quarter, it was just like, hey, remember when the Warriors have a lead at halftime? We were just like, oh, great, how are they going to screw it up today? We're not feeling that way anymore. This is feeling like such a different, better, more exciting basketball team in every sense of the word right now.
It does. And look, we're going to give everyone a fantastic opportunity to get in on the fun, because we're giving away a Jimmy Butler jersey today.
Jimmy Buckets? Jimmy
Butler III. We're going to be giving away that jersey in the 8 o'clock hour. Also at 8:30, Tim Roy, voice of the Golden State Warriors, is going to be joining us. Looking forward to that. And, yeah, look, to the 415, don't worry. Spadoni and Shasky, I think they're going to be back. On Wednesday? You're going to have Sam and myself in the next couple of days. We're going to have some fun over the next 8 hours of radio, obviously taking you up until Steiny and Guru. But the thing is about yesterday as a whole, Sam, let's start with what your favorite part was. Was it the Andre Iguodala ceremony, pregame? Was it the game itself? Was it Jimmy Butler's home debut? Was it sending Klay Thompson home with a frown on his face? What was your favorite part about Sunday?
I think I'm going to take the easiest answer. It was seeing that number 9 rise out from the table during the ceremony, and then looking up at the top of the rafters and seeing that black curtain lifted up, that number 9 that will hang up there forever, which is a very long time, as Bob Fitzgerald said. And I do agree, that is a very, very long time. Seeing that number 9 immortalized up there, that really meant a lot for me, Evan, because we're Warrior fans, growing up longtime Warrior fans. What Iguodala once meant, or what Iguodala does mean for this organization, what his arrival meant, the legitimacy that it gave. I think Steve Kerr before the game was talking about it. He wasn't head coach of the Warriors when Iguodala arrived, but he did observe it from afar, and he said, he described it as a coup when the Warriors got Andre Iguodala, because free agents were not coming to the Warriors. And the legitimacy that he brought that young team coming off of that playoff series victory over Iguodala's Denver Nuggets, how much they pushed the Spurs in that second round, and that game 1 collapse they had where the Warriors lost in OT, it still stings to this day, the opportunity they had there. But when he showed up, it was, the Warriors are no longer just some whatever young team. This is a team that's actually building something into something special. And seeing it all come to fruition and seeing it all just come down and the success that we've had, seeing that number 9 go up, I was just thinking about all the success that was brought to this organization because Iggy said, you know what? I need to go join those guys. It was a true everything kind of comes to this moment kind of situation there. And it was just very special to be able to witness that in person.
It's interesting you say that Iggy wanted to come here. Andre wanted to come here. The Warriors wanted Andre. It reminds me how many bullets that this team has dodged across its dynasty. They wanted Dwight Howard. Mm-hmm. Dwight Howard was the free agent of that offseason that the Warriors wanted to court. Bob Myers told us as such yesterday. It has been true for quite some time. And instead of getting the big piece, like, ironically, at the trade deadline, they wanted to get Kevin Durant. They've wanted to get Paul George. They've wanted to get Lauri Markkanen. But instead, the player that ends up on the team is the player that is the perfect player for the situation. Now, is Jimmy Butler going to be a guy that's going to help deliver championships like Andre Iguodala did? That remains to be seen. And I have my doubts. But the fact remains that Andre Iguodala, to your point, Sam, was the perfect player at the perfect moment in what became a budding dynasty. And he's someone that, to me, I have, I don't know, different thoughts about Iguodala. I don't think he's a perfect person or a perfect player, but he was the right player. And he just, especially at that point in his career, I don't know if early on when he was, say, an all-star in Philadelphia, if he could have come off the bench with the amount of graciousness and pride that he did. I don't know if he was if he was in Denver, if he would have wanted to join a team like Golden State. But he talked about playing with Steph Curry during the World Games in 2010, getting an idea of what the baby Splash Brothers could be, and realizing where he fit in, obviously, as a starter, his first season under Mark Jackson, and then coming off the bench for the remainder of his career and his final 4 championships. Andre Iguodala is a special player, and I think getting an opportunity to hear from everyone around him, including himself, it's going to be a rare thing. Like, Andre doesn't really let a lot of people in, and he even made a quip before the pregame media availability that, all right, this is like the last time, Raymond, you're going to get me. But he was gracious enough that every single question that was asked of him,
for a while.
I thought you had a really good one, Sam.
Thank you.
He gave 2 to 3 minute answers. They were thoughtful. They were enlightening. And it just reminded me of why Andre Iguodala is the person that is seeing number 9 going to the Raptors.
Yeah, you mentioned perfect player at the perfect time, and I loved how you tied Jimmy Butler in there as well, because Jimmy's looking like that same guy as well. We'll get to that in a little bit. But yeah, Evan, I mean, you talk about, the starts that he had. He had 615 starts in 615 games in Philadelphia. He started another 80 of 80 games for Denver in his 1 year there. I mean, this guy who literally started every single game that he played in before he came to the Warriors, and then 63 games, 63 starts in his first year with the Warriors under Mark Jackson. Yeah, coming up, starting games, hearing his name announced in those starting lineups, that was just how it was expected for Iggy. And yeah, I did ask him that, at the end last night, or at the end of his pregame presser about, I said his decision to come off the bench. I don't know if it was his decision. It was the Warriors' decision that he went along with it.
He accepted the decision.
Yeah, he went along with it. And basically what I asked him that question because when he agreed to come off the bench like that, he set a tone that I think truly defined what Warrior basketball has been for the last 10 years, which is that selfishness, that team-centric, strength in numbers basketball. And ever since then, Steph, Clay, Draymond, they have at each in their point as a Warrior had to come off the bench for one reason or another. And every time they had to come off the bench, it was always the phrase, well, if Iggy could come off the bench, what excuse do you have? And setting that tone like he did, I don't know. The Warriors had a lot of talent. I'm not going to say that that's the difference between a Warrior dynasty and not a Warrior dynasty. But like the impact that creates, the ripple effects that's created through this organization 10 years later cannot be stated enough. It set a tone that defined this organization in such an incredible positive way for a man who he realized, like, I think it was Steve Kerr said it during his, you put ego over, or you sacrifice ego for championships. And that line hit so hard for me because like that's basically what it was. It was understanding that bigger picture of, if I take a little bit less now, I'm going to get so much more on the back end later on. And that mentality throughout this organization allowed this team to go so far and win 4 incredibly entertaining championships.
Well, and that's why I honestly, I don't know if the word that I would use for Iguodala is selfless, because we heard a lot about Andre from Andre yesterday, and Iguodala loves him some Iguodala. But I think the word that I would use to define Andre Iguodala is prescient. He's someone with immense foresight, and in a lot of basketball situations, it appears that he's the smartest person in every single room. And from that standpoint, I get that sacrificing your starting role would be seen as a selfless act. But I also think that Andre is so smart, and he explained this to you during pregame with your question. And I thought it was the most illuminating answer that I've heard from a player that's talked about relinquishing their role. Because in all honesty, it wasn't a sacrifice. It may have seemed like a sacrifice at the time, but when he described breaking down what it's allowed him to become, how it's lengthened his career, how it's allowed him to make more money, to allow him to invest in the Bay Area, in Silicon Valley, to create this brand that has now become Andre Iguodala, to now be involved in all these different organizations, so I think be the executive director of the Players Association. It allowed him to do so many different things that I think he had the foresight to be a part of. But that demanded him to come off the bench, because most important was basketball. Most important was winning. And he has helped pave the way for a lot of winning players that can play late in their careers that aren't going to be superstars or starters. But if you're able to adjust your role, you can continue to make a lot of money. And that was also a common thread and theme throughout a lot of these conversations.
He's very big on his money, yeah.
Andre Iguodala is all about his bread. And so while selfless to me is taking it maybe a step too far, prescient is absolutely the word that I would use to describe Andre, because he had the foresight to know that even if I'm quote-unquote taking a sacrifice, it's the old adage, you take one step back to take 2 steps forward, or in a reverse order. You know what I'm saying? Like, Andre's the guy that knows what is going to put him in the best position to succeed. And that ultimately became the team's success.
Yeah. So I'd be kind of curious what other Warrior fans have to think about Andre Iguodala, seeing that number go up there. I like that. The word that you would use to describe Andre Iguodala, 888-957-9570 is that number. Give us a call. Tell us what your thoughts about Andre Iguodala are. I think it's a really good way of saying it there, Evan, because, he was a guy who was always thinking about himself, but he was also one of the smarter basketball players we've seen come through this organization. I feel like every time you talk to anyone about Andre Iguodala, and we'll be talking to Tim Roy later today at 8:30. He's a guy who spent a lot of time around Iggy. A word that comes up a lot is, he was a smart player. Very smart, very intuitive. He understood this game, and that's why I think, he was able to kind of see all the different angles of what coming off the bench would do for him and would do for this organization and do for this team. And it goes to all the different ways where, was he the perfect basketball player? Maybe not. I mean, he wasn't the greatest basketball player ever, but definitely a great player. Will he be in the Hall of Fame someday? I would probably put him in. I'll admit there's some Warrior fan bias there in that, but that's
everybody gets in.
Everybody. That's why it's a basketball. It's a basketball Hall of Fame, not just the NBA. Yeah.
Basketball Hall of Fame.
But it was just an incredibly special day, special moment. And what was an incredible game too. Let's not let that get away. It was just a couple weeks ago. This Mavericks team, blitzed the Warriors at the end and got it's the only loss of the Jimmy Butler era was in Dallas a couple weeks ago. And to see the Mavericks come in, see Clay again, and Jimmy Butler's home debut, and the Warriors to get a win like they did yesterday against a team that beat them just a couple weeks ago. This team is starting to look so different right now. And, we're talking about Andre Iguodala and him being the right guy at the right time. Jimmy Butler has quickly become, and not quietly, quickly and loudly become that same guy for the Warriors, where this team just looks so different now with him in the rotation on a night-to-night basis. It's incredible how much he has stabilized this team that was really kind of shaky for much of the pre-All-Star break part of the season.
That's Sam Luman. My name is Evan Giddings, filling in for Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky out until Wednesday here in the Morning Roast, holding it down for you. Shout out to our YouTube chat brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First First NorCal Financing at the dealer. As Sam mentioned, we're going to talk to Tim Roy at 8:30, but also in that hour, I mean, probably one of the coolest giveaways we've had in some time. We're going to be giving away a Jimmy Butler III jersey, a number 10. And I know a lot of people are a bit jaded by Jimmys and number 10s here in the Bay Area, but this one's going to be a pretty cool giveaway. So stick around. Of course, that's coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, all locked in right here on the Morning Roast. You know, for me, yes, I think Jimmy Butler is certainly a place that we have to get into. And I don't know if it's like, I heard people comparing him to Andre yesterday, and I think that they're very different players, but they're both winners. And I know that Jimmy Butler doesn't have any rings to show for it, but if you ask any of those guys on that team right now through 6 games, you'd be hard-pressed to find one that doesn't tell you that Jimmy Butler impacts winning. And that's how Steph sort of, I think, dodged the question a little bit after the game when he was asked about, do you see any similarities between the two? And he's like, you know, I think they're very different people, but when they're both on the floor, good things happen.
Yeah.
And Jimmy does it in a different way than Andre does, but I think that the commonality between the two is just calm. When they're both on the floor, things are calm. And you saw it from about the 3:40 mark in the first quarter to the 8-minute mark in the second quarter when Butler was running with Draymond and Pajemski and Moody and Quentin Post. It was like an organized, spontaneous stretch.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't chaotic, but it was organized. And things were just calm when Jimmy's on the floor. And in that way, I absolutely believe that he and Iguodala share a similar characteristic.
Yeah, and they had that veteran presence that Steve Kerr really likes. Jimmy, another very worldly smart player who has the court vision that Steve Kerr loves. I think it's fair, I think, to compare the impact that their arrivals had. Now, they've impacted this team in different ways. But yeah, no, I get where people see those similarities. I do agree with you. Yeah, different people, different players. But yeah, there is a stability that Jimmy Butler brings to the court, especially in the non-Steph minutes. And remember, there was a time not too long ago in this season, Evan, where when Steph left the court, it was you're praying for those minutes because you don't know what's going to happen. And now you have a situation where at all times during these games, you got Jimmy or Draymond or Steph Curry on the court now. And when you have one of your big three out there, it's a better product that they're able to put there, a more successful product. And I'm a sample size guy, Evan. A couple games for me isn't enough, but 6 games in, the sample size is getting a little bit larger, and the improvements are so more and more noticeable. None more so than I think the improvement that sticks out to me is at the free throw line. Before Jimmy arrived, this was without a doubt the worst free throw shooting team in the NBA. And in the 6 games that he has been here, they're shooting 83% from the line, second best in the league in that time frame. For a team that has the best free throw shooter ever in Steph Curry to be at the NBA's basement in free throw shooting blew my mind, but that's just how bad things were. And it's just those things right there, those fixing the way he's helped with the free throw shooting, the way that he's helping the young guys. We're seeing how much Brandon Pajemski is flourishing alongside Jimmy Butler. It's almost top to bottom, just the impact that he's having on this team, on this organization. So yeah, if you want to compare that to Andre Iguodala in terms of just how his arrival has, I don't want to say legitimized in the same way, but just the boost that it has given to this team. Yeah, I'd say there's a comparison there.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know. Jimmy to me is different than Andre, very much so. Well, you mentioned the free throw shooting. I actually think it means that the Warriors weren't bad at free throws. I don't think it does.
Okay.
One player does not make a team go from last to first if you're a legitimately bad free throw shooting team. I think there were a few bad free throw shooters on the roster, but clearly the entire team was not bad at free throws if you jump from 30th to first. I mean, it's the same reason why I think that defensively, they haven't necessarily taken a step back because they still have good defenders on this team. The fact that they've generated as many attempts as they have from the free throw line is, I think, pretty impressive. But overall, it's like, yeah, Jimmy Butler, if he's going to be your lead guy, your lead dog, you're going to get to the line a lot. I know we got to hit a break here, and what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. I do want to get back into Andre Iguodala, though. I want to table the Jimmy Butler stuff. Obviously, we got his jersey giveaway coming up at 8 o'clock. In that 8 o'clock hour, Tim Roy's going to join us at 8:30 via the River Islands guest line. But when I say Andre Iguodala, what do you think of? One word, one memory, one moment. What do you think of when you think of Andre Iguodala? Sam Luman, Evan Giddings in for the Joes here on the Morning Roast. We're back after this, 95.7 The Game.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Well, I got my cup of Joe, but the Joes are out for the next couple days. You're going to have Evan Giddings alongside Sam Luman here on The Morning Roast, rocking with you from 6 to 10. And Sam, to me, the message that stuck with me yesterday from the retirement portion, and we'll get to the game. We'll get to Jimmy Butler. We're going to be giving away a number 10 jersey in the 8 o'clock hour. Also going to talk to Tim Roy at 8:30. But the thing that stood out to me really was his opening statement, because this, I think, is one of the many reasons why people fell in love with the now retired number 9.
None of this would have happened without all of you, the fans. And when I say that, thank you. I truly realize that you have an appreciation for me, which is very hard to feel sometimes. Thank you.
Sounds like a guy who gets it.
He does. And the fan love for Iguodala yesterday was just so appropriate. And it was just, it's emotional to think about. Just, we're already at the point, Evan, where it just seems like yesterday that he was arriving to the Warriors, and the buzz that was around him in that arrival and what it meant and how it put this team on the map. And now here we are, seeing that jersey in the rafters. Clay's on a different team. Steph and Draymond are in the twilight of their career. And seeing Dub Nation give a chance to truly just be able to embrace and appreciate that for a day and shower him with all that love. There's the one fan who you can kind of hear, she screamed out, "We love you, Andre!" And I couldn't help but chuckle at that. And the fact that everybody heard that and he even acknowledged it, he does get it. He does understand it. He saved his biggest thank yous for the end. One was for Stephen Curry, which was his final thank you. And the other one was for the fans. And he had some great words for the fans who, I think they understood, this fan base understood what his arrival meant. And I don't think this fan base has ever taken what Andre brought to this team for granted for one ever.
His arrival in 2013?
Yes.
See, I don't think anybody knew what this was going to become in 2013.
Well, I don't think, definitely not on that grand a scale, but like what his arrival did do, the buzz that it created, it was, the Warriors went into that 2013-14 season with some big expectations of taking steps forward. And his arrival, I thought, was a big part of that. I mean, I had high expectations for that team going in. I mean, maybe again, I could have been overzealous about it, but.
Well, I just think it's funny that was the year that they actually took a step back. You lost in the first round.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, you made it to 7 games, but the year before, they won a playoff series.
Yeah, no, that's why it was disappointing when they fell short. And that's part of why Mark Jackson didn't have a job after that season. When he arrived, it was just like, you just won a playoff series. You really battled the Spurs really well for 6 games. Like, you add this piece, that's supposed to be the next step that's going to elevate you. Yeah, they did take a step back. It was rough that first year because it really wasn't working like we envisioned it. But yeah, at the time, though, when he arrived, there was definitely a increase in the expectations that I think we wanted to see from that team that year.
Well, I think it was representative yesterday, too, that, all right, who do you think got the loudest ovation not named Andre Iguodala yesterday?
I mean, I guess it's outside of Iguodala and Steph. So I would probably say Jimmy Butler got the loudest ovation when he was introduced. So unless you're going first during.
No, I'm talking about during the ceremony.
Oh, during the ceremony.
The ceremony, there was one guy that stood out, and to me, it's symbolic of why Andre Iguodala is going into the retirement era. Is getting his number retired. He's getting his number retired. Number 9 is going at the 7th number ever in Golden State Warriors franchise history. It's because the other guy that got the loudest ovation was Sean Livingston. He was right there front and center, and I saw people standing up for Sean Livingston. And it goes to show that Andre represents that era, but there were so many pieces that were integral, that were respected, that were a piece of the fabric of what that dynasty turned into. But specifically the 15 team, I realized Durant came in and changed everything, but the bench mob, Sean Livingston, Mo Spates was in the house.
Called the Wise Men, right?
Leandro Barbosa was a part of that group. Andre Iguodala ran the second unit and eventually became Finals MVP. But to me, the fans giving as much love to Andre Iguodala, who is going to be enshrined, as a player like Sean Livingston, whose number is probably never going to be retired, but will forever be beloved, to me was representative of the entire night and really why the ceremony to me was so amazing.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the strength in numbers. I mean, it was so many guys, so many great heroes who are obviously, they're going to be honoring that 2015 team, the 10-year anniversary of that championship tomorrow as when the Warriors take on the Charlotte Hornets. And yeah, I mean, Sean Livingston right up there, Mo Spates, David West, another name. I mean, Iguodala, he was part of that veteran core. I think they call him, the wise men, not the James Wiseman, the veteran wise men. And having veteran guys like that on a young team like the Warriors were, I mean, you need that blend of old and new, or old and young, I should say, on these teams. And yeah, that you talk about that bench mob and the recognition that Warrior fans gave there. Very special. And one of the first guys the first guy who spoke was the architect of those teams, and that was Bob Myers. And we talk about what needed to happen for Iguodala to come here. We've all heard the story as Warrior fans where Bob Myers I think he was in Tahoe that weekend on a family vacation. I think he always said that he didn't spend any time with his family. He said yes, it was the only time in his life he's ever grown a beard, because he was just working tirelessly all weekend long.
I'm glad he got rid of that beard.
Yeah, to find the money, to find Joe Lacob's money, as he said, and make Iguodala happen. Listening to Bob tell the story of how Andre Iguodala became a Warrior, I could listen to that story over and over again, just how he tells it. Well, it was during the ceremony, he's talking about, the pitch that he's making to Andre, and he's talking the story, and then I guess Andre just interrupted him and was like, Bob, I'm in. I want to come here. Do we have the sound? Yeah, let's just play that then.
I got it right here. Here's Bob Myers.
We had I don't know how many pages we put together, and Rob Pelinka, his agent, was in there. It was a small conference room in Los Angeles, and we said, Andre, so here's how we see you fitting in here, and we'd like you at the small forward. And Andre said, stop. I'm coming. Just get the money.
Again, as much as it's about winning with Andre, it is also about money.
Yeah.
And the Warriors were trying to throw money at all these different players. They tried to throw money at Dwight Howard. I think it was after Andre Iguodala, but they also threw money at a player like DeAndre Jordan, who eventually signed a restricted free agency with the Clippers.
Couple times they went after Jordan, yeah.
They have gone after players in the past, but Andre, to your point, Sam, was the first one that said yes. Mm-hmm. David Lee, and that's true, from the 650 brings up a good point, started the trends of players wanting to come here. But Andre was someone that specifically told Steph after that Denver series and told the Warriors, like, this is what it could become. Again, that's why the word that I would use to describe Andre isn't necessarily selfless, but it's prescient. He was someone with immense foresight that was able to see everything before it happened, whether it was on the court, whether it was in free agency, although technically it was a sign and trade, I believe, that got him here. Mm-hmm. He was able to see things before they happened, and that's why, Myers, Curry, Kerr, everyone who talked yesterday about Andre is always going to describe him as the older brother that they could always go to and rely on.
Yeah, and I like that. But yeah, it's just, he was the older brother, the steadying guy, and that's why I think the word that I would use to describe Andre is he was a stabilizer. In terms of just, he was able to stay, like when young teams like that are coming up, it can go either which way. You don't know if a team's going to make that leap that's going to vault them to that championship level of contention, or if they're going to be a team like, how many great young teams? The Oklahoma City Thunder at the time, that was the young team that everybody was looking at to kind of take that next leap and become that dominant dynasty, and it just never came together. And it easily could have happened like that for the Warriors. They easily could have fallen short, and things could have been broken up. Remember, there was a time when this team was talking about a Kevin Love for Klay Thompson trade. Thank God that never happened. But Iguodala just, he steadied this rise in a way that, I'll say, he stayed this rise in a way that paved the way for this dynasty. That I don't know if we have this dynasty if Iguodala doesn't show up, which is crazy to say now, but yeah, that's just how much the impact that he had in terms of just keeping this thing steady and helping elevate this team to a level that we've seen them be at for the last 10 years, or the better part of the last 10 years.
Yeah, I think even if Iguodala doesn't get to Golden State, Steph and Clay and Dre and eventually, I think they still find a way to win championships, but it doesn't look the same, and it certainly doesn't feel the same. The kind of love, like again, all those faces that were there at that retirement ceremony yesterday are still attached in some way, shape, or form to the Warriors, and they're always going to have a place in Golden State. I mean, Bob Myers is doing the game, but obviously he was there. He received a warm welcome, even though he's no longer with the organization anymore. Sean Livingston stepped away after being in somewhat of, I think, in an advisor role with the front office. He's welcomed home like the champion that he is. Every single one of these guys that comes back is as beloved as the other, and I think Andre, again, represents that specific season, and that's why he's the first of, I think, 5 numbers that are going to be eventually retired, and it's going to be him, it's going to be Curry, it's going to be Clay, it's going to be Draymond, and I think it is also going to be Kevin Durant despite his short amount of time here. We'll wait and see, but he's the first to go, and I thought it was an awesome event what they did yesterday, getting to hear Andre before the game, hearing him explain his thought process for his career, for his time in Golden State, and also a story that I want to share on the other side. He saw the birth of Curry before anybody. And again, it's why I believe he's a prescient person. But he had a specific story that I thought was really cool that I want to share. And we can get to it on the other side because that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. A reminder also that in the 8 o'clock hour, we're going to have 2 things going on. Number one, Tim Roy, voice of the Golden State Warriors, is going to join us at 8:30. And then sometime during that hour, we're going to give you an opportunity to take home a Jimmy Butler number 10 Golden State Warriors jersey. They're 5-1 with him. They waxed the Dallas Mavericks yesterday, 126-102. And they look like a team that is now going to be talked about as a potential contender. Draymond Green may have been onto something. 888-957-9570 is the number. 2 Joes are out. Sam, Evan, in for you on the morning roast. We're back after this.
right to Andre, up and under, scoops it, goes in. As he was falling down, he got fouled.
Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
Well, thanks, Tim. We're going to talk to him at 8:30. Evan Giddings, Sam Luman in for Joe and Joe for the next 2 days. Looking forward to a lot of fun talking Golden State Warriors after a big win yesterday. They send number 9 up into the rafters on Andre Iguodala. We are brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. What was that from the Oklahoma? Was that Oklahoma City that play was against, Carter? Is that where that highlight came from?
Yeah, 2016.
Yeah, the play where he's running down. You remember this, Sam, where he's running down the lane and he gets clipped by, I don't know if it was like Roberson or one of the Thunder Wings. He gets clipped and goes down to like almost protect his landing and just flips it up blindly behind his head and Englishes it off the glass for an and one. It's one of the first plays that you've seen an Andre Iguodala highlight reel. It's unbelievable.
I remember that. I don't remember that play specifically. I mean, there's so many great Iguodala moments. When we talk about, an Iguodala moment that stands out to you, and I'd love to see if there's any, other moments that stand out to Warrior fans. 888-957-9570 is the number. Definitely want to hear from Dub Nation today about the Andre Iguodala retirement ceremony, and as well as just where the Warriors stand overall. But for me, Evan, there's not one like specific moment that stands out for me. It's more just a collection of moments, and it comes down to what he did in games 5 and 6 of that 2015 series against the Cavs, where the three
where he stole Steph's MVP.
He ripped the MVP right out of Steph's cold living hands. Said, "This is my MVP. You will never ever get one because I'm better." It's exactly how it happened.
For a guy that seems to worship the ground that 30 walks on, he really did him dirty in the first NBA Finals they won.
It's not just the way that he guarded LeBron in that series, and I'll always remember Sports Illustrated had such a great cover during that series. It was, they had him and LeBron on the cover, and the title was Andre versus the Giant. And I always love that one, but Iguodala is just draining threes those last 2 games, and I would just go nuts every time he hit one of those threes. And obviously when you think of 3-pointers on this team, you think of Steph, you think of Clay, but he was just getting so many of these clutch 3-pointers in that series. And yeah, when he was named the MVP, it was just like, yeah, I totally agree with this, because his coming off the bench in that series to start those final 3 games was the move that flipped the series. And everyone's like, oh, how was he so great on LeBron? LeBron still averaged like 50 points a game in that series or whatever absurd numbers that LeBron did. Yeah, whatever absurd numbers that LeBron was putting up at that time. But if I the way I remember it, Evan, what Iguodala did, and I'm trying not to call him Iggy because you told me he doesn't like that name. So I'm trying this whole show now. I'm like, just don't call him Iggy.
No. I feel like Iggy was, his nickname used for the majority of the time here. But then I just noticed, like, no one called him Iggy yesterday.
Yeah, no one did.
It's only Andre or Dre. So let's try and show him that respect.
I know. So I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to Andre Iguodala, but yeah, I keep reverting to Iggy. But Iguodala, he almost like he forced LeBron to try and just do everything on his own. Which, considering that Kyrie and Kevin Love weren't there, he kind of had to. But when he forced LeBron to basically do everything on his own, like, it was a 1-on-5 game. And at that point, it was game over. LeBron can put up whatever numbers he wanted. Those numbers aren't going to be doing anything just because of the way that Iguodala was kind of forcing LeBron to just do everything on his own. So you talk about great moments there. I don't have one specific moment, but watching what Iguodala did in games 4, 5, and 6, especially 5 and 6, that's just, for me, what will always immortalize him as one of the great Warriors of all time.
Well, and even though Curry has clearly become one of the greatest crunch time performers of this generation, Iguodala was the one that received Max Kellerman's vote. And at the time, the setup was so ridiculous that it's going to live in infamy. But it wasn't necessarily inaccurate, because the guy that had the most game-winning shots was Andre Iguodala. Mm-hmm. In 2013-14, he had the down 2 3-pointer at Atlanta, walk-off winner. I think he also had a fadeaway the same season against Oklahoma City from the baseline. So Andre Iguodala was in many ways the Warriors, or one of their go-to closers, and he was just someone that I think you could throw in any situation. I mean, there are plays that he made. In fact, actually, the best play that he didn't make was against, I think it was the Denver Nuggets, where like he drilled through 4 guys, went around his back between the legs and tried to dunk it on somebody and missed, and then he ended up getting fouled. But Oracle was ready to absolutely erupt. And Andre Iguodala also knew how to play to the crowd. I mean, the way that he would, his and one finishes, he would kind of do like this old man walk, and he would scrunch his face and he would look to the crowd. He would also get his eyes real big and look at you like, all right, I'm about to make something happen.
It's very demonstrative with those expressions. Yeah.
He knew how to energize Steph. He knew how to extract out of a relatively emotionless Klay Thompson. All these guys were young and entering their primes, but he knew how to get the most out of them. Draymond didn't really have to poke the bear much. That one was someone that he didn't have to do much with. And you're right, 5-1-0.
So yeah, we kind of bring the bear back a little bit, yeah.
Exactly, and you're right, 5-1-0. The death lineup. Iguodala was the first person that created, because of how versatile he was, the final piece to the death lineup. And I know that Kevin Durant is kind of, the bigger fifth, but they had a version of that before.
Yeah, with Harrison
Curry,
Barnes.
Clay, Barnes, Draymond, and Iggy.
Yeah. How cool is seeing HB on that tribute video yesterday?
I don't know. Do we have the sound from all the people that sent messages in, Carter? Because there was also someone else. I know I mentioned that Sean Livingston got a big round of applause, but during the retirement ceremony, the video itself, and it's like a minute and a half, so you might have to stick with us. While we get that ready for you, let's listen to Curry talk about when he knew that Andre was going to become a part of this team, but also the message to the Warriors after that 2013 Nuggets series.
I remember Game 6 in 2013. You were on the Denver Nuggets, and we were the young, scrappy Warriors who were trying to cement ourselves in the playoffs. We had the fortune of beating you that series, but the first thing after the horn went off, you ran across the court and you found me. And obviously we had a history, but that love and that message you gave me right there, I didn't know it was in the future, but I could feel something, and I could feel that you saw something. And fast forward, 4 months later, no, not even, and you were the first one to choose us. And that meant the world for a team that was trying to figure it out.
Prescient, Sam. He was prescient.
Yeah, no, it's a great word, actually. I can't say it's a word that I hear a lot, actually. You might be the first person I've heard say it. But yeah, I'm looking over kind of what he said in his pregame presser, and he did kind of talk about how he was drawn to the joy that Steph and Klay were, the joy that Steph and Klay played with. But he also pointed out how they came from NBA families, so like they were kind of specially equipped to handle the daily, the daily grind of the NBA. They understood the attention that comes with it and the eyes that are on you. And he talked about how, that caught his attention. Like, these are guys that play with fun, but they get it. And then there's also Draymond Green, who brought that edge to kind of balance things out there. So, yeah, the Warriors had the ingredients, and he did see it cooking, and he did see it brewing there. And, yeah, it was... That's what we've said it so many times, that he legitimized them in a way that they truly needed it at the right time. And hearing those stories, and you mentioned a really funny story before we go out the lines maybe a little bit, but we're talking about the Kellerman "I want Iguodala" moment. A moment that made me laugh at his pregame presser yesterday. He was talking about the impact that this had on his kids. He's got Andre Jr. 17, who I guess he said he got back from like 11 o'clock on Saturday night from their official visit to U of A.
Andre Jr. is a dude.
Yeah.
He was at St. Mary's College, I think it was in December. They were playing, maybe it was Chattanooga, but I was doing radio for them that night, and I saw Andre Iguodala in the building. I was like, oh, that's nice, thank you. Andre Iguodala's coming out to support the local team.
He's a big Gales fan, Andre Iguodala.
Yeah, not exactly. His kid's getting recruited by just about everybody. So, they got in late because Andre Jr.'s probably going to play college basketball.
It's quite the grind there. And he's talking about how, Andre Jr. was only kind of so into it at the time because he was, 7, 8, 9 years old when those first championships were won.
He's like 6'10" now.
Yeah, he's a big dude. And because he was part of the ceremony. He got things going there. But he's like, he said, like, yeah, Andre Jr. turned to him when he was like 12 years old. It's like, yeah, I'm bored of all this winning. I thought that was funny. But the part that I had to really stifle a laugh on was his 15-year-old daughter, I guess, at high school, when she's walking through the halls, people yell, "I want Iguodala," at her all the time, which I kind of had to laugh at. I don't know if I'm Andre, if I would be like super thrilled about that, but it's just the fact that 10 years later, kids who were 5 years old at the time are still doing the "I want Iguodala." Just shows not just how, much that Kellerman moment has got around, but that's the impact that Andre Iguodala has. The fact that "I want Iguodala" could 10 years later still be that relevant, because as we saw yesterday, a lot of dumb nation still wants Iguodala.
Well, for those watching on YouTube and Twitch, they put it on the shirt. The giveaway shirt that I'm wearing right now, at the bottom, "I want Iguodala." It's got all of his accomplishments, all of his accolades, and then, of course, probably the most famous words said about him, which was, looking back on it, hilarious, because it's putting down his favorite player. Andre Iguodala's favorite player is Steph Curry, and Max Kellerman chose him over 30.
Yeah, I think you said before the show, as I'm wearing my "In Steph We Trust" shirt today.
Not that day.
Yeah, you may yeah, now it's in Steph We Trust because Iguodala's not on the team anymore. But you said before the show, I have a perfect line. You may think you love Steph Curry the most. You do not love Steph Curry more than Andre Iguodala loves Steph Curry. I mean, he saved his final thank you for Steph, and it was just the love that Andre Iguodala has for Stephen Curry is unmatched by anyone. And hearing that, it was so cool hearing Iguodala talk about Steph. And because I think we all feel that way about Steph. Steph has inspired so much for us here as a fan base, brought so much greatness here to this organization for us as fans to watch. Evan, you can make the argument that you and I have jobs right now because of Stephen Curry. I mean, his impact is that large, and seeing someone who, this entire first hour has been about the importance that Andre Iguodala has had to the Warriors, but the importance that Steph had in bringing and attracting Iguodala and getting Iguodala. I don't know if getting Iguodala to buy in, but Steph's presence is what drove Iguodala to want to buy into this culture. And that buy-in was huge because, again, it set the tone of a brand of, I say selfless basketball, but you're right. There is still some self-interest there, but like, there is selfless through self-interest, if that makes sense. By taking that step back, being able to appreciate that bigger picture in a way that not many people are able to, it's really cool just how one thing keeps leading to another, and all these dominoes that fell to set up the greatness that was this Warriors dynasty.
100%. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and H21 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That's Sam Luman. My name is Evan Giddings. We're filling in for the Joes here on the Morning Roast for the next 2 days. They'll be back on Wednesday. We're taking your favorite moments from Andre Iguodala, and a lot of them are coming in from our text line 510. I appreciate number 9 because when the game got hectic, he knew how to slow the Warriors down, like, hey, let's go to Livingston to the post. Slow down, guys. That's when he would always put his hands down, like, slow it down. For the 408, February 27, 2016 against OKC, Warriors down 2. Andre gets fouled 1 second left, hits the 2 free throws to send it to overtime. That was, of course, when Steph hit the walk-off buzzer beater in Oklahoma City. I mean, just a lot of great moments. We've seen them file in on YouTube and Twitch as well. The fact that Andre was a guy that, like, what stands out to me is, like, the mitts. Kerr described Jimmy Butler's hands as claws. To me, Andre had the first claws, like the rip-through steal on just about every big-name jump shot you could imagine in the book. I mean, in 2016, Game 6, Clay's game, his final 3 is created in transition to put the Warriors up because Andre strips Russell Westbrook on the baseline and then pushes it up in transition and they go up. It's one of the best defense to offensive transition postseason moments that I can recall off the top of my head that Andre's been involved in, but he's been involved in so many. And I think I was glad that the guy got his just due because he deserves it. And Sam, if I can, I do want to play the full video that we promised the people. The opening presentation video in which everyone that was asked to, as many people as we could get and hear from, sent their words in to celebrate number 9.
Why here? Why are you a member of the Golden State Warriors?
The vision
vision for what they want to do with this franchise. And I think they were missing one piece. And hopefully, I can be that piece to get the team to where we all want to be, which is try to win a championship.
The Golden State Warriors are the 2015 NBA champions. Their first title in 40 years.
This year's Bill Russell MVP, Andre Iguodala.
James blocked by Iguodala. Lillard stolen by Iguodala. Took it out of his hands. It's over. Iguodala, here it comes. Who got it?
This is my purpose, and I accepted it. I got great teammates. I'm gonna remember this for a long time. Bay Area's where it at, man. We got the most loving fans, most supportive fans. Through good, through bad, well, you got to give love back. Make some noise!
All right, so my apologies there. I guess we're trying to put together the video, but
Still pretty cool to hear that, though.
Yeah, no, and that's what it opened with. But the people that sent words in included Chris Paul, as you mentioned, Harrison Barnes, Jordan Poole. I thought got the biggest ovation from the home crowd when he called him, JP, the little bro, the guy who probably was the biggest shocker to be involved in the thank you video was James Harden, which I thought was really interesting. Luke Walton, of course, his former teammate at U of A and then assistant coach with the Warriors. And it finished with his daughter, which was really sweet, who was also there in the building too. So it was great. It was good.
Yeah. No, it was, first off, there was the Chris Paul part of the video when he popped up and there were cheers all around Chase Center. And I was sitting next to our friend Nick Friedel at the time, and I turned to him and said, if I told you a year ago that Chris Paul will appear on a tribute video and get an ovation, you would think I'm crazy. But that's just how much things have changed here regarding Chris Paul.
But that wasn't because he played for the Warriors. I mean, Andre wasn't on that team. It's because they won a gold together.
Yeah. Well, no, it was just, the way the Warrior fans have just embraced Chris Paul since he did sign here. Like a year ago, if Chris Paul never played here, I'm curious what that reaction would be, because he was such a villain to the Warriors for so long, but it's just, we all love him now. So that's just the reaction that Chris Paul got in that video, I thought was kind of funny, just in terms of just how far we've got moment. The other one that popped up that surprised me was Richard Jefferson, who I don't believe he actually played with Iguodala, or maybe he did in the past. I don't know.
They were teammates.
Was it
at Arizona?
Oh, okay, Arizona.
Yeah, so a lot of it was like collegiate stuff as well.
Richard
Jefferson is a Wildcat. Steve Kerr is a Wildcat. They all played under the legendary head coach, Lute Olson.
Okay, that makes more sense, because the only connection I knew between Iguodala and Jefferson was that Jefferson was part of that trade along with Brandon Rush, who was on this station last week, and Andres Biedrins in that trade that brought Iguodala to the Warriors. One of the when you think about great trades in Bay Area sports history, Evan, it's hard for me to find a trade that's better than that one. Not only because of what you gave up, which was...
Trades are hard.
And they weren't hard at that time.
Not anymore, Joe.
You gave up really not that much. I mean, you did give up a couple of future draft picks, but draft picks or whatever sometimes in the NBA. But you gave up 3 players that were just going absolutely nowhere at the time and brought in a guy who just... was a great player already and just added so much more to the team that he was coming to. It's hard for me to think of a better trade in terms of just the greatness that it brought back on so many different levels compared to what was sent out to bring Iguodala in. I can't think of another trade in Bay Area sports history that just hits on every single mark as well as that one.
I got one off the top of my head. Happened 18 days ago.
Ooh, okay. I like that. I like that thinking.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler. I mean, Draymond's promising a championship, and right now he looks like a prophet. 6 games in.
You might be onto something. It's always a fun game with Draymond, Jimmy buckets.
Well, but to your point,
it's always a fun game.
There you go.
Thank you, Draymond. To your point, I think that one because the Warriors actually attached future picks to that trade to get off of Jefferson.
Correct.
And Biedrins.
Yeah, it was I got it up right here in front of me. So it was Andres Biedrins, the greatest free throw shooter ever. Richard Jefferson, Brandon Rush. I say that facetiously. Biedrins was not a good free throw shooter. A 2014 first rounder that eventually became Rodney Hood. A 2017 first rounder that eventually became Josh Hart. And then a second rounder in 2016 and 2017. That's what the Warriors gave up in the 3-team trade that brought Iguodala to Dub Nation.
They also traded Andre Iguodala.
They did, yes.
You remember that?
I do remember that trade. That was the trade that brought D'Angelo Russell to the Warriors, which D'Angelo Russell becomes Andrew Wiggins, who becomes Jimmy Butler. It's incredible. Iguodala just keeps producing one way or another.
Yes, he
turned
does.
Iguodala into 4 championships and Jimmy Butler. That's a pretty good haul there for the Warriors front office.
Yeah, and for the 408, absolutely. Monte Ellis for Andrew Bogut. And it's interesting because I think that this Jimmy Butler deal, it had me going back last night. So one of the reasons why I couldn't sleep, number one, I was really juiced off the game yesterday. I was excited because of the retirement ceremony. I think the entire event, following also All-Star Weekend, like Chase Center has not so quietly been in the spotlight each now of the last 2 weekends on national TV. That was an ABC game. It was nationally televised. They took down the Mavericks. They lifted number 9 into the rafters. And they pretty much sent a signal out to the rest of the league that this team is not to be trifled with. And I think the last 2 weekends have been a great showcase for what the Golden State Warriors 2025 season could become. And it was also interesting to hear Andre sort of speak about, like, they're not done yet. Like, he was talking about how he reflected on, his time and his championships and his contributions. And then Steph got to the podium and was like, yeah, that just means we're old as hell. It means that we're trying to figure out how to maximize what's left of this.
He said, yeah, Steph, once you left, I became the old guy in the locker room.
Yeah, he's still the old guy in the locker room. But I think also looking at Andre at the podium, speaking about the Warriors, in a place where Curry is eventually going to be. He's going to have 30, be up there right next to number 9. He's going to be enshrined in all these different leagues and, wherever you want to put Steph, you can put him. But I do think that Steph watching Andre do that and then listening to Steph at the podium after the game following a pretty impressive, almost wire-to-wire win, it adds to me a little more urgency, Sam. And as we roll on here, if people want to call in and talk about their favorite moments that Andre Iguodala delivered, we're certainly here for it. But there's something about this team right now. It's got an energy, it's got a charisma, it's got a confidence that in a different way, because they're much older, they're more seasoned, but it does remind me a little bit of those Andre Iguodala Warriors teams. And I don't know if it's strength in numbers. I'm still trying to figure it out. So hopefully you can help me, Sam, and we can figure this thing out together. 888-957-9570 is the number. Sam Luman, Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni and Joe Shashkin on the Morning Roast. A reminder that in the 8 o'clock hour, we will be giving away a Jimmy Butler number 10 jersey. All you got to do is just listen in, and we'll set you up with how to do that. Also, Tim Roy is going to join us at 8:30, the voice of the Warriors on the River Islands guest line. All that and more coming up next here. What's coming up next on the game? Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. We're back after this.
I want Iguodala.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, and a regular cup of Joe this morning. Sam Luman, Evan Giddings with you on the morning roast for the next 2 days. And it's funny that, we've been talking so much about the ceremony and remembering a Warriors great that it's like, I got to tell you, Sam, I didn't know what was the story of yesterday. In fact, when I was rolling into Chase Center, and I know you were there as well, it's like, all right, is it about the 4-1 start? Is it about Clay coming to town? Is it about Jimmy Butler making his home debut? And all of that is wrapped under the cloud of Andre Iguodala's number 9 going into the rafters, that the game provided almost as many moments as what happened after the game. I had friends texting me telling me that this is like the Warriors are so back that they are a team that is to be trifled with. Players screaming through the tunnel about PJ Washington, about the Dallas Mavericks. There was moments during the game in which the bravado, there was the first Warriors chant of a Jimmy Butler era. They're 5-1. Like, what hit you watching that game yesterday, or was it just all of it wrapped into one?
No, it was the blitz that they put on there. I mean, it was, it felt like a wire-to-wire win, Evan. It wasn't. The Mavericks did get out to a brief lead early in that game, and you're thinking, oh man, is this Dallas team gonna put a little bit of a damper on this incredibly fun Jimmy Butler era? And that was not the case. The Warriors took control, and I believe they won all 4 quarters yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they blitzed them 33-18 in that first quarter, and no, Dallas won the fourth quarter 27-26.
Good for them.
Warriors got really sloppy there at the end.
Oh, thank God.
Blame the Yuri Collins minutes there. We did get to see a number 99 on the court there in those last 6 minutes, which that was kind of cool. No, it was the big story yesterday, though, is just how, I think I said earlier in the show, it was, coming in at the start of the third quarter, this team has a massive lead, and pre-Jimmy Butler, that was almost like a death sentence for the Warriors. A big lead in the third, let's see how they screw it up tonight, which is, for a team that, we used to call it Dubcon 3 whenever the Warriors would go off in the third quarter, but the third quarter Warriors are absolutely back. They won the third quarter 39-31 yesterday. I believe Steph dropped, 16 points in that third quarter yesterday. So Steph is absolutely Stephing as he usually is able to. This team, Evan, Draymond Green, when he said, we're going to win a title, we kind of brushed it off as Draymond being Draymond here, and I'm not saying let's plan any parades down Market Street just yet. We're far away from there, but I mean,
arrangements must be made.
We know where the road is going to be. We know it's going to be on Market Street. I think we got a spot to post up the 95.7 The Game booth should that day come. But no, the story to me is, I said, I turned to our guy Mark Grandy at the end of that third quarter, and I said, hey, remember when big leads in the third quarter used to be a bad thing? And now it's feeling like old times again. So that's what yesterday felt like. It's Jimmy Butler is, the Jimmy Buckets era is giving me vintage Warriors vibes. And they're 6-1 in this run so far. The one loss coming against the Mavericks in a game that you could probably ask everyone in that locker room. They'll say that they should have won it. This team looks about as good as they possibly could with Jimmy Butler. The honeymoon is still going. And when you look at the schedule, I'm going to bring up their schedule in just a moment here, but we look at the way the schedule kind of comes together for the Warriors. I mean, I don't know if it's a super hard schedule or a super easy schedule.
I got it right here for you. Because
there you go. I pulled it up too, but yeah, you go first.
Well, no. I have the number. It's the second easiest schedule in the West.
See, that's it, because I saw another website that said it was like the fourth hardest, so now I don't know what to believe, but I'm going to believe the site that you found instead. But yeah, they got an incredibly easy schedule. Things got a little bit easier with the news that Victor Wembanyama will be done for the year, because they still have 2 games left against the Spurs there. Those games got a lot easier with Wemby out. But you look at this run. I mean, this road trip they got coming up, Orlando, Philly, winnable games. Charlotte, another winnable game. The Knicks, they struggle against the elite teams. Brooklyn's kind of lost. I mean, and of course, Charlotte tomorrow night, though, not trying to put the cart before the horse. But these next 6 games, this is as good a runway as you could possibly ask for right now. to really start stacking wins in that win column and start scooting up the Western Conference standings.
Well, that's why yesterday was just about as perfect a day as you could ask for if you're a Golden State Warriors fan. And it wasn't just Iguodala. It wasn't even just the win itself. It was the fact that over this weekend, the Clippers, the Timberwolves as of last night, the Houston Rockets on Saturday, even the Memphis Grizzlies, obviously the Dallas Mavericks, and the Phoenix Suns behind you, they all lost. Mm-hmm. The Warriors right now are 2 games above 500.
Kings, too. Did you get the Kings?
Well, the Kings lost to the Warriors.
Yeah, no, that's one of the, Just add them to the teams that have been losing.
Yeah. Everyone lost is the point. Mm-hmm. You are 1.5 games back of the 6th seed. And whereas the goal set out by Steve Kerr at around the deadline was number 6, seems very much attainable. And you're going to have to keep winning games, but that's why when, it's funny, it all kind of comes back to Draymond's message during All-Star Weekend. And you can't put the cart before the horse, but I don't think it's out of the question. And that's why I didn't completely dismiss it at the time as, like, when people ask, well, do you think he believes it? And it's like, yeah, I think he does. And one of the reasons is you can make a run to get out of the play-in. Like, the lowest seed that has ever won a championship is the 6th seed, 1995 Houston Rockets. However, if you're going to get to the 6, to your point, Sam, you have to stack wins. You have to win games. And if you have the 23rd easiest schedule remaining, there is a legitimate possibility that this team, now with 2 wins under their belt, all they need to go to get to 20-7, to look at a 48 potentially win regular season is 18-7. And that's a very good 25-game stretch. But for a team that's playing its best basketball, for a team that is now, statistically speaking, over a small sample size, one of the better groups in the league, I absolutely believe this team can make a run to get beyond the play-in. Like, to me, I don't want to say it's the floor because you never know. Injuries could happen. It's an older team. But the 6th seed is a goal that the Warriors, like, that's a realistic goal now.
I'll say not only is that a realistic goal, Evan, but at this point, I'll say it, getting the 6th seed, I think, should be an expectation, and it will be a disappointment if they fall short. If this team cannot climb out of the box with how they're looking right now and the schedule they have before them and the style of play that they've clearly established they're capable of playing at, I think it's not go for the 6th seed. It's this team needs to be the 6th seed. Anything less, it's like you guys drop the ball. That's the expectation.
Well, you also have a 37, a 35, and a 34-year-old.
Again, this is let's just put this all under the banner of health permitting. Obviously, yes. If someone,
but you have to factor in health when you have an older team.
You're right. I'm not dismissing that, but at the same time, I'm not dismissing it. But I'm going to go under the assumption that, which is a dangerous assumption here, that they will keep a healthy roster the rest of the season. They're going to run into a roadblock at some point, and when that happens, we'll have to adjust how things look here. But I'll say that with everything said, if everyone stays healthy, then I believe that 6th seed is absolutely what we should expect and would be disappointing if they fall short. Now, if something happens, knock on wood, so-and-so goes down with an injury, that's going to change things a little bit, and then I think the expectations will change as well. But all things being equal right now, all health being equal, let's make the 6th seed happen. Now, 20-7 to get there, that would put them at 48 wins. The last 6 full seasons, Evan, the average win total for the 6th seed in the West has been about 47 to 48 wins. Now, again, this is the last 6 full seasons, so that does not include the pandemic year of 1920 or the slightly shorter
2020?
19 to 20.
19. They said like the year 1920.
2019-20.
Like, the 19-20 season. I think it was smallpox.
That Spanish flu, man. It really.
Oh my God.
Really did its number there. But so that 2019-2020 season, and then the following 2020-2021 season, I'm not including those seasons. So in the last 6 full seasons, 47 wins has been the standard. Right now, the Clippers, they got a 554 winning percentage. That's about a 45 win total over a full season. So 48 wins probably definitely gets you out of the box. 45 wins right now looks like it will be enough. If the Warriors could land in that spot there, that's probably what they want to target. And you say, they're 2-0 so far, 18-7 to go. And when you look at the schedule, 18-7 feels possible. If there's, 17-8 or something like that, that still probably works as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's in addition to Butler and also Curry playing out of his mind. Like, he's averaging 29 points on near 50% shooting during the 6 games that he's had Jimmy Butler. It's really been about the fact that the Warriors have established a starting 5, and they don't even have Jonathan Kuminga back yet, who I think is going to play a role in their success. But it's because Podziemski is playing out of his gourd, and Moses Moody has now scored double-digit points in 15 of his last 17 games. And when you have that, along with ideally a Draymond that can, to me, he's honestly the biggest question that I have about, can he stay at the center position and play 25 more games, 30-ish minutes a night at that spot? That's something that I wonder about, because Draymond's also missed time due to injury this season. He's been dealing with a calf, and he's had back issues. But leave that there. It's because they now have other pieces that have fallen into place that are playing their roles, that are playing well. Pods was your leading rebounder last night. Moses Moody made a play on Kyrie Irving yesterday that I haven't seen many people make, which was just on a straight line drive to the cup. Kyrie evades blockers as best as anybody, and Moses Moody got a mid on it. In fact, I think he told him to get it out of here. Like, they're playing with the confidence the younger guys are now, to the extent where even if Steph isn't on the floor, like you brought up the non-Steph minutes in the 6 o'clock hour, and I think a big reason that they're playing as well as they are without Curry on the floor, it's because right now Podziemski and Moody are playing like seasoned veterans, and they're playing their best basketball of the season.
I mean, Brandon Podziemski, I've been all over the place with Pods. I was very high on him last year. Then he kind of started to fade. I don't know if I'm feeling him. A lot of Pods beginning of this season, it was just every time he was on the court, there's a lot of just like, what are we doing here? I've really softened my stance on Pods lately, and it's going to go back and forth a lot, I'm sure. But yesterday there was a moment, I think it was in the second quarter, where Pods, it was basically had a one-on-one fast break with Kyrie, and Kyrie's charging down the lane at him. And this is in the first quarter. And Pods basically just one-on-one on Kyrie on a fast break, and just gets the hands up, standard textbook defense, prevents Kyrie from getting the score. And it's easy. It's defensive moments like that with Pods. When you see that happening, I mean, he's an aggressive defender as it is, but seeing it, the confidence he has to kind of be able to get in the way of Kyrie like that, stop him, no fear there. That really stood out to me. There was another moment where, we all know how confident Brandon Podziemski can be. And we talk about, no one loves, Steph more than Andre Iguodala. I feel like no one loves Brandon Podziemski more than Brandon Podziemski sometimes. His confidence borders on extreme arrogance at times. But there was a moment where he had I guess you could call it a wide open 3, but I don't know if he would have made it or not. But he's about to go up for the 3. He stops, finds Jimmy Butler on the other side, kicks it over to Jimmy on the wing, goes to set the screen, and then kind of rolls to the hoop. And then Jimmy cuts over and puts up the floater, gets it in, and draws the foul, finding that better matchup there and still getting the 3 points that he could have taken with that 3. It's just smart moments like that where instead of just trying to do his thing or showcase that he can make the 3, it's seeing the rest of the floor and that realization that you can move the ball around to still make things happen. That's the growth that you're seeing from Brandon Podziemski that I really, really like. And it's the point where, I do like seeing Brandon Podziemski in that starting lineup. I'd be curious to see how often Brandon Podziemski is in that closing lineup as well. But this is all a long-winded way of saying part of the reason why things have been so great during this Jimmy Butler era has been the improvement we've seen from Brandon Podziemski since he came back for last 10, 11 games from the last injury he had. I'm spacing on what it was right now. But the improvement of Pods has just been so incredible to see these last couple weeks here with this team. And, I'll give Jimmy Butler a little bit of credit to that too. He seems to be getting along with Brandon Podziemski very, very well right now.
Well, he's getting along well with everybody. At least on the court, and off the court, I don't think that's anything we have to worry about yet because he's been paid to be on his best behavior. But he's having fun. I mean, Pods was jumping on his back during the game. There was a moment on the bench after Pods hit that transition 3 in the second half where he comes over and Jimmy is just like screaming at him, telling him something like, keep shooting that shot. Basically just keep playing the way that you're playing. And Pods, He's someone that you're right. He does not lack confidence. And like Iguodala talked about it before the game, how when you're an athlete, when you're a pro athlete, no matter what sport you're in, you need an irrational confidence. You have to feel like you're better than whoever's across from you.
The ego's important in a sense, yeah.
Even when you have no business believing that. Well, that's pause to a T. But there was a moment after the game. So I went down to the interview room because Kerr talked before the retirement ceremony started. And I feel like I can share this. Pods was, guys come through the tunnel, and you're not allowed to film anything, but guys will be screaming at different Warriors-related cameras. And, a lot of the messaging was like a countdown, like 25 to go. There was also some talking about the night that P.J. Washington had continued to do against them in prior meetings. But one thing that Pods was heard screaming was they said that white boy can't play defense. And he was screaming it. They said that white boy can't play defense. Like Pods is as confident as he has ever been. And that's saying a lot for a dude that had a pretty damn good rookie season. His last 6 games, he's the leader in plus minus. I think he can play well with anybody. And you're right. He is, whatever he lost at the beginning of the season when objectively was not playing well whatsoever, he's put that behind him. That's in the rearview mirror. And I don't think it's necessarily been just since Jimmy Butler has gotten here, but Butler has helped take him, along with the rest of this Warriors team, honestly, to another level.
Yeah, no, I mean, what was the beginning of the year? It was he had that nose, he had the broken nose beginning of the year. I think he had to wear the mask as well, and I think he even admitted the mask was kind of throwing him off a little bit. It was looking like a big sophomore slump for Brandon Podziemski, and coming off a rookie year where he kind of slowed down a little bit. Towards the end of his rookie year. I mean, I thought Brandon Podziemski was going to be potential trade fodder at some point. That's how low it was starting to get.
He's untradeable.
Oh, yeah. He was untradeable in the Larry Markkinen sweepstakes, obviously. That was an abdominal strain, was I think the last one he had. But yeah, no, it's when the confidence kind of matches the play that he's been putting up, it's so much more fun to watch. When he has, like, that's the thing, there's difference between confidence and arrogance. And it's starting to feel more like this is just a confident player who understands the role he plays on this team, how he can be an asset to this team, and he's feeling his skill set so much more now, and it's incredibly fun to watch it happen more and more now on a night to night basis. And another guy who's becoming more and more fun to watch right now, Evan, you mentioned Draymond Green. Can he handle the workload at that center position? The undersized center having to bang around against guys 6-7 inches taller than him. It's going to wear on him, but he's going to get a lot of help from one Quentin Post, the Postmaster General. He has been a revelation in the short stint that he's had up here. Joe Shasky, he was talking about this the first night that Quentin Post played. The next morning, Shasky's coming in raving about what Quentin Post is going to be for this team. And I'm like, let's relax. All right. It's one game. He looked good. That's great. No, Shasky was on it from day one. Quentin Post is looking like, I'm not going to say he's that dude, but he is a guy you could absolutely trust to handle those center minutes, and he could get those threes up every now and then. There was a point where he hit a corner three, and he was wide open on it. And it's just like, how do you leave Quentin Post wide open like that? Like, he's already at that point where you can't just leave him open because he can hit those threes. He can handle those responsibilities, underneath the basket and do the dirty work that you need centers to do. I mean, he's like the perfect Steve Kerr guy, a four-year college guy, high IQ, not, able to get the rebounds, not afraid to get dirty with what he has to do there. It's just, we're talking about, how this team can make a run, how this team can keep Draymond Green healthy. Give me more Quentin Post at the center spot to kind of take that workload off of Draymond Green. I'm cool with that, absolutely.
That's Sam Luman. My name is Evan Giddings, filling in for the two Joes here on the Morning Roast today and tomorrow, reacting to the Warriors' 126-102 win against the Mavericks. Andre Iguodala gets his number retired, but the Warriors, more importantly, move 3 games above 500. Their first win streak since the month of November. Since November 15th, they have not won 3 in a row. They get that done yesterday in pretty dominant fashion. They're now 5-1 in the Jimmy Butler era. And you mentioned Post. He probably had the 2 most exciting back-to-back possessions in the first half, where he hits the corner 3 off of a Jimmy offensive rebound, so he creates the second chance opportunity. And then he gets a dump off in the lane, and he goes up and dunks it. And I don't think that there's anybody who is more excited about a play that he makes, even with Podziemski on the roster, than Quentin Post. And Draymond Green is loving every single second of it. The fact that Post has come along so quickly, and he's even now found a role. Like, again, I think that's where Butler has made the biggest impact to me. He's structured everyone else's roles, and you finally now know what to expect. Curry has a set rotation now where he plays the first 7 or 8 minutes of the first quarter. He exits. And then Jimmy plays with the remainder of the starters along with Quentin Post. That's when they went on their big run. They were plus 14 in those 7 minutes. Curry's been playing a lot. Actually, he doesn't play a whole lot with Jimmy the remainder of the game. He plays with him at the beginning and the end of games. And so far, it's worked to near perfection. So, I think it's interesting that a lot of these plays, like take Post, for example, he's someone, and he's shooting like 42% from three. He might be their second or third, definitely their third, but maybe their second best three-point shooter on the team behind Steph. He shot it well against subpar teams. When he's gone up against good opponents, he's struggled, as rookies do. But this is, again, the part of it that doesn't really matter for the remainder of the regular season because they play an easier schedule. And if your goal is to beat who's in front of you, it's to win games, well, then I love the fact that Quentin Post can light up Dallas. He can light up Chicago. He can light up Milwaukee. He's going to have success against those kinds of teams because those are going to be the ones that are in front of you that you have to beat in order to attain what we're all hoping, which could be at least the 6th seed.
Yeah, and that's going to be one of the many things to keep an eye on here down the stretch because he's 19 games in his career. There's a lot of growth that still needs to be done there with Quentin Post, and yeah, his best games have come, at least scoring wise. Yeah, that's one against Chicago, Utah, another one against Utah. His debut game where he came in was in a 40-point loss to the Celtics at home. Another good game against Chicago. He did do well against Milwaukee last week. That was kind of where it's just like, oh, okay, now we're starting to see the vision here with Quentin Post. It's going to be interesting to see him bang around with some of the bigger centers in the league that he's going to be seeing in these coming weeks. No Joel Embiid on this next road trip. You saw they're kind of shutting him down, but you won't see him there. But they go to Madison Square Garden on the 4th, New York. Karl Anthony Towns. Let's see how he does against that.
Well, Cat got hurt last night.
Oh, okay. We might even get Cat then. So, now I've got to look at the schedule. It's like I'm not sure where the next big center that he's going to face is going to be. It could be that March 17th, St. Patrick's Day matchup against the Denver Nuggets. And I think for me, Evan, that's kind of the next big test that I need to see this team kind of conquer. Can they beat the Nuggets? I can't remember the last time they beat the Nuggets. It's been so long. It might have been that playoff series for all I know. That's got to be the next team because we talked about, can this team get the 6th seed and can they make a run, all that kind of stuff. I do not want to see the Warriors face the Denver Nuggets in the playoffs right now. They are just the ownage they've had on this team the last couple of years. Until I can see them beat the Nuggets, I want no part of the Nuggets. So we are about 3 weeks out from this matchup between the Nuggets and the Warriors. So we'll see how Post handles that Jokic assignment. We'll see how much minutes he gets in that game. I mean, he's been getting about 16 minutes a game during these last couple weeks here. So that'll be a good test for Quentin Post and just a great test for the Warriors to see how they match up against these elite teams in the West.
I think it's funny that we're already talking about matchups with the Denver Nuggets and Oklahoma City and Memphis. And it goes to what Jimmy Butler in this trade has done to this organization and what it's done to this fan base. It all seems completely fair at this point. And 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan and Sam, Giddings and Luman in for Spadoni and Shasky. It's like, where is your confidence level? Because I heard after the game the most confident that Curry has been this entire season. Mm-hmm. And I think it's been because of, number one, Jimmy, but also it's something that it's exuding. Like it's trickling down to the rest of the players in a way that certainly wasn't foreseeable a couple of weeks ago. And I think it's because Steph now knows that when he's off the floor, he might be able to get back in the game and they might be ahead. Curry actually talked about those non-Steph minutes after. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, it just feels, the game feels easier right now for us. Every play is not as is crucial. When there's a consistency of the game, you can make a mistake and keep playing and not feel like, oh my God, we gotta flip things right now. So I just think the consistency of what we're seeing defensively is setting the tone. Points off turnovers again tonight was a big disparity in the game, and that group, with Draymond, Jimmy, BP, when Steph's off the floor, their defensive rating is just off the charts. And so we're setting a great tone. And then Jimmy just, the game makes sense when he's out there. He gets to the line, he makes simple plays. He keeps the game under control for us. And so you can feel the difference for sure.
Yeah, I think he hit the nail on the head. The game is easier.
He said that a few times, which ever since Jimmy's arrived, and he said it because it's true. Like, we talk about how confident this team's feeling. How many times did Steve Kerr say earlier in the season, this team there's a crisis of confidence? Like, you have a team with multiple NBA champs on it. You got one of the greatest coaches in NBA history, and he's talking about how this team's struggling with confidence, especially late in games. That team feels like it was several seasons ago now at this point. Like, it's crazy to think that we were talking about a team at one point this year that was struggling with his confidence. But and this is why I think it's fair to compare Jimmy Butler to Andre Iguodala in terms of just the mental boost that their presence has brought to this team. When you have a confident, excited Steph like this, the Warriors are about as scary as any team out there. When you got a confident, aggressive Draymond Green who is not afraid to score, that is a very scary Warriors team to have to face. And the way Butler's arrival, and you're seeing it kind of coinciding with this recent empowerment of these young guys, Moody, Post, Pajemski, there's Guy Santos, another guy, really kind of flailing around there last night, flailing his arms around last night, making stuff happen down low on defense. It's just you're seeing these guys getting powered there. That all adds to the confident feeling around this organization, around this team, to where, once upon a time, as I mentioned, a third quarter lead was considered a death knell for this team. Now it's like, no, this is how it's supposed to be. When you're up big in the third, it's because you're rolling. And that's why I had a game yesterday where, between two teams that have battled each other very hard in the first three matchups, this game was over with 6 minutes left in the fourth, and we got to just kind of, chill and watch the back end of the bench put on a show for 6 minutes yesterday.
The game was over when Curry did the night in the third quarter.
Basically, yeah.
He didn't play for the rest of the game. I think it was like 3 minutes and 30 seconds left, and then eventually when he went to the bench, he sat for the remainder of the game. But if Curry's doing the night in the third quarter...
It just feels like old times, yeah.
No, he's never done that before. So I asked him about it after the game, and he said that the only other time that he'd done that was in the NBA Finals. I went back and looked at I think as he mentioned, Game 6. So I went back and watched that third quarter. He actually didn't do the night. What he did was something even more ridiculous, which was he pointed to his ring finger after hitting a 30-footer where the net doesn't move, runs back down the court and says, ring me.
Ring me, I remember
ring
that
me.
One. Yeah.
So that's more ridiculous than doing a night in the third quarter. But the point is, he's never done that before. And I understand that it was, a back and forth with him and P.J. Washington, because he felt like Washington is someone that doesn't deserve to do that. Was trying to repurpose it for the Mavericks.
Well, yeah, he was talking that talk the last time, and that's how you do that.
What?
Well, that's, P.J. Washington, because obviously this is because he nighted the Warriors the last time the Warriors and Mavericks played each other. So obviously, part of that smack talk is you're going to throw your little,
Yeah, but he didn't play.
Yeah.
Like that was the part I think that was the most irksome. Like, he didn't play at all. And so he was still the guy that was doing night after the game. And so when I asked Steph about it, his final sentence was, "You got to be good to do it."
Exactly.
PJ.
It's not that guy.
You're not that guy, pal.
You're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy.
He's not good enough to do it. And I just thought it was like, that's when the game was over. But to take it to how the Warriors are different, they shot 31% from three-point range through three quarters. They were up by 25. They ended up at 30% for this game. They won by 24. The Warriors are no longer a completely reliant team on their shooting. In fact, this is a basketball team that, since Jimmy Butler's gotten here, is not a very good three-point shooting team at all compared to league standard. They're a team that has figured out how to score in a lot of different ways. And it's because they can get shots at the rim. Their passing has improved. I think more importantly, their ball security has improved. They're taking care of it, and they're getting to the free throw line like you mentioned in our first hour, Sam.
Yeah, no, it's they're finding new ways to score. They're getting more guys involved there. And I do think, it's a large part of it is the empowerment of these young guys, especially Moses Moody. I mean, I was at the game last year where I think it was in the third quarter, Moody hadn't gotten in yet, and then that's when the fans start chanting, Moody, Moody, because they want to see, always ready Moses get in, because last year it was just like pulling teeth getting Moses Moody onto the court. Seeing the role that he's carved out lately and how dynamic he's been in it, like, we'll see where he's at when Jonathan Kuminga returns, but seeing the growth in Moses Moody lately, the last 3 games he's been, I don't know how much weight you put into the plus or minus stat. I think some weight. I don't put all the weight into it, but he's had 3 straight games of double digit, positives and the plus minus. First time he's been doing that all year. I mean, they've been empowering him, and he's been another just key piece of why I think the Warriors have been so. I mean, it's the Jimmy Butler era. It's been a lot of Jimmy Butler, but his arrival is just, I feel like, touched so many guys on this team in so many positive ways. Moses Moody right up there in terms of just how great he's been these last, few games.
Well, he puts people into their proper roles. Mm-hmm. Like Jimmy Butler is someone that can run a unit when Curry's not out there. He can get a shot when he needs to. I also don't think that Jimmy Butler is in game shape yet. So I think he can get better. Like, there was a stretch in the first quarter because he played the first 10 minutes, and it's actually maybe the earliest best moment from this game where he goes to the free throw line and you finally hear that Warriors chant, Warriors. We haven't heard that at Chase Center for what feels like. The only other time that I can remember it being that loud at Chase Center was, when Mac McClung dunked over a car, but it was when Clay came back the first time, back in November. I think it was like November 5th. That's the only other time that I remember Chase Center being that loud in a season, this season. And obviously it was a very special night. It was a one-of-a-kind night. That was just a regular season game.
Yeah. No, it was that's the other thing. It was just that the energy that Dub Nation always brings to games. It was back. I mean, I'll be honest, yesterday was the second game I've been able to make it to this year. Schedule-wise, haven't been able to make it to as many. The only other game I've been to this year was one of the Pelicans games earlier in the season, and that was a so-so event. None of the important people were playing. But, yeah, yesterday it felt like, the Chase Center that we saw a lot during that 2022 run, where the fan base was just so. I'll be honest, I didn't realize it's been so long since we've heard the Warriors chants at games, because sometimes on the TV you can only hear so much. But yeah, it's starting to feel like old times again. That's what's really fun about this. It's starting to feel like the Warriors that we've gotten so accustomed to over these last 10 years. On the day that we honor Andre Iguodala and raise that number 9 to the rafters forever, to see a team that just embodied, in a sense, the kind of just dominance that we saw for so long when Iguodala was there. It was just, I don't want to say, it was almost storybook, really, yesterday, in terms of just how yesterday went. Again, one Sunday afternoon does not make a season, but we were talking about stacking wins. We're also stacking momentum. We're also seeing this team stacking confidence. We as what we're seeing.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll be honest. Yes, I'm a we person. I'm one of those people. I know there are some people out there who don't like the we thing. They get all offended when I say we. We are Dub Nation. That's how I do it.
Oh, Dub Nation for sure.
But no, I do not mean we as in me and the other guys on the team. I am not a member of the Warriors, though.
Well, really, I think we, as whether it be the media or the surrounding fan base, we have not felt this good about this team at any point in the season.
Not since.
And I don't think that the team, has felt better about themselves at any other point this season.
I don't think the last time you had to feel this just overall good about the Warriors. I mean, what, do I have to go back before the punch? Like, is this really the most happy we've been in Dub Nation since we went Hawaiian and had that punch happen? I Got to throw that one out there.
You get that from Goo?
I did get that from Goo. Yes, I think we all got
your
that
sources.
From Goo.
Yeah,
we did. I feel like it's just well known at this point. Whenever you say Hawaiian, we're talking about Daryl the Guru Johnson.
I don't know.
There we go.
Thanks, Goo. He's going to be electric today from 10 to 2.
I can't. Yeah, well, hopefully he's
Like,
hopefully he's listening to us on the way in. We're getting him warmed up. Love you, Goo. But yeah, no, is this literally as good as we felt since that time? I mean, I can't remember a time the last 2.5 years prior to today where I'm just like, we're feeling this sunshine and rainbows about this team.
I mean, obviously the postseason's a bit different. I mean, when Curry dropped 50 in a Game 7 at Sacramento.
That was pretty cool.
That was pretty ridiculous.
That was almost a desperation 50, though. Like, it was just like desperately saying. I mean, that was the day before. That was the game where he said, if he had to give that speech, you're either with us or you're not. And then he goes and drops that 50 bomb. It was vintage Steph Curry. You felt great about it, but it felt like that 50 bomb was like, yeah, we really needed that. Not, oh man, that was really fun to watch.
Well, it was necessary, obviously, but that was a massive moment. And it's just funny because Curry has the, get off the bus if you don't want to play hard in this game type of speech. This year, it was Curry basically what felt like setting up excuses for what was going to become a lost season. And he was on national television telling people on Twitter to shut the hell up. We're going to figure this thing out. Well, it looks like they've figured this thing out. And it's all changed because of one trade. The entire vibe of Dub Nation and the Golden State Warriors, more importantly, has become completely different. And this idea that they're now an entertaining product to me is just because they're winning. They're finally winning, and it looks real. Like if I was to ask you, Sam, I guess we know the answer. It's kind of a rhetorical question, but they started 12-3. I think everybody was having fun, right? Because, I mean, maybe you could say the last time people were this excited was when they went into Boston and beat the Celtics earlier this year.
Yeah.
But
good point.
There was something that felt a little bit off, right? Because they were playing 13 guys. The rotations were different. You didn't know what to expect on a given night outside of they were going to go into another person's house and they were going to win.
Yeah.
Now they're winning games and they're beating the opponents they should, but there's more of an expectation. Like, you know what you're going to get. And I think that's that's why you're able to build more of a relationship with this current stretch of basketball because you know what you're going to see on the floor.
Well, it feels more sustainable, too. I mean, that 12-3 start was fueled by what I called at the time the Buddy Hield revolution. Buddy Buckets literally could not miss anything. The hoop was massive for him back then. And I think we all kind of ignored the reality that a team that's winning because of Buddy Hield isn't going to be winning for a very, very long time. And this sounds like I'm crushing Buddy Hield, but it's just that's not the Buddy Hield that we've gotten since then. And now, though, it's just this team is winning in a manner that feels more like Warrior basketball. It feels more like that strength in numbers is back, the right guys and getting empowered, and you're seeing how that's impacting the confidence of the veterans on this team to where, it's not it felt like just a lot of the season was just really starting to wear on Steph early on. The late game collapses and just how bruising that was to the overall morale of this team. All those morale issues are gone. The way they were winning at the beginning of the year, it was almost like kind of like the chips they give you at Chili's before your meal. Like they were good, but they're kind of filling. They're not going to bring a whole lot of nutritional value. Like these wins, though, feel like your main course. These are real Warrior wins. Now, that 12-3 stretch, absolutely huge because you need as many wins as you can get in this league. But this 6-1 stretch feels more, this 5-1 stretch feels more like the Warrior team that we expect to see on a night-to-night basis, whereas that 12-3 start was just like, yeah, it was good, but let's see how it's early though. You still had to, put that asterisk on that record.
888-957-9570 is the number. Sam Luman, Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni, and Joe Shasky here on the Morning Roast. I'm not gonna lie, never been to a Chili's, so I'm not sure how the chips are, but I'm sure they're pretty good.
They're don't fill up on them. They will spoil your dinner. Mom was right on that one.
I got you. Shout out to moms everywhere. It's time now for our injury report. Well, I don't want to get hurt at Chili's. All right? Might sprain an ankle like Jonathan Kuminga. He is getting, however, ever so close to his return to the court for the Golden State Warriors. Yesterday pregame, head coach Steve Kerr said that JK has participated in 5-on-5 scrimmages, which is a big step in his return. Kuminga is not available tomorrow night when the Warriors host LaMelo Ball and the Charlotte Hornets, but he'll be reevaluated before the team's upcoming road trip that starts in Orlando on Thursday. If I'd venture to guess, I think that Jonathan Kuminga is going to come back sometime during this upcoming road trip.
Yay!
Unless there's a setback. There hasn't been any so far, but unless there's one, I would expect him back during this road trip. And then the question becomes, how does he fit? Because Moses Moody looks spectacular at the 4 spot. He's been playing well even before the deadline. He's been empowered. He's making the most of his minutes. How is he going to respond? How is Kerr, honestly, going to respond when Jonathan Kuminga comes back? All right, when we come back here on the Morning Roast, I want to get into something. I've been saving this for a bit, especially because as everyone begins to file in, I see YouTube and Twitch loading up. I see our callers, 888-957-9570 is the number. I've been holding this in. And it's just interesting to me, Sam, how every single week of Niners football, we come in, we have an overreaction Monday. We decide that if they win, they're going to the Super Bowl, and if they lose, this team is sucked, and they blow it up, and they got to trade everybody. Well, the Warriors just had arguably their biggest win of the Jimmy Butler era, but it was a great day. You had Andre's jersey getting retired. Clay was back in the house. Steph went for 30, gave him the night-night in the third quarter. The Warriors have never had as much confidence. What's your biggest overreaction to yesterday's game? This is an overreaction Monday, and I got mine on the other side when we return. Evan Giddings, Sam Luman. We're back after this on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors!
Good morning, everyone. North Bay, East Bay, South Bay. Evan Giddings and Sam Luman filling in for Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. They'll be back on Wednesday, so we got you today, we got you tomorrow, and we are reacting to a great day for Golden State yesterday. Andre Iguodala gets his number 9 retired. The Warriors absolutely dominate the Dallas Mavericks. They send Clay home with a 24-point defeat. They're 5-1 to begin the Jimmy Butler era. They're 3 games above 500 officially in the 9, 1.5 games out of the 6th seed, and it feels like this is the highest it's been with even room to move further, Sam. So where do you want to go first off of this game? Like when you left the arena, what were you feeling about, I don't know, is it the record? Is it how far they can climb? Is it Draymond Green being onto something? Before I get to our big prize that we're giving away in the hour, where are you feeling?
Well, I mean, I just go off the eye test, Evan. It's what I'm seeing is a team that just looks completely different than the one we saw a couple weeks ago. And I'm seeing a team that I'd be kind of curious if the NBA season started a couple weeks ago, I'd love to see what this iteration of the Warriors could do over an 82-game schedule. Instead, we're seeing quick math here, 33-ish game run that we're going to be seeing here to end the season. But no, I'm looking at a team that if I'm a Western Conference team that isn't the Warriors, I'm looking at the Warriors and being like, I do not want to face those guys in the playoffs. That looks like a very, if not a very dangerous team to a lot of Western Conference opponents, but that's a team that even if you are able to beat them in a 7-game series, it's going to take a lot out of you. The Warriors are quickly becoming the team that the rest of the teams of the West are going to point at and be like, let's try and not get away. Let's try and not get matched up with them. That 3 seed, don't get into that 3 seed because you do not want to see the Warriors in that first round. Unless, of course, it's the Denver Nuggets, in which case it's a little bit different. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But yeah, walking out of the arena yesterday, my thought was, man, sure do love me some Andre Iguodala. And 2, I cannot wait to see this team keep cooking like they are because it's feeling very like the Warrior dub nation of old yesterday. It did not feel like the last 2.5 years of Warriors basketball. It felt a lot like the 8 years prior yesterday watching them.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I agree. I think if the bottom 4 teams, as well, if the Warriors, of course, can climb into it quickly, they look like, at least right now, the most dangerous of the bunch. All right, you got to stay locked in this hour, right? In the 8 o'clock hour, we're going to do 2 things. Number 1, we're going to talk to our good friend Tim Roy, who was on the call last night, as he is for every single Warriors game this season, play-by-play voice. But more importantly, we are going to also give away a jersey, number 10, Jimmy Butler, Jimmy Buckets. We're going to be giving away a Jimmy Butler jersey later in the hour, so you got to stay locked in. You got to be listening, or you got to be watching on YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, because later, not now, don't call the contest line now, but later when you hear this sounder.
Jimmy Buckets!
Yes, the guy who has led the Warriors to a 5-1 start over the last 6 games. When you hear that sounder, we're going to be giving away a Jimmy Butler jersey. So keep it locked right here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Let's go out to Casey in Marin, wants to talk about the Warriors. Casey, what's going on? Good morning. How are you?
Gentlemen, good morning. I think I'm going to change my initial topic, which was about the Warriors franchise as a whole, but to the biggest overreaction and praise of the person that this overreaction was about, which is Mike Dunleavy Jr. This guy has been an overachiever at every point of his life. He was brought in to ridicule, to so-called Warriors fans mocking him as a player and comparing that to his perceived general manager skills. But what this person has accomplished in this role thus far is absolutely amazing, to bring in the players that he has been able to bring in, to making the right call on the right players to bring in, and to having the guts, along with Joe Lacob, to bring in a player of Butler's persona and background, and to know that something has to be done. I'm the person to do it. And that person was lambasted when first announced. So, this franchise used to have Robert Rao making decisions and Chris Cohan, and we've got a leadership that is so much better than most organizations in all sports. So all the haters who came for Mike Dunleavy Jr., bow down and give that man some respect. Have a great day, boys.
Thanks, Casey.
Put some respect on Mike Dunleavy's name. Yeah.
It is interesting how one move, it obviously changes the team, right? But it also changes the perception of the man who orchestrated the deal. Like, what did everyone say about Mike Dunleavy Jr. before they traded for Jimmy Butler? Well, he's made some pretty good draft picks, right? Pajemski looks like a guy. Post from this most recent draft was a player. I know he's out of the rotation now, but Trace Jackson Davis helped you down the stretch of last year. Like, he's
a rising star.
Yeah, he can identify talent. Yeah. He can't acquire it, right? And this offseason, he made some moves around the margins. Buddy Hield, I know he's not a great starter, but that's not a bad person to have now coming off the bench.
Reserve as a three-point shooter.
Good player. DeAnthony Melton, before his ACL injury, looked like a solid acquisition. Even Kyle Anderson is a good veteran. Now, and he's no longer here, but those are nice moves. But he didn't have the big fish, right? Mm-hmm. I heard some people calling him Farhan Zaidi before the trade deadline.
I mean, the way you just described the moves he made is, he said, he made some marginal moves. Like, oh boy, who's that remind me of?
But he got it done.
He did.
And all of a sudden, it's like, wow, okay, Mike Dunleavy Jr. is actually, all of a sudden, now transformed into a pretty damn good general manager.
Yeah, and that
I think he always was. But
that leads me into the question I want to ask you, Evan, is just where are you at on and I want to ask Warrior fans this as well, is just where are we at now on Mike Dunleavy? Like, can we give him some bleeping credit? Like, are we at that point? He's had ups and downs. I mean, the first significant move he had to make was turning Jordan Poole into Chris Paul. And that was an okay move. I mean, Chris Paul, he was a positive contributor to the Warriors last year. He completely changed his reputation within this fan base. As I mentioned earlier, I never would have thought that Chris Paul would get cheers on any sort of video played at Chase Center. And then yesterday happened, and it wasn't surprising because a year of Chris Paul completely changed his perception in this fan base. But yeah, so that was an okay move. They didn't get anything for Chris Paul when he left, which kind of soured things. Some solid draft picks in there. The moves in this before this season, liked them a little bit. The DeAnthony Melton one, I wish we could have seen more, but when that didn't work out because he was injured, he did pivot to the Dennis Schroeder trade, which it didn't work out, but I like that he at least kind of gave the effort because it looked like a perfect fit. The Warriors needed a two guard. He's a two guard. We've seen what he's done on the court with this team and how much he's bugged them in the past. Like, why not give it a shot with Schroeder? It didn't quite work out. And the fact he was able to flip, Anderson, Schroeder, and others into Jimmy Butler, he says, we like to say, he pivot, don't panic. So, yeah, Dunleavy, his stock is absolutely going up in my book as right now based on what we've seen from him. But I'm curious where Warrior fans are at on Mike Dunleavy. What's your approval rating of him? And yeah, Evan, are you starting to kind of feel it from Dunleavy a lot more in terms of just the confidence you have in him to be the head decision maker for this team?
Well, I don't think he's gone about his business any differently. I mean, seriously. We would be killing Mike Dunleavy Jr. if he couldn't get Jimmy Butler.
Oh, Warrior fans were sharpening the pitchforks and lighting the torches before the deadline.
But that wasn't plan A. Plan A was Kevin Durant.
Mm-hmm.
And then he turned his back on Golden State because he didn't want to come here. And so they had to go to Jimmy Butler. But who was the domino that needed to not fall in order for that to happen? Bradley Beal. If Bradley Beal waives his trade clause, Jimmy Butler's in Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
And the Warriors are left with their
who knows
thumbs underneath where, wondering why didn't they make a move at the deadline?
It becomes lost season at that point.
Yeah, exactly. It becomes a terrible season. They might have to shut Steph down. So I don't think that Mike Dunleavy. My point is, I don't think Mike Dunleavy Jr. is any worse or any better of a GM just because they got Jimmy Butler. I think he's the same GM that Joe Lacob hired to take over for a 2-time Executive of the Year, who we saw present Andre Iguodala with an awesome speech yesterday, Bob Myers. I think he's the same general manager that drafted 3 rotation players in his first 3 picks as a GM. I think he's the same general manager that made a very difficult decision, and the right one looking back on it, to move off of Klay Thompson this last offseason. I think he's the same guy. The difference is someone else, just like originally, to bring it back to the first hour, the Warriors wanted to get Dwight Howard. He said they couldn't get him. And so the backup plan, which ended up being the right plan, was Andre Iguodala. Jimmy Butler may have been plan B, but he was the right plan for Golden State. And so if you want to say that Mike Dunleavy Jr. got lucky, got fortunate, you could say it if you'd like. To me, he's the same general manager he was 3 weeks ago.
Oh, no, I'm not saying he's gotten lucky. I mean, with the draft picks, I think there's probably a some measure of luck there in terms of how these guys pan out. But no, overall, it's just when I talk about, where Warrior fans are feeling about Mike Dunleavy, like, yeah, has he been the same guy? Yeah, I'll co-sign on that. But in terms of just the confidence this fan base is feeling with him at the helm, because I'll be honest, when he first took the job, there's a part of me that just felt like he's going to be the guy who has to break this dynasty up and move this team into the next era. That was my initial thought of what he's going to be. Now I'm completely having to change back. We do a segment on this show called Walk It Back Wednesday, where we walk back any past take that we've had and trying to, retcon it a little bit to update it for the new age. But yeah, my initial thought was that this is the guy who's going to come in, take a wrecking ball to things slowly, and fans are going to probably hate it, but it needs to happen. And yeah, I was wrong to think that, and I'll absolutely backtrack on that, because now it's at the point where you're starting to feel more and more confident that he is at the helm of this organization. He may be the same guy making the same moves that he was intending to make, but for Warrior fans, the confidence they can have knowing that, this guy who is making these moves, like, we can trust him to make the moves to make this team better. It might not come about in the way that we want it to see happen, but that's just how sports work. So, yeah, my confidence in Mike Dunleavy, it is going up right now, and I am feeling even more and more confident with him at the helm of this organization, and I don't look at him as just a glorified wrecking ball anymore. Like, he is the general manager of this team with the goal of sending this team to another championship.
Yeah, I mean, but I also don't think that Mike Dunleavy is a guy that I'm looking at as someone that can't be a wrecking ball. Like, he's also constructed a team with 3 older players that could get hurt at any moment or decide to not play regular season games. Like, Jimmy Butler's averaged 56 regular season games his last, what was it, five or 6 years?
Yeah, it's been a while since he's played at least 70.
Yeah, he doesn't. Like, he doesn't do that because he saves himself for the postseason. Well, Curry's someone that has been injury prone this year because of bilateral knee tendonitis. Draymond's missed games because of a calf. Like, you're dependent on those 3 guys staying healthy. So if for some reason it doesn't go well, which I hope isn't the case, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that Mike Dunleavy Jr. couldn't be a guy that is required to tear this thing down at the end of the year or try and reconstruct it in some way that keeps them competitive. I think Mike has done a really good job at adjusting on the fly this year, because I also think the 765 has a good point. He looked brilliant right before Melton went down, and then everything started to crumble. Now, we've found out that start, 12-3, was probably a mirage, but at the same time, we were heaping praise on to him at this point. So he deserves his credit. It's a results-based business, and if this team continues to win at the rate that it has and it gets to the postseason, he's going to get even more credit, because the one thing that I don't think the Warriors were looking at, well, they didn't want to look at again, was where they were last year, which was out of the playoffs entirely.
Yeah, no, and that obviously getting them into the playoffs, especially the 6th seed, the stocks just should go up even more. And then it's just, this is getting way ahead of ourselves here, but it sets them up for what we'll see them do during the summer. Yeah, I feel like there's for the rest of the season, there's 2 goals. Goal number 1 is, it's not a hard one to figure out. It's win a championship. That's obviously what we'd all like to see. Goal number 2, though, is if you're not going to win a championship this year, it's what can this team do to position itself to win the championship next year? Again, I'm not going super deep on these goals here, but that's where I think what Mike Dunleavy with this trade for Jimmy Butler's really done is that when this team goes into the summer, they're going to be a very appealing team to want to hitch your wagon to. And I think that's, if you're going to have all these superstars that are going to take up such a big part of your cap sheet, you got to have, cheap talent behind them. Some of that comes in Brandon Podziemski, Moses Moody, Trace Jackson Davis. But you need those veterans who are willing to take a little bit less to, do that ring chasing. And if the Warriors fall short of a title this year, which the odds are they probably will, that's just how sports work. Now Dunleavy's constructed a team that, free agents, I think if they're looking at the Warriors this summer, you're thinking, Mike's cooking up something there. I should go see what they're doing in Golden State. Maybe I can ride along with that to a championship next year.
Yeah, I actually, the more I think about it, this year has to be the year to me.
Really? You think it's okay?
This year's got to be the season. Like they've caught lightning in a bottle, and I think they got to maximize it. I think that this season, I can't depend on players a year older playing a full season. I can't depend on Jimmy Butler not taking regular season games off. I also can't depend on Jimmy Butler going through what next year is going to be a contract year for him because
I thought he has 2 years after this year.
Yeah, but then he can renegotiate for a new extension.
I see. Okay. So
that's going to be a topic of conversation going into next year. Is Jimmy going to be happy? And when Jimmy's not happy, Jimmy derails teams. So I think that the remainder of this season, the 25 games into the playoffs, that's what they got to be all in on. And I think they have a legitimate shot. I think the Warriors are a team that can make noise in the West. And it's also because I think they're feeling the love and the excitement from all the fans. Kurt talked about it after the game and how Jimmy has sort of invigorated this entire fan base.
Yeah, you can tell our fans, see the difference. They feel the momentum just like we do. So it was an important shift. The trade itself, I think I mentioned this after the Sacramento game. We needed it. We felt it. We were kind of treading water. We couldn't get any traction and in the season, and Mike sensed it and made the move, and you can feel the shift. Sometimes you got to shake things up, and we shook things up, and just so happened that one of the best players in the league was available, and that doesn't happen very often. It was a move that made sense, and so far it's showing why.
Oh, and by the way, you can grab a jersey of one of the best players in the league. That's Jimmy Butler. Later in this hour, if you stay tuned right here to 95.7 The Game, we're going to be giving away a jersey later in this hour. We got Tim Roy coming up in about 12 minutes, voice of the Golden State Warriors here on 95.7 The Game. Sam Luman, Evan Giddings with you in for the two Joes. The other part is too, like, I don't know. The way that yesterday played out, it kind of had me thinking, Sam, about where we were a year ago, not just with the Warriors, but also the Mavericks. And I was asking for people's overreaction, right? What are you overreacting to, good or bad, on the heels of yesterday? And to me, I thought it was appropriate that the Warriors played, not only beat, but played Dallas because this time last year, their trade deadline is what propelled them to the NBA Finals. Now, they didn't win it, but I think that a year later, now with the Warriors, that in a very different way is going to be what the Warriors can use to get to the finals. The deadline last year for Dallas got them to the final two. The trade deadline this year for the Warriors, I do think, and I'm overreacting, can get them to the NBA Finals.
I mean, I do think this is one of those, if the season started today and we got to see the full season play out, I would expect to see what we've seen so far. We're talking overreactions. They look like one of the three best teams in the West. If we want to look at the other great teams, the Oklahoma City Thunder, obviously they're the standard in the West right now. They're running away with things 9.5 up on number 2 Memphis. OKC is 46-10 right now. But the Warriors have played them well, and they just look like a team this year that the Warriors just have that positive matchup with the Thunder for whatever reason. So I feel very confident against the Warriors' chances there. Memphis, I need to see a little bit more what the Warriors can do against them, but what we're seeing right now, I feel confident that the Warriors would be able to outplay the Memphis Grizzlies in a 7-game set. Lakers, and we'll see how things look with LeBron and Luka. Lakers are missing a lot of size now down low. They'll probably still hang around, though, just because they have the talent to do so. Rockets, young team, probably going to start to fade. Again, I left out the Nuggets because I've said it enough times. I don't want to see the Nuggets. But this is all just to say,
I don't think Denver's as good as when they won the championship a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I guess for me,
they got the best player in the world, but
yeah, no, for me, I'll be honest with Denver, it's just because when a team that has a winning streak against the Warriors like the Nuggets have, or it seems like they always find new ways to make the Warriors miserable. I'm giving Denver the benefit of the doubt over the Warriors until the Warriors can show that they shouldn't have that benefit of the doubt. That's just me. I might be a little bit more pessimistic on that than others. So that's just the way it is there. All this is to say is just you look around the rest of the Western Conference here. That's the Nuggets are the only team that I look at as like I don't know. Everyone else though, like, yeah, let's see this team get into the playoffs because the road is absolutely there for them to get to at minimum. Well, I mean, a first round playoff series victory feels very, very possible right now, but there looks like a very realistic road to at minimum the West Finals, and then we'll see what happens there if the Warriors can get over that hump into that, that NBA Finals against the East champ.
Yeah, so I gave my overreaction, right? They're going to make the finals.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about how that happens. To me, the biggest reason that I have the confidence that Curry had at the podium yesterday, that Jimmy appears to have playing, the Warriors do as a team, is because if I asked you over the last 3 to 4 years, so dating back to the championship season for the Warriors, even before then, let's say in the 2020s, who are the two players that have done the most with the least in the NBA?
The most with the least. You tell me.
I think it's the two players on the Warriors right now. I think it's Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler.
Okay. Yeah.
They're now teammates.
Yeah.
They now have co-stars. And Andrew Wiggins was an awesome number 2 during the championship year, but no one expected that team to win a title. And it's largely because of Steph Curry. I know he's 3 years removed from that. He's a bit older. And Jimmy Butler is 2 years removed from when he dragged the Miami Heat team to the finals. But I've seen those two guys in this decade do more with less than any player in the NBA individually. And now they're playing on the same team. So I think that's one of the reasons why you're seeing all the rest of these role players around them rise. In addition to those two guys playing well together, it's because you now have two maximizers, arguably the two best maximizers in the league on the same team. So the only question is, can you keep them healthy? Because if you get to the postseason, I've seen them both individually take squads, in Curry's case to a title, Jimmy's team to 2 finals since 2020, and I can't wait to see what they can do now together.
Yeah. I think another reason why you feel very confident about this team's ability to blaze its way through the Western Conference playoffs is, as you mentioned, Jimmy Butler's got guys in the roles they're supposed to be in now. And Steve Kerr has consistent rotations. And Steve Kerr, he's been embattled a lot as the Warriors head coach the last couple of years, as he's struggled to find consistent rotations that can turn into consistently winning basketball games. It feels like Steve Kerr could go back to kind of being that coach that you can trust to basically always have guys in the right spot. Like, Steve Kerr feels like the Steve Kerr that we've always known and loved. Like, it's going to get a lot harder to truly crush and question Steve Kerr as this season goes along, because he has the team that the perfect team basically for him right now to lead this team through the West. And that's where, again, when you get into the playoffs, playoff basketball is just so different. You need that know-how. And you talk about why I feel confident. It's just, this is a team that the know-how and the confidence that they have now matches the talent and the production that they're bringing to the court. So, yeah, feeling a lot better about what Steve Kerr has to work with and what that's going to mean once playoff time comes around. But, let's get there and stay healthy along the way.
Well, let's talk to someone who knows the Warriors as well as anybody. That's what's coming up next. Tim Roy is coming on the River Islands guest line when we return. Also, sometime between now and 9 o'clock, you got to keep it locked in because we're giving away a Jimmy Butler jersey. You also got 2 more opportunities. If you don't get that chance, at 12 o'clock and 4 o'clock, Steiny and Guru, Willard and Dibs, everyone's going to be giving away Jimmy Butler jerseys today. But the 8 o'clock hour is your chance to win. So we'll talk to Tim Roy. Listen in. We're going to give away a Jimmy Butler jersey. All of that is what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Honda of Vallejo. That's Sam Luman. My name is Evan Giddings. We're in for the Joes here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors going back to that playoff series. Ever since that first round series victory, what was it, 4-1, the gentleman's sweep in that 2022 finals run, the Nuggets have won every single time that they have played the Warriors, sometimes in very heartbreaking fashion. And so I feel like a more confident team, a team that's just feeling that swagger that they're used to having here as with the Warriors, like that is going to go a long way in terms of just, helping the Warriors out in a 7-game series against the Nuggets there. And again, the key there, it's always, how do you deal with Jokic, the best player on the planet? How much of that is Draymond, and how much is that going to be relying on Quentin Post and TJD being able to handle the load that is Nikola Jokic?
Yeah, I mean, no one can defend Nikola Jokic.
No, there really is.
No one can guard him.
You do what you can to just sort of contain him and hope that that's enough.
I actually think you do what the Warriors did to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander when they beat them on their home floor before they got Jimmy. In a perfect world, you try and turn him into a scorer. Nikola Jokic is absolutely lethal when he's passing the ball. I'd argue he's the best decision maker on offense in the game of basketball. But it's because he can get a basket, but to me, he's more of like a pass-first player. And he can just dissect defenses when he's at the high post and he has the ball, and he's most dangerous when you double team him. So if there would be a way to contain Jokic, to me, it's actually, you don't want to contain his scoring. You want to contain how much he involves others.
Yeah, and that's just a matter of, and it'd be interesting to see how the Warriors are able to do that, how much Jimmy Butler can help out with that there. So that's going to be what, again, Evan, it comes down to just, I need to see it first before I'm able to believe that it's possible there. That's why that March 17th game against the Nuggets, it's going to be the one that I'm going to be counting down to a lot, because again, when you've seen a team win 8 straight against the Warriors like the Nuggets have, it's everything sounds good in theory, just take away Jokic's passing lanes, just do this, just do that. Until I see it happen though, it's going to be just that, just existing in the realm of theory.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. The two guys that I think have really taken the biggest steps alongside Butler and the Warriors have been Podziemski, but also Moody. And Kerr was asked after the game what playing alongside Jimmy has done for those two guys.
The way Jimmy passes the ball, the way the possessions settle down, we're just getting better looks. And so Moses' shots are all open. BP's getting wide open threes. So the way Jimmy just handles each possession, I think he said, I read a quote from him yesterday, we just want to get a shot on goal every time. And that's exactly right. There's no reason to be in a rush in this game. Jimmy's never in a rush. And as a result, the ball starts to move, we break the defense down, and then somebody's getting a good look. So the game becomes much easier for the guys around him.
Yeah, it's easier for the Warriors to make runs, and it's harder for opposing teams. As simple as that. And I think it's because he plays with a purpose and a pace that I think is flexible. Like you saw in the first quarter, they were running. They were getting up and down really fast. And they could play with a tempo that is a bit more, I think, what they were before the deadline. But also, they can settle into the half court and play how they'll probably need to when things bog down and get into the postseason. So, yeah, you're right. There's two different seasons. There's the regular and there's the postseason, Sam. But the fact that Jimmy Butler is someone that, they don't have a set play style now. And the fact that they're more unpredictable possession to possession, I think makes them more difficult as a whole to guard.
Yeah, no, I agree. I definitely like that. I agree with that. I think the word that keeps just coming up, though, that Kerr said a lot is easy. It is just easier. It's less stressful. We did a little kind of word exercise on this show the other week. Is, describe the Warriors season one word. And the word I used was stressful, in part because they're playing so many of those, crunch time games, which defined by 5 minutes, a game within 5 points with 5 minutes left. They played a lot of really tight, tense games down the stretch. And when you're playing these just stressful, close games on a night-to-night basis, that stress load, it's going to add up. Like, you can't just keep coming into work stressed every day. Take it from one who knows. So I think
that's a choice, by the way. You don't have to come into work stressed, Sam. I just want you to know that, all right?
Yeah, well,
at least for me, for the next 5 hours, because we're going until 10, then from 6 to 10.
Oh, no, we're chilling right now.
A little less stressed.
Well, I don't have to produce these 2 shows, so, that takes a lot of the stress off.
Well, you got to produce while you're also on the air. It's a skill, right? We're juggling. We're doing multiple things.
But, yeah, no, when you're
a two-way player.
When you're living life in that 6 hours of sleep a night life, it's you get stressful doing this job sometimes. But, again, it's the point is when you come in a less stressful atmosphere, you're going to feel a lot better. And I feel like with the Warriors, again, you saw it last night, you're seeing just a chance to rest Steph for most, if not the entire fourth quarter. You're pulling all your starters with 6 minutes left. And we talk about how important it is to keep this team healthy. Having games like that yesterday where you can kind of take guys out a little earlier. Now, it's the NBA. Not every night's going to be a blowout. But easier games, more blowout games where you're able to kind of give your guys more of a breather because you're able to build up these big leads and rest guys. Like, yeah, that is a lot easier games, more wins. It just, all this stuff, again, as I said earlier, you're stacking wins, but you're stacking momentum, you're stacking confidence. All these things are just, everything is leading one thing after another and progressing into just a much better product on a night-to-night basis.
Yeah, and I think also the biggest part of this too is like they're taking care of business. They're beating the teams that they should beat, which is not something they did even as recently as 2.5 weeks ago. Like they lost to the Jazz in Utah. And I know they were kind of emotionally struck by the trade deadline, but still, that was a game that if Jimmy Butler's there, they probably win that game. Mm-hmm. I think that there are lots of games you could look back this season and say if Jimmy's on this team, if they're playing the way that they're currently playing, this is a team that's probably, certainly out of the play-in, but maybe challenging even for a 4 seed. That's the kind of pace that they're playing with.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that their schedule softens, they're not a team that is vulnerable, at least right now, to comebacks. They've been sustaining leads. Like they're playing consistently quality and high-level basketball, and that's going to work against the bottom feeders. Like, again, a reason why I think they can get to the 6, I don't know about higher. That's going to be really hard to do. They're 1.5 games out of the 6 right now, where I believe the Clippers currently occupy.
And for reference, they are 5 games back of the Houston Rockets for the 5 seed.
Yeah, that's going to be really tough to catch. But the goal should be 6, and I think it's attainable. I think it's because they've shown, since they've acquired Jimmy, they can beat the teams they're supposed to beat. And sometimes that's half the battle in the NBA.
Yeah, and I think it's, you say, the Warriors are getting hot. It's that phrase, get hot at the right time. Like, that feels like what the Warriors are doing right now. They are starting to get hot right when you want them to get hot. And they're doing it at a time where, while they're on the rise, we mentioned earlier, they did beat the Kings on Friday night, which was huge. Took them from all the way in that lowly 10 spot, elevated them all the way up into that 9 spot. They now have a 1.5 game lead on the Kings. They're now a half game behind the Mavericks. The T-Wolves are falling. The Warriors are showing signs that they are going to be rising up the standings, that they have an easy path up the standings while the teams ahead of them. We'll see what goes on with the Clippers there. They lost yesterday. They're always kind of an up and down team. The Rockets, though, that looks like, I think when we saw the Rockets in that 2-3 seed a few months ago, no one was believing they were going to stay there. That is a young team that is definitely on the rise, but I think they're a playoff team this year. They're not ready to make that jump into the West elite yet. So, and then you got the Lakers there as well. While the Warriors are primed to start moving up, all the teams above you are basically primed to start sliding backwards. The Mavericks that we saw yesterday, that does not look like a team that is all set to just go on a big run right now. I mean, if they get Anthony Davis back, that's a big if. That could help. Timberwolves, they're just kind of plodding along right now. Everything sets up so, here's that word again, easy for the Warriors now in this Jimmy Butler era.
Yeah, I don't know if, they're playing basketball. It's easier for them. I don't know if it sets up easy. I don't know if I would look at the rest of those teams as being easy, but you're right. I think what gives me comfort too is like, there's no room to slide. I mean, Phoenix is falling apart before our very eyes. They've lost 8 of 10. Sacramento is a team that's got a lot of problems off the court, it appears. They're not a team that's going to catch you. So even if things go horribly wrong for the Warriors, it feels like 9 is the floor, which is the place they currently occupy. And you're right, Dallas isn't healthy. I think Minnesota's a team that's getting better, though they took a tough loss last night to a really good OKC team. I think the Clippers are good. You know, they lost yesterday, but I don't believe they had Kawhi Leonard or Norman Powell in that game. I'm curious to see what Houston continues to do, but you're right. There's room to move forward, and that's encouraging, certainly, about the Warriors. 888-957-9570 is the number. Sam Luman, Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky here on the Morning Roast. We can go to David, who's in the city. Let's talk to David here on 95.7 The Game. David, what's going on, my man? How are you? David in San Francisco. What's up?
Yeah, really enjoying the Warriors. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you, Dave. What's up?
Great. Well, everybody's talking about the Warriors, which is incredible because of the change. It gives them life and a lot of fun. But I haven't heard anybody this morning, maybe I wasn't listening at certain points, but have talked about, besides what they have now, what potential they can have as soon as Kuminga gets back if he can play the way he was playing just before he got hurt and, improve upon that even.
No, I'm with you, David. I think the Kuminga is an interesting piece. Like right now, one benefit they'll have to me, Sam, is the fact that he's coming back from such a serious injury gives them room to sort of ease him back in. And it also means you got to be careful. But to me right now, Jonathan Kuminga is not in your starting five.
No, I don't think so.
The way
either.
that they've played, this five has to stay together.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they had him coming off the bench a lot this year, and it seems like that's just been a really good role for him. I'm kind of curious, though. For me, it's not so much is Kuminga going to start. The question I'm going to have when he does come back is how often is he in that closing lineup? And I think your closing lineup, it seems pretty safe to assume Steph and Pods, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green. The natural assumption is it'll probably be Jonathan Kuminga will be the fifth guy in that closing lineup right now. Moses Moody's been handling that role very well. Maybe it's a back and forth between Kuminga and Moody depending on the matchups. Though I'm just very excited to see how Jimmy Butler looks on the court. Or sorry, not Jimmy. How Jonathan Kuminga looks on the court next to Jimmy Butler. I am very just excited and intrigued to see how that looks because we could postulate as to how that might look. To be honest, I'm just kind of unsure as to how it's going to look though once we actually see it in person.
Jimmy Buckets!
All right, there is the sounder. Caller number 10 on the contest line is going to win a Jimmy Butler III jersey. The number to call is 415-523-5652. Again, that's 415-523-4652. Caller number 10 wins the number 10 jersey. A pretty damn cool giveaway if I don't say so myself. Jimmy Butler, who has invigorated this squad, we're giving away his jersey. Hit the contest line right now. If you don't win, don't worry. You'll have another opportunity to do so in the 12 o'clock hour with Steiny and Guru, and then in the 4 o'clock hour with Willard and Dibbs.
Man, I wish I could get a Jimmy Butler jersey right now.
Dude, those were flying off the shelves.
I can imagine, yeah.
I saw somebody yesterday, I don't know if it was customized, but someone yesterday already had it was a royal blue Warriors jersey with Jimmy Buckets III on the back.
Nice. They actually say Jimmy Butler, just Buckets III.
No, it said Jimmy Buckets
okay.
III. I don't know how they fit that many letters in there because when Jimmy, I think it was in
squeeze them together, yeah.
Well, it was in.
If you could put D. Gordon Strange on a jersey, I'm pretty sure you can fit Jimmy Buckets III on his jersey.
Well, but my point is, it looked like, remember when they first got him and Butler, he'd changed his name to the third to honor his late father, and it was like they just basically stapled the three eyes on the right side of his actual name.
Off center, yeah.
It looked a lot like that.
We're talking about, Jimmy's and number 10s. I mean, 6 games, it's all it's taken to completely rewrite how Bay Area sports fans view Jimmys that wear number 10. I mean, that used to be such a loaded combination right there. And
don't talk about that.
Exactly. Now there's only one Jimmy number 10 now when I think about Bay Area sports icons, and that's Jimmy freaking Buckets.
Well, the only thing that Garoppolo had over Butler is he might have been a bit better looking, but I think they probably have the same arms.
Yeah, I think Jimmy Butler under center for the Niners would probably be a similar outcome as Jimmy Garoppolo under center for the Niners.
Oh, they're both winners. Yeah. The one thing
That's true. Yeah, sure.
The one
Jimmy's got more rings than Jimmy though. So
the one thing that Jimmy does have are these freaking mitts. Like, actually, that was
talking Butler, not Garoppolo.
Well, both, but
I guess that's true.
Butler has got.
Stop it.
According to the words of Steve Kerr, he's got claws. That title belongs to Kawhi Leonard, but that is another characteristic that is similar between Butler and Andre Iguodala. Andre Iguodala had amazing hands that always seemed to be in the passing lane at the correct time. And that's also where the headiness comes into play too. There was a play in the first quarter with about a minute and a half or 2 minutes left where Butler's kind of sitting on the wing, and I think it was Edwards that cut backdoor, and no one picked him up. And it would have been a wide open dunk if the ball had gotten to Edwards, but Jimmy sort of looks off his man in the corner, darts to the paint, and just at the last minute reaches out and taps it to himself, and they go down and they get a transition opportunity the other way. Those are plays that you just can't teach. And a caller called in about Kuminga, and I would love for someone like Kuminga to be able to learn from Jimmy Butler, but a lot of the things that Butler does are just so instinctive on that end of the floor that it's hard to say, here, talk to Jimmy Butler and just learn from him. You have to learn by doing, and Butler has obviously done it at a high level for the better part of 2 decades.
And we were talking about all the reasons why we're excited for Jimmy Butler. I think the thing that makes me most excited for Jimmy Butler on the Warriors is what he is going to mean for these young guys on this team and the impact he is going to have on Kuminga, on Podziemski, on TJD, on Quentin Post. Yeah, it's veteran leadership in the NBA I don't think is ever talked about enough. As we hear on the morning after Andre Iguodala got his number 9 hung from the rafters, we call them the wise men back then. Andre, David West, Sean Livingston, David Lee was another guy. Having those older guys who have been in the league for so long to where they just have this sixth sense, so to speak, that you were alluding to with that play on Jimmy Butler, where he sees things that other guys don't. When you're in the league long enough, you start to see these things. You start to understand how guys act because you've played them a lot. You know what they're going to do. You know what their tendencies are. Having a guy like Jimmy Butler to kind of impart that wisdom on guys like Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, and the rest of them, that's going to be obviously most of Jimmy's production is going to come on the court, but that off-court intangible production, that's what I'm most excited to see how that translates, because that's going to be the one where it's that's going to be the gift that keeps on giving, is imparting this wisdom onto these younger players and teaching them to see the things that Jimmy Butler sees, making them smarter, more aware players on the court. That's what I'm excited to see kind of take part over these next few weeks, especially when Kuminga comes back.
Well, yeah, and we've been talking about the dude a lot, but I think it's because Dub Nation is infatuated with this guy right now and his influence on this team. But you brought up something during our last commercial break, which I think is interesting as we move towards our final hour. Who's the number one? Is there a number one? Because Steph yesterday, he didn't even play the fourth quarter, had 16 in the third, ended up with 30 in 28 minutes.
30 for 30.
Butler, I believe, was a plus 28 in the game. Actually, just 2 behind Podziemski, who was a plus 30, a game high. Do they have a number one? Or do you care?
I mean, we were saying, just a month ago that Steph can't be a number one on a championship team. I kind of was side-eyeing that, but at the same time, the evidence we had at the time was, I don't want to say overwhelming, but it was hard to truly argue against. I still believe that Steph Curry is the number one on this team because Jimmy Butler's kind of reinvigorated Steph's game to where he feels like he's Steph again. Part of the reason I think Steph was struggling so much this year is, one, he's got bilateral knee tendonitis, which, bulky knees at his age. That's A, understandable, and B, very concerning. But he was getting double teamed a lot more as well. It was, and I think that's where the absence of Klay Thompson was really kind of felt. For whatever we want to say about Klay last year, the threat of Klay Thompson, the reputation of Klay Thompson, the fact that you could not still leave him open because he could go off at any second, that created a little bit of extra space for Steph to be able to work with. Prior to this Jimmy Butler trade, though, outside of Steph, who else was a shooter that truly inspired that kind of fear or concern in other teams? there really wasn't anyone. I mean, Brandon Pajemski maybe, but Pods isn't getting that kind of reputation that Klay has. Buddy Hield and Klay Thompson, when you look at their numbers statistically, they're having very similar seasons, but the 13 points a game that Buddy Hield is getting is not the same as the 13 points a game that Klay Thompson's getting because the reputations are just so different. You have to honor Klay into what he can do shooting the ball. And that created, obviously, as I said, the space for Steph that Buddy didn't create. Jimmy Butler here, though, provides that extra scoring punch that we just haven't really seen outside of Steph all year long. So Jimmy coming along, providing just a smidge of extra space for Steph has made all the difference here to where, you know, you can't just double team Steph as much. You have to honor what Jimmy can do when he has the ball. And that opens it up for Steph to get back into being that number one that we all know and love him as, to where he's feeling so good that he's dropping nights in the third quarter.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was more of a middle finger to PJ Washington. At least that's what he told me after the game.
Again, we don't know a month ago if it's that happening. I don't know. But the point is Jimmy Butler here, I think, is just truly reinvigorated Steph and Curry as well. I mean, Jimmy Butler's reinvigorated everything. Steph Curry, probably the biggest thing that he's reinvigorated because, yeah, Steph is back to being the number one on this Warriors team. I mean, not back. I mean, that implies that he wasn't. He is, I think, the one. He's not a 1A to Jimmy's 1B. He is the one.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd go that far. And you know, maybe it's just splitting hairs, but like Curry's undoubtedly the leader of this team. And from that standpoint, he's the number one. But, I mean, I can make the case that Jimmy Butler is the most complete player now on this basketball team. And the reason why, you're right, double teams are going to go at Steph. You know, we still haven't figured out what really their crunch time offense is going to be, because we've only seen it against Dallas and then when they had to push back against Houston. You know, I thought it was interesting that the final shot of that Dallas game that ended up deciding the game was taken by Jimmy Butler. Well, turned into a charge, but could have been an and one to put him up. I thought that was interesting. You know, I don't think that Steph is the number one and Jimmy's the number two. To me, they're co-stars. They're co-superstars, and they complement each other perfectly because Curry is someone that is always going to demand attention, but Jimmy's the one that makes you pay because of that attention. Like, Sacramento still blitzed Steph the last time they played them, and Curry only got 3 shots in the first half. But the Warriors were up by 15 because Butler, along with a host of other players, were able to make them pay. So I don't look at them as who's the one and who's the two. To me, they're both ones. And that's, again, why I think the Warriors have action. That's why when Draymond Green, and there was a piece that just dropped in The Athletic where Draymond and Jimmy both talked to Sam Amick and Marcus Thompson that I want to read for you when we come back on the other side of the 9 o'clock hour break, because it's very interesting. I think that what Draymond was talking about, that was not a throwaway line on All-Star Weekend. And I think a big reason for me why he's able to say we will win a championship with that type of confidence is because the Warriors now have 2 number ones. Like they haven't had 2 number ones since Kevin Durant was on the team.
Yeah. I guess if we really want to have some fun with this, Evan, and I want to get the callers, the roasters, man, I need to hear more from the roasters today. It has been a slow day. We got this big win yesterday. Vibes are great. Everyone's sleeping in on a Monday morning. Wish I could be sleeping in too, but 888-957-9570. If we're going to be talking about who's the number one, I feel like we got to throw the question out. You're down by 1. Got time for 1 shot left. Who do you want to see holding that ball?
I want Iguodala.
Yeah. And I say, I want Jimmy Buckets. Like, are we there? So, yeah, I want to hear from the roasters. If there's 1 shot left to win the game, are you putting the ball in Steph's hands or are you putting the ball in Jimmy Butler's hands? Now, is that to say that who you give the ball to is the number one? I don't know. Maybe if we want to tie it to that, you're certainly welcome to. But right now, yeah, I want to know from Warrior fans, Steph or Jimmy, 1 shot left, who are you giving that ball to?
That's such a loaded question. Is anybody going to call in and say Jimmy Butler? Seriously?
I think it's totally fair if you want to say Jimmy Butler.
I'm seeing a lot of 30 jerseys pop up in the chat, pop up on the text line, probably going to pop up on our call sheet.
Okay, well, hey, I want to hear it. I want to hear the case for Steph. I want to hear the case for Jimmy. To be honest, I'm going to take a cop-out road and say that I think you're good with either one of them.
Are we down by 2 or 3? Or Or are we down by 1?
I guess that's true, because if it's down by 1, then that changes the let's...
I think it's easier...
I guess let's say down by 1 right now, because if you're down by 2, obviously you're probably feeling better with Curry taking that shot if you want 3 to win.
This isn't a knock on Steph, but this is the reality of being 6'3" as opposed to 6'7". It's tougher for you to get a shot.
Yeah.
And so if you get doubled, I feel better with the ball in the hands of a guy who's simply taller, who can get his shot easier.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're down 1, I mean, if you're down 3, I don't want Jimmy taking a 3. That guy has he made a corner 3 yet?
Well, I know there's Jimmy Butler, and then there's playoff Jimmy Butler. I mean, that famous Kevin Harlan call, Jimmy freaking Butler, came on a 3-point shot where Jimmy was just going off from 3. So he is capable of going off from 3. Maybe it's just you have to wait till the playoffs for it to happen, but it has happened before where Jimmy just starts draining from beyond the arc. Consistently, no, that's not really his thing.
I mean, I think Jimmy's got more 40 burgers in the playoffs than Steph.
That's true. I don't know. So are we starting to lean Jimmy Butler is the guy you want the ball in their hands? I mean,
I'm just trying to fuel the fire.
Let's flesh this out a little bit. You know,
well,
I think go different ways with this.
I think the 650 has a perfect answer, whichever is most available. That's the beauty of 2 options. But that's my point. Like, if you have a determined number 1, the ball is in their hands, and the ball probably starts with Steph, and we'll figure out based on the possession. But that's why I love what they have right now. They have 2 guys with the ball in their hands in crunch time that I believe can make a game-winning shot for them.
Yeah.
And you could not say that as of 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be Draymond at the end, such as the infamous Memphis Grizzlies play-in game, which even all these years later, I'm just like, what?
Oh, boy.
What?
Yeah.
No,
please, in the name of God. Please don't give me that. All right. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. That's Sam Lubman. My name is Evan Giddings. Carter Kammer here as well, filling in for Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on the Morning Roast. And, Sam, you riled some folks, okay?
Hey, man, I know how to get my roasters going.
Let's go to Brett in San Francisco. Brett, 1 shot. Aliens got the death beam pointed at Earth. Who's taking the final shot, Jimmy Butler or Steph Curry?
Is that the plot of Space Jam 3?
Good morning, gentlemen, by the way.
What's up?
I'm gonna take Jimmy Buckets on that. And I'll tell you why. I mean, what a great problem to have, though, right?
Yeah.
Jimmy Buckets gets you to the paint. Jimmy can get inside, and more than likely he can get to the line as well. Whereas Steph is more, I got to get a pick set. I'm going to shoot a 30-footer. Or, Jimmy can get where he wants. Not that Steph can't, but I give the edge to Jimmy Buckets on that one. Thanks for taking the call, guys.
I think that's...
All right, so that's 1 for Jimmy.
Well, no, but that's a good point he brings up. Jimmy gets to the free throw line easier than Curry does. Curry's the greatest free throw shooter in the history of basketball, but Jimmy Butler...
He gets the calls.
Can get contact when he needs to.
Yeah. Whereas Steph, it's... You ask a Warrior fan, it's a bit of a battle watching him get these calls or not get these calls. So, yeah, that's a good point, too. I do think, and I wonder how many callers are going to echo this, just Jimmy's ability to kind of get closer to the bucket and get that bucket, as he called him, Jimmy Buckets. That probably gives him a bit of an edge there in terms of who you give the ball to. But, yeah, I'm curious to see what our other roasters have to say about that.
All right, well, let's ask him. Oreo Cookies in Oakland. Oreo, what's up? Double stuff or what?
What up? Always, baby. You got to go big.
Gotta go
Oreos.
It's got to be the mega stuff. Once you go mega stuff,
That's
you can't
right.
go any less stuff.
Well, I'm going to go with Jimmy having the ball.
Oh.
But can you imagine having Curry at the corner waiting for the open shot? Now, you start off with Jimmy having the ball, and he does his thing in the paint. He's either going to get you an and one, a foul, or he's going to kick it out to Curry. Now, the defense is going to be so worried about Curry that they can't double-team Jimmy. So you start with Jimmy with the ball in his hands, and then you let him make the decision, and you play basketball.
I like it. Yeah. I like it, Oreo.
It's kind of one of those things. I kind of feel like if it's Steph or Jimmy, it's just like almost an embarrassment of riches, so to speak, when you have one of those two to take the last shot.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'd rather have the Celtics starting 5 if we're being honest.
That's
but,
true. Yeah, okay.
there are other rosters I would prefer, but if you're talking about two of the greatest to ever do it playing on the same time at the same place, then yeah, Steph and Jimmy are there.
Yeah, I don't know, like, whatever the phrase "pick your poison," whatever the opposite of that phrase is, whatever the opposite of poison would be there. Like it's kind of thing. It's like you feel good with either option, and when it's been so long since we've had that kind of a dynamic where you got two guys who you're feeling so great with the ball in at the end of the game. It's, again, we talk about making things easier, making things more confident, building that momentum. All this just kind of ties into kind of that feeling right there of having two guys who you feel super good with at the end of a game.
Well, we can revisit this when Jimmy misses a go-ahead shot.
Well, then he's the worst ever, and we got to ship him out of here for whatever we can get. Obviously, that's how this works. It's an overreaction Monday.
Everybody wants Steph taking the shot. Yeah, it's going to be based on.
It's not going to be Brandon Podziemski taking that last shot. No, we're done with that. Oh, maybe. We'll get there.
Stop.
Pods, quietly, the most confident Warrior on the roster. Again, plus 30 last night. Yeah. Hey, who had the most rebounds on the team last night?
So what?
Oh, come on. The rebounds matter.
13 boards for Podsy?
He's just do-it-all, the dirty work doer, man. We love that.
Steph Mr. Clutch last year. Let's not kid ourselves. That's also fair for the 415. I would also argue it's a regular season award. And the guy who, most recently has been to the postseason, has been, further in the postseason, was Jimmy Butler. So
and Jimmy does know how to be clutch in the playoffs. So Steph have a lot of clutch last-second shots in the playoffs. I mean, they've been up so big in a lot of these playoff games, he hasn't really had the opportunity to. But when I think of Steph clutch shots in the playoffs, the first one I go to is that one in Game 3 against the Pelicans in that first playoff run.
You mean his very first playoff?
I know. I mean, again, it's a lot of it is just when how many of these games were that close where they needed him to get that shot at the end. I mean, I thought it just goes to say where it's. When you're in a position where you don't need a last-second shot, and that's not a bad thing either.
No, I mean, but second half against the Rockets in Game 6, and a got to have a game. He was really good.
Yeah.
That took him to 7. I mean, I know they didn't win the series, but he was incredible in Toronto Raptors finals.
Yeah.
Obviously, the games he had against Boston, I know there wasn't maybe one shot in the final seconds that was there for him, but no, Curry, just because it's not a quote-unquote, defined as a clutch shot, doesn't mean that Curry hasn't been as clutch as any other person.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's not the point I'm trying, because, he's had so many of these clutch performances that just, that's always the thing. It's always it's a performance. It's the whole game encapsulated to what he's doing there. It never really does come down to just one shot. There is a body of work element with Steph and his clutchness that, goes beyond just that last shot. So, that's why I would kind of frame it like that.
Speaking of irrational confidence, that Podziemski and Butler are kindred spirits? They're basically spirit animals for each other. That's what Steve Kerr said after.
Just IQ, just feel for the game, passing, cutting, rebounding. Durant had 13 rebounds today, and Jimmy gets every loose ball. So those things add up. When you get 3 or 4 more loose balls, long rebounds per game, now all of a sudden the game opens up. Somebody hits a 3, you get a little momentum, and it feeds on itself. And both guys just make winning plays, and when they're out there together, they complement each other really well.
Yeah, they're playing very well together. The old bull and the young calf, the old Butler and the young Pods. And you know who else has been really good as a young Bay Area sports performer, Sam? Macklin Celebrini.
It's time for 60 Seconds.
Yeah, one of my favorite segments of the week. Sharks lose another tough one, though, 3-2 to the Calgary Flames. Macklin Celebrini made his debut on Calgary ice last night, though, and had the Sharks on the board early with this wrist shot about 3.5 minutes into the first period.
That one's blocked before it got to the Calgary net. Now back to Jake at the point. Sends it ahead through Eklund in front. Celebrini! Score!
Randy Hahn on that call there for NBC Sports California. Macklin's golden goal, the 18th goal of the year for the 18-year-old rookie. 41 points in 46 games played, second among all rookies behind his old BU teammate Lane Hudson up in Montreal. Flames would score the next two, though, before Tyler Toffoli tied it up early in the third. Unfortunately, the Flames did get the go-ahead goal from John Hanley with about 13 minutes into that final frame. Sharks had a couple chances late, Evan, but a couple of penalties late there doomed any chance they had. Sharks have had 25 close games this season. We talk about the Warriors in clutch games. Sharks have had a lot as well. 10 and 15 in those games, and just figuring out how to close these close ones. It's been tough for the young Sharks, but Macklin got a goal. Sharks took an L. That's just how it's been for the most part this year, and that is your 60 seconds of Celebrini.
Okay, seriously, you're going to have to help me here. They dropped a tough one. They haven't been able to close out games. What's their record?
Their record right now is, they got like 15 wins this year. Let me pull up the...
I'm assuming at this stage in the year that's not very good.
No, they are the worst team in the NHL right now. 37 points has them in the very, very far bottom. 15-36 with 7 overtime losses. The reason I don't pay attention to the wins and losses this year, Evan, is because there are no losses. There are just lessons. So it's 15 wins, 36 lessons. And, because what's Yoda always say? The greatest teacher failure is? The Sharks are getting a lot of important lessons this year. So it's, again, they're a year away from being a year away, but it's just when you see the way that Macklin Celebrini and Will Smith and Yaroslav Askarov in the goal, he wasn't in the goal last night. It was Georgiev, but you're starting to see how these pieces will come together over time. Again, all these kids are teenagers right now. So
Yoda lost, by the way. You know that?
Well, that's...
I'm just saying, you got 15 wins. We got to pile up some better 60 seconds of Celebrini. We got to get some W's in there.
Well, they'll get the W's will come. They're still in that development stage. They got the best farm system in the NHL. So once these kids start matriculating up into the NHL and start turning from prospects into hockey players, it's just going to keep getting better from there. So
where'd you get that from? Losses or lessons?
I made it up.
That's not bad.
Yeah. I'm very philosophical that way.
You going to put it on your gravestone?
I'm a philosophizer.
I lost, but I learned my lesson.
There you go. Lesson learned.
We want to win life, Sam. We don't want to lose in life, all right? We want to be the 4-time champs.
Obviously you want to win, but, sometimes there's a process in building it up.
There's a process. You can ask Sam Presti about that, and it's taken quite some time to turn that into victories. All right, again, I know I teased the Draymond sound. It is actually a story. I'm going to read these quotes to you on the other side because he spoke specifically to Marcus Thompson and Sam Amick of The Athletic about what he said on All-Star Weekend, promising a championship, and why through 6 games he might not be as crazy as he sounded on the TNT broadcast. That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. Sam Luman, Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. We're back after this on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
and Pajemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Pods. That's my guy. Well, as of yesterday. We're like best friends now.
We'll see what happens on the next game. Oh, did you guys? Did you have?
Then he's dead to me.
Yeah. And then we'll see what happens in the game after that, where he's back in our good graces.
Sam Luman, Evan Giddings. We got 2 more segments here before Stein and Guru check in at 10 o'clock. Filling in for Spadoni and Shasky that are going to be back on Wednesday. Reminder, at 12 o'clock in that hour, you're going to have a chance to win a Jimmy Butler jersey. And then at 4 o'clock, we already gave away ours. Congratulations to the listener. And you get 2 more cracks at it, of course, to celebrate Jimmy Butler. But the thing is, all right, I did this on Saturday, so I don't have to, but I did fill out my Brandon Pajemski apology form. Have you done that yet?
I have not. I did not. Is there an official form? Is it notarized? Where do I get that from? Do I have to go talk to the boss about that? I just signed another waiver on Friday. I don't know if that was, maybe that was what I was signing, was the universal apology letter. I don't.
Like an NDA? What?
No, okay, I'm clear. No, I guess I have not. This is a long-winded way of saying I have not gotten that form yet. I do not have my letter written out yet.
Okay, well,
I got some thoughts in my head of what's going to go into it, but have I put pen to paper? No, not quite yet.
Well, it's just always funny to me how there's always these apologies that we got to do, right? We got to apologize to Dunleavy, we got to apologize to Pajemski, and it's like if he shoots 20% the rest of the season, I'm not going to be apologizing for anything. But I landed on the fact that I was jealous. I was jealous of Pods. That was the reason why I decided to apologize.
What were you so jealous of Pods about? The hair?
Well, he's just a successful, up-and-coming young man. By the way, you got to adjust your camera.
Ooh.
And the thing about it is also because he has a confidence and a swagger that appears to be just flowing. And it's really, I don't know if it's just because of Jimmy, but Draymond Green, the Athletic, really pointed to that acquisition as being the reason why he promised a title. And this is what he told to Marcus Thompson and Sam Amick of the Athletic. Quote, in order to explain his proclamation, quote, I just know what it looks like. This team all year has been kind of like, man, we're right there, but we can't get over the hump. But there's a reason that you feel like you're right there, but you can't quite get over. And the reason I think we all thought we couldn't quite get over was because there was a missing piece. That missing piece isn't missing anymore. That piece is him.
He is him?
Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy Butler. Amazing how that all works out.
I ad-libbed that last part, but yes, he's the missing piece, apparently to a championship, which is strange because before the deadline, I didn't think that they were one move away. And if they end up getting this thing done, I'll be happy to be proven wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think one move away from where they were to championship contender felt like a lot. And, as we're here on this overreaction Monday and how far this Warriors team can go, I think I said earlier on the show that I see a path to the finals. I'm not going to sit here and say they are the finals favorite or anything like that in terms of how much Jimmy Butler has elevated this team. But I do think Jimmy Butler has elevated the Warriors to where if you were to make a room of, and then, a little exclusive club, so to speak, and only invite in teams that have legitimate championship aspirations and could actually, come through on those aspirations. Yeah, I think the Warriors would be allowed into that club. I think they're on that guest list right now. They would be allowed past the velvet rope and into that exclusive championship contender nightclub that we all like to see teams in. And yeah, that's a big part of what Jimmy Butler's brought, and that is that feeling of just feeling like an NBA contender again. Because the last 2 years, Evan, like the Warriors have been a good team the last 2 years, but we were never looking at them as like you don't want to see them in the playoffs, or, oh man, let's just wait till they flip that switch when the playoffs come around. You couldn't say that about this team these last 2 years. And what Draymond, the way he says it, I just know what it looks like. He has seen it before. He has seen what truly great teams that are capable of flipping the switch look like. And, there's a lot of things Draymond likes to say things because he's Draymond Green. This is one of those ones, though, where it's just like Draymond saying it like this. Like, yeah, I kind of lean forward on this one. I kind of take Dre seriously when he says, I've seen it before, and he is that missing piece that, Jimmy Butler is him in that sense.
Yeah, and this is more from the Athletic piece with Sam Amick and Marcus Thompson. Draymond Green went on to say, Jimmy almost won the championship leading the team twice. I think we needed a little more to get over the hump. Jimmy Butler, needed a little more to get over the hump. You combine those two together, talking about Curry and Jimmy, and it's like burning for that. There are some guys who have done it before but are burning to effing do it one more time. You mix the two together with the know-how because Jimmy knows how. Obviously, we know how, and what you get is what everybody's going to see. Again, it's kind of, I didn't read the story earlier. It just came out, I think, less than an hour ago, but I was left leaving yesterday having watched these first 6 games in which the Warriors have taken care of business against teams they're supposed to. They got one loss late against Dallas, but again, you got 2 players that have individually carried franchises before. And to me, Jimmy Butler's been probably the most underrated one of his generation. If you're asking me prime, do I want Jimmy Butler, James Harden? I'm taking Jimmy Butler because James Harden's a guy that has come close. And to be fair, his Rockets teams were a win away, again, from beating the Warriors. But Jimmy Butler's a dude that, again, he just does more with less. And I think I just kind of have an affinity for his play style because to me, he's unselfish. He's someone that can control a basketball game while taking 10 shots. And I personally just think that that's a brand of basketball I enjoy.
Yeah. Well, I just love the aggression that he can bring on both sides of the floor, too. He can just be an animal out there with just the way he's built, the length he has, and the know-how he has and how to utilize his body. And talk about, the guy who has been there before, why it just... Where am I trying to go with this? That's part of why, as we keep reiterating, the confidence, the momentum that we're building here. It's exciting to kind of see where. I'm trying to think of the best way to put this here. It's based just what Draymond's saying. I'm kind of spaced on where the thought. I had a thought there. I totally just lost it.
No,
there.
you're all good. 888-957-9570 is the number. Are you reevaluating what Draymond Green said on Sunday at the All-Star game? To me, contender might be a little bit too strong of a word to use because, again, I don't think they've beaten a team that's a contender themselves, but they're going to see a few of those squads, and that'll let us know how legitimate their chances are. What I think they've quite clearly elevated themselves into the category of is dangerous. I think you made a great point earlier, Sam. If anybody from the top 4 has to play this team in the West, they're not going to be happy about it.
No.
Of the 4 teams that are in the bottom part, Minnesota, I think, is also in this category just because last year they did go to the Western Conference Finals.
They do have one of the best young players in the league in Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, but they're different because they don't have what made them so special last year, which was a complimentary big, really, to Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns. I think they've taken a little bit of a step back, but I think they're dangerous. So my point, though, if you're a top 4 team, if you're OKC, Denver, Memphis, or Houston's the 5th or the 4th right now, I think, you don't want to see Golden State in that first round. That's the category that I'd put them in right now. They're a very dangerous team.
Well, yeah, because even if you do beat them, it's going to take a lot out of you. That's the thing. They will not be an easy out, which is, if you're not going to win in the playoffs, you could at least make it incredibly difficult for the team that you're playing against. And that's where it's if you're going to win a playoff series, you want easy playoff series. You don't want to be having to work through things. I remember it was that last title run or that last run with Kevin Durant where the Warriors had the Clippers in the first round and the Clippers made them work way too hard in that series. Now, I'm not saying that's the reason why the Warriors ended up losing the finals later on because they played those 2 extra games against the Clippers, but there is the level of frustration from that series because this was a Warriors team that was just far and away better than that Clippers team, but the Clippers made them work, and there's a frustration there. And, you don't want frustration in the playoffs. So, yeah, the Warriors will be an incredibly frustrating out in the playoffs if you are able to get there, if you are matched up against them in the playoffs.
Yeah, if you can get there and if you can stay healthy. I don't think it's a situation like 2019 where, you mentioned they broke down. That was the only thing preventing them from winning the title.
Yeah, it was the injuries.
If Durant and Clay don't get hurt, maybe even if just Clay doesn't get hurt, they might win it all. But I don't view this season as that. They need to stay healthy to realize whatever their potential is. And I don't think they even know what it is. They have caught lightning in a bottle. And that's what's exciting about watching every game. Even a game like, let's say tomorrow, Charlotte's in town. I know that's a team you probably should beat, but there's going to be something in that game that demands your attention. Tim Roy's going to be on the call. I want to hear what Tim Roy has to say on these airwaves about that game tomorrow, because it was like there were so many different moments throughout the game yesterday that stood out to me that didn't even have to do with basketball. That just, again, extracted the emotion that has been either dormant or absent for like 3 months. And that is the first Warriors chant in forever long for Jimmy Butler in the first quarter in his home debut. Haven't had that energy in some time. A moment that I was lucky enough to capture on camera. Jimmy on Pods' back and then going to the bench and Jimmy pumping him up before Brandon Pajemski apparently takes the wrong water bottle and looks like he just sipped on some syrup. You know, those are the kinds of moments that throughout this game. Curry giving the quick night-night to P.J. Washington, and then Draymond at the very end holding the night-night. These are all things that aren't basketball-related, but because of the confidence that this team is peaking with right now, like, you're going to get more of that every single night.
I mean, is that, as we're talking about all the production that Jimmy Butler brings on the court, is it going to come down to the fact that the intangible stuff, that's going to be the bigger impact, which, again, is not to take away from the on-court impact. The on-court impact has been huge, but in terms of just, you know, the gift that keeps on giving, are we going to end up saying, like, that was the biggest boost that Jimmy Butler brought? Like, I think Draymond even mentioned, you know, we needed him and he needed us. I mean, this is just, it felt like at the time a shotgun marriage, like, but now it just feels like it's the perfect pairing, and just the non, like, the stuff you can't quantify on the stat sheet, like the vibes, the energy, the feeling, the confidence. Are we going to look back and say, like, that was the bigger boost that Jimmy Butler brought to this team, not just the on-court production? Or is that, again, maybe it's getting ahead of ourselves here in that situation, but like everything I've been seeing about Jimmy Butler, it's, yes, they've had more points on the stat sheet than the other team, which is obviously good, but it's just over and over again, it's the same stuff. It's easy. We're feeling more confident. We're feeling more comfortable. We're getting more momentum. All this stuff goes beyond the stat sheet there. So, yeah, it is just, as we talk more and more about Jimmy Butler's, the Butler benefits here, it feels like the bigger benefits have been almost off the court, which, again, crazy to say considering how great he's been on.
Well, we're going to find out. I mean, well, off the court, I mean, like, in the confines of the arena.
Yeah,
you know,
again,
we still don't know what kind of teammate Jimmy Butler is.
I mean, he's been known to be a great teammate in the past when he is, you know, cooperating and showing up. When things go south, obviously, that's when things get a little bit different there. But, you know, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah, a couple things.
And it will happen.
A couple things to clean up. Thank you, 5-0. That's right. Lakers are in fourth right now. They've been playing some good basketball. They've won 8 of 10.
Yeah. Rockets got the 5 seed. Yeah.
Yeah, because they've been sliding down a hill.
Mm-hmm.
And what was the other thing I was going to mention? Oh, this from the 818. Hate to bring it up with all the positive stuff going on, but I am concerned about Draymond's passing. That's from Joe in Burbank. I'm assuming he means the turnover twins and their ridiculous passes.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm actually not as much concerned about Draymond's passing as I am. I do think the biggest question he has to answer is, can he play the 5 for the next 25 games, 30 minutes a night?
And that's where I think Quentin Post is going to really have to rise up there because, you know, I don't think Draymond is super thrilled about the prospect of having to do the 5 every night. He knows he can do it, but it's like, you know, you'd rather not have to be reliant on that. To be honest, I kind of like, I'm not super thrilled at the idea of having to rely on Draymond to handle the center spot on a night in and night out basis. Ideally, would like to see more Quentin Post and Trace Jackson Davis in those roles, but they have to show that they can kind of, you know, handle it enough to kind of spell Draymond there. But we're seeing it for Quentin Post. I mean, he's can knock down the threes. He's great on the defensive end. Again, he is a rookie 19 games into his career, but, you know, are you cool with Quentin Post getting 10, 12 minutes a night? Okay, you're not even, okay. 10, 12 minutes a night at the center spot for Quentin Post. You confident with that? How do you feel in there?
Well, that's what he's playing right now.
And then you got to get Trace Jackson Davis in there as well a little bit.
I thought you were going to say playing, like, starting as the center.
Oh, no. I'm not going there.
No.
It's just, can Quentin Post provide enough minutes in that center spot to where you don't have to over-rely on Draymond Green to handle those center minutes?
No, I mean, to me, in order to get him to the finish line or to the postseason, to me, it's going to have to be something like they just sit him. He doesn't play back-to-backs.
Load management, yeah.
Yeah, and then you run with Looney in post and maybe Trace Jackson.
That's the other one, yeah, Kevon Looney. I can't believe I forgot to mention Loondog in that one. Get more action from him. Windex cleaning up the boards. Love to see some more Looney down the stretch as well.
Yeah, I think, and also how they work Kuminga in. I mean, I think right now, based on, all right, let's take last night for an example, and how Kuminga might fit into last night. I think he's absolutely taking Guy Santos's minutes, so that's 20 right there. And then the question is, where do the other 10, if you want to get him to 30, come from? And I think it's going to be some combination of Moses Moody and maybe Draymond Green. That's where it's going to come from. But he's going to have to earn those. I don't think it's a given that Kuminga is going to come back and, even when he's at 100%, just play 30 minutes a night.
Yeah, and the fact that it's taken so long for him to come back from what's been said as an ankle sprain. Just after January 4th is when he sustained it, and here we are. It's going to be 2 months, which, some ankle sprains are easier to come back from than others. This one has clearly been one of the more difficult ones for him, and maybe a part of it is they're slow playing it. And yeah, that is, I feel like the unsaid truth right now that we're kind of glossing over is that the reality is, as much as we expect Jonathan Kuminga to provide a massive boost for this team down the stretch, there's a non-zero chance that it will not be a seamless, reintegration sensation of Jonathan Kuminga to the Warriors rotation. It could be some, they had to play him into shape a little bit. 2 months off the court, you got to get him to playing shape there, and you're going to be reintegrating him into the lineup during, the most important 20 games of the season. That's, the final 20 games before the playoffs start. So the question I have there is just what kind of a leash is Kuminga going to have to kind of get back into the groove of things there as well? Because I'm not saying that the entire season rides on Jonathan Kuminga coming back healthy, but the season, as we're talking about things getting easier, Jonathan Kuminga coming back and being a, productive member of the rotation, this is not bold to say, that would make things a lot easier as well.
Jonathan Kuminga.
Exactly.
Thanks. Yeah,
shout out Big Smooth.
888-957-9570 if you want to get in on the conversation. Evan Giddings alongside Sam Luman in for the two Joes here on the Morning Roast. We'll also have you tomorrow when the Warriors are going to play Charlotte and LaMelo Ball comes to town. But before then, the thing about Kuminga is I do think each win makes it more difficult for him to crack whatever the rotation pattern is that Kerr has set because
it's going really well right now.
Yeah. Well, but also it's been in such flux they've had 33 different starting lineups. And I know that starting is not everything. That was also something too. If Jonathan Kuminga did not listen to anything else yesterday, I hoped he listened to Andre Iguodala answer your question, Sam, about the cultural tone setting that he did by coming off the bench, because it was as much about sacrifice to win as it was you can still get paid even if you're coming off the bench. And the results of the team are going to calculate whatever your future paycheck is more than if you're getting 20 points a night.
Yeah, no, you can still have a very, very lucrative career as a sixth man off the bench. I think you even said, some bench guys are getting paid more than some 4 or 5 guys who are in the starting lineup. So, yeah, there is absolutely an avenue there for Kuminga to establish himself as a great bench player. And, sometimes you establish yourself as a bench guy, that does lead to greater things down the road. If I recall, didn't James Harden once upon a time, wasn't he a 6 man for Oklahoma City? And
well, yeah, but he was a 6 man for a 23 and under finals team.
Yeah. Again, it's my point is just that it is possible for players to be in that 6 man role and grow it into something else. It's also possible to just have great careers as a 6 man there. And I always come back to, though, it's starting is whatever. It's who's finishing. And that's where I think Kuminga is going to be, the Kuminga impact is going to be greatest in terms of how he impacts that finishing lineup there and how often he's in that finishing lineup. And when he does come back, we'll see where it's at. He's going to get reevaluated before the Orlando game. So there's a non-zero chance he could appear in that one. That could be, if he is there, that could be a close enough game. Maybe we'll see him in that closing lineup. But then at Philly, at Charlotte, those are 2 games the Warriors should have should in theory be able to win. And then it's at New York on the 4th. That could be another opportunity to see how Kuminga looks closing in a tight game. So there's going to be some opportunities early on to see how he does fit into that closing lineup coming off of injury. Because I think that's where Kuminga's greatest impact will be made, will be in the final 5 minutes of the fourth quarter in close games.
Well, but I actually think that's going to be determined more so by, well, number one, the game itself, but also Moses Moody. Moses Moody's playing really well. And it's funny because I also wonder how, say, the fan base is going to handle that, right? You have two favorite sons that I think are being, in a little bit, pitted against each other. I also don't think, for example, like Pods is a lock to finish every game. To me, those two positions are the ones that are up in the air of who closes.
Yeah.
And the two candidates for the shooting guard position are Pajemski, and a lot of people might not like this, Buddy Hield. The number 4 position is going to be between Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga. And Kerr's going to have to decide based on who's playing well or how the team is playing, honestly, which of those 2 or 4 are going to combine to fit the final 2 spots.
Yeah. Well, of course, the extra layer, though, for Kuminga is how these next, it's 25 games now. You might come back with 20 to 22, something like that. But these next however many games he plays before the end of the regular season and into the playoffs are going to go a long way to determining what happens to him this summer. This is a guy, he's a restricted free agent. He's going to be looking for a big payday here. I don't know if he's going to get a 30 mil, 35, 40 mil a year deal. Basketball money is always funny. You look around the league, who has cap space, it's all Fugazi, whatever you want to call it. It's a woozy, it's a wazi. But yeah, these next, stretch here.
Who is this guy?
That's my Matt McConaughey impression. All right. But yeah, it's going to be determining a big part of his future and how much money he's getting in that future, and if he's even a part of that Warriors future. If he balls out down the stretch here, do the Warriors go out of their way to make sure he stays on this team? Or if it's so-so, is he part of a trade package this summer? And I'm kind of curious how that's going to weigh on Jonathan Kuminga, because this is a guy who has shown a lot of frustration in the past about his role. He went and ran off, talked to, who was our guy before, CJ Holmes. The prior beat writer for the Warriors before Sam Gordon. He went and told him, I'm losing faith in Steve Kerr to getting me to where I want to go.
Now, was it him or was it his camp?
Well, it was, unfortunately, it gets attributed to Kuminga because that's just how these things work. When it's someone from your camp saying it, then we're going to put that on you because...
See, no, but that's unfair. You shouldn't do that.
Well, but that's part of the NBA. It's just things are said about you, they're going to get attributed to you.
Yeah, but that's not the way things should work. If someone at this station, if you produce for the Morning Roast and you're obviously filling in today, if someone from the Morning Roast talks about you to the boss, you didn't say those things. So why is that coming back on you?
You don't think that Kuminga's saying that, though, with his camp? He's not sitting around with his agent or his buddy saying, man, I'm not feeling it with Steve Kerr right now.
I have never heard once Jonathan Kuminga publicly state that he does not get along with Steve Kerr.
Well, yeah, just because he hasn't said it publicly doesn't mean he wasn't feeling it at some point behind the scenes.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, everybody is going to feel some way or another about a coach when their role is up and down.
Well, yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's like, I'm kind of curious if we'll see what the role that Kuminga has here down the stretch in these final 20-something games. How's that going to impact him on a day-to-day basis? He's going to feel good about it? Is he going to feel frustrated about it? Are they going to empower him in these situations? Like, there's a lot of different places this thing could go with Jonathan Kuminga here in this final stretch of the season, and how that kind of impacts the Warriors season as a whole. I'm just saying it's going to be interesting to see how these things play out. I want to see them play out, of course, and my optimistic viewpoint is that it will all work out, that Kuminga will, reintegrate himself into the closing lineup, and we will see the dominance from Air Congo again, and we'll all sail off into a fun, happy summer. Well, we got to see it happen first, but yeah, there's always potential that things could go in a slightly different direction.
Well, there's also not much of a market for him. Like, there's 2 teams that are able to sign him for the money that he supposedly wants.
That's where I get into the cap stuff, where it's just, and that's beyond my...
No. I mean, it isn't cap stuff. It's just reality. Like, there are only a certain amount of teams that can pay him, and I don't think that his price tag has gone through the roof. Like, to me, Kuminga, let me put it this way. The more that the Warriors win, the more difficult I think it is to figure out what his price tag is. the more they win without him. And he also becomes less of a factor. I think let me rephrase that. I think he can be the gravy on whatever this season is, but like before the deadline, he was a necessity. You had to have what Kuminga was bringing to the table. And now Jimmy Butler appears to be, along with Steph, the tide that raises all boats or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And Kuminga can get on one of those waves, but he doesn't have to be someone who's steering the ship now.
Well, so I mean, that's kind of where I'm kind of curious in terms of just how that impacts his value there. I mean, if the Warriors, if he becomes less of a necessity, does that make it more likely he's in their plans going forward? Does that lower his price point? Or does that kind of, if it lowers his price point, do other teams kind of come in and see, well, hey, we want Kuminga to be a necessity for us instead of gravy for the Warriors? These are the questions that I kind of have swirling around in my head right now that I don't know if we answer them now, because obviously we need to see how these games play out. But just as we anticipate this return of Jonathan Kuminga, these are the questions I have swirling around my head in terms of just what's going to be happening next with him.
I mean, to me, off of yesterday, like he's in the periphery, like he's off to the side, and he comes back and they work him in, and he hopefully helps this team stay where they need to be. But they're winning without him. Like they've won 5 of 6 without Jonathan Kuminga, and I have not thought about him much since they acquired Jimmy Butler.
No, yeah. I mean, ever since that injury on January 4th against the Grizzlies, how many times has there been a game, to your point, Evan, where we're just like afterwards like, oh, man, this game's different if Jonathan Kuminga's suiting up. I don't know how often that thought has crossed the mind of Warrior fans. There's definitely been times where he's been missed. Don't get me wrong. How often, though, it's probably up to your own opinions in terms of how you view Kuminga's impact on a night-to-night basis.
In the last 6 games, when have you thought about him?
No, not a whole lot. Just the only time I think about Jonathan Kuminga is just like, man, when are we get this guy back on the court? I'm going to rephrase that, because the thoughts crossed a lot only because it's just as good as it has been. The thought has just been like, you know what? Imagine when Kuminga comes back. How much better does that make it? And I don't know, maybe it's marginal, maybe it's not at all, maybe it's greatly, but my lean is that Kuminga's return will most likely be a positive. That's my lean on it.
Well, that you would hope, but figuring out how he complements this new version of the Warriors, I don't think is going to just be like a simple task. I think it's going to be hard. I think it's going to take some time. And unfortunately, because of his injury, it came at a bad time, but he's going to have to earn his minutes again. Mm-hmm. And that's something that's going to peeve a lot of people.
Him might be among one of those people who are peeved.
Or his camp.
Yeah, or his camp, that is true.
or his camp, yeah.
He's going to be saying, man, I'm really peeved right now. And next day, Sam Gordon, Jonathan Kuminga is peeved.
Yeah, but the difference is now the Warriors are legitimately playing good basketball. Like last year, I know they won 46 games, and they played pretty well after the All-Star break. And a lot of that was because of Kuminga. Once he started playing, I think it was after the Nuggets game in either late December or early January.
We had that game where he came off like he played like the final 17 minutes and like dominated in that one. I feel like that was
that was against Portland.
That was against Portland.
That was against Portland.
Yeah, that Blazers game where that was kind of like the JK we're seeing today kind of got started on that night.
Yeah, but I think he's less of a necessity now on this team. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Hopefully he can add to them and he can make them better. But, I mean, I'm looking forward to how this team can continue to roll. And also, like last night, it's an important game, not just the win because you beat the Mavericks and along with the rest of the West, you climb in the standings, but also you don't have to play any of your older players more than 30 minutes. I think one of the reasons why Steph was so good, say at the beginning of the year when they started 12-3 is because they were blowing teams out. If you can build in rest during games.
Less crunch time games, yeah.
And those minutes become more efficient. Curry, I mean, at the end of the day, like if Curry doesn't play the type of basketball that he's been playing for the last 6 games, scored 29 points a game, shooting close to 50% from the floor, is even getting to the free throw line, playing energized basketball. If he doesn't play like this, then the Warriors aren't going anywhere anyways. So, him along with, and also I think the fact that, like I'm, instead of let's say, what are we going to ask for Kuminga? And you got all these questions, right? My biggest question is, like, when are we going to see the best version of Jimmy Butler? Because I don't think that he's in complete game shape yet.
No, he's still working his way there.
He went to the free throw line in the first quarter yesterday and was on almost hands and knees for like 10 seconds, just sucking wind.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's going to be one that we'll see how they slowly work that. I mean, it doesn't help that immediately after he gets started, plays 4 games with the Warriors and immediately, goes off to Dubai for a long weekend. So getting back into game shape, yeah, it's going to take a minute, but if this is the Jimmy Butler we're seeing right now, and he's sucking wind every few minutes, yeah, when he stops, I mean, hopefully that'll be coinciding with the return of Jonathan Kuminga, where then now we're just waiting for Kuminga to get into game shape. It feels like if this team is positioned where the last 15 games, they're all, loaded and ready to go and they're feeling it, that really sets them up for a great opportunity to, as we say, the time you want to be playing your best basketball is going into the playoffs. All this is optimistically set up for them to be playing their best basketball in the final 10, 15 games before the playoffs start.
I got you. Yeah, no, I look, this is as much of a ramp-up period as it is go time. Yeah. And I hope for the remainder of the season they can remain healthy, they can keep this thing going, because it feels like the confidence just continues to get higher and higher each game, and they're eventually going to get knocked off. I will say the one time where I have thought about Kuminga was when Kyrie lit them up for 38 the last time they played the Mavericks. But when I asked Kerr about the difference in defense on Kyrie after the game last night, he said they didn't really do much differently. He said they were better.
They just executed better.
They just executed better.
And that could just be what it comes down to. I mean, I think
Kyrie missed shots.
I saw Brandon Pajemski on Kyrie a lot, and Pods he was holding his own. Like I mentioned that fast break had on him earlier. That was one of the big moments that stuck out for me, where it's just seeing in real time. It's just like, oh, Pods, what are you gonna do? Oh, look at that, force the miss. You like to see that. So yeah, on a night-to-night basis, it's gonna be interesting to see how they pull that together. But it's just. Again, it all boils down to with how, as we wrap up the show here, we got Fast Five in a few seconds. It's just the way this team is feeling just so confident and so at ease with itself right now. I got to think that when Kuminga comes back, coming back into a much easier atmosphere, I got to imagine will help him out a bit as well.
Oh, thank you, chat. 42 points for Kyrie last time. Also, by the way, again, I said this earlier. I'll tell it again. Pajemski was running down the tunnel after the game, after they won, screaming, they said that white boy can't play defense. So if Pods ain't feeling himself, I don't know who is. He was screaming that, and that was technically on the record.
What I'm screaming right now is Fast Five.
All right, it's your show. Go for it, Sam.
All right, well, yeah, so this is Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts of the show. I'm going to start off with, I've been sitting on a Giants thought all morning long.
I'm shocked.
I know. What else is new? Welcome to spring training, Bryce Eldridge. Carter, if you could, please. Any minute.
Give me a second here, Sam.
All right, I mean...
First of the spring for Eldridge came on an 0-2 pitch. Number 1, 0-2.
So that's what Bryce Eldridge's first home run of spring sounded like.
Shout out to
Shayna Rubin for posting that on Twitter, because apparently that's the only way you can see a Bryce Eldridge home run over the weekend in spring training, because that was not a televised game that the Giants played.
You couldn't hear it.
You could hear the swing of the bat, and you heard the PA announcer say there was a Bryce Eldridge home run. So would have loved to have seen a TV call of it. Unfortunately, did not get that. But Bryce Eldridge, 110 miles an hour off the bat, 450 feet. I mean, I know it's a game that's played in February, but, got to get excited about something.
Yeah, him and Willie Adamas are using up all their bombs. All right.
Willie Adamas?
If he hits 30 this year, I'll pay you $100.
All right, let's get the lock in there.
Yeah, and if and you owe me a pop if he doesn't. What I would like to do, well, what I was about to do is give you some credit, but you pissed me off by doing that. So what I would
pop?
A pop?
A pop, like a soda pop?
No, like a beer.
A pop? Oh,
yeah, but usually you don't explicitly say it, so you just say a pop.
All right. I've never heard it called a pop.
Calm down for a sec. I got a quick Fast Five, then we go to Carter and Cam. I want to give credit to everybody that works in morning radio. This is as much a take as it is an appreciation post. Oh my God, I woke up at 3:30 this morning and took the 14 Night Owl bus downtown. And let me tell you, there are some horror shows on the Night Owl buses in San Francisco. So what you guys have to do to get to work to put this program together, I know we're going to be back at it tomorrow, same time, same place, but I just want to show appreciation to Sam Luman, to Carter Chickering, to Cameron Williams, and to Joe and Joe, because what you guys do is, it's unbelievable.
All right, my final thought of the day is very simple. I'm glad that people are coming around on the fact that the Warriors have caught some lightning in a bottle here. Mr. E. Giddings here, I'm proud of you. I appreciate you finally admitting here that I think this has got to be the year. They're going to get pretty old coming next year. I hate to say it, but they've got to make the most of this year, and once they get in, let's see what they can do.
All right, Cam, you got one for me?
Yep, this is what I got to say.
You got one?
Well,
there he is.
Oh, there was supposed to be a sound that was supposed to come after that. But I'll say this, the Warriors are definitely looking light. They're looking bright. There's going to be some good stuff coming. But, yeah, that's all I got.
Appreciate it, Cam. All right, hard-hitting stuff. Especially, well, speaking of hard hitters, we got our 3 and 4 spot coming up next at 10 o'clock, Steiny and Guru. You know, Sam, this is fun. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Why not? I
just stole a line from Willard and Dibbs. I don't know why I did that.
Oh, I mean,
I'm cite your sources, though.
There you go. I'm around. You're around. Why not? Let's do it.
You going to beat me here tomorrow morning?
Probably not, no. But that was pretty cool. When I walked in, there was already 2 people here. It's like, wow, this is so different. But no, I'll probably roll in at my normal time.
That's a shot. I hope your boys aren't listening, dude.
Oh, no, we have agreed upon arrival times, when they show up. So it's all
not.
Good. Oh, no, with our normal roast roster, yeah, we have our arrival times. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Tomorrow, can you promise me something?
Ooh.
You're going to come in a little less stressed. Because 2 people are going to be here. We're here to help you. We're not here to put more on your plate.
We'll see how it goes, but I like that start.
One more promise, too. Can we not play any more Bryce Eldridge highlights? That was such a bad highlight.
I purposely played a bad highlight to just highlight the absurdity that we don't have a TV call for that.
Well, we didn't have a radio call for that either, because I don't know what the hell that highlight was. It sounded like a cat dying and a piece of, I don't know what I was listening to.
That's called the Giants season.
Soon, Sam. Soon. About a month and a half away. But it's all good because we got the Warriors locked in, and keep it locked right here on 95.7 The Game. Steiny and Guru coming up next. We'll talk to you same place, same time. By the way, that was Fast 5 brought to you by Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Evan Giddings, Sam Luman. We'll be back with you tomorrow, filling in for Shasky and Spadoni. Thank you to everybody that called in, chimed in, and tuned in. Steiny and Guru coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Fugazi, whatever you want to call it, is a woozy, is a wazi.
All righty. We got action, Guru. I think it's official. Warriors have won 5 of 6 with Jimmy Butler. What a weekend. Blew out the Kings, blew out the Mavericks. Iguodala got his jersey retired yesterday after the game. Jimmy Butler making all the difference in the world, and all of a sudden, this team's got life.
Man, and people wanted me to do something in the cup when I predicted Western Conference Finals, Steiny. And,
well,
good Lord.
You jumping there already?
No, Draymond did it. He trumped me. Okay. So it's just amazing, man. Just the feeling and the vibe, because that's what's going on with Golden State. Last week, it was the All-Star game. I'm going Tupac early, Steiny. All eyes on the Bay Area and Chase Center. And then a week after, you got the well-deserved Andre Iguodala jersey retirement ceremony on national TV, and just watching him there, still looks like he could get you 10, 5, and 5. Looks good up there with his family, and you're thinking about the J.J. Evans, right? The good times. And all of a sudden, Steiny, like when I say, hey, this team might be a problem, Evan Giddings, who filled in this morning for Spadoni and Shasky, did a great job. He tweeted yesterday, the Vine, man, is Dre on to something? I felt I should have said his Guru on to something, but Steiny, I'm feeling it. I can taste something, man.
It's early. It's early. They still got a long way to go, but obviously they're a better basketball team now than they were 2 weeks ago. All right, we'll start there. Why don't you turn that on? It is on. The mic. There you go. Everything good? Oh, we got an issue. All right.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
My bad. I thought.
I'm like, help me out,
I was like, dude, turn your mic on. All right. Okay. All right. I got you.
My man.
Let me throw this out to Warrior fans. Like, give me some of the biggest differences you see in this team from, let's say, 2-3 weeks ago to today. And the one thing that I think is happening, or that at least was a big part of this weekend, was if you look at the shot attempts that the Warriors got to their opponents, they took 14 more shots against Sacramento than the Kings took. They took 16 more shots than Dallas did yesterday. And that is a direct function of a couple things. One is you're not turning it over like you had been. And two, you're limiting the other team to one shot. And then three, you're creating some second chance opportunities yourself. So the Golden State Warriors in the last 2 games have been, they've played the type of game where even if they didn't shoot it great, they were going to win the game because they had 14 more attempts in one game and 16 more in the other. And if I mean, you can't do that every game,
right?
But if that starts to become your MO, it's a good sign, and it's a shot that you can build some consistency off this good start.
Well, I'll say this too, Steiny, because that was astute. But the bottom line to me is 51 games have been played before Jimmy Butler put on a Warrior uniform. And what did we always talk about? Oh, boy, the non-Steph minutes, right? They were minus 90 in the non-Steph minutes in 51 games. You probably already know it. You know what they are through 6 games?
I don't.
Plus 30. And it looks that way. It's like everybody doesn't have to work as hard. Steve Kerr said what I was telling you on Friday. It just seems like everything's easier. And Jimmy Butler is not scoring 90 points, but it's his gravity to me, Steiny. And now you're seeing Pods. You're seeing Moody. I feel like we're watching it again off of the Andre Iguodala jersey retirement, Steiny. I feel like we're watching We Believe a strength in numbers again. Like they're coming up roses. And I know people could say, oh, Dallas didn't have blah, blah. Well, that same team beat you with Jimmy Butler. So that meant something. You blew out Sacramento. The fourth quarter meant nothing. And I just feel like, are you kidding me? Are you really kidding me that one man could kind of change the fortune? And all of a sudden now there is no birth. There are no labor pains, Steiny. It's just there is no labor in regard to the offense.
I mean, you mentioned We Believe, and I still think that's the comparable comparison to this team, because when Jimmy Butler arrived, this team's now 5-1, and again, back in 2007, the Warriors were 9 games under, And they eventually got Baron Davis back, and they ended up rolling. And then they beat the Dallas Mavericks, who had won 67 games that year. Like I'm gonna continue to use that
because I can't find one, and you're right.
I'm gonna continue to use that as kind of the comparison or the template to compare what's going on now to. And if they win a round and then win another round, well, obviously they will have exceeded the team and how that 2017, how far they ended up going. But look, their schedule is pretty favorable over the next 2-3 weeks. So the question now becomes, can they do some damage? 6 is absolutely in play right now. Oh, my gosh,
Steiny.
5 is still, they're 5 back of the teams that are tied for 5th. So with 25 games left, that's asking a lot, but they keep winning. They rip off 6-8 in a row
because they're 9th now.
Now we got a ball game. But 888-957-9570 is the number. And I'm gonna be throwing a lot of questions out today. How much of this do you think is the Jimmy Butler spark, the natural spark that Jimmy Butler's given him, and how much of it is sustainable? Is there any part of this where you think some of it might be a little fool's gold? The opponents maybe? Or are you thinking that, the one thing I've done is I've started looking at the schedule, and it's amazing what happens is you start looking at the schedule a month ago and you say, boy, it's going to be tough. And now you start looking at the Warriors schedule with 25 games to go, and you start seeing a lot of teams where you're thinking, well, we can beat them.
Yeah, starting tomorrow with the Hornets.
Yeah, so tomorrow they play the Hornets, and then they go on the road. And
Philly Saturday on a national TV game. What's left of them,
Exactly. So they're
Next question.
Looks like they're going to catch some teams.
Man.
Charlotte's a beatable team, obviously. Who do they have Thursday? Why can't I remember this? They have Philly Saturday. Come on, Steiny. See, I'm letting you do it. I take them one game at a time.
Look at my man.
I can't remember.
While you find that
schedule
out,
and results.
Give it to us.
They play the Magic.
Okay.
The Magic.
In Orlando.
Yeah, in
That'll
Orlando.
be okay.
So they have Charlotte, Orlando, Philly on the road after the Charlotte home game.
And I'm gonna use one of your drops. I don't know if Ken can find it for us. It is funny, isn't it? It is funny, Steiny, and I'm talking to myself. I went through my Twitter feed on accident, and January 7th, I had a video I did after they collapsed and blew an 18-point lead, and I did my own intervention in Norm's garage, and now, a month and a half later, here we are, and Willard did it on Friday during the crossover when he just talked about all the teams that are above the Warriors and their story and where they're at right now. And outside of OKC, Steiny, nobody scares me, and everybody has a story. And I'm just sitting here like, you got to be kidding me that this one guy, Jimmy Butler, you're going to hang on to, because I'm allowing you, or we all are, to your We Believe comp. Steiny, allow me to just call Jimmy Butler Durant. He's a damn good player, and you add him to this mix. The Warriors were close, and even Kerr's touched on it. They just couldn't get over the hump, and now all of a sudden you got Pods, Jimmy Buckets, and Draymond. That unit, Steiny, in 108 minutes is plus 58, and they're putting Pods on who'd they put him on yesterday? Kyrie, Malik Monk, Friday. And I'm not saying he's keeping everybody in front of him, but you got 2 help defenders in Dre and Jimmy Butler. And Steiny, this thing is like an elevator in regard to if they keep handling their business. You're right. 6 is feasible.
It is funny. No, 6 is absolutely feasible. And the one thing, and it's coming from me. But look, they've shown that when they play well, they should be better than Phoenix. They should be better than the Kings. They should be better than Dallas, at least until Dallas gets Anthony Davis back. So
still a half game behind them.
What the Warriors have done since Butler has arrived is they're basically winning all the games they should win now. And
they're winning it easy.
You start winning all the games you should win, and then you lose some of the games that, maybe are a little bit tougher. But that's the thing that they hadn't been doing the first half of the season. There was no gimme games. There were no automatics.
Yeah.
They had to work hard for everything, and now they play two teams that they're competing against this weekend. They blow them both out, and obviously the sky's the limit. That's what a lot of people feel for this
We
team.
believe.
So 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get into the Warriors. Just a wonderful weekend for Golden State. They're now 3 games over 500, and they are climbing the standings. How you feeling about the Dubs? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. By the way, don't go anywhere today. In the 12 o'clock hour, we're going to be giving away a Jimmy Butler Warriors jersey, number 10, and I think it'll have Butler the third on the back. It'll be one of those. So the latest. Jimmy Butler will be giving away a Jimmy Butler jersey in the 12 o'clock hour. We'll tell you how as the show moves on. What's coming up on the game? Like I said, Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment also sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport.
go.
All righty. Warriors. Oh, by the way.
What you got?
You hear the Warriors chant when Jimmy Butler was at the line?
I did hear it. It's pretty dope.
It should have been an MVP chant.
Well, I mean, he's changed everything.
I mean, they're 5-1 with him. You can't do that. You can't do that to anybody but Steph at Chase, though, can you?
Yeah. Speaking of giving Steph, go ahead, Sally, because I just want to get to Andre and some of his comments, man. He was phenomenal and gave Steph love on his day. The Warriors are just the organization, class personified. That was a big deal, and rightfully so.
Yeah, Iguodala got his jersey retired after the game.
He looked great.
Sure. He did.
And I was thinking for the naysayers, you know, if you want to give me an award, Stoney, in the Steinmetz household, who cares what Ken and other losers think? The bottom line is you think I'm worthy. And that was a compliment to the Golden State Warriors because people talk about, oh, should have gone up in the Raptors or what about this player, that player? The bottom line is he was a big deal coming here, and 4 rings later, 4 titles later, you know, that was his day, and they did it in spectacular fashion.
888-957-9570 is the number. The new look Warriors, they're 30-27 right now, and they just had a weekend where they, oh my God, did they dismantle Sacramento? They stink.
Well,
they stink.
They should stink. They lost their guy.
How about, like,
dude, Levine, let's put the rat on the table.
Unbelievable.
We dodged a bullet like the Matrix. Stoney, his passing, him standing in the corner on, boy, they got problems.
The way I look at how many bullets are in a normal gun? I know this is not politically correct, but 6?
6.
6 in the chamber? They might have dodged 6 bullets.
Give them to me.
LeBron James, Paul George, Laurie Marketing,
3,
Zach LaVine,
4,
Kevin Durant,
5,
and who else? Give me one other. Cam Johnson.
6.
There's
That's
Cam
Willard's
Johnson.
guy. Dude, who knew?
And they must have picked the right guy out of the hat.
And Stoney, I don't think this is a honeymoon. That's why I don't want to do it today. I won't, but I'm going to just throw it up right now. That's why I'm excited about the future. It's all about operation this year. But good God, this dude can play ball. And now all of a sudden, just his silhouette out there on the court, on the bench, everybody else has picked their game up. And you know what the word I'm looking for? I don't smoke, Stoney, but they match. They match. It just feels like they match now. And the non-Curry minutes, we talked about it. Draymond, Butler, and Pods. Moody. I mean, dude, this thing has the ingredients of I don't want to say shocking some people, but if you allow me to, again, put in Jimmy Butler for Durant, Curry's got help now. Dre's got help. Kerr's got it. It's just how I see it.
Oh, the 6th guy was Vucevic.
Oh, yeah.
They were linked to Vucevic.
Yeah.
So
they blew a game to Phoenix over the weekend.
So that was 6 guys that we heard about, and I can't imagine any of those 6 would have made the impact that Jimmy Butler has. Just pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just, when Butler came out with those, I don't want to go to Golden State, I was just like, who the hell are you, you know? But he came to Golden State, and now history, I don't want to say history, now the rest is history. Bastani, I don't know what there is not to like about the Golden State. We got the Kuminga acquisition getting reacclimated when he comes back. Other than
Good
that,
luck.
Other than that.
Good luck.
Oh, my gosh.
Like how and I'm listen, I don't care if Jonathan Kuminga's name was Harry Smith.
Yeah.
And let's say it's Harry Smith. I mean, how can Harry Smith come back and we're actually better than this version of the Warriors? I don't know how.
We're here. We got our popcorn.
I mean, is Kuminga going to?
He ain't going to make him worse. I'll tell you that.
I don't know that. I don't. I mean, he's going to take Moody's minutes. Moody's been great.
Yeah.
Got to admit, he's been terrific the last 3 to 5. Pods has been terrific. Pods has been unleashed. Clearly, they now have a role too for Quentin Post. He's not going to play 30 minutes a night, but he's going to get in there probably 6-8 minutes a half at least. And, now I look at the Warriors, and this is, again, this is going to be Kuminga's challenge. I mean, think about if he were coming back onto a team that was the same team that he left. I think everybody would be expecting a ton out of Kuminga. And maybe even Kuminga would be thinking, I gotta
try to do too much.
Exactly. So fitting Kuminga back, and it looks like he'll be back probably next week sometime during the maybe Philadelphia or the game after that. And it's going to be up to Kuminga to fit in to this new group, and it's going to be up to Steve Kerr to figure out how to incorporate Kuminga and lessen the minutes of some other players, but still maintain the production of that those other players have been giving you.
No doubt. And that's what I was going to say too, Stoney. The onus to me is more than just on Kuminga. It's on Steve Kerr. And I have confidence, but as you look at, where this season is going, I got to be careful here, Stoney, because they're 9th. But let's just say they get into a 7-game series against better competition. Sac has issues. They pretty much, to me, have lost their soul. You owed them one, and you kicked their ass. Also, Dallas came in here limping. You kicked their ass. But against greater talent and better teams, you got to feel that's when you're like, you know what? He needs to come back sooner than later so we can get him, because Stoney, to me, is you need that, what he is and what he represents, to start winning some series if you get to that juncture, which I do think they are. Yeah, so there might be some growing pains.
I mean, I know what Kuminga can do individually. I know what kind of scorer he is. Yeah. I know what kind of passer he is, how he rebounds, how he can defend. He's pretty good on the ball in the half court, a little bit different, but they got it. They're going to have to figure it out with Kuminga. And is it a good problem to have? Yes, it's a very good problem to have.
That's all I'm saying.
Right now. Yeah. Right now.
Gotcha. Because you got time.
Right. But you don't, you got to keep winning even as Kuminga gets back into this lineup. 888-957-9570 is the number. And the Warriors, looks like they got action, everybody.
Man.
And...
Sorry, real quick. I just wanted to make a note about the Kuminga thing. Anthony Slater posted this on X the other day.
Okay.
Jonathan Kuminga scrimmaged yesterday, first 5-on-5 live contact, important step in his impending return. He'll miss the next 2 home games and be reevaluated prior to a 5-game road trip.
Okay.
Oh, he could be back on that road trip.
Okay. Hey, Ken, I didn't call you a loser either. I hope you didn't take it that way.
The guys in here will...
Oh, my bad. Yeah, it sounded different than what I intended, Stoney.
From the 925, Warriors challenging Oklahoma City and Denver as the teams to beat in the West.
That's good.
I'm just not. I'm not. I mean, if you want to be the first to say that, congratulations. I'll wait. Yeah. And
but you can almost a little bit understand, Stoney, while people are getting drunk.
I understand why they're optimistic. I don't understand the jumping from, a nice 5 out of 6 win streak to now we're going to win it all. Yeah. That's all. And I know Draymond started it, but that doesn't mean that that's what's going to happen.
Right. No, come on, Stoney. You know that. But even if he hadn't said
that's
that,
the point.
the basketball looks different.
Of course.
Yeah,
but, So does it already look different enough that they can go to the finals? I mean, that's what we're talking about here. Warriors challenging Oklahoma City and Denver as the teams to beat in the West. But so even though they're in 8th place, we're kind of assuming that they're going to win 2 rounds to be that team. Because that's what it's going to take to be one of those big teams. The other thing is, I'm looking at Oklahoma City.
They are, come on now. Stoney, they're a problem.
Well, not according to a lot of Warrior fans, because they don't have experience. And they got a guy like Caruso coming off the bench for them.
As long as he stays healthy.
They are really good.
They can score in milliseconds, Stoney.
Let's go to Bronco Mark in Livermore. Hey, Bronco Mark, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Going well, man.
Hey, Stoney, I got to get at you. Normally, Goo is the one that will take it a little bit too far sometimes, because Goo loves the team.
Yeah.
But for you to say on radio that Jimmy Butler would be a better upgrade than LeBron just makes 0 sense.
Really?
Jimmy Butler has 0 chips. Look at what he's averaging 18 points a game. LeBron is at 25, at 40. Let alone assists. And then who has a better win since the trades? The Lakers over Denver or any of the 5 wins that the Warriors have? Please tell me.
Go ahead. No, I'll give them that. The Denver one, I've never seen Jokic only take 7 shots. Whatever they implemented defensively, that was incredible. It's not about that, though. And I get what you're saying. The bottom line is fantasy basketball is over. Yeah, LeBron would have helped but he's not here. He's in L.A. The Warriors got a dog, and I'm going to put Jimmy Butler. Is he LeBron James? He's his own version of LeBron. And Steiny, he has Joan Rivers this team. I'm going to keep using that. This team has gotten a facelift, and now they're a beauty pageant worthy. So that's what this is about. And people would have thrown me out of the studio had I said Western Conference Finals or OKC and the pedigree. And I remember Dibbs, and I can't wait to see him today. That old version of the team, and he probably was right, was headed nowhere. They were dead. But now I think people are starting to wonder what Buffalo Springfield, something's happening here. And Steiny, I got to just hammer home this point, and I'll throw it back to you. After the All-Star game, you got a national TV game against Dallas, and I know they're not healthy, but you retire Andre's jersey. My point is the basketball world was focused in on the Warriors. They didn't disappoint with the play, and now it's about just your imagination. And now you're looking at every team in the West outside of OKC. You know, and I'm thinking, oh boy, and Steiny, it's looking like that old formula against two teams that are I can say they're in disarray, but Curry's on the bench in the fourth. Everything is just looking better, and I got to tell you, because I'm being honest, Kuminga does worry me a little bit about could somehow they lose what they're doing in the process of gelling.
Well, if he's hurting, you don't play him. I mean, yeah, you try to incorporate him, but if he's not, doesn't fit it, like.
But that won't happen. You know what I mean?
I don't know what's going to happen with Kuminga. I have no idea. But you know what? Jonathan Kuminga has gone from a player that they absolutely had to rely on to a player now who has to absolutely figure out how to fit into this team and give and add something to what they already have. And I don't know what it is. I don't know what Steve Kerr's going to have to figure out, but he's got to figure that out, how to get commit. Like,
if he starts, Moody's out of the starting lineup. Not saying Moody will fall off. No, I'm not.
How can you start? How could you start Jonathan Kuminga right now? I mean, seriously, he hasn't played for 2 months. The team is playing the best ball of its season.
I feel that.
It's not a punishment.
No
it's
doubt.
Like you can't bring him back into the starting lineup.
Would it be a punishment or would you be like, you know what, if I'm Moody, I'm feeling some type of way? And I know it's about team ball. Moody's already shown us that he ain't, none of them are tripping. They're team guys. But do you feel like he's in a zone right now? It's like, I wouldn't touch it, Coach. I would just keep
Why would you touch it? Like, seriously, why? Why would you take?
Why would you give you something more down the road when you get in these playoff series against better talent?
Go ahead and do it then. I wouldn't.
That would be my answer to that, and that doesn't mean he's gonna do it.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. I mean, I don't know. Maybe in 3 games or 4 games when Kuminga comes back, they'll be 5-3 or 5-4. Who knows? And then maybe they'll be looking for a spark. It doesn't seem likely right now, but I mean,
what a weekend.
888-957-9570. I don't see how Jonathan Kuminga, not after 2 months. See, that's the other thing.
It's been a while.
If he would have been out for a week or 2, that's one thing. But he's going to miss more than 2 months. It's not a big deal. He's coming off the bench to start, I would think, because it's the safer of all the options when you finally feel like you've caught something. I mean, the other thing is Pods looks like a different player. Is that because of Jimmy Butler? I think he was playing a little better before Butler got here.
I'm going to say before Butler got here, Steiny.
Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. What's up, Antonio? How you doing?
Oh, doing excellent, man. Warriors playing amazing basketball. Jimmy Buckets living up to his name, but he's doing it as a passer, defender, just leader, everything, man. He's like another coach out there. And, he's way better than LeBron James for this team, man. Like, that stuff in LeBron, he's never won anything except unless he has a super team on his side. So people need to stop acting like he wins championships by himself. He doesn't. He missed the playoffs multiple times since he came to the West. He's been swept in the West. The gentleman swept in the West. The league saved them for the in-season tournament and all this stuff. They love seeing that guy attempt to win. But anyway, my Warriors, we have a chance to win the championship because we got Pozinski balling out of control. Moses Moody, since he's been in the starting lineup, 9-0. They haven't lost like LeVar Ball. Undefeated, never lost. So at the end of the day, put respect on everybody's name, man. Steph might get number 5, baby. 1 for the thumb. We on this way. We can beat anybody, I'm telling you.
All right, let's climb the standings a little more.
Yeah. Each day we'll give us that, though,
we can talk title.
Title town.
When they, I'll
Could
talk
you
about
imagine
how
had they
far
not got anybody?
I'll tell you how far they can go as the season moves further.
Right.
I mean, I'm not, look, it's a great start, but take the games individually, and you could make a case they should have won every game they won. Right. I mean, the Bulls were a mess. The Bucks didn't have Giannis. Again, I'm not saying don't be excited.
Because that Dallas team beat you a week ago. That same Dallas team. So I feel that.
Well, I mean, and you got, listen.
Go ahead, Sturdy.
Dude, they didn't have any of their big men last night.
3 of them
yesterday.
were gone.
So it's like.
That's their team.
Exactly. So.
But they beat you like that before. I'm just saying.
Okay, so then go ahead. We can talk about them like a championship team if you want. I'm not going to stop you from doing that. I'm just saying that, that game yesterday with Dallas, I mean, they were able to play exactly who they wanted whenever they wanted because the Anthony Davis and the big guys weren't in there. Doesn't take anything away from the win, but I mean, goodness gracious, let's at least talk a little more realistically about whether they can play with Oklahoma City and Denver. We haven't seen them play those teams yet with Jimmy Butler.
Right. And I'm excited, Steiny, because OKC is special. But the word I kept telling you all season long and even last year, and it never materialized, was pedigree. I'm telling you, OKC's a problem. But if this version of the Warriors, and you're adding Kuminga, and you get to season kind of the meal for the rest of the season, and if they earn the right to play in a series, you are going to have to tap in and beat Steph, Kerr, Dre, now Jimmy Butler, Pods. Like, it's not a joke anymore to visualize and think and just let your imagination run wild. And that's what fans do, and that's what I'm doing. But, Stoney, I'm really having trouble of not saying OKC don't want to see the Warriors if they hooked up because of this trade and how everything is kind of gone since the inception of Jimmy Butler wearing a Warrior uniform. That's all.
Look, they have 25 games left. They have to win at the pace, not quite that they're winning at, but they have 25 games left. They still got to bring home 16 or 17 of them.
Preaching.
They still have a team that's got 3 older players at their core. They have to stay healthy, and they have to keep playing like this. But the last 6 games have probably been the best the Warriors have looked all year. All right, so.
And they've gotten some breaks.
So take care of Charlotte tonight, and then you go on the road.
Tomorrow.
And, tomorrow, and then go on the road and see if you can win as many games as possible on the road. Yeah. The Knicks are going to be a tough game. That's a back-to-back. They're going to be coming from another city. And I think, Orlando's not the greatest team, but.
Remember what happened last year? Curry was in tears.
Yeah. Let's go to Gary in Daly City. Hey, Gary, how you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. Pump the brakes a little bit. Kyrie was the only guy out. I mean, I want him to
not
win.
Me.
But Kyrie was the only guy out there. They didn't have Anthony Davis and guys. They can loosen up the defense, okay? Let's just – I'm happy to win the games you're supposed to do and split the games you're supposed to, against the tougher teams, and they'll be okay. But the one thing is Jimmy Butler's done, their free throw percentage has gone way up. He slowed everything down. And the other thing is, by him getting to the line so much, it gives Curry like a break on the court. You know about that. He probably has 30 seconds to a minute between free throws, and that's added time for him and Draymond to catch their breath. Does that make sense?
Sure.
But and if there's anybody out there on the open market, another big dude, they can use another big dude to contend in the West. I don't know who's out there, if there is, but they just slow it down a little bit. This is fun, but... And the injury bug, it seemed like they got to stay clean, too. That seemed like it always bites them for some reason.
Yeah, see, Gary, when you say it, it sounds very rational.
We love Gary. Draymond said it, And he's probably talking to Dre. But they're backing it up, and it's bigger than just a 126-102 win yesterday for me, Stoney. It's just now I'm not afraid of any team from a fan standpoint going into a game when before I was like, oh, man, this is going to be tough. They're not that team anymore. And I hear what Gary is saying.
I mean, I just, here's the one thing.
Give it to
So before Jimmy Butler came, this team was going nowhere. They had no hope. They were small. They couldn't shoot free throws. Their defense wasn't great. And Jimmy Butler has now come, and they're 5-1. And like we've forgotten about everything that they needed to improve on before Jimmy Butler, and maybe still do. Yeah. Like I'm with Gary a little bit. It's like, let's enjoy it. But right now, it's about one thing and one thing only, and that's climbing the standings. It has nothing to do with the playoffs right now. You're not in the playoffs yet. So, that's where I'm at. Yeah. I don't know where to go with all the talk already about we're going to the Western Conference Finals. Let's just, they got 25 games left. Let's see if they can get to 6. If they can get to 6, well, how would we feel about a first-round series against maybe Denver?
Yeah, and to Gary's point, Stoney, what if it was 1-5 since the trade? It's not, and that's where the joy's coming from. And he is right about the rest and the free throws, and I feel like everybody's getting a better whistle because of Butler. Now, I don't have the stats to back that up, but that's how I feel. I mean, this team was last in bunnies and getting to the free throw line, so they are 5-1, and I nobody should be ashamed of celebrating 5-1. But Stoney, as much as you say that, hey, let's slow down, and Gary's of the world too, I get it. But you got to understand, Draymond said it on national TV. And just because he said it doesn't mean you got to revel in it. But the bottom line is there's been a metamorphosis.
Yeah, for 6 games. Yes. For 6 games. And it looks like it's got some staying power.
We go.
But that...
Like they've already climbed up to 9th. You know what I mean? So what you're saying is,
so they still got a ways to go,
and the margin of error is thin.
One or 2 losses is going to change everybody's outlook. I know how it goes, and I'm just with Gary. Like, just be happy with where you are and stop thinking about what may be, because you're still asking for a hell of a lot with what may be, and I'm telling you, they're still look at all the other teams. Guys, other teams have guys banged up. You got to stay healthy too. Mm-hmm. One little nick or knack, and it can change everything.
But I thought they were destined for the play-in tournament, and again, that could happen. But Stoney, it looks like, a game and a half behind the Clippers. They got a tough game tonight after losing one yesterday. Who knows by the time next week rolls around where they're at in the standings? They might be out of the box.
You also have to acknowledge that Dallas is probably going to get a little better when Anthony Davis comes back. Minnesota's going to win a lot more games than you think, because their schedule after tonight gets very, very favorable. They've played the Thunder 3 out of their last 4 games, and they got to play them again tonight. So,
they got them tonight. After the baseball series, I guess I didn't know that.
Well, they played them 3 times in like 4 days. Huh? All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Where are you? Where are you, Warrior fans? Are you like Gary in Daly City, where you're loving it, but you're saying pump the brakes just a little bit? Or are you letting your imagination run wild, and you think this team can not only make the playoffs, but make noise in the playoffs? 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on both YouTube and Twitch. It's powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And once again, don't forget, during the 12 o'clock hour, we're going to be bringing a Jimmy Butler jersey to you if you're the right caller. So in the 12 o'clock hour, we're going to be giving away a Jimmy Butler jersey, and one of you guys is going to win it. All right, 888-957-9570. Let's get it going on 95.7 The Game.
oh my God, we got to flip things right now. So I just think the consistency of what we're seeing defensively is setting the tone. Points off turnovers again tonight was a big disparity in the game, and that group, with Draymond, Jimmy, BP, when Steph's off the floor, their defensive rating is just off the charts, and so we're setting a great tone. And then Jimmy just, the game makes sense when he's out there. He gets to the line, he makes simple plays, he keeps the game under control for us, and so you can feel the difference for sure.
All right, that was Steve Kerr after the win against Dallas yesterday, and
blowout.
Yeah, they got down 9-4, and then they came back, and it was all over pretty much by the end of the first quarter.
Yeah, Clay didn't have a buck in the first half, Stoney.
Again, the thing that to me is amazing is I made a list of all the guys they wanted. LeBron James, Paul George, Lauri Markkanen, Levine, Durant, Vucevic. It's just pretty, and I said it. And nobody out there can tell me that any of those other players would have made the impact that Jimmy Butler made. I'm putting LeBron in there. I mean, there's something about Butler's ability to kind of control a game without being a ball-dominant player.
Man.
It's been pretty impressive for sure. And I get it. LeBron James is a big boy, and he's 40 years old, and he's one of the greatest of all time. But I don't know. I mean, Butler has seemed to really galvanize the veterans, and it seems like the younger players are playing terrific with him.
Yeah, and Stoney, just here we go again. Yesterday game, just for instance, 8-8 from the free throw line. It's just his ability, and I don't know if you thought it was lesser or more, or you're not shocked that he lives at the charity stripe, because that is a skill in itself. We all know that before he put on a Warrior uniform. But my God, man, and we've had callers just talk about it. That's a blessing to have a guy that has that ability to slow the game down and get to the free throw line. Not just get to the free throw line, Stoney, make them for the most part.
Yeah. Let's go to Rich. Rich is in Fremont. Hey, Rich, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, guys? I might lose you. I'm on the Dumbarton Bridge, so forgive me if that happens. But, the Butler trade happened. We're good with it. I think we got to give kudos to the others. They have drank the Kool-Aid that Steve Kerr is passing out. I mean, P. Santos, Quinn Post, Pods, Moses Moody, those guys, they are contributing in a large way to make this engine move. And I'm just glad that, we are surging. The other thing is, if I'm OKC and I'm Houston, I'm looking over my shoulder right now. Why? Because at the end of the day, these are the Golden State Warriors. And, hey, what do we know? This team has a history of capitalizing in the moment. And if you're going to the playoffs or if you're trying to get the Western Conference title, guess what? This could be bad. This could be really bad. Thanks, guys.
All right. And see, that's where I don't believe Oklahoma City's looking over their shoulder right now at the Warriors. I'm sorry. They're number one in the West, and the Warriors have won 5 of 6. Like, come on. They're not going to start looking over their shoulders at the Warriors until they might have to play them in the playoffs. I mean, and I won't push back on it if you don't want me to.
No,
but come on.
There's nothing
like
to push,
that's what. No, but that is what I mean. I mean, like the jump from now
to then. I got you.
It's like, I'm not saying they can't do it, but I can't sit here and say, boy, Oklahoma City's got some trouble. I mean, I think that's a little ridiculous.
No, but what did you say? I can't remember how you phrased it. It was about a week ago, right before they got Jimmy.
Why are we talking about the Oklahoma City Thunder is my question. Like, why?
Because you got to go through them if you wanted to get to the ultimate goal.
You got to get to the playoffs first.
Right.
So, that's all I'm talking about.
And they're headed in the right direction, it looks like, 5-1. But, Stoney, the Rat on the Table brought to you by ATCO. This 30-27 team with Jimmy Butler, why I believe a lot of people are excited, and do what you do with your thoughts and how you feel, your feelings. The bottom line is, what would that record have been had they had Jimmy from the start? Well, you know what, Goo? They didn't have Jimmy. So they are a product of what they were before without him, and they looked dead. They looked slow. They looked beaten. Steph was saying stuff after the post-game presser where you're kind of scratching your head to like, man, if the leader's feeling that kind of way that they're not built to come back, man. And all of a sudden, the basketball gods have allowed a relationship to go toxic in Miami. The front office take advantage of it. And you know how sports have worked. You've been around. So nobody's saying okay or do we have proof
Rich
that okay?
just said it. Rich just said Oklahoma City's looking over their shoulder. No, I don't believe they are. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Stoney, if they were, we wouldn't know, and they would be going at the game wrong. But the bottom line is, I was just started this statement off with what you said about a week ago, Goo. You know, are they going to be a team you don't want to face, any team for that matter, when the playoffs come? And the bottom line, partner, is if they keep this up, that is what any team would be facing that would draw the Warriors with a fresh Curry now mindset and a team that's got some youngsters that are taking advantage of their opportunity.
So you said they looked slow, and now they have Butler. They don't look slow.
I don't know what it is. He's galvanized
everything. How could one guy make the team not slow?
Well, when I say slow, it's not just
I'm not disagreeing with you.
It's upstairs. It's everything. Like, they believe now. They are Martin Luther King. Jimmy Butler has made this team believe. And we've seen this team wilt and blow leads left and right. And they were doing that without doing what other good teams do to them. Get to the free throw line. Not turn the ball over. Some of that stuff's going away. And I'm not telling you they're perfect, but damn it, Steiny, this is a 180 of what they were. So I think this is what we love to do, is endless on where you think this thing could go.
Well, I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in beating Charlotte tomorrow. Now you're 6-1 with But
the riches of the world are not wrong to say OKC might be looking over their shoulder.
He's not right by saying it either.
Well, I'll say this. You gave Dallas a second ago.
Is Boston looking over their shoulder right now?
No. But why did you give Dallas and Anthony Davis and his injury, and you didn't do it on purpose, but I'm telling you, did it. You're like, Dallas is going to get, we don't know what's going on with Anthony Davis. He can have a setback and they can be done. But for you to hammer home your point last segment, you were like, well, Dallas is going to get better. They're living the nightmare of having the injury. What if they don't, though? What if AD is out and Lively don't come back?
And what if Jimmy Butler gets hurt?
Right, but he's not now.
Well,
it's good in the hood right now is all I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah. But they're not. How can you look at you over your shoulder?
No. What's that?
I'm with you on OKC.
I mean, stop it, people. And I'm as excited about their turnaround as anybody. Because this station would have been in trouble.
It was headed that way.
And 42.
No doubt. People were saying, break it up, trade Steph. And nobody was calling them crazy.
And here's the other thing. Look.
That's all.
Boy. I mean, you can be excited.
Okay.
And also, let's go through it. They beat Chicago.
And we're down 20 points.
They stunk against Chicago.
They were down 20.
Chicago stinks.
Yeah.
They got Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Without Giannis. They beat Dallas. Or they lost to Dallas.
Yes, they did.
Houston, the game before the break, they didn't even try. They did not try. They did not play their starters.
They blew a 20-point lead. They had to hang on.
My point is that
I get you, Steiny.
Okay, so they haven't beaten any team right now yet where you're saying, wow. In theory, they haven't beaten a team that's better than them other than the Rockets, but the Rockets weren't the Rockets when they played them.
But they had Houston on their jersey.
Here's all they're doing. They've won the games they've supposed to win so far, which, yes, they haven't been doing that previously this season. But they still haven't played, a top 10 type of team. And so let's just pump the brakes a little. Okay. That's all.
And
Instead
I love
of saying Oklahoma City is looking over their shoulder.
But Steiny,
please.
To that point is all they're doing is playing who's on their schedule.
Of course.
I could say they haven't had the opportunity, and that's why I come in today it's bigger than the 126-102 win yesterday.
I don't know that it is yet.
No, but I'm just sharing with you how I feel.
Well, that's
fine. And I'm looking at it like that will all take care of itself. Them playing a team that you deem before the game starts is a big boy. But what I'm telling you and hammering home is, on paper, forget who they're playing, this team is way better. And Jimmy Butler has changed a lot.
What if I'm
That's where I'm at.
I like, honestly, they've changed. They've won 5 of 6 games against these 6 teams.
Totally got you.
And again, all signs are positive, but why do we have to go to the we're going to wreak havoc in the playoffs? We still have to stay healthy. We still have to have our young guys play really well in more meaningful games. Like there's a long process here of getting to where we want them to go. So
it changes daily.
No, why? Why would it change daily?
You stack wins. The schedule's coming.
Right. So let's stack wins and we'll talk about it.
Right. But to say or foo-foo what they've done and who they play, they haven't ducked anybody.
They're 5-1.
Right. But Steiny, you cannot sit here and say Houston win doesn't mean anything.
Well,
you just can't.
Well, I just did.
But they played. They had Rockets on their jersey. Right. It was in Houston, and the Warriors are the last team that could be lollygagging. And that was Houston. Right. Even though you feel like Udoka tricked the game off. That was Houston, Steiny. You can't say it didn't mean anything. And I'm not saying just because they beat the Rockets, print up the playoff tickets, it's bigger than who they're playing, partner. So they're good now.
Okay.
Because they got a big boy. That's how I'm sleeping at night.
That's fine. You can be excited, but don't it's a fact. Aaron Holiday started for the Rockets. He didn't start a game all year long for him. Jalen Green didn't play much. Şengün didn't play much.
I get it.
It's like they won the game. They're winning the games that they should win right now. That's a good step. They got 25 games left. Let's see what they do in the next 5. Maybe they go 4-1. Then they're 34-28. Now we're feeling even better. Now we can start saying, maybe they will make the playoffs. Who do you want? But right now, let's just enjoy this and see how long they can keep this up without starting to talk about winning a championship again.
And I hate that you think I'm not doing that, but let's use tomorrow's game as an example.
Look, Guru. All I'm saying is this: for 6 weeks, for the whole season, I've been sitting here saying, they're not rock bottom. This is, and you've been killing them. They stink. This is rock bottom. They're not going anywhere.
Right.
I'm like, okay, well, fine. And now they play 6 games, and all of a sudden they're a great team. They've now it's like everything's been solved, and it's like let's hold off and talk about how they're playing, what they're doing better, and maybe what they still have as a weakness they're gonna have to overcome.
Right. And again, you're not trying to do it, but that's what hurts. Steiny, they could be 3-3 since the inception of Butler. The bottom line is, I know there's going to be ups and downs, but by the time it's go time, I think they're going to be in the tournament. I didn't feel that way pre-trade. And all of a sudden now, this game tomorrow, expectations from a fan standpoint, mine, are like they're going to just mop the floor with Charlotte. And maybe they would have did that with Wiggins pre-trade. And maybe they would have got up 19. But I feel like the days of them being up 19 and then squandering the lead and having no backup in regard to stopping the slide or understanding why teams are coming back to win games, I think those days are so far and in between now.
See, I would not say after 6 games with Jimmy Butler that anything is those days are over. I mean, maybe they are. I'm not saying they're
days
not.
Ahead.
Well, yes, that's what it looks like right now. But we've got to project out. Are they going to go 20-5? Do you think they're going to go 20-5?
I'm looking at you right now. If they did, I wouldn't be shocked.
Okay.
That's what I expect.
Right,
now.
But I'm asking you if you think they will.
I think they can.
Okay.
Now, pre-trade, Steiny, I'd be like, man, you smoking something. And I'll tell you what, this just for me, Steiny, I really feel like Kevin Durant.
What are you going to say if they lose to the Charlotte Hornets tomorrow?
I would be like, no. You're not
you're
looking at me like you really want the answer.
I know exactly.
I would be
what
mad as hell.
Right,
and
you would be saying, man, maybe I thought too much too soon.
What would you say if I'm throwing it back on you?
If they lost to Charlotte?
I wouldn't change anything about how I feel.
I think you would. But
I would come in here mad as hell.
Yeah, I know you'd be mad.
See, I think you think I'm drunk off the 5-1.
You are.
No, it's Steph Curry has another alpha male. Draymond has him, and they're showing us in the 24 quarters that, okay, it's cool. Stoney, I am so in the line with you about, who have they really? I'm with you, but it's bigger than that. It's bigger
you worry
than
about
on
the three-point shooting?
I think that will rear its head along the way.
Well, see, that's kind of what I think is.
But I can make a case that. Go ahead. They may not need it. Like they got enough.
They will need it against better teams.
I gotcha.
And we haven't. They have not shot the three well. So they're gonna have to shoot the three better to reach these goals that everyone feels like they're going to reach now.
Love it. Let's do a quick exercise.
What about size? Is the size issues? Is that been?
But Stoney, every time they won a title, weren't they small?
They didn't play Draymond at center 35 minutes a night,
and we don't know if that.
No, they weren't small. They had McGee. They had Bogut. They had Spates. They had Zaza. They could play bigger. So. See,
but you just did it.
You put me in a position where it's if I don't think they're going to win a title, I'm a hater.
No, come on.
I'm just let's let it play out.
And I'm not telling you they're going to win a title. My hope before the season started and pre-trade, back me up. You just said it, was playoffs. That's how I was begging. Something for little Larry and the kids. Just get to the playoffs. And then that was looking daunting. After last year not making it. So partner, when you say I was down, I ripped him, you're right. But are you really that surprised that I'm in love with just the possibilities of where this thing could go?
No, and I'm not.
That's all. That's
like you
what
can
I'm saying.
be in love with where they are, how much better they are,
right?
And you can dream. But let's just keep it in the present right now.
And I think we're doing that. 5-1.
Okay, Oklahoma City's looking over their shoulder.
Well, you're the one that
nobody wants to play us.
I didn't say that.
They still have to make the playoffs, and I get it. Everything looks great right now. But look around the league. Stuff happens. Yeah. Anthony Davis gets hurt. Sacramento, they trade their best player. They're going right. So they also have to stay healthy.
No doubt.
Okay.
But Draymond, Stotty, you're talking to Draymond as much as you're talking to the fans. I'm just telling you, I'm the guy that told you Friday, and I don't do this in life. I'm excited about next year. This is I feel like we're playing with house money. As crazy as that sounds, because I expect him to qualify and get me a 7-game series or get us.
I haven't even thought about next year because I think in a way, the other thing
that big, I don't know how you could do that, but I'm with you. They need size, and that might be the death of them this year.
Well, not according to you. They're set. Nobody wants to play them,
and I stand on that.
Okay,
I stand on that.
And so Oklahoma City's looking over their shoulder.
If they were, I would know. I'm just Steiny. I love you, and I know you feel this.
The whole league.
We're watching the league, though, just the Western Conference.
Okay.
Minnesota, they're good. Okay. But now with Jimmy Butler, the emergence of Jimmy Butler and what he's unlocked everything. I'm not saying they're perfect because they don't have warts. But if we get to that 7 game, bring on OKC. That's just how I feel, man.
All right. You can feel that way. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's just But
you're talking to Dre. He said championships, not me.
Well, that to me is irrelevant at this point, what Draymond Green said, other than, everybody seems to be buying it. It's okay, you know what, if you want to say you're a championship contender, you're going to win the championship, well, then don't give me grief for saying Houston didn't want to win that game. Because you're an NBA.
But what could the Warriors have done but play that game to win it? You know what I mean? That was on Houston, whatever they were doing. And you're right, some things were strange and didn't add up. But I don't think the Warriors should have to write a letter saying,
well, apparently they don't, because everybody's fearing them right now after 6 games. That's all.
You are something else, man.
No,
you're not hating.
You guys are something else.
I just feel like every game and day that goes by, we're getting closer to the reality of this team might be a problem in the Western Conference playoffs. That's all.
Steiny's the most frustrating host. Last week he was praising the Warriors for the trade and was high on the team. This week he's down and thinking they aren't that. I'm not saying they aren't that good. Let's wait another 6 games before we say they can win a title. Let's just say, come on, Jimmy, give us 12 games.
Real quick, is he better than you thought in 6 games, or you knew he was this good? Because Steiny, I knew he was this good.
Yeah, I didn't he's helped the team more than he's good.
And I think that's
mean.
the biggest compliment you could give a dude.
Yeah. For now.
Let's. It ain't me doing this.
I mean, this is.
I said Western Conference Finals.
This is 2025, though. This is the way we talk about sports. I get it. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. I see calls on the other side. Here for you, here for good.
Sports, man.
Warriors beat Dallas 126-102. They're 5-1 with Jimmy Butler. This from the 707. Steiny, please don't lump everyone is saying that they can win a title when it's just Guru and the guy who called in. It was only two people. Sheesh.
And it was Draymond Green.
Fair enough.
Yeah. A player.
Not everybody. Yeah. Like, I'm just going to have to.
And I went Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, I'm with Gary. Just, you can be happy. You can be as happy as you want. I don't jump to, I don't make the leap that I think other people do after 6 games. Like, it's a great start. All signs are positive. But they built themselves they got a hole they got to dig out of. And they're going to be fighting uphill for the rest of the season. Even if they make the playoffs, they're going to go in as a 6 seed at best, and it's going to be tough. And
that's the second season you can breathe.
Well, keep in mind they're gonna, they're still an older team, and they're gonna have to play hard down the stretch. And I think that's something that, I think we're gonna have to factor in at some point. If they make a run and they got to push for 25 games, if they get to 6, it means they will have pushed, and then they're going to go into the playoffs, and now those things they're grueling.
Yeah,
if you win one, you got to win another. And then you got your veterans who are who are 35, 36, and 37. And so then you're probably going to need your younger guys to step up more. Will they be able to do it in a playoff situation? I mean, I'm not hating. I'm just saying, we can't talk about a title right now, or to me, even a deep run, when one of the big reasons, Jimmy Butler's the biggest reason, but look at how their young players are playing right now. Pods has been unbelievable. Moody's been great. Post is making shots. So we have no idea what they're going to be like when they have to play high-stakes game after high-stakes game. They're going to, if they win a title, it's not just going to be because of Butler, Draymond, and Steph.
Oh, no doubt.
Well, they're going to have to,
that's why I'm excited about Kuminga coming back.
Okay.
Being proactive.
Right. And Kuminga will essentially be playing in his first meaningful playoff series. I know he's got a ring, but we all know he didn't have a big role in those teams. And so, that's the other thing that I think about is, all right, what are we going to look like in the playoffs if we have to play Pods a lot and Moody a lot and Post a lot and Kuminga some? That's a lot of inexperience there. That's all.
Until it's not. You know what I mean? And
what do you mean?
Until, if we see Pods stay Pods and Moody stay Moody in the playoffs, if they get there, see what I'm doing? If they get there, then, game on. And I'll say this to what you just said, Stein. You're right about the minute usage and being the age that they are. But the bottom line is if they keep winning games like they have the last 2 nights, it's the Kevin Durant days to where Steph and the rest of the gang are on the bench on the fourth quarter. Remember those days? And I'm not saying they're back, but if they continue to play like they have been playing, I mean, that lessens the load nightly.
Or the young guys?
No, the OGs.
Oh.
They'll be on the bench in the fourth quarter if you're up big. Like I'm just thinking about that.
Okay, and I'm thinking about a team that's a 6 seed making the playoffs and relying heavily on essentially 4 guys who have no playoff experience. Moody's got some. I'll give Moody's got some, that's for sure. I don't think Kuminga's got real playoff experience, not in the role that they're going to want to have him in. And again, that's why I don't want to jump to they're going to wreak havoc in the postseason without acknowledging that they're going to have a bunch of players who've never played in the postseason meaningfully like that. We got to, it's going to be totally different. Yeah. We hear about how the playoffs are totally different. I'm not worried about Butler, Curry, and Draymond in the postseason, but what about Moody and Kuminga and Pods in the playoffs?
But isn't that the same thing with OKC
I don't expect
outside of SGA?
No, I don't think so. I think their players are more experienced, not only because they've been playing more as young players than those guys have. And
they got their feet wet last year, but I'm talking about they got the Oklahoma City. I'm talking about the others that are just, they look incredible right now.
Alex Caruso.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's pretty solid in the postseason. I think Gilgeous-Alexander's going to be pretty good. Holmgren's young, but he's really good. Lou Dort's been around for a while. The two Williamses are both really good players. I'm like, that's what I think. I guess, to assume a team that's going to need guys who haven't performed in the postseason, I just find it hard to jump as far as some people want to jump, knowing that one of the big things, like Butler's been the big thing, but the young guys have played really well in the last 6 or 7 games.
They have.
Are they going to play as well against better teams? Are they going to play as well if you get into the postseason against the higher seed? I don't know, but that's something that, before I say they can make a big run, I would say this: how can you say that when their young guys have never really played in the postseason before?
But we got to
we're skipping steps. Like a guy like Kuminga or Pods, all those young guys traditionally in their first playoff series, they struggle. They just do, because it's a different game. And so there's still a lot that's got to happen, and a lot of it is outside of their big three now with Butler, Draymond, and Curry.
And speaking of Curry, Steiny, he's not the only alpha male now. I feel like these young guys, you tell me if you think I'm wrong, I feel like these young guys are getting confidence from Jimmy Butler, and some just at practice, being a pro, and that means something. Now, will that resonate to the playoffs? I don't know. And I'm just telling you, the more confidence that these young guys get moving forward with 25 games left in the season, I'm saying now that you got big brothers with an S, Dre, Steph, and Jimmy Butler to lead the way, I mean, I don't see them saying, it's game one of the playoffs, and I'll throw Pods and Moody, and maybe Moody's out the rotation. That's highly unlikely the way he's playing. But the bottom line, Steiny, is I don't expect them to just, oh, my God, it's the playoffs, forget everything that I've been doing. Yeah, there'll be added pressure, but I feel like that's across the board for every team and their young guys.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Rosemary. Rosemary's in Canada.
Hey.
I'm sorry, Rosemary. I'm really sorry. Rosemary, I'm really sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Because I love Canada. Let's just put it that way. Where in Canada are you?
Oh, I'm in Toronto.
Okay. And again, I'd like to apologize for us. Go ahead.
It's okay. I'm just watching you guys having fun and, trying to, fix this whole puzzle that everybody's trying to fix.
Cool. What do you got, Rosemary? Sorry.
Okay. I don't think anybody has been talking about this. What I think, or what I've been observing, this team is the very same team that we had when Wiggins was playing. Did you know that? It's the same team, except for pods that they put in, or it's the same team, but they did not have the formula.
Right.
The formula was not implemented because Wiggins didn't know this formula. He had a bit of it. He didn't know the whole of it. So now that Jimmy is there, he comes with this formula now, and everybody is understanding their real potential. So everybody's potential is coming alive. But it was always there, and I thought, people mentioned it before, that this team, they believe that there's a hidden gem in this team, but you just have to find the formula to put them so that they can go to work. And when the minutes are there for the people who play these roles to play, then they'll be able to perform at the level they're supposed to. Yes, we're probably going to need a big, but in the meantime, these guys they're in training, they're in training right now. And so as the real deal comes in, which is April, May, and June, we're going to see what's happening. Because remember, I believe that the chef and the butler, they're just serving accordingly. They're serving the meals accordingly. They're not thinking ahead. It's when each game comes, they're serving what these teams need. So you can't think ahead too much. You just have to think of the team that you're going to be playing. Give them what they need.
Yeah, no, I got you, Rosemary. Thanks for calling. Appreciate it.
The butler and the chef. I love it.
888-957-9570 is the number. By the way, here's the other thing. If you ever have listened to people talk about basketball and they say, this guy makes players better, like that's the difference between Wiggins and Butler.
Oh, no doubt.
Wiggins doesn't make anybody better. Right. Nice guy,
no
good player,
I got
but he doesn't make anybody better. And Jimmy Butler clearly makes guys better, and he's done something confidence-wise with this team. No doubt about it.
That's great. And I wanted to make a bet just to show you how confident I am. But Stein, if I make a bet, then you come off as a hater, so nobody wins.
What's the bet?
That they'll get to the Western Conference Finals.
I mean,
that means if you think that's too high, I'm ready. I'm looking at this. I'm ready. This is just going to get better. There'll be losses along the way, but I think they got it.
Here's the thing.
All right.
I would make that bet. But what's the point? Because then
you come off as you didn't want them to get there if they get there.
All right. Exactly. But do I think they're going to make the Western Conference Finals?
I'm feeling it, man.
No.
All right.
I've seen 6 games with Jimmy Butler. Like, I'm not ready to
half
say.
Half of the bet is imagination, too, Stoney. You know the game.
All right, I'll bet you.
All right, let's do it. Okay. And you don't come off as a hater. You're just saying, Goo, it's too much to ask. It's too big of an ask. If you look at what every team is dealing with outside of OKC, Stoney.
What about Denver?
Yeah, I saw. Remember, I was high on them.
They lost the game. They won 8 in a row. Now they lost, so they're in trouble, right?
I'm not. Nope. See, you want to put that on me.
Why are you not worried about Denver?
Because the Warriors have Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry now, and they got Draymond Green, and they got Kevon Looney, and they got the know-how of they've done it 4 times.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. That to me feels like disrespecting the Denver Nuggets to think like you're not. So you're not afraid of you're not afraid of the Nuggets.
I used to be,
but then you think the Nuggets are afraid of the Warriors.
No, not at all.
No, but that's what people are saying. Like nobody wants to play the Warriors. So people are looking at it as though if we play Denver, Denver doesn't want to play us.
I'm not saying 4-0 sweeps. That's going to be hard as hell, but I'm thinking something's going on, man. That this trade is like it's made believers out of us and the players.
What's Denver gone against the Warriors in the last 3 years?
I'll give you.
They're like 14-2.
No doubt about it.
Okay.
But it wasn't this version of the Warriors.
All right. But like that's where I'm like, let's not do this yet. Are we really going to say, Denver, oh boy, they're in trouble.
I'm not throwing shade at Denver at all. Like if you lost to the Warriors when they've been fertilized, and like the young lady Rosemary said, and the flowers have grown and things have blossomed. My gosh, where are they going to be at then, Steiny? And that's all I'm saying. So if any team got slipped up or lost to the Warriors, and I'm assuming they make the offs, I'm doing that. I feel confident on 100. I'm ready. And Kuminga coming back. I know there's going to be some Maggie Seaver growing pains, but that's talent coming back. That's youth. That's explosiveness. There's always a place for you. And to come back to this mix.
Well, there hasn't always been a place for Kuminga. There hasn't. No. And, that's another thing. Let's see what Steve Kerr does when Kuminga comes back. And I'm not saying it's a bad problem, but it's going to have to be figured out. And Kuminga can't be a priority right now. He's got to come back and figure it out. That's the way I would look at it if I'm Kuminga.
That's fascinating to me. I mean it. Steiny, let me ask you this. Does anybody, one player right now, feel like a priority? It starts with the big 3. And I think they've given the confidence, especially with Steph knowing the game's easier. Kerr said that. I told you that. It looks that way. And I think that's going to continue to be the case. Not every night. You're not going to beat every team.
Well, let's see how Kuminga fits in. Let's see how Kuminga fits in. Because we have no idea how he's going to fit in. We have no idea how much he's going to play.
I'm being proactive.
We have no idea if he's going to start or not. We got no idea whether he's going to fit this new, they're passing the ball a bit better. Like, the one thing I don't see is, like, Kuminga's playing 20 minutes, and in his 20 minutes, they're just giving him the ball and letting him cook. Like, they would not be better utilizing him that way. Like he's going to have to figure out the nooks and crannies and the ins and the outs and how to make a big contribution with maybe a fewer minutes. Like that's the way you make the playoffs and you maybe do some damage. Robert in San Jose. What's up, Robert? How you doing?
Thanks for taking my call, guys. Steiny, I believe the Warriors are 2-1 against Oklahoma City, if I'm not mistaken. As your call screener pointed out, one of those games was without Steph. Oklahoma City, I'm not afraid of them. They're a good team. I'm not afraid of them. Denver, different story. The Lakers, when they had the size, were a different story. Same with the Clippers with Zubac. But Oklahoma City, I'm not. Not saying the Warriors are going to the Western Conference Finals, not saying they're going to win the title, but I'm a lot more confident in the direction that they're going now since they got Jimmy Butler. So that's my 2 cents right there.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with anything you said. I want to watch the next 25 games and see where they end up. And if they're in a play-in, then they're going to have to get in. If they're in the 6, then they're going to play the 3. But again, I'm super this is the thing. Yeah. Again, when the Warriors didn't have Jimmy Butler, if the season would have progressed like that,
my gosh,
I mean, what would this show have been the last 3 months of the season?
I think
so. I'm excited. I'm excited as anybody. I'm just not going all the way in right now. I'm saying, you're
on first base with a lead. We're in third, ready to steal home.
Yeah, I mean, do you get a raise if they actually make the Western Conference Finals and you get that prediction right? Like I don't understand that.
No.
Well, you just made a bet with me that they're going to make the Western Conference Finals.
But what I told you, and I'm telling Ken, New Jersey Ken, is, Steiny, I don't live my life or I don't do sports radio to make it about my predictions. It's fun. But my point is, I'm excited. This is not dumb excited. I'm asking you this. Let me finish this. Do you have a problem if I call Jimmy Butler, in my mind, the guru world, a champion?
Man.
Okay, listen.
I wouldn't, but you would never allow that. I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't, because I've been the guy who says that I think there are champions out there who've never won a ring.
Oh, no.
But that never counts because...
But this is me going through puberty. Okay. You kind of feel it. Yeah. Okay. For Jimmy taking that Miami team or being the best
3 weeks ago, if somebody would have called Jimmy Butler a champion, how would we have responded to that as Curry, Draymond, Clay, Iguodala, and Durant fans?
If somebody asks you, what did your partner think? Steiny, come on. I never threw runs at him.
Now he's a champion.
The champion was getting his team there twice. I told you that.
He's the only non-champion in your entire history who you've ever now deemed a champion. You never do that, dude.
Where's Evan at?
You've never given anybody a championship.
Malone and John Stockton,
That's 38 years ago.
It don't matter. Come on, Barkley.
You
come on, Steiny. You know me. You know me.
I do know you.
Yeah, no. And I'm going to say this because I'm letting you.
Jimmy Butler's now a champion.
But hold on. When you said, Guru, do you want Jimmy Butler? What was my answer?
I can't remember.
It was yes.
You said yes to everybody.
But
you said yes to Levine. Okay. You said yes to
But that's still a yes.
Right.
That's still a yes.
Right. So you're 1 for 6.
No, it's not 1 for 6. It's Jimmy Butler getting that team to the finals twice. To me, you can't ignore that. So that's why I was saying, to me, he has the wherewithal of a champion. And now you put him in the mix with Kerr, Loon Dog, Dre, Steph, and what we're already seeing early returns. I'm ready to bet they are going to cause some ruckus in the playoffs. And then you could say, well, fool, they're not even in it yet. Okay, I'm not even worried. Before the trade, Steiny, and what did I tell you all season long? I can't stop watching the play-in game last year against the Kings because I just knew there was no world where the Warriors would lose that game even on the road. Guess what? They did. But now, Steiny, if they happen to somehow not move up the standings and you got a 1 game, I don't care if it's in Iceland. The Warriors got action with Jimmy Butler here with the rest of the game. That's all.
Okay. You're changing the rules because now he's on the Warriors. Well, I get it.
To Goose's point,
He's a guy.
Jimmy Butler is a champion.
I never said he wasn't.
Eastern Conference champion two times.
Look at my man. I appreciate that.
Look,
not what I was aiming for, but I'll take it.
But he knows what it takes to win, and I think that's what you're getting at.
And he got there
and
twice.
He's a winner.
Yeah, Steiny, you fought me about.
Dude, don't do this.
It was COVID. I said, no, that still counted when they lost to LeBron.
You're not going to do this. You're not going to do this.
Yeah, I am. Because if everyone here.
I'm the guy. Listen, I'm always the guy that if a guy doesn't win a title,
you're right.
You come down my road and say, Steiny, couldn't get it done. Couldn't get it done. Never could get it done. Couldn't get it done. And I'm like, you know, I believe there are champions out there that just haven't been on a championship team.
Come on now. I believe that.
Okay, right. And no, you didn't believe it. You never would have given anybody the benefit of the doubt like you just did Butler. That's
I just
fine.
did, and you had my back, but you said it was too far back. You said Malone and Stockton, who I talk fondly of, even at the bar.
You've never called them champions.
Sonny, stop.
Dude,
they were.
I'm just being honest
They came at the wrong time.
I'm just being honest with you.
What about Barkley? For Jimmy Butler to get his team.
Is Dre Greenlaw a champion?
No.
Oh, what's the difference between him and Butler? They both went to the finals. No. They're both gamers.
Jimmy
They're both
Butler
dogs.
had a piano on his back taking that Miami team to the finals twice. That's all.
Okay.
And you know I love
What about George Kittle? Is he a champ?
No.
Okay.
But they weren't doing it by themselves like Jimmy was, or Malone and Stockton.
Malone and Stockton had a good cast around them.
But had they played anybody else, they'd have 2 rings.
They had Jeff Malone for a while. They had
Russell. I got it, Steiny. But my point is, I don't do my sports like that. If you don't win it, I can't look. You know that. And then for you to say it's 38 years ago, that's how I know you know I'm right.
Go.
I'm here, buddy.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't take it out on me.
What? Take what out?
I'm enthusiastic about what we're seeing.
How many champions are on the 49ers right now? How many did they get?
None.
What do you mean?
And that's
They've been to 2 finals just like Jimmy Butler.
Both times, I believe.
Well, that shouldn't be on the players then.
And that's why I said no champions.
Well, why?
Because it was a group effort.
Purdy did enough to be a champion, but Kyle
Steiny, they had a surplus of talent. Jimmy was the man and got him there. He got him there twice.
All right.
That's all.
Yeah. And now he's a Warrior, so he's a champ. I get it.
Dude,
no, seriously.
You are cooking the books.
No, you are. You're
mad at the energy around. No, you're not mad, but Steiny, you're on first in regard to, I'm like, excited to see where this thing is going. The fan base is on third, ready to steal home. So we're further along with you than you. But dude, in about a month and a half, we're going to be what I assume the playoffs, and it's going to reveal itself. Steiny, they are happy right now, and there's a reason Dre is telling the world we're going to win a championship. That had nothing to do with my opinion.
So why, if it's going to reveal itself in a month, why are we so hell-bent on saying that they're going to arrive at a destination that they've just embarked on?
I'm gonna go back to when you were single and your dating days.
Well, that won't work.
When the spouse said, or your girlfriend, or the soon-to-be girlfriend said, "I'll go on that date," and that was a Monday, and that date was Friday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Oh my gosh, were the best days ever because you were thinking about the date. And that's what we're doing here in Dub Nation because, Steiny, it has been tiresome. It has been dark days.
You're saying,
I said people were calling, and I didn't even call him a fool. Do you break it up? Do you trade the chef? Oh, my gosh. We've gone from that to this. How can you not get on board?
Jimmy Butler's been dating for 2 weeks, and now it's like, we're going to get married. We're going to have 3 kids. We're going to live in a white, a yellow house with a white picket fence. It's like, hey, you know what? Let's start earning some money first. Let's build our relationship. Let's start saving money for that house. 888-957-9570. Truth. $1.99 for a super chat. And it says, oh, God. If serious about the chip, you got to trade Kuminga. He is not eligible to be traded right now.
Stop
it. The trade deadline is over.
All right, I got something for you before we go to it. So we got a Vine. Evan filled in for the Morning Joes with Loveman. They were great. He tweeted, he was at the game yesterday. Was Draymond on to something? I love you, but how would you respond to him? Because I can insinuate what he was trying to write with what he was watching, and it was bigger than the 126-102 win. What would you say to that?
I would say Oscar Robertson. Who cares what Draymond says? Like, that's great. He said they're going to win a championship.
That's a great comeback.
But does that score a lot of points?
But they look different, man. And Jimmy's a dude.
408 Guru, how are you going to say Butler is a champion and say Kittle ain't a champion? They both won conference championships.
But Kittle was a piece to a team that had hella talent.
He's right.
Miami didn't have nothing.
No, he's right.
They had no business in the finals twice.
You're wrong.
Miami had no business in the finals twice. 8th seed.
Why is Guru?
Kittle had everybody.
Why is Guru denigrating George Kittle?
You are the boy.
And I'm the one who supposedly doesn't like him. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. This segment sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Head down to Ceremony Ford to lease a 2024 Mustang Mach-E Select or a 2024 Ford Lightning and receive the Ford Power Promise that includes standard home installation of a Ford charge station. Located right off 280 in Colma, Daly City, Ceremony Ford, your San Francisco EV dealer.
We all agree on one thing, the whoopee.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, what's up, baby?
Coming up in 15 minutes, we'll go through a bunch of guys who've never won a title but who are champions. Jimmy B. What are you doing? What are you doing?
My boy Squirt that you've converted into a Steiny stand.
Oh,
man,
God.
Goo, you sound silly. If them cats didn't win the chip, they not champions.
Oh.
Close but no cigar. You have to finish the deal. Get in there isn't good enough! Exclamation points. My point
Well, that
is
could
the
have been
pedigree.
you for the last 7 years.
The pedigree Jimmy had by being a 1 is what is sprinkling off here in Warrior Land. And I think we're going to look back on this thing, and you can't shoot me down about what I told you, Evan, and the rest of the gang, the listeners, about I'm so drunk I'm thinking about things beyond this season, not for today. But, Steiny, the possibilities are endless, and Jim Carrey, all of a sudden, you're saying the Warriors have a chance. That's all you can ask for.
Yeah, I mean, and the other thing is, like, I do give them, and this is where I completely disagree with you.
Okay.
I think they have a better chance this year to go far than next year. And I get it. We don't know what the changes are going to be next year.
Right.
But I think they do have something working for them where Butler hasn't played, and he's fresh, and Curry and Draymond Green have gotten a second win because of Butler, and they have a short, this is a short stretch run, which I think works in their favor. The fact that, there's 25 games left and then the playoffs. I actually do think it will be more challenging next year to have, especially manage, especially if you go deep into the playoffs, and then you got to come back next year with a team that's a little bit older, but we don't have to worry about that right now. Let's go to Christian in Fairfield. Hey, Christian, how you doing?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
I wanted to ask a quick favor before I get into Kuminga. Can you put Allen Iverson on that list when you guys do the guys that are champions? Because I think that's
you know what? I have no. Allen Iverson. I have no problem with
Thank
that.
you, brother.
Yeah, he took. Hey, good call, baby.
He took me, you, and Steiny to
yes,
the
he
finals.
did. Aaron McKee. Oh,
but with Kuminga, Steiny, you kind of already answered it. He's got to come in off injury and figure it out off the bench's role already. And he started 3 games as a rookie. He started in the Western Conference Finals, had 17, and he played in the finals. So I wouldn't worry about Kuminga in the playoffs. But I'm not sold on Denver yet. Like, I got to see more. Like that.
Even though they won a title.
Yeah, I don't think we can just whoop on Denver like that. That's going to be the tough one.
Yeah, Denver's
good.
I mean?
Like I'm not worried about OKC, but I keep saying championship. But Denver, I got to see more with for Denver. And then with the LeBron thing, Steiny, you're right. We don't want LeBron because Jimmy Butler makes everyone on defense. That's why Guru, everything looks faster out there because they're flying around on defense with the young players.
Yeah.
So you were 100% right on that. We dodged 6 bullets. And you can add extra one with Cam Johnson.
No, he threw it in.
They dodged the whole clip. That's what somebody put. No, that's what somebody put on the text line.
Yeah,
and he's right, or he or she's right. No, you know what? I mean, that's the way I would look at Kuminga too. Actually, I'm not. You know what? I'm not worried about Kuminga.
In what regard?
Because if he's not effective, he just won't play. If he doesn't come around, or if he's not fitting in, you don't have to play him, and you've seen that you can survive without him.
But it's ludicrous, and again, I keep going back to my man Dre, because I didn't say championship, but I'm right there, and I understand it, and I believe he believes it. But Steiny, I'm going to use Steiny against Steiny. If you're telling me these 6 games, they're 5-1, they really haven't played anybody, then that's what I go to illustrate the importance of, they would hope Kuminga is Kuminga on steroids, and that just means doing what he was doing on his best day. Because
he's going to have far less of a role. Do you acknowledge that?
I can't sign up for that right now.
Okay, well, I'll tell you right now.
Because if this team is going to do what I'm saying, Steiny, against top-tier teams, Jonathan Kuminga's going to have to get 16 to 18 points a night.
What if he's got to get them in fewer shots, playing better defense, and in fewer minutes? Like, can he do that?
I don't know.
Can he do that?
I don't know.
And the other thing is, again, if you want to talk about getting into the playoffs,
right?
Then we got to talk about how Steve Kerr is most likely going to coach in the playoffs. And he tends to lean on veterans.
And he tends to win, too, except the last time they got there, they lost in 6 to the Lakers.
Let's go to Flea in Oakland. What's up, Flea? How you doing, man?
Let's see where he's at, Stoney.
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
I really want to stress this fact. What's up, Goo? What's up, Stoney?
Hey.
I want to stress this fact. Steph Curry is one of the greatest players ever born.
Wow.
And for anyone to be skeptical of what the Warriors are going to do in the playoffs, we have proof of what Steph Curry can do in the playoffs for 10 years. So why is everybody – Steph needed somebody that can run. He can run with. We didn't know that Jimmy Butler was going to be that guy. It's looking like he's that guy. When Steph was looking kind of not so great 3-4 weeks ago, it's because he was tired. But we understand the greatness of Steph Curry. When he leads his squad, we're going to appreciate him more. But at the end of the day, all the fans that's listening, understand one thing. Stephen Curry is one of the greatest players ever played basketball. Understand that. When he get into the playoffs, his greatness is shown. He did it in the Olympics.
Wow.
When he get into the playoff this season, for all these skeptics that's talking about what the Warriors may not do or what seed they're going to be, when he get in there this season, he got a whole lot to prove once again. For all the guys that thought he was washed, just watch this season.
No, Flea, I get it. And
I'm not worried about Curry.
Right. They got two of the best closers now with Jimmy Butler. And that's what, okay, forget the champ. He's a closer, right, Steiny? And that comes from D-Lou 22.
They
but
have
think about
been.
that. They got two.
They have been closers, absolutely. Can they close against the Denver Nuggets in a series? Right. Can they close against Memphis in a series? Like, whether they have or haven't in the past. Like,
but that's where the excitement comes from.
Right, but you're going to need more than Curry, Butler, and Draymond.
Of course.
And that's where I think we're maybe getting ahead of ourselves a little bit because they've got a lot of players here that don't have a lot of experience. And in the playoffs, again, I'm not worried about Curry or Butler or Draymond. I'm just looking at it like, man, are you telling me that the Warriors can win, can go far in the postseason with Pods playing his first playoffs ever?
You're right.
With Kuminga playing his first meaningful playoffs ever. Moody, ditto. He'll have a much bigger role than he's ever had. Quentin Post, can he give you 15 minutes throughout the playoffs like he has? To me, like that's the one part.
That's all valid.
Right. And that's why I don't automatically jump to they're going to create all kinds of havoc because it's more than just Steph, Butler, and Draymond Green. It's got to be everybody.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And again, Steiny, I'm nobody, right? I'm just a regular American. But I was so impressed with Andre, just seeing him up there with his family and his kids. I was impressed with the ceremony, the Warriors, and just the gesture that Andre had earned. The reason I'm bringing him up is, Steiny, I'm looking at that starting lineup that had Pods and Moody in it, and I will be shocked when Jonathan Kuminga comes back, and let's say within 2 weeks he's not back in the starting lineup. Okay, my question to you is, again, this is not Andre v. Kuminga, but could Jonathan Kuminga have the impact of Iguodala coming off the bench?
No.
So,
why would you say that? He was a Finals MVP, Iguodala.
No, one of the runs. But so you're not expecting anything from Kuminga because in my scenario of Western Conference Finals, Steiny, not Kuminga's Iguodala's game impact. Jonathan Kuminga is a starter or non-starter. He is like there's so much riding on him.
We've talked about Andre Iguodala being a Hall of Fame player, and he was vital in the Warriors' 4 playoff titles. No, I don't know. I think Kuminga, and I don't think there's a comparison between Kuminga and Iguodala. Iguodala was a calming force. He was a veteran. He was a terrific passer. He was a great defensive player. He had all kinds of experience. Jonathan Kuminga's 22. I'm not saying he can't be a spark, but Iguodala was so reliable.
So there's nobody on that team that could have that impact of Andre, like the first man off the bench.
Well, I think Butler's kind of doing it. Butler's the guy who's come in here and kind of had everybody play off him.
Kerr kind of liking them. You say he was in the 6'8" frame. Andre, their games are different, but the ability to get to the free throw line and just Jimmy Butler's physical, stature, Stein. He's 6'8". I mean, dude special, man. So, again, I guess I'm looking for that, but I don't like you saying Butler is that, because I was looking for that Andre spark off the bench, whether it be Pods, Moody, or Kuminga. Like, who's going to be that guy? And it's the first person off the bench I'm looking for. Like, there's a help wanted sign, and if Kuminga can come back and be on his ones and twos, Steiny, we could see him the first man off the bench in a series. Hey, Jimmy, allowing Jimmy to be out there with him, but Kuminga bring some impact to the game. I'm not just saying scoring, but you're saying he's 22 is highly unlikely.
I'm not saying it's unlikely. I'm saying, like, when young guys get into the postseason, I want to see how they do in the postseason. A lot of young players struggle in the postseason.
And the Warriors got 3 of those dudes, if not 4, because Post and the rest of the gang are going to be playing.
Yeah. So they got young
Santos.
players. They got young players who are pretty inexperienced, and they've got older players who are, getting up there, who are up there. So, like, ideally, the bench is going to have to be really consistent because Butler, Curry, and Draymond Green might need a little help bringing this thing home if, energy and age is an issue. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk about the Warriors and how they've been playing on the court and what they've been doing well and what they've been doing extremely well since Jimmy Butler got back. 888-957-9570. I mean, I think they've gotten better in virtually every category. Man. The questions I still have, size. Size. We still have a size issue. And you look at some of the teams in the West, particularly Denver, and you look at Denver with Jokic and Gordon and Michael Porter Jr. That's going to be a big challenge if they end up playing them. And they've been fortunate. They haven't played any team with a really big front line yet, but maybe we've seen them win small ball in the past. And can they do it again? That's what we'll find out. Adam in San Francisco. What's up, Adam? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
I think I wanted to go back to your guys' earlier point about, some fans are, signing that we're on first and other Dub Nations, on third, we're ready to steal. I'm a very, passionate, Warriors fan for many years, and I'm just excited to see how the team is playing right now. I am by no means saying, they're going to win a championship because of this, and that. It's they still need to prove that they can play and beat good teams. Let's be honest, in the 5-1 stretch, they haven't played, a team that has a formidable opponent yet that we have seen. But at least you can be excited about the way that they are playing, the ball movement, the free throw attempts. More importantly, the free throw percentage has gotten really good. So I think to be able to build on those good habits, continue playing good basketball like they are, bring in Kuminga into the fold and he can find his role within the team, it'll be good. But by no means I'm no, this team's going to win a championship. They still have a lot to prove and to be able to be healthy, play good basketball, and carry that into the playoffs if they still make it, because they're still at a 9th seed. A lot can happen in the next 25 games. But I think we just have to take this team on a game-by-game basis. Can they keep building good patterns, good movements, good everything, and then we'll go from there.
I hear you.
That's the way I look at it.
I thought he said he was going to be on second. He said, nah, he's just excited about what they're doing right now.
And everybody should be excited about what they're doing right now because they look like they look like a playoff team now. They didn't look like a playoff team before Jimmy Butler. And
man, that's amazing.
How good of a playoff team? Well, they got to make it. They got to make it, and then we'll find out. 888-957-9570. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Oh, Niners signed Ben Barch, offensive lineman, to a 1-year contract.
Benny.
Okay.
Yay! Yeah.
Okay.
The combine.
Ben Barch. You got some playing time last
When do you
year.
think we'll get Purdy news? Remember, I thought that was about to pop off. I know it ain't been that long since the Super Bowl, but if you had to guess, partner.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Kenny?
No idea. I mean,
but we were told it was going to be fast.
I mean, Matt Stafford wants $50 million. So what does Purdy
that's
get?
different. Yeah. Well, Matt's got a ring.
Let's go to Warriors David. How you doing, Warriors David?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Two things. First, yesterday was a very special event for Andre. I would have loved to hear from Latham, Clay, and Draymond, but that's beside the point. It was still very special. But what I really want to talk about is the robust confidence that Dub Nation has right now. I've been obsessed with looking at the schedule for Dallas, the Clippers, and one more team. Anyways, I think the Warriors can be in the 6th spot within 2 weeks. That's my call. I'm taking the rest off the air.
Hey, I love it.
Okay, yeah, the 6th seed.
Yeah.
On the description, it said they'll be in the 5th seed in 2 weeks.
Because the Clippers got a tough game tonight in Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing. Who's our caller before last? Who was taking it slow?
Oh yeah, I got you.
Who's that last caller who was taking it slow? Like me.
Slow dancing.
I can't.
But we got you. We get it.
By the way, coming up in this hour, we're going to be giving away a Jimmy Butler jersey. All right. Here's what we're going to do, and it's contest line, right? Okay, contest line. Pop that number up because I've kind of forgotten it. Oh, I got to scroll. Okay, hold on. Let me scroll.
The best.
Let me scroll, and then I'm going to tell you how we do this. Remember, I'm not a real host.
That's my quarterback.
Okay. Here's what we're going to do. In the next hour, you're going to hear this sounder.
Jim E. Buckets!
All right, next time, not this time. Next time you hear that sounder, be the 10th caller to the contest line at 415-523-4652. Caller number 10. Get it? That's Butler's number. We'll win a Jimmy Butler jersey. That's between now and 1 o'clock when we play the Jimmy Bucket sounder. So pay attention. Pay attention. Let's go to Mike in Hayward. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
How you guys doing?
Doing well.
I think that they are a playoff team, but let's give them a little bit more sample size of the games they win, right? They can win 10 or 15 more, get 10 more games, then I'm all in on them. As long as they don't get it, as long as they make it to a playoff, not to play in, they're good to go. They can compete.
All right, so they got to stay out of. They got to get to 6, is what you're saying, Mike.
They got to at least get to 6.
Yeah, appreciate it. I think 7. Seven would still be okay because that would ensure them at least 2 home games to win 1.
Yeah,
and
I used to be concerned about their play-in history. That would be a home game if they were 7th. But now with Jimmy Butler, Steiny, I'm like, I believe it was Sly Stallone. Bring it on.
Yeah, I'd still like to avoid any kind of play-in because you never know. You never know. It's still a 1-game thing. Kind of anything can happen. This is Steve Kerr talking about how Jimmy Butler has affected the younger players, Moody and Pods.
You know, the way Jimmy passes the ball, the way the possessions settle down, we're just getting better looks. And so Moses' shots are all open. BP's getting wide open threes. So the way Jimmy just handles each possession, I think he said, I read a quote from him yesterday, we just want to get a shot on goal every time. And that's exactly right. You know, there's no reason to be in a rush in this game. Jimmy's never in a rush, and as a result, the ball starts to move, we break the defense down, and then somebody's getting a good look. So the game becomes much easier for the guys around him.
Man.
Steve Kerr on Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, Steiny, and I'm no NBA coach, but that's what my eyes told me, and I shared with you all Friday. It was just hard. Steph being double and triple teamed. I just feel like those days are gone, and you're going to pay for it now if you do decide that. And I think that's why we're getting night late in the third quarter. Steiny he's clowning again. And when you're clowning, I know you're feeling good and frisky.
Yeah.
But come on, you know what I'm saying?
Right. I know. Yeah, they are getting frisky, and he did the night.
But Dallas missing 3 dudes.
Let's go to Joel in Berkeley. Hey, Joel, what's going on, man?
Hey, man, been a long time since I talked to you guys.
Yeah, where you been? Where you been, Joel?
Oh, Mexico.
Oh, nice. Hey, you know what? Where?
Yeah.
Where in Mexico?
Cabo. No, Cabo's like living in a sunglasses hut, Goo. You don't want to go there. But just up the coast from there, about an hour and a half, there's this little windsurfer town where everything's super laid back.
Oh, nice.
Anywhere on the Sea of Cortez side, above San Jose del Cabo, and below La Paz.
So you're a little off the beaten track, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The beaten track is not for me.
Gotcha. Sounds nice, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, what I want to say is, go ahead.
No, all you.
All right, cool. I was just like, I like listening to y'all argue. It's funny. You're both like glass half full guys, but you want to argue about the glass. It's kind of cool. So like Steiny says, hey, you can only live life in the present. Looking at the present, I'm glass half full, but I'm still here in the present. And Guru's got the same, excited about the present and dreaming about the future with the glass half fuller. And I'm like, yeah, but they're both cool things. What I noticed watching the change since Jimmy is there's an efficiency about it. And I didn't, I got to say I was not a Jimmy Butler believer. I believed the malcontent version that went through 4 teams and I don't know how many years there. But I see him now, and it's crazy how efficient he is. And not just with the buckets and the passing and all that, but his movement. He doesn't waste any movement. When he starts going in a direction, he has made up his mind, and he knows where his second and third foot are going to land, not just the first one. And he doesn't waste any of that. And I'm watching Moses Moody get way better with his decisions. And like, okay, if I'm going to go Jimmy style. And the same with Pods. He used to do that double pump when nobody was even around him. He'd ball fake before he shot. Now he's like, I'm open, I'm shooting. No wasted movements. And I'm not sure it's all Jimmy, but I'm sure watching Jimmy, you realize in very quick, very short order that you don't waste any movement. The game's hard enough without struggling,
Yeah.
His feet go right where they need to go every damn time, and it's enlightening.
I mean, it's been an eye opener. There's no doubt about it. I mean, the one thing that I've been most impressed with Butler is the team has changed, but he hasn't really. It's not like he's taken over this team,
right?
Like he's managed to fit in and change a lot of different things. And he hasn't really dominated the ball. He hasn't really, pushed anybody down or up in the pecking order. But there's something about Jimmy Butler.
That's a great call.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, and I don't want to start. This is not I brought up Cabo. I got jumped there on my honeymoon, remember. But I brought up Jimmy Butler and the relationship that went sour. I didn't let that affect what I thought of Jimmy Butler, the basketball player. And I'm not saying he didn't deserve any responsibility, but, him on a good day played for Pat and Spoelstra and Steiny. They won. They won the East twice, regardless of where they were slotted. So to just speak on his game, I am wondering if some of that stuff that was coming out, the Jerry Springer stuff that he was pulling, that made that relationship bad, how many people are wowed about his basketball prowess? Because I'm not. But I didn't know he would come in and not have to have 25 shots to have this impact on everybody else, and I should have known that.
Super chat, Truth, just keeps dropping $2 to say trade Kuminga, even when the trade's open. Okay.
Stop!
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk about the way the Warriors are playing right now. Give me one reason why you think they're dangerous and one concern you still have about this team, if you have any. Sounds like a lot of people out there have no worries about this team right now. But give me one thing why you think they're dangerous and another why, what challenges they're going to have to overcome. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Don't forget, we're giving away a Jimmy Butler jersey before 1 o'clock on 95.7 The Game.
It's always about the show, bro.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up in the next 40 minutes, your chance to win a Jimmy Butler jersey. I'm going to play that Jimmy Butler sounder, and then caller number 10 gets a jersey. Not till I hit that sounder, though. Somebody wants to know
what you got. If pedigree.
No, this is a safe space, so if you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. But somebody out there said, you said something about Cabo.
Oh, yeah, I got jumped.
And they didn't know the story. They'd like to hear the story.
I'll tell you real quick here.
Oh, boy.
2003, Mia and I got married. Cabo, Mexico had a bad earthquake, and they advised us not to come. We'd already paid for the tickets in the hotel. You still could come, and people did. And we decided, young and frisky, or younger and frisky, we would go.
No kids?
No kids.
Okay.
Nobody was born yet.
Ooh.
And I got to tell you, Steiny, we were on the beach. I'll never forget it. They said, don't even drink the water or ice because everything was that messed up. But they still had the bartenders, and I'm going to drink a margarita. So I had a few. I'll never forget it, having lunch right by the water.
Yeah.
Young kid came up and asked me to purchase something. I said I will. Gave him $20.
A necklace.
Yeah, necklace.
One of those necklaces they sell.
He said he would be back, and I was feeling tipsier. And I was like, you know what? And I thought, and got up, and he was like, where you going? It's gone. Don't even worry about it. I said, no, that's $20. I got up like Denzel on Man on Fire, walked about a good 25 yards on the beach, saw the kid. He was a little youngster. So I said, hey. And then he looked back, he had gold ones, and smiled at me and ran. So I'm feeling like I'm young then. I'm going to run, go get my 20.
Oh, boy.
Ran down the road, made a right turn, Steiny, and you ever see episode of Batman where there's pow, boom? Dude.
Oh, my God. Are you
You're
serious?
not a man unless you take a cowboy boot to the crotch. I had that, and Steiny, we couldn't consummate the marriage because I had blood coming out about like that. That's how. But I was scared. She was like, "You got to go to the hospital. We got to go." But because they had the earthquake, I was like, "No, I'm not. I don't trust nothing." I was tipped. 4 guys got me.
Boy, you're
lucky.
You're kinda
Steiny,
lucky.
and then hit over the head with a bottle.
What's that feel like?
Why are you smiling? Dude,
because you're healthy now.
Well, dude,
what's a bottle over your head?
A concussion.
Were you bleeding from your head?
I still got a scar. So when I go to Marky D and get a haircut, I'm like, you got to be careful in that area. Steiny,
what?
And
you know what?
This is what saved me. I didn't go on all the way to the ground. How did they know I was coming? One, and if I knew I was gonna get jumped, I would have let you have it. But and the sun was setting, so the weather was beautiful. But it was pow boom, and then Mia,
oh my God,
she had to come find me.
Oh my God! So you were like, you were laying there in pain, bleeding.
Look at it. I was fresh to death.
Oh my God!
Steiny, I'll never forget it. They put it on the goo.
You know what?
I'm lucky to be here. I really. The more I tell that story,
I know.
Yeah,
I've heard it before, but man, it always resonates. And you know what, Goo?
Oh, they got your boy.
You know what, Goo?
And the kid was just looking at me when I was just taking him. Like, yeah, okay.
I'm gonna tell you something. After hearing that story, I think the Warriors can win it all too.
I appreciate it.
I think they can win it all.
I said Western Conference Finals.
That's, you know what? At least. I like the Warriors' chances after hearing that story.
Steiny, I'm for real.
Jeez.
I ain't Tupac, but I'm a tough SOB, man.
Oh, my God.
Steiny, they put it on your boy. I was like, when will it end? I was fighting back, but it was over.
Tell you what I'm great at. I'm great at getting out of fights.
I am
great at talking my way out of it. I'm just kidding. Hey, come on, bro. I'm just messing around. Have some fun.
I told Norm, he goes, you got to be before. I'm like, oh, son, you got to be the dumbest. Steiny, it happened, 03.
Boy. All right. Back to Wiggins.
Yeah, my bad.
Back to Butler. Let's go to Spencer. Spencer's in Oakland. Hey, Spencer, what's going on, man?
Hey, number one, I'm sorry that happened to you in Mexico.
I made it through. Thank you, man.
Yeah, we don't even like to go to Cancun. Stick to the Baja side. The flights are cheaper.
Oh, no.
It's quieter.
Okay, hold on a sec. Hold on, Spencer.
What happened?
Your boy Matt Steinmetz is headed to Cancun.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Be careful.
I thought you said Cabo.
Oh, yeah, I did say Cabo.
I'm going to Cancun.
All right.
Is Cancun safe, Spencer?
I'm getting them messed up.
I'm sorry. I had it flipped.
Yeah.
I can't believe he got mugged in Baja. I mean, I would think you get mugged quicker in Cancun.
Stop.
No, I was in Cabo. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Okay. I mean, I love Los Cabos. I mean, but Cancun just feels like it's just all shopping and just touristy, and there's just too much going on. I just like quiet.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like quiet.
Right. Thanks, Spence. All right.
I'm old. You know.
Join the
like
club.
Quiet. If you're a young person, you want to go turn up, go to Cancun. For sure.
Well, my daughters are coming, so.
Oh, boy.
No, boy.
Don't let
Now I got to worry about them. All right, Spence. What do you got, buddy?
Well, just to answer your question, kind of best thing and worst thing about the Warriors right now. Well, best thing is, I mean, has there ever been a team with two better defenders, individual defenders on it? I mean, Draymond Green is probably, if he's not the best, he's like top 3 help defenders of all time. Floor general. I mean, and then I saw a play the other day that everybody put all over the internet where Jimmy switched 6
I
times
saw
on
that.
one play.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Forced a 24-second shot clock violation. I mean, to have those two on the floor. I mean, that's the only reason Steve Kerr can do what he does with the small ball lineup is because they're playing above their level on the defensive end, and I think they're kind of following suit, with those two. But it's also their biggest weakness. I mean, how are you going to? Let's say hypothetically you magically make it through the West and you get to Cleveland in the finals.
Right.
And you got to deal with Twin Towers, right? I mean, but that's after you get through OKC with all their size. It's really, I think Looney is a rebounding machine in the playoffs. They pay him $5 million a year to go do it. When he turns it on, gets 20 a game. I mean, that's great, but I just don't know that we have the size to compete with, especially those two teams in particular, but there's others that we all know have size, but those two teams in particular, I think, if not for their youth, I think that's the only thing that'll keep those two teams out of the finals is their youth. If the Warriors can somehow get savvy and, Steph Curry goes on a heater for a couple of those games in a series, maybe they can take advantage of that youth. But I think those two teams are probably it this year. We'll have to see.
Good stuff, Spencer. Appreciate it.
Yes, you remember that clip of Jimmy Snotty moving his feet? He's that was everything to me, man.
I'm still not convinced he's a better defender individually than Wiggins.
But what about what Stackhouse said? When you're guarding the upper echelon, what did he say? There's a drop off.
No, I think Butler's
that was shocking. I don't know if you guys heard Stackhouse talking about Wiggins' defense. Against top tier offensive guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think Spencer hit it right. I think Butler's great at help defense, so that does give him two great help defenders. Still not sure about point of attack.
Yeah,
but that'll all reveal itself over the last 25 games.
Now, let me throw this to you. Yeah. The caller didn't mention. He mentioned what we have to worry about, and I'm not mad at him in regard to size. I feel like it's always kind of been that way. But you're right. You brought up Bogut, Mo Spates, and whatnot. But, Stoney, what about a friskier Steph Curry? I think we're going back to that degree to where Jimmy's not Clay. So it's not the Splash Brothers. It's the Cash Brothers. I'm going to do it inside. You're going to do it outside. I'm going to get to the free throw line. They've added another, another column to the scoring bucket. So Steph looks like Steiny, and I feel it, and I feel like this started maybe when he was tipped off they might have action at Jimmy. But what about other teams having to deal with a friskier Steph Curry where he's not facing three dudes?
Well, I would put it this way, and again, it would just be my devil's advocate.
Yeah. Al Pacino.
2 years ago, the Warriors went to the playoffs, and they had a grueling 7-game series against the Kings. They won. Steph had 50 in Game 7. Then they played the Lakers. And the way I remember the Lakers series is the Warriors were gassed at the end of that series. Yeah. They were gassed. Steph was gassed, Draymond was gassed, et cetera, et cetera. Now, enter Jimmy Butler. That's a dynamic change. So let's see what happens when Jimmy Butler starts playing more and more meaningful games. But, I people might not like it, but I thought Steph and Draymond just didn't have much left at the end of the second round 2 years ago against the Lakers. But again, it's 2 years, and now it's 2 years later. Is that good? Is that bad? It's probably better than it was because now you got Butler, but you still got to make it happen.
Now, I know you want to get it. No. You say a lot of things, and a lot of times one thing sticks with me per show as I'm walking to the caddy. You said earlier that Jimmy Butler, that the Warriors had a better chance this year because Jimmy being fresh, because he has not played. And I've been sitting on that, Steiny, and I'm thinking to myself, man, he might be onto something. But just imagine that if that could be if they could be the beneficiary of whatever went on in Miami, him staying fresh for this run and then the offs, as opposed to staying fresh for 82 and then trying to win the playoffs.
I mean,
I feel better about this year is all I'm saying to you.
Yeah, I mean, next year kind of doesn't matter at this point because you're embroiled in this season. But yeah, I think the Warriors, like if I were a Warrior fan without getting into next year, I do like the way it's set up this year. You've got a fresh Jimmy Butler who's motivated, who's energized. It's clearly rubbing off on Draymond and Steph. It's rubbing off on the young players. We still got 6 weeks to go till the end of the season and the playoffs start. So they've got to play the next 6 games like they played the prior 6 games. And if they do, they'll probably win 4 or 5 of the 6. I think the Knicks game's going to be really tough. It's a back-to-back coming up on this road trip. But you got Charlotte coming up, and then you got winnable games. Yeah. So on the road, you got Orlando. I don't think that's going to be easy, but I think that's a team you can beat. Philly's a mess on Saturday. Yikes. You should be able to get that one, and then you take your chances the rest of the road trip, and we shall see. 888-957-9570 is the number, and we are talking about the Golden State Warriors, who had a wonderful weekend, ladies and gentlemen. They blew out Sacramento. Oh, my God.
What happened?
Sacramento.
You got to understand. I don't feel bad.
Why did
he wanted out?
Oh my God!
He wanted out.
No, I'm talking about Levine.
Oh, Steiny, speak on it. Just do 2 minutes on it.
He stinks.
Oh my God,
he's worse than that.
And he stays in the corner.
No, he doesn't.
Steiny, his passes were so bad. I'm like, dude, how many bullets did they dodge? You said 6.
A whole clip.
Yeah, you're right,
wanted
Kyle.
Levine. You're so lucky. You are so lucky. Well, we are so lucky.
They don't even run the pick and roll with Sabonis anymore. Like, where was that at? That was out of the playbook. They didn't do that at all. Steiny, that was an ass kicking. Warrior fans took over the building. Doug Christie was not happy after.
That's a shame. Steiny, you should probably just come out and say you think Kuminga is going to be too immature to fit into the rotation once he comes back. Because there's no way you can tell me he's not going to be a better rotation piece than Guy, GP2, and Looney.
He's first man.
It's got nothing to do with immaturity. It's got to do, and it's not IQ. It's not immaturity. It's experience. The playoffs are different, and they're gonna need some really terrific stuff out of their young players
and the 3. But you're right.
So that's all I'm saying. Again, I'm not worried about Steph, Butler, and Draymond.
Man,
I'm worried about the young guys and how they're going to play. And I don't like Kuminga's just it's inexperience. It's not anything more nefarious than that. Let's go to Austin in San Mateo. What's up, Austin? How you doing?
Hey, nothing much. Just sitting here chilling, listening to you guys.
Yeah.
You was down on Jimmy. Where you at now?
Yeah, so where I'm at now with this, Jimmy came in here and settled everybody down. Everybody was so in a rush to shoot the ball, not knowing where they at on the court. He didn't fix that. And with that being said, it mainly helps out Draymond Green. So where he's not on the ball as much, now he's in the double figures in scoring. We got another ball handler that you can slow the game down for you. You can't put Jimmy in a rush, just like you can't rush Draymond Green. So if we can get 10 to 12 points, 5 rebounds, 6 to 6 out of Draymond Green these final games, we should be straight. And another thing, this will also help out Kuminga when he comes back. Helps him slow the game down. See how Jimmy Butler is running that offense with Draymond Green. Kuminga can't come in the game thinking he's number 2. You know, his time will come. He just got to be what's that word? Patient is the virtue. So he just got to wait.
Yeah,
he got to wait and watch that game develop for him. Man, with them 3 on the court, that wingspan, that defense, it's going to be a problem from everybody because they can all switch.
Yeah. That's a good point. That is a good point. Draymond, Kuminga, and
Pods.
Pods can switch too. Butler. Man. You know, by the way, like if we're going to talk about Kuminga.
What you got?
Like,
it's been a while.
There's a difference between, I know, every time I say something about Kuminga, it's
no, it's your thought.
Oh, man. You know, like, there's a difference between being a good on-the-ball defender. Like, yes, Jonathan Kuminga can shadow a guy bringing the ball up the court.
94 feet.
Stay in front. That's great. That's great. How is he in the half court? How is he when he's guarding a guy who's coming off screens?
No, that was weak.
That
was Kuminga.
How good is he in help situations?
Yeah, I got you.
He's not good at those things yet. So, like, I agree. Yeah, he's good at picking somebody up full court, but he's got a lot of improving to do in terms of half-court health defense, knowing where he should be. Yeah. And, like, these are all the things that I'm not saying he can't do it. I'm saying let's slow our roll on championship run when they still have some things they got to figure out, and they're going to need their young players to maybe play at a level that they still haven't reached yet, as well as they're playing.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I'll say this about Kuminga, Stoney. It's not about ability. He has all the ability to improve in those areas, because I think about Christmas when he was guarding Rui Hachimura, and he was out of bounds, and he should have known that. And, you know, but at the end of the day, is it just me, or has everybody benefited from playing with Jimmy Butler? And I don't see why Kuminga that would be any different. So just think about that. Austin brought that up. But, Stoney, I just feel like this team has a pep in its step. I'm including the coach. And if everything stays the same, Kuminga should be better just by being on the court with Jimmy Butler. You would think.
You would think.
Yeah, and I'm a dice roller.
But the other thing is, like, maybe one of the reasons Podziemski and Moody have fit well with Butler is because they are not scorers. They play off of guys. Like, I need to know how it's going to look, because Kuminga is essentially a scorer. Like, that's what he does. He scores. And, yes, in a perfect world, Kerr will make it work. But I'm not saying Kuminga's not going to be any good. I'm just saying, of all the things that they're going to need to do to make this run that people want him to be on, it's that, you know, things like that are going to have to work themselves out and work out well.
I got a quick question for you.
And the other thing is, like, here's the other thing I think we're all being a little naive about.
Oh.
Myself included. He's been out for 2+ months.
That is.
Like, what are you going to do? Put him back in the starting lineup and play 30 minutes?
I got you.
He's probably going to come off the bench and play 15 minutes a night for the first couple. Then he'll get up to 18 or 20. Like, it's going to be a process to even integrate Kuminga back to what his eventual role will be. Like, that's going to, assuming he becomes this player who's a wild card and really helping you, it's still going to take some time for him to get there after he comes back.
You think they got it with 25 left?
Got what?
Time. Well, he might not be. He might only have 23, 22 games. We don't know exactly when he's coming back.
Yeah, and you know, we got to find out how it reacts, and what if he's kind of lost the step? What if he's tentative on that thing?
Or hampered.
We don't know. Like, we don't know.
I want to ask you this real quick. Yeah. We have fun on the show about certain players, all the players on the team. But, Stoney, the last 10 games, Moody's averaging 14 points, 39 from 3. Is there anything different you've seen from him? I don't want to say is he better than you thought, Are you shocked at what you're seeing from Moody? Because I think he's been solid, man.
He's been great. Okay. He's been great.
No, that's all you can ask for then. If you say that.
Like
that's all you can ask for. I appreciate the honesty.
He's been fine for 6 games, whatever it is, 6, 8, 10 games. Yeah. What's been the difference? Clearly, getting consistent playing time is a big part of it. Will he get that consistent playing time?
If I asked you how many he's averaged the last 10 games,
how many minutes?
Yeah, if you had to guess, the last 10.
24?
28.
Like, there's no way he's playing that much when Kuminga comes back. So, and look, in a crazy kind of way, if Kuminga's coming back from injury and needs time to get acclimated, then I just look at, if you're in a high leverage game, in a way, all the things that I'm not crazy about with Moody, I think become a strength. And that is, like, Moody's not going to get you beat. He's probably not going to win you many games, but he's usually not going to hurt you. Like, Kerr loves guys like that.
Steady.
If you're playing with Curry and with Butler and with Draymond, just do what your role tells you to do. And so, like, all I'm saying is, let's see how Kerr handles Moody, who's been playing some 4, with Kuminga, who's, Kuminga's a little riskier player.
I'm here for it.
He's got a higher ceiling, but a lower basement than Moody. And sometimes a coach will just want to go with somebody he doesn't think's going to hurt him, and that looks like Moody right now. And maybe it'll be Kuminga down the line, but he's got to get back into shape. He's got to make sure that ankle's refined. He's got to figure out his role again.
This had to be a high ankle sprain. Can you remember a guy being down this long? Man.
I mean, it's a high ankle sprain. It's a high ankle sprain. And I don't know how long it'll be before he's 100% or not. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Shark. I see Mr. Lee. I also see Don in Berkeley. We'll get to all of you guys on the other side. And don't go anywhere, because sometime in the next 20 minutes, we're going to be giving away a Jimmy Butler jersey. I'm going to play a Jimmy Butler sounder. When you hear that sounder, you call the contest line at 415-523-4652. Caller number 10 is going to win a Jimmy Butler jersey. That's right, we're giving one away between now and 1 o'clock. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was also brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. It's an unforgiving land.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, by the way, what'd you think of that photo I sent you and Evan on the thread?
I had a long
All-Star weekend. There's at BART, Embarcadero BART. I'm coming home on Friday.
Yeah, you tell me.
And they had an all-star photo, an all-star poster of LeBron James like going up for a dunk.
Yeah, they did.
And it says All-Star Weekend 2025. And you know what the slogan said? We don't play. It said, we don't play. Now, they meant it like we don't play. But really, literally, they don't play.
That was a bad look, Steiny.
The NBA. Hey, we don't play. Yeah, no kidding.
That was
LeBron
terrible.
Didn't.
He was sending the message and then played 90 minutes the first game back against Charlotte.
I mean, who makes a sign like this and doesn't see the irony? We don't play.
You reap what you sow, brother.
All right. You said something earlier in the show. We got a bunch of calls, but you said, Steiny, can we talk about Iguodala? Okay.
I didn't ask, can we? Because we can talk about whatever I want to talk about.
I know, so go ahead.
You ain't my dad. First, put some respect on my hat. Jim Malay, P1, send it to me. And when you get gifts, let's stop this show. Such and such sent me. And now I get a gift. You're
I don't care.
Thank you, Jim Malay. He sent me a hat, and it's Muttley. Because I guess because of my laugh.
Oh, yeah. I thought you meant the old ship hat.
Oh no, I took that off.
What's in the bag?
It was the hat that I'm wearing now from Jim Olay. So thank you, Jim. Go ahead. You said Andre.
Hey, 1 second. Speaking of gyms.
Jim E. Buckets.
All right, there it is. Caller number 10 to the contest line right now. Caller 10 wins a Jimmy Butler jersey. 415-523-4652. Caller number 10, because that's Jimmy Butler's number. Number 10. 415-523-4652. Caller number 10. You're going to walk away with a Jimmy Butler jersey. Jimmy Butler plays. Well, at least now. He's playing now. He didn't
third. Yeah, I love it.
So, let's see. Let's go to Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee is in Fairfield. What's up, Mr. Lee? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? My favorite afternoon show. Hey, you know what, man? Like everybody else, I love Kuminga too, man. But I'm telling you, man, I am getting so tired of can Kuminga get a new contract? Can Kuminga play with Wiggins? Can Kuminga do this? Can Kuminga lead the Warriors in the future? I'm hopeful that when he comes back, man, that he's able to make this transition in a way to be quite honest. Kind of getting tired of the whole Kuminga thing, man. I'm like, every time we turn around, it's always something going on. Can Kuminga do this? When it comes to Podziemski, we don't never say, can Paz do this? Can Paz do this? He just comes out there and plays basketball the right way. And that's one of the things we love about him. And you guys spoke to it earlier when it comes to Steve Kerr. Can you just do what I'm asking you to do and wait until your turn comes to do something more? Hey, fellas, thanks. You guys have a good afternoon.
Back at you, man.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Appreciate it.
But
there's a difference between saying Kuminga can't do something, which I've never done, and saying the Warriors and Kuminga are going to have to figure out the best way that he fits onto this team.
And you know what? I don't want to say bothers me because I'm not JK and we're all rooting for him. But Steiny, the physical aspect of this wasn't like he, took a leave of absence like Wiggins. This is physical. And we even saw him being away from the game. Wiggins, how he had to work himself back in shape. So I am wondering, how could anybody expect 30 or 28 minutes from him? And maybe he can do it right away, but it's going to be a slow grind, man.
Yep. Let's go to Don in Berkeley. Hey, Don, how you doing? Don, what's going on, buddy?
Honey.
You wanted to talk about Quentin Post? See, Quentin Post's dad was at the game on Friday. First game he's ever seen him play in the NBA.
No, that's dope.
That was pretty cool. They had a halftime interview with Post. I like him. But then again, he's a grown man. He's 24. Very mature.
Look at you.
Knows his game. stays within himself.
Is this factual? The Warriors are 10-0 when Moody starts?
Maybe.
I don't believe everything I read from my guys.
Maybe.
And gals. Man.
Boy.
Moses.
Yeah. Gonna need you, Kuminga. Gonna need you to acclimate. Let's go to Shark in San Leandro. He wants a victory lap after 6 games.
Uh-oh.
What's up, Shark? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Nah, this is not a I told you so call. This is not a I told you so. I'm going to put the I told you so on ice.
Oh.
But I do want to say one thing. I'm still excited. I called a couple weeks ago after the Jimmy trade, before he played a game, and I had all the excitement in the world. I feel like y'all was shooting me down a little bit. But I'm just calling to say, what will it take for us to have a successful season this year in your guys' eyes with the Jimmy trade? I'm still pumped up over here. And I also want to give a quick shout out to Moses Moody. He been balling. And I think the All-Star game gave him a little confidence. And he already had the confidence, but it just boosted him even more, and it's a bonus. And he's been playing amazing. I want to shout out him. And also, I hear what you guys talking about Kuminga, even Mr. Lee, who just called. Let him be what he is. He's instant offense. That's never been a problem. There's some little stints in the game that we could use that at all times. Let him get in and let him do his game, and don't force him to play anywhere else, because that's one of the things that he's great at.
Hey, Shark.
So I just want to call in a couple.
Well, hold on, Shark. Cardinal, let me ask you that question. What would your successful season look like from this point on, just this year?
Honestly, I've been talking about it with the fellas. I've been having heated debates, and it's looking like if we get into a 7-game series this year, it's a win. And what I'll tell you about Jimmy Butler, I don't know if you guys remember, not more than 2 years ago, play-in team to the finals. I just want y'all to remember, when this guy goes to the playoffs, he is playoff Jimmy, and it's a different level. And we see what he's done for the chemistry of this team instantly. I feel like he needed it as much as we needed him, and I'm excited, fellas.
So real quick, though, Shark, even you're thinking winning the first-round series is asking a lot, though.
Be a successful trade if we make it to a 7-game series. Now, where my expectations land are closer to Draymond Green's. I think we could do it. I think Steph Curry is an amazing player, and that's what I had noted when I called a couple weeks back, is it's time to sell out for the guy. I think that this kind of talent and player is like once in a lifetime, and we need to start thinking about calling this guy one of the top 3 players of all time. I love Steph Curry, and I feel like we need to sell out for him as much as we can. And I know we've been yelling, we need a big man, we need a big man. I think we got enough big men around right now, including Quentin Post, which you just mentioned. But, yeah, I'm still excited, fellas.
No, we love to hear it, man.
Thanks, Shark. Appreciate the call. Yeah, I mean, I think if they make the playoffs and lose in the first round,
I would be disappointed now, Stoney.
You know.
I would be disappointed.
I'd like to see how it looks.
Okay.
Did they lose when they were completely healthy? Did they lose with Curry and Butler playing great and the young guys not playing great? Did they lose a 7-game series because the veteran guys maybe got worn down, but the young, I don't know. I mean, I would take it one step further. I think a successful season would be getting in and pulling a first-round upset. Can they?
I don't even call it an upset.
They're not going to have home court.
Especially if they get to 6, yeah.
I mean, they're not going to have home court in the first round. I think that's pretty obvious at this point. And
the way it's so hard to predict, but let's just say they got 6. Man, that might be a date with Denver. You know,
it could be.
Yeah,
it could be. Appreciate the call, Shark. Thanks a lot.
I just got to go back to Kuminga once. Oh, you got something to do?
I don't have anything to do. We gave away the jersey.
If he's not 100%, Stoney, I'm being real. Kuminga.
Okay.
And let's just say there's 20 games, 19, 21, hopefully. I just hope this is not one of those, the bus left the station before you actually could get 100%. You know what I mean? Because we're wondering how he's going to fit in, but I'm wondering if he has a relapse or he's not all the way back. Did he miss the opportunity for the impact that we're all hoping he has? Because that's a major part of this if he ain't all the way back.
See,
he's been out a while.
I don't look at it like that with Kuminga. And, I mean, they've played – he's going to come back to a team that won't look familiar to him.
Right.
And, again, like I look at the Warriors – I look at it this way. We're pretty good right now without Kuminga. So can we be better with Kuminga
against some average teams, as you pointed out?
Well, they're going to need They're going to need Kuminga in the playoffs.
Oh my God, that's all I've been saying.
But I guess what I'm saying is, if he gives you something great, if he doesn't, we're still going to roll. Like we still got action.
But I feel like that's then you won't win that series. Then I'm clamoring for, you know.
I could be wrong. I don't feel like. We'll see. We'll see how he fits in. Yeah. But this team has gone, when Kuminga left this team, there were zero championship ideas. There weren't even, we can win a playoff series ideas. And so one of the reasons Kuminga started to have the role he was having, people might not like to hear this, is because I don't think they thought they were going anywhere, and they had to start getting this guy playing time. Well, guess what? Now, guess what team he's coming back to, maybe? The 2022 Warriors, the team that made a run. So, again, I'm not ruling anything out with Kuminga. I'm just saying I'm not taking for granted just automatically Kuminga will come back and they will look even better than they've looked in the last 6 games, because I got to see what that even looks like, because I think they've looked pretty good in the first 6 so far. Mm-hmm. That's just me. Yeah. You are listening. Let me tell you what you're listening to. 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Say what you want.
No, I interrupted you earlier.
Talk about Iguodala.
Oh, no, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, you want a lot? Okay. Here's what can I start?
I would. That's all I wanted. You did it earlier.
In case you're just joining us, Andre Iguodala, he got his jersey retired yesterday after the Dallas game. Congrats to Andre Iguodala. Go ahead, I'm done.
But he's meant so much more to the community and the team, Steiny, and Steph Curry. Okay. But for him, I don't know if you heard his speech.
I did.
He ended it giving Curry love, talking about just how great.
Well, remember we used to always make fun of Iguodala because he always rode Steph's coattails and said, Steph, we always kind of snickered at Iguodala because, everything was all about Steph.
Well, so we snickered when he would pick and choose when he would play, but NBA Finals MVP, Steiny, my point is, dude was everything that you would want it. And when he came here, 4 championships later, and again as a family man and just a father, to see him up there with his kids. Yeah. This is going to sound crazy.
No.
You're special. I wasn't ready for that. I felt like I was part of his family. It was done so well. Yeah. He was well-spoken. Mm-hmm. And then you think back what he accomplished. I know George Karl's probably the only one that hates him. Other than that, man, if you could somehow get lucky and get another Andre Iguodala.
Another Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
My point being is he was beautiful, man, and he deserves everything he got yesterday. It was awesome. Mm-hmm. And he said Curry and the Warriors, you alluded to it, aren't done. And Steiny, that's just how I feel. I will not let the most negative person just on earth steal my joy about the possibilities. And I know they come with caution. I get it. But, man, this team was dead. At least I thought they were. And now, all of a sudden, I don't know if you noticed that nationally. And, of course, they were on ABC yesterday so the world could see them. But just coming off of the All-Star game, pulling off that trade right before, because we talked about it, Steiny, had you stayed stale and been stagnant and old-looking, I thought that was going to be a bad look of the state of the franchise. And Joe Lacob texted you personally and said he is not mad.
I didn't say it. Draymond did. Draymond said Lacob was pissed.
Yeah, but exactly. Yeah. Gotcha. And Lacob said he wasn't.
Right.
But imagine what he is now. He's got to be giddy like my guy in Chicago, Josh. That's the one.
I got you. All right. Anything else with Iguodala?
Wow.
No, seriously.
It's your turn.
I'm done.
That dude spent an hour with us on Media Day in 18.
That was 6 years ago. And he never done it since.
Himself. He told his handler, get out of here.
I wanted to have him
talking to Steiny.
I wanted to have him on Friday. Where was he?
Ooh.
Yeah, hey,
I didn't know that.
Anything else with Iguodala to get off your chest?
Want something to come to me before we get out of here.
No, do it now, because then it's off limits.
I'm forgetful.
It's off limits after 105. Congratulations, Andre Iguodala. That's about it. That's a wrap now.
No, every time you go into the arena, you'll see his jersey.
Sure.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Where is Priest? That's who I'm looking for, Steiny. Yeah. Where's he at?
We got to lose that soundbite. That one's not right.
Wow.
What's that?
No, I said wow.
Why? For what?
I don't think we've ever deleted audio, but it might be right. This one might be. Dude, this thing is stinking from the head up. Not anymore.
All right. Anybody else want to weigh in on Iguodala?
Hey, I don't like what you're doing.
What are you talking about?
I don't know what it is, but I don't like it.
No,
I want Iguodala.
Sure.
Max Kellerman.
Once again, congratulations to Andre Iguodala. Jersey now hanging in the rafters at Chase Center. Part of 4 title teams.
Wow.
Congratulations. What else? What else?
Not beat Steve Martin, a jerk.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, we could devote.
I don't know what
888-957-9570.
Whatever you're doing is not wrong, but I don't like it.
I'm just saying.
Why are you putting a time limit on it? Call Thursday. We'll be here. Take your time.
No, anybody want to talk about Andre Iguodala? We can talk about him.
What's your boy doing?
I know.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Iggy. I'm sorry, he doesn't like Iggy, so I don't call guys names that they don't want to be called. Andre Iguodala.
Mo Spates called him Iggy when we had him on, though, last week.
Yeah, but supposedly is like. Anybody else on Iguodala? Going once.
What you got, Kenny?
Going twice. Sold. Let's go to Noah in San Jose. He was at Chase yesterday. What's up, Noah? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys? How are we doing today?
Doing well, man.
All right. Well, I was in the game last night, and it was Jimmy Butler brought that game to life. Every time he was at the free throw line, Warriors. You heard it. It was nice.
Yeah, I heard that.
But the other thing I wanted to touch on is I think Jimmy Butler is going to be a great mentor for Jonathan Kuminga. You saw the way he was drawing up plays for Draymond, and Draymond was listening. That's a big step. I think he's going to help Kuminga come into his own as a defender and possibly also as a scorer, and just kind of being a little bit more patient. You noticed that about Jimmy Butler we were talking about earlier, slows the defense down. So I want to get your take on that.
I mean,
I can ask for much more.
I got to take your word for it. I wasn't at the game yesterday, but a lot of the players and this coaching staff was saying that the energy was terrific at Chase.
But you don't even have to be at the game, Steiny, to see him with a tablet or teaching or in Jimmy Butler instruction, and guys are just gravitating to him. And I'm not shocked on that. I'm just like, I don't think you could ask for anything more. And if you're going to hold on to We Believe and Baron Davis being that spark plug that changed everything, I laughed and scoffed at it earlier, but now it's just like, that's the only thing I could think of, man.
Yeah.
This thing is, they got action, as you like to say.
They appear to, absolutely. They appear to. I'll tell you what.
What you got?
I'm sick of people thinking I'm disrespecting the guy. I just congratulated him. What do you say we listen to Andre Iguodala for 90 seconds?
Let's do it.
This is his opening remarks. Because I don't want people to think I don't like the guy.
Why are you a member of the Golden Golden State Warriors?
The vision for what they want to do with this franchise, and I think they were missing one piece, and hopefully, I can be that piece to get the team to where we all want to be, which is try to win a championship.
The Golden State Warriors are the 2015 NBA champions, their first title in 40 years.
This year's Bill Russell MVP, Andre Iguodala.
James blocked by Iguodala. Low stolen by Iguodala. Took it out of his hands. It's over. Iguodala, here it comes. Who got it?
This is my purpose, and I accepted it. I got great teammates. I'm gonna remember this for a long time. Bay Area's where it at, man. We got the most loving fans, the most supportive fans. Through good, through bad, well, you got to give love back. Make some noise!
Were those MVP chants yesterday?
Wow, man.
Or
I'm just
was
a
that
sucker for that.
Or was that
stuff.
from prior? Was like all those? Was all that sound from yesterday, or was some of it?
That was just
it
a presentation video. Yeah, I think that was just part of the sound that they threw in there.
So, did the Warrior fans chant MVP live yesterday? No, says Evan. I'm just curious. No judgment. Cut it out. I'm just wondering.
Well,
congratulations, to Iguodala.
I mean, that's
somebody saying you signed and think his jersey should have been retired. Not even close. Not even close.
Well, Austin and San Jose
I'm just trying to think about what the conversation is about Iguodala. You want to talk about how great he was? We can't.
Well, how would you answer this? Yeah. Austin San Jose. Steiny has an issue with Iggy. I wish he was big enough to tell us why. And that's added to me, so I'm reading that to you.
Iguodala is great.
All right.
I don't know that they win all the titles without him.
I got an answer. Hell no.
I said one thing. I just raised the question, Iguodala and Tim Hardaway. That's all.
Would you have a problem if I called Iguodala the Warriors version of Big Shot Bob, Robert Horry?
See, I think now he's way bigger than Horry was.
No, I got you.
Like, he's a much better player than Robert Horry was.
That's a different thing. But like, he was clutch like Horry, I believe, that a lot of times if you don't really follow this team, gets lost.
Iguodala.
And he got a finals MVP. So,
I mean, to me, Horry's not even in Iguodala's
as far
category.
as the player, no doubt. But
as far as
just the
overall player.
Steiny.
Yeah, Iguodala.
A strip here, a three there. And you know what stood out to me? When he was, talking about his, doing his speech, he never forgot why he was open. He always doubled back to the gravity that is one Steph Curry, Steiny. And I think that's why they made beautiful music.
Yeah.
He always gave him his props, even when it was about Andre. He doubled back to Steph, and that's what I love.
Yeah, 510. Did they retire KD's jersey?
Huh?
I'm serious. I mean, my automatic reaction would be probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, if politics are involved, I don't know if him saying no, he didn't want to come back would hurt, but I would tend to think Joe Lacob is not going to hold that against him, so I expect that to happen, but Clay before.
Great point by the 510 here. No death lineup without Andre Iguodala. That's true.
Do we know where that came? Who came up with death?
I don't know. Here's the thing. Steiny's the biggest hater. No. It's coming across the airwaves, pure saltiness. Why? That I mentioned Tim Hardaway? A lot of people think Tim Hardaway should have his number.
We talked about it.
Retired. Tim Hardaway's one of them.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I mean, I would retire Tim Hardaway's number too. That's just me. As long as we're going to do a lot, of players, I think Tim Hardaway's number should be retired. He meant a lot for this organization. All right, we got a bunch of calls on the other side. So I'll absolutely get to them. 888-957-9570 is the number. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Ask him if it has pop-outs. Do you know what those are?
Yeah, I'm a deer hunter. Yeah.
Sorry.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What are pop-outs?
Pop-outs.
I said, do you know what pop-outs are? And you said, I'm a deer hunter.
Oh, I'm a little slow.
Oh, we just played a sound.
No, I'm mad at Ken.
I am too.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not.
Do you know why?
No, why?
So I threw to him last block, and he was like, nah, just let the ball go out of bounds. I didn't appreciate that, Kenny.
That wasn't what I was doing.
I threw to you, and you just looked at me like...
And I actually told Evan in here during the break.
Oh, my bad.
I'm doing like 8 million different things.
But I had to bring
you know
it
what?
up.
You're
That's
right,
why
Goo.
we're so
I gotta
tight.
lock in. I got to lock in.
Pop-outs. Kendrick Lamar said, sometimes you got to pop out. Pop-outs.
If I meant pop-outs for RVs, recreational vehicles.
The things on the side.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Those are big. Those are the big. If your RV has pop-outs, you're doing it right.
Well, Norm has one of those.
Does he?
Yeah.
Does he? Here's the question.
We make hash browns. Norm can do a lot.
Is it an RV or is it a fifth wheel? Mm-hmm.
I'll get back to you. I should know.
Does he tow it? Or
we got to tow it. We got to tow it.
Okay, so
and then wind it up for it to pop up.
Right, and then you can use the car to get off the campsite.
Exactly. Yeah, there you go.
As opposed to an RV where it's one vehicle.
Yeah.
I'm not good at driving with a trailer.
That's not shocking to me.
Do you know how to do it?
Come on, Stein.
Do you know how to back a trailer in? It's really hard, dude. Seriously.
I can. I don't like it.
Nobody likes it, do they?
Yeah.
You got to turn the opposite way. It's kind of, what's it called? When it's not.
It's like my guy Kane that you met. The
trucker.
For G-Force Transportation.
Yeah.
18-wheelers. I'd knock a whole neighborhood down trying to do all that.
I'll tell you what.
I wouldn't even want to do it.
I'll tell you what. Warriors win a title this year. I may apply for a trucking job.
Dude. But it's not that you think they can't. You just think they won't right now is currently constructed.
I'm just saying, let's just give it a little more time.
Yeah.
And let me say it for the 8 millionth time. Your boy Steiny's excited about this.
I told you.
You may not think so, but
you're on first.
The ratings are going to be a lot better than had they not made the Butler trade.
Dude, we were taking calls. Do you trade
and
the
you know
chef?
what? And I'll tell you what, all
That's
the people
real.
coming down my road, where were you before the Butler trade? Mm-hmm. You were starting to go away, weren't you? Because you lost faith. And you were saying, what's Mike Dunleavy going to do? And I said, be patient. Be patient. And look at Mike Dunleavy
today
now.
at 5. Just think how happy he's going to be.
Counterintuitive. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. A trailer and a fifth wheel are two different things.
Oh, that's why you gave me an option.
I know that, but it's tough to... It's hard to tow a trailer or a fifth wheel. Let's go to Jim in North Carolina. Oh, boy. Here we go. Hey, Jimmy.
What's up, guys? It's Tim, but he didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tim. Yes,
all good.
That's my bad, Tim.
It's all good.
Yep.
No, he said Jim when he picked up. But real quick, I got 3 quick points that I just want to ask you guys something real quick. I want to ask you particularly, Steiny. I don't think Moody and J.K. are up against each other for any type of minutes. These guys will be on the court together. They've played on the court together several times throughout their time together. So I don't think it's fair to make it seem like it's kind of a competition between the two. I also would like to say that anytime Kuminga has contributed to this team leading up to this year, going back from him filling in for Wiggins years ago, he was playing off of other people on the team. Nobody was running the stuff through him. So to think that he's going to struggle to fit in, that's all he's been doing when he's contributed in the past was fitting in. And the last one, I don't think this team is in any position to have a 6'8", 230-pound wing that can do everything on the court. To say that we got too much talent. But what I would like to ask you and maybe a couple other hosts on the station, not you, Goo, what did this 22-year-old African that came to this country at 14 years old, self-made himself, ever do to make some of y'all question and shortchange everything he's done for this team as though he can't do things? Like, what is it about him when it comes to you and Willard that questions and points out all of the wrong but never gives credit for what he does do. I just don't understand it, Steiny. Why?
Yeah.
Why do y'all that? And you wonder why people kind of come down your road with hate. It's not hate, but you won't point out that this kid has fit in and had to blend and play off of Steph and play off of Dre all of these times. You will say, well, the only reason he was doing what he was doing before he went out is because they were running it all through him. You find a way to shortchange the young fella any chance you get. So that's why the priests of the world, the coaches of the world, when we call in, we just don't understand. And like anytime somebody says the positive, it's always, now we're going to question, can he fit in? Almost as though they may not need the 6'8", do everything wing player. Like, come on, man. So that's why.
Tim, let me be clear. Let me be absolutely clear. This is not about my opinion of Kuminga. This is about how Steve Kerr has been coaching Kuminga since he got here. And a lot of fans have registered a lot of frustration because they don't feel like Kuminga's had a big enough runway under Steve Kerr. I don't know what Kuminga's going to be able to do or not do when he comes back. I'm just saying that we've got to see how Steve Kerr envisions Kuminga, because in the past, he's kind of forgotten him at times. That's all I'm saying. I don't know what he's going to be, and I feel like I still feel like he's not even close to the player he's going to be at 26 that he is right now. So it's more the way we've seen Kuminga get used in the Steve Kerr era. Tim, I mean?
100%. I appreciate you saying it. I guess my
Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, you're on.
You hear me?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right. I guess what my only thing is, when we say it's this competition between him and Moody, like one is going to eat and the other one can't. Guys, they did a 4-for-1 trade. Kuminga is going to be part of the top 7 or 8 players that has to play. There is room for all of those type of players to get 25 to 32 minutes a game, and we got 3 of our top players 35 and older. It's going to be enough for everybody to eat. So I don't think we have to make these fictitious things amongst players, because if they need them, and we all agree that they need them. So that's all I'm saying.
I got you, Tim.
I appreciate the response, man.
I appreciate you. And that
was good.
But this is what I'm saying. Like, it's not me who's saying that we found something with Moody at 4. It was Steve Kerr saying we found something, and it's not competition, but kind of it is competition. Yeah. Who's going to win the most minutes so that they play as much as they possibly can?
Yeah.
If Steve Kerr thinks that Moody's giving him something at the 4 that he prefers more than Kuminga, then he might use Moody at 4 at times instead of Kuminga. I'm just saying,
you have nothing personal towards JK, and that's why he brought up. And I get you saying what you're saying, and I was getting mad at Tim.
We all make predictions. We all make predictions. Yeah. Okay, here's a prediction. I have no idea how Kuminga's going to fit in when he gets back.
But Tim's point, Steiny, is he don't need me to speak for him. He thinks you should already know that Kuminga's a better all-around ball player than Moody.
Well, somebody's got to tell that to Steve Kerr, not me. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because I'm just.
But that's why we're all interested.
But that's not me. I'm just talking about Kuminga the way I've observed the Warriors have utilized him during his career here. That's what I'm basing everything on. That's all. Mm-hmm. Eric in San Francisco. What's up, Eric? How you doing, man?
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Hey.
So I just want to slow everybody's roll down here. I've been on a season ticket holder since 2000 when they won average 20 wins the first 5 years I had season tickets, and I've ridden this ride from when Iggy got here through KD, through the bad season, back up to the top, back to the last couple seasons. Anybody who says that Oklahoma City, Denver, Boston, or Cleveland is looking over their shoulder just because we've won 5 out of 6 with Jimmy Butler has not watched a lot of NBA basketball. How are we going to deal with Jokic? Okay, Oklahoma City's had the #1 defensive efficiency rating all year long. The Warriors, since Jimmy Butler's gotten here, we have the 9th defensive efficiency rating. That's a massive improvement over what it was. But, like, Boston reminds me of the second year of Katie. Remember we won 57 games that year?
Mm-hmm.
Because the Warriors didn't give a flying hoot about the regular season. And Boston has won 9 out of 10 games and just smoked the Knicks yesterday. Cleveland, we haven't been able to beat Cleveland for like 2 or 3 seasons now because we can't handle Jared Allen and Evan Mobley. So, like, I'm hoping for, like, conference finals. I'm hoping for a finals run. But let's not say after 6 games we're going to the finals or we're winning the title just because Draymond said it. I'm not trying to be negative here. I'm super ecstatic as a season ticket holder because I've not enjoyed watching the team this year until Jimmy Butler got here. And I'm looking forward. I was there yesterday. I'm looking forward to going on Tuesday. I'm looking forward to the rest of the season. But, like, honestly, we have 3 players who are 35 and over, and then the rest of the team is completely unproven in the playoffs. Boston has been to the finals against the Warriors, and then they won the title last year, and their team is insanely deep. Oklahoma City, maybe they're too young to make the title run this year. I honestly think last year was the year where they learned their playoff lessons, just like the Warriors did in 12 and 13 and 13 and 14. And then we made the run in 14-15. But, like, okay, what are we doing with the SGA? Our point of attack defense sucks. I was at the game where we beat Oklahoma City, but SGA dropped 50, and they just got Chet Holmgren back. So I just think, like, we need to temper expectations here. I'm not trying to be negative.
No, you're not. You're not. And I just wanted to jump in before you go because you make some great points. But the bottom line, and I'm trying to just hammer this home to Steiny, it's not an insult because you weren't trying to insult us, but it's bigger than the 5-1. It's the imagination about the time when these 25 games are up, what the Warriors would have built, what, you know, as far as they've gelling and whatnot, adding Kuminga back, and I'm being proactive, and everything you brought up about every other team is valid, but on the flip side, you now have to say those teams, whoever they are, going up against the Warriors have a to-do list too, and now the one thing, real quick before I let you go, the one thing you can't ignore is I feel like Steph Curry has his joy back. And it's bigger than just Steph where this thing can go. It's Butler can freelance and do his thing. Drake can do his thing. Pods, Moody, and I'm hoping Kuminga. So that's why I'm excited. It's not just about the 5-1. It's the basketball part of this when these 25 games are up, where they'll be.
I 100% agree. I'm super excited to see where this team can go. I'm just saying, I personally think we're 1 piece, 2 pieces away from actually competing against those teams.
Good stuff, E. No, I appreciate it, man.
You were going to jump in on me. What were you? What? I felt like.
Well, I mean,
Steiny, it's not the 5-1, and I feel
okay. That's exactly what it is. When you're saying it's bigger than 6 games. What does that mean? I get it. They look good, but they've looked good for 6 games. That's it. I got you. I don't know if it's bigger than 6 games, but it appears to be.
Okay, but if you allow me to do this, tell me if I'm wrong for this. And this is how I look at sports, Steiny, in the world. I told you for this exercise, them getting a guy, and the only reason they got him, it was Fallout City, Jimmy Butler. I'm sorry, Steiny. He is not Kevin Durant, but he is Kevin Durant.
Okay.
So last time Dre, Kerr, and Steph had a guy of this caliber.
It was 2019.
No doubt. We saw, I got you. But we saw what that was like. And no matter what happens, we're seeing a short sample size. You're going to have 25 more games for these guys to go to the lab and get ready.
Hopefully.
I think that's going to be formidable. That's all. That's what I'm goosebumped about. And it's not 5-1. It's not beating Charlotte.
Anyway,
you're not on Twitter.
Anyway, you cut it. The team was going nowhere 6 games ago.
Super fast.
And now people are saying they can win a title.
No doubt.
So apparently it is bigger than 6 games, but I'm not sure why, other than the signs look great. But we've seen enough basketball to know things can change in a hurry.
Right. But again, you're not my doctor, Steiny, or my therapist, but I'm acting like you are in the sense that I know you don't want to hear this. I'm so in awe of this move and how it happened that I'm thinking about more than this year. And I know that's wrong, so don't even respond. But I'm telling you, that's how much I believe the Warriors came up and told Father Time, sit out, because we got something to do for a little bit. That's what the emergence or the presence of Jimmy Butler has done.
No doubt about it.
And that caller was right, and you're right. Like, I get all that. But to Tim's point, I think we're robbing Kuminga of having being baptized by Jimmy Butler, who right now feels like he can do no wrong.
And again, like, this is where you're going to be a hater. Okay, I guess I'm going to be a hater. Like, the idea of Jimmy Butler is going to be an unbelievable mentor toward Jonathan Kuminga, it just ignores the fact that he's had trouble when he's been anywhere for a long period of time. That's another reason why I do give the Warriors this year. I'm more optimistic about the Warriors than I'm going to be next year. I just will be, because we're going to have to see Jimmy Butler play a whole season. And how many games is he going to play next year? Yeah. I don't know. I know now that he's healthy, and we're getting into March, so that's a good sign with the playoffs coming up and the play-in game coming up. But the other thing is, it's only been 6 games, and they still have a core that is an aging core, and we haven't seen how maybe a tough stretch of games over a 2-week period may impact their older players.
But the excitement, you just said it stems from what it was before this trade to what it possibly could be now.
Right. I mean, I've watched the NBA enough to know, I mean, they're one play away from, like, the next 2 years looking worse than it looks right now. You just never know what's going to happen. And yes, 6 games, they've been terrific.
And
they got
to that
25
point,
more.
You don't need me to back up your point, but I think Jimmy Butler being a Warrior is proof of you never know what's going to happen. Because let's be honest, they didn't draft him. The only reason they got him, Steiny, and my goodness, they needed him as bad as anything, is because a relationship just went toxic, and the Warriors benefited from that. Just imagine if Butler was staying put. We would be talking about, play-in city. Hopefully.
Probably. And they're still.
Man, I know I got work to do.
Let's go to Warrior in Surprise, Arizona.
Our man.
What's up, Warrior?
Might be a new Warrior. Let's see.
No, I'm just enjoying myself here at the ball game. So.
Oh, there you go.
So much so that I said, hey, let me see if Steiny or Guru are doing. But listen, it's so nice. I got this nice little memorial sitting in the seat next to me. But on to the Warriors, and I was going to talk about Kuminga and the way that he's going to fit in this new system. But then you started talking about Iguodala. So I want to say this: so we're celebrating Inky for his block. Are we not going to celebrate him for his shot getting blocked and 40-something seconds? Are we not celebrating the horrible pass that he threw to Curry in 19? So I'm going to say this, and there's your 15 Oakland A's fans in the background. But Kuminga has a chance. He should be the happiest guy in America right now. And the reason being is he's going to say to himself, hey, if Iggy's going to get put up in the Raptors, then I have a pretty good chance of getting that max contract. But whatever he was going to sign for at the beginning of the season, it is completely depreciated. And as much as I love his talent, and as much as I know Guru wants to be there when he's accepted into the Hall of Fame, that's not going to happen. And the Warrior appreciates your time.
All right.
And I got to go.
Yeah, you got to go.
The Warrior chose violence.
They're rallying in surprise.
Tell the mic. Yeah.
By the way, come on, Warrior. Like, come on. See, I've never talked about Iguodala like that. Like, we got to celebrate LeBron's block on him? I didn't bring that up.
Again, I just was moved yesterday, and I knew it was happening, the ceremony, and wasn't there on hand, but got to hear it and watch it, and I was just like, man. And then to end it by giving the guy his flowers who's still out there trying to get number 5, Steph, it just speaks, Donnie, to their relationship. And I hope one day when we end and a microphone.
Don't.
And a mic.
Don't do
and
this.
A microphone catches
Neither of us are getting our jerseys retired. And we're not going into the radio Hall of Fame.
Somebody's going to ask a Trevor of the world, shout out Trevor, and his YouTube podcast or whoever, is going to ask you, how was your time with the goo? And I hope you
be specific. What period?
I know it don't matter what period.
What's the date today?
I would speak fondly of you, man.
He got on my nerves.
You got on mine too. You got on mine.
25.
I want my people that I'm around every day, the kids of the world, to speak of me when I'm gone or we're not around each other, like Andre did Steph, and that was authentic, man.
Let's get Bryce and Sunnyvale in before we got to do the crossover. What's up, Bryce? How you doing, buddy? Finish us off here.
All right. I'm going to finish you guys off. How are you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
All right. Hey, so, I mean, a lot of talk has been about how Kuminga needs to fit into this team when he comes back, right?
Yep.
And my thoughts are, based on what Tim said, the previous caller, he was talking about how we all don't like Kuminga or don't appreciate him. The reason why he hasn't gotten the same playing time that others have gotten and why he hasn't gotten the same opportunity is because he's one of the biggest players on the team, but he doesn't play big. That's been the biggest problem. And when he comes off the bench, after he comes back, he's going to be taking minutes away from guys like G. Santos, guys like Gary Payton, guys like Quentin Post. And those guys quietly have been the reason why that second unit has worked in these past 6 games. Hustling, getting after loose balls, and all of that stuff. Kuminga needs to do more of that. He needs to play big. And because he's one of the biggest players on the floor, but he wants to play like Kobe, and that's just not going to work in this particular construct, in this particular lineup. So my thoughts are he needs to rebound. I need him to get 5+, 6+ rebounds a game. And he needs to front the post on offense and get easy buckets that way. I don't see any because if he doesn't do that, I think Kerr pulls him out and puts in a guy like G. Santos who has played his role, frankly.
Yeah, Bryce. I mean, that's what I'm going to be looking.
Mad at Bryce.
That's what I'm going to be looking
for. That's a bit strong, though, Steiny.
I mean, I've been saying forever, like Kuminga. I don't know why
I'm just taking that risk all day if it's going to cost me Santos or whomever.
Why didn't he come into the league and say, you know how I can play on this team? Doing all the dirty work.
Because you told me his basketball,
dirty work is rebounding.
Yeah, but
dirty work is what you can do Kobe. If you don't have experience.
But when you have skills like he has, or natural talent, Donnie, I think you go to the Kobe model more than you do.
Then who?
No.
What do you mean Kobe model?
Because the caller said he wants to play like Kobe.
Okay.
Because of ha-ha. And I'm thinking that he chose that before the other stuff that got Pods on the
court. You know
court.
what? That's why he's not playing. Because he doesn't do the dirty work like Pods and like those other guys. Apparently, why else would Steve Kerr not be playing him? The segment was brought to you by Safeway.
not a man unless you take a cowboy boot to the crotch.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's crossover time. Let's welcome in Willard and Dibbs.
Woo.
And
the fellas.
What's up, gents? How you doing?
Ooh, that Cabo story?
Oh, you heard that?
Oh God,
It's
yeah,
true.
I did. I'm gonna be there in 3 months.
We got to go.
Yeah. But
have a better time.
Yeah, we'll be all right. We'll be all right.
Finally got the
I feel confident.
Boom, pow.
Was it the water that got you?
No, it was a bottle.
Yeah.
It was
cowboy boots.
Got schnookered by a young man
I
on the
made a
beach.
purchase in Cabo. They had the earthquake before we came, and we were supposed to be cautious with the water or whatever. Anyway, I had my margaritas, having a nice lunch on the water.
Yeah.
Made a purchase and God didn't come back with my product, so I went looking for it. Not with vengeance, but I was like, I'm feeling myself on the beach.
Okay.
And, I saw him. He ran. I ran. Just get my 20 back. And I ran down the wrong alley, and they put it on your boy.
Oh.
No questions asked.
Wow. And they,
Walk, pow, boom.
Like 3 or 4 of them?
Yeah,
or?
about 4 or 5. It grows every time I tell the story.
It should.
About
It
6 or
should.
7.
Yeah.
Okay.
Couldn't consummate the wedding. Yeah, because I was hurt down there.
Oh, you'd consummated the wedding.
Well,
you know what that would have been, right?
I mean, the wedding had already been consummated. The wedding.
Right.
I thought that doesn't happen until you do the do.
Well, but you didn't that night?
No, I couldn't.
That was literally the day you got married?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't get married that day that you were on.
Thank you for helping.
They were going
my
on the
story.
honeymoon.
Yeah.
It was like their honeymoon.
The honeymoon is what I meant.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
no
like-
whoopee on the honeymoon.
But
Yeah.
that night, the wedding night.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Okay.
We were in Sac.
I was about a story about to change up in here now.
Yeah,
And thank you for Whoopi reminding me of the newlywed game. Yes.
Yeah,
When was the first time you made Whoopi?
Can I start real quick?
Do it.
Please do.
I don't know if you
Let's
guys
go.
been listening, but life is amazing. And I'm just telling you, my prediction before Draymond was Western Conference Finals after the trade. But I'm sitting there every second, guys, just thinking about what got rotten in Miami for the Warriors to get the likes of Jimmy Butler, who is now the basketball Gandhi. We're all seeing on the court and what he can do off the court. And it's just amazing about life how before the trade, people were calling trade Steph. I didn't have answers. I was down. And now all of a sudden I feel like, Dibbs, I mean this, Willard, nobody might want to see us in the offs. What that means, you can answer, but this is insane where this thing might be going. That's all.
Well, and we were doing kind of the sliding doors thing here before the segment started. And for anybody who doesn't understand that reference, that's an old movie that basically shows how different your life can go based on whether or not, like in this particular, the movie is, did you make the train or not? The doors are closing.
I love it.
If you make the train, life went this way. You don't make the train, life went that way. And the Warriors over the last, how many names have they been tied to over the last year and a half?
Yeah, Steiny did it. A full 6-shooter of bullets they dodged.
The clip was full.
Well, did they dodge him? I don't know how well or not well it would have gone if they had gotten those people, Paul George, Larry Markkinen, Kevin Durant, whatever. I do know this. They ended up with the guy that cost the least, circumstantially.
Another benefit.
Right. There's, that Durant deal, I know, was it you guys that did the poll last week? Like, if you could redo it, would you rather have Durant or Butler?
Usually it's the morning that does the poll.
Got it. Okay. Anyway, if you did understand that if you did Durant, that's Kuminga and multiple first-round picks.
Yes.
The fact that this is happening and all it cost the Warriors was the guy they were trying to give away last year, this year's pick, and quite frankly, let's be real, 2 names that a year and a half from now most Warrior fans won't even be able to name. They won't even be able to remember who else was in this deal.
It was 3 names, but I get it.
Was it? Oh, yeah, Lindy. I forgot Lindy was in there, too.
No,
I thought it was 4.
No, it was
but
Wiggins
is
and
one
then
of the
3
4.
others.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
That was
Lindy,
gotcha.
Dennis, and Kyle,
It was
right?
the guy you were trying to get rid of, and then 3 names who you won't remember in 5 years, and a pick that, okay, it's a pick, and right now that pick looks like it might be 18 or 19.
Getting crappier by the minute.
It sure is. Yeah. And so when you think about that, and we'll get into some of the comments that were made in the great piece in The Athletic today.
It was.
Marcus Thompson and I think, Sam Amick was also co-authoring it. And Draymond, the quote that hit me is that Draymond reportedly told the front office, we need another a-hole. And that was his quote
that
about
is classic.
Like, and that's kind of what they got.
Yes.
You got a guy who will pull somebody aside and say, you need to do X, Y, and Z, and another guy who will go at the other team, and another guy who is going to be a dog. And Wiggins is great. He's talented, and I wonder if anyone's like followed what he's done in Miami. Because
he's had a few good games.
Well, here's funny.
Kind of hit the game winner the other night. It wasn't the buzzer game winner, but it was the go-ahead bucket.
No, he's not. But it's funny because on the drive in, I was thinking to myself, listening to you guys, I'm like, you know what? When I get in, I'm going to do the research on Wiggins and just see what Wiggins has done in Miami. And by the time I got here, it had totally slipped my mind because it doesn't even matter. And that to me is the bigger point because Jimmy Butler, what he's doing, his impact, the vibe.
I don't need 40 shots either.
No, and he doesn't need the ball. Like, he just wants to be out there competing, distributing, defending, shooting. And, it'd be better if he didn't shoot a three, but I know he's got to take his one or two a game, and that's fine. And we all hold our nose and hopes it goes in. But how many other guys around him are better now than they were 2 weeks ago?
My answer is all.
Right.
And Kuminga when he gets back. But I know you're a hard grader. Before Steiny goes, I got to throw this to you because I brought you up on the show.
I heard it.
You kind of had him left for dead pre-trade like a lot of people. Are you still there, or has this, just for this year, are you like, ooh, they might have some action?
Oh, they got action. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Well, it's funny because it's something that Mark and I talked about last week, and it feels like all of our feelings and emotions are game to game. And right now they've won 5 of 6, and so our emotions are sky high. And I mentioned to Mark last week, like over/under playoff wins at 4.5, which would mean you'd win a series. And Mark was like, I don't know. I don't know if I would go over on 4.5.
I reluctantly took the under.
Oh.
Right.
And I still would.
Okay. And that means they can win a series and you could still lose the bet if they got swept the next
game. Yeah. True. That's true.
But even We Believe, that thing went 5. So the We Believe team won 5 playoff games.
I have a hard time.
If I'm not mistaken.
I don't think players like this would get swept. That would surprise me.
Yeah.
But anyway.
No, I guess my point is that our feelings and emotions and our thoughts and our expectations and our predictions, they change over the course of a weekend.
Well, and one of the things we also talked about is there's the Warriors side of this, which is where most of our energy is, but there's also what's happened around them. The trade deadline decidedly was very LeBron and Steph-esque. If you look at the Western Conference, my God, things just absolutely flipped directly to who I think are still the two faces of the league, right? Even at their age.
No doubt.
But if you look at Dallas making that acquisition and then Davis getting hurt, you look at the Kings moving on from De'Aaron Fox, you look at Wembanyama getting hurt, you look at Kawhi still in and out of the lineup, you look at all the injuries that have happened in Minnesota, the youth of Houston seemingly showing up. Oklahoma City and Denver are still there, and I still have they're the two favorites in the Western Conference. There's no question. And I leave Memphis out. I'm not sure sometimes what to do with them. They're good. Not sure quite what to do with them, but like this thing, it completely opened up. You gave 2 A+ teammates to LeBron and Steph, and then a lot crumbled around them. So,
right.
I don't know. Like, I still don't know if they'll all stay healthy. That's like
that's the big one, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Like our minds right now watch the Warriors and we go health. You can't assume that.
Yeah,
these guys are advanced.
Can I do 30 seconds of comedy on Anthony Davis just real quick?
Is it going to be funny though, or are we going to be laughing at someone?
You won't think so.
Do we have to buy 2 drinks?
You and I have been friends for 17 years, and I can count I can count on one hand the number of times that you have actually laughed at things that I've said. And
I do.
I'm patently a funny person.
You're good. You're funny.
Anthony Davis, the beauty of the monobrow is that nobody will know how you're feeling. You watch him yesterday, and he's not playing, and they're getting blown out. Monobrow. And he could be happy, and the brow is the monobrow. He's not going to be happy. He will not show joy or sadness or bewilderment, confusion, depression. The beauty of the monobrow is you can remain expressionless.
And I think that bothers.
Maybe not that funny.
Go ahead, Snotty.
I thought that it was a curiosity.
Interesting that it was funny.
He laughed. He got him.
If you watched him yesterday, it's like, ooh, Dallas making a run. Cut to Anthony Davis. monobrow. Ooh, Dallas is down 33. Steph just did a night-night to your teammate. Cut to Davis. Monobrow.
Well, I'll say
Might be
this.
something you want to do.
No, I see you working.
You through the years have gotten, and a lot of people have, like Luka annoys people, right? Because he's constantly palms up, and he's constantly this, that, or the other with the refs.
Ow!
But to the point you're making, I think the Warriors, even Steph, it's a different kind of emotion because, like, he's even cried on the court before. But the Warriors have 3 stars. You do not have any question about where they stand. You can see it all over their face. It's sitting on their shoulder. I would take that all day long over the sort of just stoic kind of the Nikola Jokic.
Right.
Where we're just like,
no emotion.
Yeah.
Rock face.
Yeah.
And I'm going to die on this island. Shout out Gilligan. I really believe what you just described about AD is why that trade went down and Bron was tired of not having a guy that he felt like. So I know the streets tell, Guru, nobody knew. I don't buy that. I believe LeBron knew. And I believe what you just described about Anthony Davis is why Bron felt like he needed to change and signed off.
But that makes it sound like it came from the Lakers. This trade came from Dallas, didn't it?
But you got to say it take 2 to tango. You got to say yes.
Despite all the evidence to the contrary, you think LeBron
I'm a conspiracy theorist. Yeah, no doubt. Okay. They drafted your son.
I don't think it's crazy.
Okay.
I mean, LeBron has never not
that
known
reason
anything before.
And AD's hurt, oh, by the way.
And I wonder if Steph and Draymond had ever gone to management and said, do you see what we have with Andrew Wiggins? Can we get somebody with a little bit more fire? To think that never happened to me is
but what if it did and there was nothing greater coming back, like when they were trying to shop him?
Well, then they waited. They were smart to wait. And they waited. And, Steiny, you're right about dodging bullets. And maybe this was the last best deal they could do. Yeah. But so far, it looked like it's serendipity. Things have worked out in their favor.
No doubt. No doubt. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I mean, the thing to me that's been most impressive about Butler is the way he's doing it. He's not dominating the ball. Like, he doesn't dominate the ball. He doesn't shoot the 3 where he changes the momentum of a game. He's really good defensively. So he's managed to do it without becoming this number 1 option for a new team. And you know why? Because he's an all-around player. He can do a lot of different things.
And we're seeing the difference. There's no shade at Andrew. Let me know. Help me, guys. Steiny said it earlier. The difference between Drew and the presence of Jimmy Butler, who took a Miami team that I don't want to say had the most talent in the world to the finals twice, being the one. I think we're seeing now just what a feat that was and what type of play.
Something physical. He's a great defender. He was a great defender. Obviously, he was a good finisher, very athletic player. He's long. You could do all these. He's a great player. But, what's the thing offensively that Andre was amazing at? I think his best attribute was his brain. And that's always worked really well with this system.
Yeah.
And, this is not to say that the players that are on their way out or whatever were not smart basketball players. But I look at these last 6 games, and it's the best decision-making I've seen the Warriors make in years.
It's interesting about Andre because you talk about his brain, and I do think that he realized when he came to the Warriors that he was a different player than he was in the early part of his career in Philly and in Denver when he was an absolute force getting to the basket. He could score in the mid-range. He was a scorer. He was a number 1. And by the time he came here, he realized that he's not that player anymore. But what was he still? Like you said, defender, a guy who can defend 2 through 4, 2 through 5, maybe with his length and his IQ, his passing, all the rest of it. And so because he was aware of who he was, and so for Jimmy Butler now, can Jimmy go out there and get you 25 to 30 a night? Of course. If he was on fill-in-the-blank bad team.
Half of those might be at the free throw line.
Fine, and he can get you 25, but on this team with Steph and with Draymond and with, a good group of other shooters, and you see Quentin Post now finding his way in the corner and GP2, and what Jimmy knows, I think, is how to make other people better. And when you're playing alongside Steph Curry, you don't have to worry about making him better, although one thing I'm going to talk about today is how, maybe Steph can do it more than once or twice a week now because he doesn't have to carry that same load.
Yeah, but the non-Steph minutes are incredible now, man.
There it is.
It used to be nightmare on Warrior Street. Now they're plus 30.
Even when they won the title, like I haven't felt this relaxed when he leaves the floor since Durant left.
Man,
that's the presence that's different. Like
you might get something with him going out now.
They have. They're outscoring their opponents without Steph Curry since Jimmy arrived.
Plus 30.
If you want to take a stat to the kitchen at the workplace and tell your friends, there's the one.
Man,
they have outscored their opponents. With
and
Steph
they were
Curry
minus
on the bench.
90 through 51 games. Minus 90.
You can feel it. You can feel it. They didn't know how the hell to find a shot. They didn't know what to do.
Damn.
Now they actually still look like a really good basketball team.
What do you think Kuminga's role will be?
Oof.
Why is that a woof? Why can't it be a good thing?
Hey, ho.
Yeah. Ain't that a good thing?
Yes. I hope. But think of it this way. Do y'all remember when Klay Thompson came back? Remember when he came back?
Right. Everybody was rolling.
Everybody was rolling. And everyone went, and now Klay, too. And he came back, and what happened? Pow, he started taking L's. Because you have to fit a presence into the room.
Damn.
I'm not saying long-term it's a problem. It's a good thing. He's a good player. They need youth. They need athleticism. I just think it's going to be challenging. It's going to be challenging. Plus, the brand of basketball that we just talked about has not been Jonathan Kuminga's strength. Decision-making has not been his strength. Athleticism is his strength. So that's great. Got to figure that out. I just think it's going. It could be bumpy at moments.
It could be, but it's a little bit easier because with Klay, it becomes an accommodation sensation where you have to accommodate Klay. He's a Hall of Famer and a four-time champ. You can't just take Klay and say, all right, Klay, we're going to ease you back in. With JK, you can kind of say, all right, JK, we're going to ease you back in a little bit more because you're a young player and, things are going great. It doesn't mean that he's going to get the TJD treatment. I'm not saying that.
No, right.
But it's not going to be, I'm healthy, I get 30 minutes. It's going to be, how about 16 to 20?
So you don't expect him to start at all?
No.
I don't expect him to start, period, even if he's playing great.
I think what they have right now in their starting lineup is working, and I do think that it comes down to more like Kuminga or Moody in the 4. Like, how does that minute share go? Because you watched Moody yesterday, and he does all the little things that you need, and Kuminga doesn't yet do that, where there's a rebound that's 50-50, and Moody's got a hand in there, and it's boop, he pokes it, or he gets it, and he finishes. He does like the dirty work stuff, and it's not to say JK can't. What JK brings, Jonathan Kuminga, is something that they kind of already have. Like, they've got somebody who can get to the line, Butler. They've got a finisher at the rim, Steph Curry. They've got a rebounder, Brandon Podziemski, ladies and gentlemen, and Kavon. So
I love what he can bring, but if you say it that way, like what Dibbs just said, when you watch the Warriors the last 6 games, are you looking for fewer minutes from Moses Moody? I'm not. He's been fantastic.
I give him his flowers.
Okay,
man.
So what does JK's return mean?
And he's playing
fewer
more.
minutes
28
for Moses.
minutes. He's playing more. Yeah.
So I'm not like saying he can't this, that, or the other, but Moses has fit really well with what they're doing. And now you're probably going to take a third of what he's doing off the floor. And JK better fill that in nicely.
And take it above and beyond.
I mean, I feel like Moody is a player who, for whatever reason, when Butler arrived, everybody just gets pushed down in terms of the pecking order. And because now they have, I think Draymond's playing a lot better since they got Butler on offense, too. And so when you look at Moody as a guy who doesn't have to make threes all the time, but when he does, it really helps. Like, I just think he's in a more comfortable role where kind of being steady Eddie is good for this team because they're better now, but steady Eddie before didn't really help them a lot because they needed an injection beside him.
Well, who works better with ball movement? Jonathan Kuminga or Moses Moody?
Moody.
That's what I'm watching right now. Their ball movement is impeccable. And the ball is moving around the ring. And they're like, just look at what Jimmy talked about in this article today.
Yeah.
Make the right pass. and the ball moves around, and who do you want when the ball hits you for the open three? You want Moody or JK? And JK has to have the ball in his hands and break. Again, this isn't a criticism.
Right, I got you.
It's just I don't see
it's going to show his head.
It's
We're going
not
to
just
going to
be this seamless
reveal itself.
snap of finger. They're playing really, really well right now.
Yeah, and Steve Kerr today at 5.
Oh, man,
that's right.
He's going to be in a good mood.
Yeah, you would think. And, he won't speculate on who JK plays best with, but we can kind of pick his brain about what style basketball they've played, what style of basketball suits JK, because when Kuminga comes back, and Mark's right about like ball movement, and Jimmy's really good at it and moving it around, and Kuminga's more of I get it. I'm
Come
gonna
downhill.
I'm going to go downhill and make something happen. So who are the players that he can play with that kind of suit what he does best?
It also feels like they're more, I don't know if it's better, but they're more competent in the half court now than they've been. And, that probably doesn't favor Kuminga as much as Moody. And again, I don't know what Kuminga's going to bring. I don't know what his role's going to be, but I'm with Willard. It's like, it could be great. It could be, but they got to figure it out.
Yeah.
They've got to figure it out.
And to that point, I'm the biggest Moses Moody fan. But when I say with bravado they're going to the Western Conference Finals, this team, I got in my formula Jonathan Kuminga starting. I had starting or being Andre Iguodala coming off the bench, and you go get yours, young fella. So this is no shade at Moses, but if you guys are telling me, if he's slow to come back from the injury and it's Moody, I didn't come in here today excited about 5-1. That's what the record is. I told Steiny it's the endless possibilities of what they can be when this season's over. But my goodness, I just don't know if you can be that great and beat the top-tier teams in a series with no impact from Kuminga, and that would have me shocked.
You might be right. I just think there's going to be a process to getting there. And
turbulence.
Or maybe not. But they're I don't think it's as easy as just like they look like this and now they get another good player.
Right.
I don't think it's that easy.
No, I always think there's going to be an adjustment, and they could turn out to be a better whole product with Kuminga, but they have to be a better whole product with Kuminga.
Man.
So
let me ask you guys this before you roll out of here: how many teams do I name
got time with.
before you get? And I'm going to phrase it like this. In the West, the likelihood of this team coming out of the West, how many teams do I get to before you get to the Warriors? So you tell me if you think the Warriors are more likely to go to the NBA Finals than said team. Okay? Thunder.
No.
Okay? Nuggets.
No.
Lakers.
No.
I'm saying something is not. That was a big game they had. I'm saying no to the Lakers.
Okay. And how about Memphis?
I'm saying
maybe.
Yes, they can go further.
This is where
Memphis is fair game.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah. I think they're fifth most likely right now. I like, and this is
be selling them short. You're right.
Right. This could change tomorrow night. They could lose to Charlotte, and we all hate them. I don't know, but in this moment, get Sacramento out, get Dallas out. I don't trust the Clippers. The Rockets are so young. Minnesota's the weirdest team in the NBA. Can't figure it out. So much talent, but I just don't know what's going on with them. And I think the Warriors have it in this moment.
If Dallas is healthy, they scare me.
Yeah, but I agree. But first of all, will they ever be healthy? And what will their record be when they get healthy? They're like, that's a playing team.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to not only work their way out of the play-in tournament, but then probably have to go face OKC. Or Denver right away. I think they're going to be gone.
Yeah. Anyway, it's going to be fun.
Where?
It already is.
You're right. It
Yeah.
absolutely is. Hey.
Did you have fun at work today?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Better than if they were
Nice
27 and 30.
Where do you work?
Well, I want to say something first.
OT. Oh, boy.
Hey, Mike Dunleavy, thank you so much for not bringing Zach LaVine here.
Oh, God.
Thank you so much for not bringing Zach LaVine here, so as that we'd have to talk about him a lot on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smart?
with a lot of Warrior basketball coming this week as well. And I want to say this right out of the gate, and I want to invite anybody who's ready to do it with me. Okay? 888-957-9570. That's the number. You can text us, tweet, YouTube chat, whatever. Who's ready to do this with me? I was wrong. I was absolutely wrong with my reaction to the Warriors' acquisition of Jimmy Butler. Now, the same way we said last week, it's only been 4 games. It's now only been 6. And so I don't mean that in a way of like, well, now it's going to be sunshine and rose petals for the next 2+ years, at least 1 deep playoff run. Who knows, Dibs? Maybe 2, maybe even 3.
Who knows?
I'm not sitting here telling you that they're now out of the woods that they've created. He's still 35. They're all still 35 plus. They have to stay healthy. They're still small. There's all of these things that and we still don't know what Kuminga looks like with him. All of those things still remain. But the reason that this trade to me is working so well is because even if something goes wrong in the next year or two, it was still worth it. It was still worth it. This team, I underestimated the level to which they needed an energy shift.
Yeah.
We can do all the X's and O's of why the Warriors are playing well over the last 6 games. I'm more interested in the way this team looks. I mean, they all look like they just got let out of jail. It's unbelievable, the energy oozing out of this organization right now.
And I do think that it's for 2 or 3 main reasons. One, you brought in a guy who is an energy player. He's impactful, and he plays with that edge and that swagger. The other piece for me is that from a rotation standpoint, you got a lot of clarity. So you no longer have 12 or 13 guys for 10 spots. If you're Moses Moody and you lose Slow-Mo and Schroeder and Lindy Waters and Wiggins, if Moses was your 11th or 12th man, and of late he was higher than that, but the point is all those other guys, they're now out of the way. So your rotation is really 10 players, and then you can add in Gee or Quentin or whatever else you want to add in toward the bottom end of it. But I think that playing time clarity is a big part of it. Now, when Kuminga comes back, it gets a little bit more complicated because, Moody's been playing a bunch, and he's been playing well at the 4, and Kuminga comes back, and he's going to probably be your 4. I don't think you want him to play the 3 very much because he doesn't shoot the ball great, although neither does Jimmy Butler. So you could play him at the 3 in spots, but I do think that playing time clarity is a big part of it, and you brought in a real OG and a real dog, and as Draymond said in the article in The Athletic, we needed another blank hole, and Jimmy's that in the best possible way, and also I think what it's done for Steph Curry is he doesn't have to go out there and shoot the ball 30 times a game anymore. He can kind of lay back in spots, and the team's going to be okay.
I mean, that's probably the under-discussed part of us comparing Jimmy Butler to Andrew Wiggins. I heard a lot of people, everyone would agree Jimmy Butler is a better overall player, but you're like, he's a lot older, and he's a lot more expensive, and you got to tie yourself to that wagon for another couple of years. And then there's the attitude thing, and that scares people a little bit. But what I don't think a lot of us talked about is you traded a very passive human being for a very dynamic human being. And to me, that's what I see right now as the biggest change. I agree with everything you just said. All of that X's and O's is very, very clear. Jimmy is a smarter basketball player. He's better at the free throw line. He's more reliable night to night. He makes better decisions than a lot of the guys we've seen in that role. All of that's true. The biggest thing that just happened is they got a dog. They traded a cat for a dog. That's what just happened.
Wow.
They did.
I mean, traditionally, I'm more of a cat guy as a pet owner. But
I love both. I've had both. I don't even refer to that. That's not a criticism.
No, but I get it.
And that's what they did. They traded somebody who wants to be in the background for someone who wants to be in the foreground.
And in my homestead back in Oakland, shout out Cliff, the cat, he was not going to defend us against any possible interloper. And in fact, if a stranger came over, he's going to be under the bed for at least a day, more likely 2.
I'm the same way.
He's a classic cat. He was not a dog.
Yeah.
He wasn't out there, barking if somebody came onto the property. And Jimmy Butler, if you look at what they've done in 6 games, they as a team are plus 88. And they're coming off back-to-back 24-point victories. They've won 3 in a row for the first time since November. It feels like, yes, winning games gives you momentum, but just watching this team, they're out there playing with force and swagger and an edge. And I don't know where this whole thing's going to end, but where it is right now is a whole lot better than it was if you want to go back to Wednesday, February 5th, when you lost to Utah by 3. And, that was the day of the deadline, and there was a lot of emotions because 4 guys were gone before the game even started, and you gave up a $131 to the hapless Jazz, and you lost. Since then, you've been amazing.
Yeah. I mean, look, this feels really good. And I mean that more so not just as a fan. I mean that based on what you're all watching or listening to or however you take in Warrior games or just listen to them talk. And we'll play a bunch of this for you here throughout the day. By the way, Steve Kerr's on the show at 5. Anthony Slater's on the show at 3:45. We're all over the Warriors all afternoon. And we'll play a lot of what they're all saying. But like everybody is gushing. Everyone is gushing. Like we sound like we're at a retirement party every day. You hear what Iguodala sounded like yesterday? None of this happens without you, Steph. I mean, like everybody is just gushing over everyone, but that's what it sounds like on the day-to-day. Now, be real. These things don't last. They are not going to be this lovey-dovey for 3 years. They will not.
Well, even for 25 games,
I don't even know if they will be by next Monday. But that's where they are now. And that energy shift that took place with the Warriors, my goodness, way, way more pronounced than I thought it would be.
Right.
Like if you remember where we were, and we were at Splash physically, but where we were mentally the day this all went down, I had all kinds of concerns about the X's and O's of the deal and the finances of the deal. But my thought was, it's better than no deal, but I'm surprised that that's the deal. I'm really surprised that that's the deal. I had no idea that the timing of it was this much of a necessity. Again, knew they needed to do something, but I didn't, like, for one person to come in and change the energy, forget the room, like a city, a building, multiple buildings,
a franchise,
an organization.
Yep.
The whole thing is different because of the arrival of one person. And now you wonder why someone like that asks for $55 million. Dude, it's worth more than that. But do you understand what that's worth? For if someone has that ability to walk into an entire billion-dollar organization, snap his fingers, and have everything do an about-face? Dude, what he's done is already worth $55 million, and it's been a week and a half.
He's a unique guy to where he comes in, and I don't think that he thinks about anything other than, I'm Jimmy Butler, I'm good at what I do, and, either you join me, I join you, of course, but either you roll with me in how I do things, or, maybe I'm not in the right spot. But I want to admit that I also was wrong, not about Jimmy Butler, because my concern was about the contract, and once that got signed, I was all in on it. I was wrong about Steph Curry. And what I said for the past month or 2 months is Steph Curry cannot do it every night. He could do it every now and again. He could do it maybe 1 of 3, 2 of 4.
Define it.
It is like last night, for example, 12 of 20, 30 points in 3 quarters. And he was the game. And Jimmy's great. Draymond was great. Everyone was great. But Steph Curry, if you look at his last 6 games since Jimmy's been here, he's averaging 29 a game. He's shooting 40% from 3. He's almost a 50-40-90 guy again over the last 6 games. And it's consistency. I thought that he was at a point where he couldn't do it every night. Well, it turns out now with Jimmy Butler, and I know it's a small sample, but 34, 38, 25, 27, 20, and 30. He's averaging 29 a game. He is doing it every game. So I was wrong thinking that maybe he was slowing down more than he is. What he needed was somebody else to take some of the pressure off and take some of the double teams off and take some of the heat off him. He doesn't need to shoot it 35 times a game when you got Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, this whole thing, it's crazy. It's surprising to me, man. They are swaggering all over people right now.
Yep.
They're just walking into buildings looking at each other like, what? What are you going to do about all this? And the only person who has an answer one time was Kyrie Irving, who absolutely lost his mind and went crazy. And they still only won by 4 points.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man, it's super optimistic. Let's go. Who wants to do this with us? I was wrong. This was absolutely the right move at the right time. Even if it goes south from here, I still think right move, right time based on the energy shift that's taken place. 888-957-9570. We're going to be taking your calls all afternoon. So, Chris, Deborah, Candlestick Rick, you're going to lead us off. Get on in here at 888-957-9570. Your phone calls next. Anthony Slater in just over an hour. Speaking of Jimmy Butler, want to win a Butler jersey? Want to win a Jimmy Butler Warriors jersey? We've already given away 2 today, and we've got 1 more to give to 1 lucky listener. All going to happen in the 4 p.m. hour. So just make sure you keep listening. We're also sponsored by Honda of Vallejo. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Our world is constantly changing, and every day,
waved at it in desperation, but he knew he was beat. Off a little dribble move. Dallas has gone 4 minutes without a point. They're down 17-9 now.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, Steph. I don't really want to take anything away from you.
You can't take it away from him.
Nope. I mean, unless, of course, it's during the non-Steph minutes, which Jimmy is now in charge of. And
right.
Doing just fine. Thank you. You know, we left here on Friday talking about how regular season Warrior games had not felt like this much of an appointment in 3 years. And I would like to circle back to that and then push that even more forward. Listen to me now, okay? And then we're going straight to the phones. Tomorrow night is Tuesday, and Charlotte is in town. It's literally the way you joke about regular season basketball when you say it.
It's what Draymond used to joke about.
Exactly. You're like, some Tuesday and Charlotte is in town.
I can't get up for Tuesday in Charlotte.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
I can't wait for Tuesday and Charlotte is in town. That's how you know that the Warriors are cooking right now. And it is. It's so much bigger than a 5-1 record. And so, I'm ready. I am now ready.
Oh, yeah.
I am ready to say I was wrong about this trade. And it's not because any of my thoughts about next year and beyond are different than they were that day. It's that I can see that this energy shift is so much more pronounced than I ever could have thought possible. And that in and of itself, even if this just goes to the first round and then whatever, next year they just come back a year older and all of that, I still would green check this deal.
Oh, yeah.
My God. This is such an about face. It's incredible.
It's been profound, and all you have to do is look at the ticket resale market. And I just looked at tomorrow's games. Bucks at Rockets, tickets as low as $6.
Okay.
Suns at Grizzlies, tickets as low as $4. Spurs at Pelicans, tickets as low as $2. You can get into that game for $2. Hornets at Warriors, tickets as low as $69.
Wow.
So, and the Laker Maverick, tickets as low as $173. That's a little bit of a different vibe.
That's crazy. Yeah, the only way that would be crazier is if it was in Dallas. It's in L.A.
Right.
But Luka versus the Mavericks, yes, that's coming on. That's coming tomorrow night.
You got a 2, a 4, and a 6. And the $6 is Giannis at Houston.
Yeah.
The Giannis Şengün matchup.
That's a big game.
It is.
That's two teams that are fighting right now.
Spurs at Pelicans, tickets as low as $2.
Yeah, well,
that team's got to move.
I mean, those two teams they're playing out the string.
Right.
They've lost their people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Wembanyama, whatnot.
But to your point though about like Hornets Warriors, the Hornets are 14-41, but you can't get in there for under $70.
Oof.
Because this thing is humming.
Yeah. All right, so let's hear from you. Who wants to do this with us? Okay. I like 6 games. I know that's quick, but I'm here, and the takes that I had a couple of weeks ago were at least partially off, for sure. This thing is really, really kicking into high gear quick. Chris in San Jose, thank you for calling Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? Good afternoon, Mark. Yeah. Good afternoon, Dibbers.
Hello.
Hello. I was one of those guys who, not trying to, I try to be optimistic, but when I looked at the move initially, and I still think this way to some extent, we threw around the word lateral. It's a lateral move. While I do kind of see that in terms of the player, we like your guys' analogy between dogs and cats. If Wiggins was a cat, Butler's an absolute dog. So he's infused some energy here over the last few weeks. I just, and again, not to be such a pessimist, but you look at who we play. You beat the Bucks without Giannis. You barely beat Houston without their second best player in Jabari Smith. So you play who you play, but we really haven't played like a quality opponent yet with Jimmy. I think that Lakers game was the game before Jimmy came over. So, while he has infused some life, I still kind of think, it is somewhat of a lateral move in terms of, do I think that we are going to win the championship? No, I don't think so. But I do think we have a little bit of life here now. You got Curry playing well again. He's getting one-on-ones, not 2v1 every time down the court. So it's a positive move in the right direction. I'm going to give it, another month, see how it plays out. I know we don't have the strongest strength of schedule down the way. We got some patsies, so to speak. But, we got some new life. Looking forward to it. And I'm not ready to say I was completely wrong because I still don't think they're going to win a title. But, hey, we got, as Guru was saying, we got action.
The cooking with gas. All right, Chris, thanks. I'll say this. I think it's a hard nut to crack to say lateral move because I didn't think they'd win a title before and I still don't. Well, that's not really a fair way to look at it. Yes, objectively, they are still very, very unlikely to win a championship. How about if we asked it this way? Are they more likely now than they were then? Who on earth would answer no? Of course they are. Or even as we put it a few weeks ago, look, to me, I'm never going to be a championship or bust person. I think there's value in the Warriors dancing. Get into the playoffs and see what happens. Do you get to the second round? Do you get to the third round? Those things are way better than missing it entirely like they did last year. And again, all we can do is look at things as they are in this moment. But if you look at the standings right now, look at people's schedules, look where the injuries are. Sure, the Warriors could get an injury tomorrow night. But as we all sit here right now, you got a hard time even believing that the Warriors are going to be anything below 6. 6 looks, they're a game and a half behind the Clippers.
Yeah, looks doable.
It looks very doable.
It looks doable.
I'd almost favor them right now to be the 6 of the group that's going for it.
Funny you say that because I ran this by you at least a week ago, might have been longer, about the NBA championship odds according to FanDuel, and the Warriors were at 65-1.
Yep.
Right now they're 45-1. So in just
and what are some of those other teams they're battling? What's Minnesota? What's
I'll run
the
it down
Clippers?
for you, but just over the course of maybe 10 days, they went from 65-1 to 45-1. And of the Western Conference teams, Oklahoma City is 2-1. They're the favorite to win the whole thing. Denver 13-1. Lakers 20-1. Memphis 35-1. Then
Warriors.
The Warriors.
Yeah.
And then the Clippers, then Dallas. Minnesota's 130-1.
I don't know what's going on there, man. I'm telling you. Did you watch them last night?
No,
they
I
were
missed it.
late game against Oklahoma City, and they were down by 20 before they even got warm seats.
Wow.
Then they erased it in the second quarter to take a lead by halftime, and then they went ahead and went out there and lost the basketball game and had stories come out today about how Naz Reid wants to opt out at the end of the year and be a free agent.
There you go.
I'm just like, you have so much talent on that team, and it is just so misused and not coming together. I wonder what Anthony Edwards' future is. I don't know, man. That team is so good looking. The team photo, it's so good looking, and they just don't do it. I can't figure them out.
Yeah.
They should be so much better than they are.
I'm just looking at the ESPN win probability because I didn't watch the game, and it goes from OKC is up 47-31, 50-31, 97% chance of winning.
Yep.
And then you get to Minnesota took a lead, 71-65. Now Minnesota is favored to win. All the way down to Minnesota up by 4 with about 17 minutes to go. And then, whoop, OKC flipped it all the way back. And then Minnesota actually flipped it back again. This whole thing is like the Dow Jones over a tumultuous day of the stock market.
Yeah. Oklahoma City is that is a really, really good basketball team. Let's go to Deborah in San Leandro. Hi, Deborah. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. How are you doing?
What's up?
I'm calling to say I was wrong, partially. Okay. So, I was one that said my concern with Jimmy, and it still is his availability, right? So if he maintains, they say he's coming in early, he's doing everything he needs to do physically, he doesn't have to work as hard on this team as he had to on the other team because they didn't really have a lot of help for him over there. So maybe he won't sit out as much. But he's definitely changed the whole swagger of the team. The analogy of the cat and the dog is perfect. I love Andrew, but he's too meek, right? Steph needed another dog. And to give you an example, I watched when Buddy first came over that first few weeks, and Andrew had planted himself next to Steph in the chair. Steph always has his seat. I watched Buddy move him from that seat. It's no way in heck Buddy should have moved Andrew from that seat next to Steph. Now, last night, I watched, or the other game, I watched Jimmy move Buddy. Buddy, that's my seat next to Steph. So that, that's in a nutshell the difference in the two, right? And he has changed the franchise by giving confidence to all the other players and space, and he's allowing Steph not to have to shoot 35 times a night. Steph was worn out, and now he's not. So I have to say I was wrong because I didn't know it was going to be this quick, and I just hope he remains available.
Deborah, it's a great call. Thank you very much. This is kind of what I think Deborah's talking about, and I wonder if anybody sort of believes in this the same way that I do. When we talk about sports, this happens a lot. People will bring up team chemistry, and I think a lot of people, they blow it off. They're like, what does that really mean? Like, give me talent over chemistry. Well, yes, obviously. You can have a bunch of people who like each other, and if they don't have enough talent, but do not underestimate what I think has been the word in Bay Area sports for the last 12 months. Vibes. Go back to the beginning of the 49ers offseason, and the way things just completely, for the second year in a row, went sideways because of a big name and a big contract. And all August, what did we keep saying? Oof, the vibes don't feel good. But we were hoping against hope. Oh, but they got all that talent. Got all that talent. So who cares about vibes? Well, how are we doing now? 6-11. And then the Warriors came in, and they said, we've got good vibes. And then it just kind of like went into no man's land because you couldn't string anything together.
12-3, the vibes were off the charts.
Sure, of course. And then you get a couple injuries, and then it just hit no man's land, and all of a sudden, people aren't feeling it anymore. Like, for whatever it's worth, probably not much. But right now, the San Francisco Giants spring training is overloaded on vibes. And I don't even know if that'll lead to anything. But Buster Posey is running the place now, not Farhan
a little different. Yeah.
That's vibes. It's an energy shift. And what you're watching, to me, with the Warriors right now, there's a lot of X's and O's involved in it, but even more so, it's vibes. It's just like people can achieve things. You can move mountains when you wake up every day feeling like you're a foot above the ground. And that's what they all, like the whole team looks like that right now.
They do. And I do think that is a testimony to life because I think about this building and, our boss, Matt Nahigian, when he came in, and it's been now 6 years. I want to get it right. It's been probably 6, maybe 7. And when he came in, the vibes in the building were not great. And he made some personnel moves over the course of, 6 to 9 to 12 months, most of them behind the scenes, that changed the culture. And he changed the culture. And so the vibes here in our building are great. And it's important that when we show up, the sales staff, the support staff, the engineers, everybody, if we all like being here and like working here, you're going to show up earlier, you're going to work harder, you're going to stay later, you're going to care more about your job. And that is everything for everybody. And I do believe that a lot of us in professional sports, we forget that because you look at Basketball Reference or you look at your fantasy team and you think, well, they have all these amazing guys, then of course it's going to be fine. And your example about the Niners is a good one because Ayuk was mad all the way up until he finally got started and then he got hurt. And Trent Williams didn't really want to be there. And, Mooney Ward had personal tragedy and so did Trent. And so some of these things are unavoidable when you've got personal stuff that happens, but the vibe change here in Golden State has been profound.
I mean, real talk, I think that Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers were mad at each other last offseason, and I think they still are.
They might be. I mean, we really do. We don't know what he's going through in the rehab. And
but I do think and have heard that there are still plenty of people in the 49ers front office who are still annoyed. They're still annoyed. And why wouldn't they be? You got to sit with what just happened last year all off season. And it's not all Brandon's fault, but man, it was Exhibit A into taking the 49ers into a big old bucket of negativity. And the Niners, I'm not putting it all on Brandon by any stretch. The team, the front office gets their share of the pie for sure. I just think that was a significant piece of it. And I think for a lot of us, this is what people were worried about with Jimmy Butler, because he did arrive, fair or not, with a label of being a culture killer and a malcontent, because it's happened in multiple places. And guess what? It might happen here too.
It might.
But not yet, and not for a while. And maybe it won't, because the other thing is too, like, he's signed for 2 more years after this one, and we go, oh, we got 2 more years after this. 2 years and 30 games is not that long in the NBA. Like, if you look at Jimmy Butler's culture-killing history, it's never been in the first 2 years. It's after, we're getting to 4 years and 5 years and 6 years and problems and all of that. So, he's only got to be here for a short period of time before they're probably all going to walk off into the sunset.
True, and I'll play devil's advocate here and think about, like, the future and what it might mean, because he signed for 2 years on top of this year. So you play this year, everything's great, hunky-dory, honeymoon phase, whatever happens, great. You get through next year, and now he's in the final year of his deal, and at that point, he might want a new deal. He might want an extension with just 1 year left. And,
maybe.
At that point, either Steph he'll have 1 year left, and he'll either get extended or not, and Draymond's got 1 year left. He'll get extended or not. So you get through next year, and you will be facing questions about Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy Butler, and what each of them want, what the organization wants. And so for me, it's not as easy as 2.5 years and then we worry about it. It's really just 1.5 years, because at the end of next year, all these guys are going to want clarity either way on what they're going to do.
Let's go to Candlestick Rick. He's in San Bruno. Rick, what's going on, man? What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, fellas? It's been about a calendar year since I called you guys, but it's good to hear you.
It's good to hear you. Thank you for calling.
Yeah, so I want to lay a few points down really quick, and I'll let you guys get back to it. But this is the joyous Jimmy. The no joy Jimmy is not good, because the attitude and effort changes within him. He doesn't give his full effort. He's happy right now, and I believe that will last with Steph and Draymond. They like each other, man. You can tell it's sincere, and you can only get better with Jimmy. I mean, he makes the young players better. Steph is feeling good, as well as Draymond, and every role player has continued playing well or started playing better. Potts is on fire right now. I don't expect a Western Conference win or anything like that, but my hopes are much higher than they were before. And I think we could beat some of these young teams based on merit and pedigree. When Jimmy has the ball, you kind of trust him like you did at Iguodala, almost more.
Thanks, Rick. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, like, I think that's something that we were pointing to on the crossover a little bit. When you get to know Jimmy, I don't think any Warrior fan, like, the only concern is, well, who is Jimmy? Nobody's worried about what is Jimmy. Everybody knows that Jimmy Butler is a great basketball player, but there's definitely an IQ level that goes up for the fans when someone joins your team. There's always a certain thing or two where you're like, oh, I didn't know that about him, or how does it fit with this particular team? There's that get to know you phase. I've always known, who doesn't know that Jimmy Butler's a dog, man? He's a one in the NBA. Dude, he is a high IQ basketball player. I mean, this obsession with not turning the ball over that he has.
That's the thing, Mark.
How beautiful. I've never heard a star talk about that openly. Like, obsessed with not turning the ball over. I don't hear stars talk about that. I mean, certainly that's never been a part of Warrior basketball the last year, 10, 12 years. They've always turned the ball over a lot. And Jimmy Butler has brought a new dynamic, especially later in their careers.
Yeah, he's turned it over 6 times in 6 games.
That's
one
incredible.
turnover per game. And I was looking at the numbers earlier. They are down 2 turnovers per game. And a lot of that is attributed to the fact that Jimmy Butler is on the ball a lot. And you mentioned it, Mark. He just doesn't want to turn the ball over. And maybe that'll help permeate into Steph and Draymond, because still, when you watch this team, Steph and Draymond have those 1 or 2 moments a game where it's like, where, they throw a one-arm pass, or they throw a reckless pass or a lazy pass. Jimmy Butler doesn't have that. The dude is absolutely Puritan with the basketball. And so hopefully that will carry over to Steph and Draymond, and the turnovers continue to go down, because when they don't turn it over, you get more shots. And when you offensive rebound, you get more shots. And if this team gets more shots than their opponent, they're going to win most of their games.
It's real. That's the other thing about this. It's not just W's. Like, it's been really pretty basketball.
Yeah.
Really pretty basketball. McManimal, Fairfield. Next up, Willard and Dibbs. McManimal, hey.
Hey, how we doing, guys?
Right.
Hey, I called in last week in regards to the comments Draymond made over All-Star Weekend.
Yeah.
And I just want to revisit what I said then. I said, yeah, absolutely. He buys in and he believes that they can win the championship, and I do too. Furthermore, I also said that he's bringing something, Jimmy Butler is bringing something to this team that Corey Maggette never could, and that's the vibes. I mean, you guys are spot on with that. The vibes that are coming in, they're high. I mean,
Whoop, I think we lost McManimal there at the end. I'm not sure I understand the Corey Maggette comparison. I get it that Maggette was brought in as at the time, this is a while ago, obviously, but a big name free agent. But like by no stretch does that really feel anything like this. I mean, look, it's too early to say this after 6 games, but if you want to start playing around historically with trade deadline acquisitions, hell, you could probably go beyond just basketball. I don't know how many trade deadline acquisitions have brought about this significant of a change this quickly. I mean, in recent memory, I start thinking about things like Christian McCaffrey. I start thinking about people like Hunter Pence. This is only 6 games. But my God, they look like a completely different basketball franchise.
Yeah, they look totally different. And if you look at, the impact that he's had immediately, it's a big one. And I think about going back to the first championship year where a couple of years prior, when they made the Monte Ellis trade, they got Andrew Bogut back onto Golden State, and Andrew Bogut turned out to be a big piece of that first championship team. And it didn't really bear fruit right away, but it was a veteran big and somebody who came in and did something for them that they desperately needed. And this is different because I think that Jimmy Butler is a little later in his career, although Bogut didn't play too many more years. He had all the injuries, but when Bogut got acquired, it was that sense of, wow, this is something that they've always needed, a big man who can distribute and rim protect and defend inside. And so that at the moment, it was a big trade. Everyone was really upset about losing Monte Ellis, and then the Mullen retirement ceremony thing happened, and a little different than the Iguodala retirement ceremony.
Yeah, a little bit.
Similar in the length of ceremony, by the way.
Yep.
And Rick Barry was at both, but other than that, not too many commonalities.
That was about it. Yeah. All right. So who wants to do this with us? Anybody want to reboot their Jimmy Butler trade take from a couple of weeks ago? 888-957-9570. That's the number. We're taking your calls. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Anthony Slater is going to join us in just over 45 minutes, and Steve Kerr is going to join us in just over 2 hours. But until then, we continue with your phone calls on the New Look Warriors, 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibbs. All right, and this is Willard.
in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Thompson run off the line by Moody. Drives it up post. Lost the ball. Draymond. Bounce pass. Moody on the break. Comes in. Euro steps in. Lost the ball. And it's picked up by Moody again, who then gets open. Misses the layup. Butler with the rebound. Shovels to post. He goes up and dunks it. A two-hand slam for Quentin Post. A little elevation sensation and a timeout for the Mavs. Cha-ching! Chase Center is rocking on a Sunday afternoon.
Dub Nation, it's Quentin Post. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, QP?
Yeah, what's up, Tim Roy?
I'm glad Tommy T was laughing in the background because I did not have Quentin Post on my elevation sensation bingo card.
No.
I did not.
Well, and I mean, Tim could always, he posterized him, Quentin Post. But he went, he played the favorites, and he didn't want to go with the Duncan Dutchman because we know that the Duncan Dutchman is...
They already got one of those.
Rick Smits.
Yeah.
Exactly. So he went with the old tried and true, and good to hear it again, a little elevation sensation. Yeah.
Or just
we'll take the buck, Tim.
Just a 7-footer who raised his arms. That's pretty much what it was.
It's
I don't
funny
know
you're
if it's
saying that
actually
because
an elevation sensation.
I saw the highlight again today as I was rewatching the game, and I don't know how much elevating he did. Yeah. He's a stretch 5 now.
Yeah, it's like
7 feet.
When Wemby dunks, like he looks like any of us on the Nerf hoop in our bedroom when we're a kid. It's like, dude, you dunked it with your mouth. That's not elevating.
Yeah.
It's just like you raised your arm above your head.
Right.
That's all that happened.
Maybe you on your Nerf hoop, but I was still finger rolling until about sophomore year. Your boy was,
some elevated ceilings in that house or something.
Yeah, actually, we had a Santa Fe Victorian.
Yeah,
but still, the doorway was only like 7 feet high, or maybe even 6.5. But I was miniature with no hops.
Yeah, I mean, we, Eichler House, Foster City, no.
Oh, you had an Eichler?
We had an Eichler.
Wow.
No elevation sensation, but we had the interior atrium.
Right.
That's the signature. Loved that thing. Till my dad decided to put a little cover on that thing one day. He thought he was doing something nice for mom. They put a cover on this.
You can't cover the Eichler.
Yeah, I got to put it'll create a nice little weatherproof type area in the atrium. It'll be beautiful. Swear to goodness, I think the very next night, the storm of the century hit, and it sounded like the roof of our house was going to fly off. And we all had to go up in the middle of the storm with scissors and cut the roof off of the atrium.
Cut the tarp.
Yep. I'm like, that was 2 weeks of work that we're now going to destroy on purpose.
Oh, my God.
It was so funny.
Great story.
Anyway, let's go back to the phones. Anthony Slater.
Memories of the Eichler with Mark Willard.
Yep. Anthony Slater's going to join us in 40 minutes. We are all over the Dubs, and the vibes are they're impeccable. They're out of control. And, we started off by sort of redoing our Butler takes because everything I was worried about 2 weeks ago, I think it still plays. But I guess the way I want to adjust it is doesn't matter. I don't care. I was wrong to even worry about it. The energy shift that Jimmy Butler has brought to the Warriors organization is about 2 to 3 times as big as I thought possible for any one human being. He deserves a ton of credit for that, and so does the rest of the team, for that matter. Like, things are not supposed to fit this quickly. You can't do that. You can't just come in to a new building and know where the bathrooms are before you got there. Nobody has showed you around yet. That was his first game at Chase Center. You're like, his key card isn't supposed to work yet. Good goodness. Have you ever been to Chase Center? You and I have been there 47 times. At least. And I still don't know how to get the hell out to the parking lot.
Did you guys hear what he said when he walked down the tunnel post-game yesterday?
I did. Remind me, though, the exact quote.
He said essentially, like, good to get the first one. It's a dub. Now I got to go find somewhere to live.
There it is. Got to go find somewhere to live.
Doesn't even know where he's sleeping tonight.
Dude. Jeremy Lin's couch. You know what I mean? Like, and that's not to be undersold. Like, that's hard.
That's pretty funny,
It's hard. It's hard. Like, people have families and they've got lives and And I know how a lot of us look at it. Oh, $55 million. I get it. But it can affect you. It can affect your work. It hasn't affected his work.
Right.
Like at all.
I mean, you come back to town and you play a game, and now you have to go find somewhere to live. And like you got a game tomorrow, and then hopefully you can get the movers to at least put a bed in there. So when you come back, you've got some semblance of a living environment. But yeah, we do take a lot of that stuff for granted. And like you said, you hit the ground one day in your new building, and you already know exactly what you're doing. But when you watch Jimmy Butler play, it's like he's playing his game. And I know he's joining a new team, and playing with Steph and Draymond is probably easier than joining another team because these guys are so smart and they know how to play basketball. But when you watch Jimmy, he's playing at his pace. He's doing what he does. He's playing his brand of basketball, and everything else kind of revolves around him. He doesn't turn it over. He doesn't make reckless mistakes. He doesn't take bad shots. He's just out there playing smart, aggressive basketball.
Anybody else want to redo their Butler take? We're here all day. 888-957-9570. Jeremy, Castro Valley. Hi, Jeremy. Thanks for the call.
Hey, thanks, guys. I've been listening to you guys for a long time now.
Thanks, man.
Hey, you don't know. Maybe Dunleavy is actually looking for the future. I mean, if we win the championship this year or next year, you never know. Maybe Jimmy Butler might be the next coach of the Golden State Warriors. What do you think?
Well, Jeremy, thanks. I have no idea if Jimmy Butler wants to be a coach in the future. All the conversations that we've just had over the last week about Draymond Green and coaching, because he said that it's been offered to him, probably apply for Jimmy Butler as well. They're both incredibly dynamic basketball savant type players with dog attitudes that, like, I don't know. I don't know if it translates or not. I don't know if he wants to. All I know is it's a real good sign if people are bringing that up after he's played 6 games with the team. They already want him to be the coach.
Yeah. And I mean, just hearing the caller talk about, after we win a championship, or, if they win the championship, the idea that we can now talk about that as a construct that's not completely far-fetched. Now, it's still far-fetched. They're 45-1. They're the 5th most likely according to Vegas.
It's totally far-fetched.
It's like beyond far-fetched,
totally
but
far-fetched.
It's more fetched than it was 2 weeks ago. It's less far-fetched.
Yes.
So in terms of the fetched-ometer, it's becoming more fetched than it was 2 weeks ago.
I think 2 weeks ago, the idea of the Warriors getting the 6th seed was far-fetched, and now they're a game and a half out of it.
Right.
And it literally looks like they're like all they have to do is want it. All they have to do is stay healthy, and they'll get it. If you look at the metrics, the schedule, all of that. Skills in Vallejo. Hi, Skills. Thanks for calling.
Absolutely. Hola, aloha, and yo, Willard and Dibs. I called because this past February 6th was a dark day for me. I didn't care much for Jimmy Butler at all. I'm pretty sure the feeling was mutual. I didn't want to come into the Warriors. I told anyone who would listen. I even told people who I don't think were listening. But after the trade and subsequent contract extension, then they gave him Tim Hardaway's number. I vowed not to watch or follow the Warriors again until he was gone. 34 years of fandom, you guys, just gone, just like that. But I'm coming around, and it's not just because the Warriors have been winning and playing better lately. It's also because on Super Bowl Sunday, my buddy and I were talking 49ers, and he explained he's having a hard time rooting for his Niners because of Nick Bosa and Bosa's political views. And he wished the Niners would trade him. And I pointed out that as Niners fans, we're cheering for the uniform, not necessarily the people wearing it. We got to learn how to separate the two, because there's always going to be a couple guys on whatever team who don't jive the way we might. And as soon as those words left my mouth, Willard and Dibs, I realized what a hypocrite I had been in regards to Butler. Because it's like this. I mean, I'm a Warriors. I've always been a Warriors.
Nice.
And I need to separate the uniform from the man. I don't like wearing it. So in closing, I'm coming back around to the Dubs, and I'm never going to be a fan of Butler, but it's not like he eats puppies or burns down orphanages or sleeps with his nephew's wife or anything like that. So some personal growth on my part. Go Dubs. Thank you, guys.
All right, Skills, that's good. That's a good phone call.
He showed great growth right there.
Yeah, he did.
And a great shout out to Monte with I'm a Warriors. I'm always going to be a Warriors.
That was a good shout out.
Yeah.
I'll say this.
Very layered phone call.
It really was.
There's a lot in there.
It was vulnerable. But, everybody gets to do this however you all want to do it. I'll just share kind of how I do it. Don't ever act like you do or don't know those people inside the uniforms. You just don't. Just that you don't. And so you don't have to love everybody all the same. If it's politics, if it's attitude, if it's resume, whatever it is that gets you going is just good-looking person, bad-looking person. However you want to root for people, go ahead and do it. But I sort of like the whole political thing. It's the same way I shop at a grocery store. Like if you got to know the views of the billionaire that's behind that product that's in your cart, there's a real good chance you don't want to buy that product anymore. But I don't know, man. How do you do that? That gets overwhelming at a certain point, and I simply just want my drink. Do you know what I mean? So I'm not going to worry. What do we got? We got Soleil today. That's Safeway's brand.
Yeah.
I'll see you in the aisles.
Look it up.
I don't know who owns Safeway. I know Safeway employed some of my relatives back in the day.
Yeah.
My dad used to work at Safeway.
I worked at Safeway.
There you go.
1986, Red Hill Shopping Center, San Anselmo.
All right, so I'm in.
Got bit by a dog. It was my fault.
Okay.
This dog came like tiddly-toddling through the parking lot, and I put out my hand like, hey, Frisky.
Ooh.
He got me.
That's not really your fault.
It was on me.
No,
I didn't need to do hey, random dog, let me give you a couple of pets because I'm in a good mood.
Understood.
That's enough for me to bark.
There you go.
Thank you.
Same time.
It's a home loss for me.
If a dog can't handle a hand in the face, the dog's not supposed to be out in public. That's
hand down, man down.
That's very good.
You're welcome.
Sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Anyone want to redo their Butler take? 888-957-9570. Slates. In a half hour, it's Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details...
Now they're trying to get the ball to Draymond, so Curry will go away. Butler will drive in, gets bumped off his route. The shot's good, and you're going to put him on the line. Wow. Just wow. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. Catch the head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, with Willard and Dibbs every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Tim. And that conversation will happen again today at 5 o'clock.
I can't wait.
And Anthony Slater in 25 minutes, dog. We're going to go back to the phones. It's funny. I was looking at the YouTube chat there during the break.
Okay.
There's a lot of people. Text line, too. I see you, for instance, 209. I'm working at Safeway right now, listening to you. Go Dubs, loving the resurgence. Thanks, 209. Appreciate the text. So just that reference to my dad working at Safeway back in the day.
Yep.
And then there's a lot of people that are like, oh, I shop at Safeway. I work at Safeway. My dad worked at Safeway. And it got me thinking, there have been a lot of things that have been really like fond memories or great things that have happened in my life because of my family working at Safeway back in the day.
Interesting.
Like my dad worked at Safeway for a period of time, but then I've ever told you the story where he threw out the first pitch of the Giants game where Mike Krukow was standing right next to him?
Yeah.
I've told you that story.
Yeah.
And we had the poster up on our wall. There was the picture because my dad's a complete ham. So this guy heads out, instead of like being just like full of gratitude, like, oh my gosh, can't believe I'm on the mound, this guy decides to make it his big moment in life. So he grabs the ball, Bob Brenly's behind the mound, and he sticks his foot on the rubber and leans in to get the signs. Like, Tom, we got a ball game to play here.
Right.
I know that you're excited. So he leans in. Then he comes to the set. And then,
he did not check the runner.
Then I lose it because he checks the runner.
Stop, Tom.
The poster is literally like if you could put a thought bubble next to everybody there, it's my dad coming to a set, and he's staring in at Brenly. And Krukow they let you stand on the mound back then. Krukow is behind my dad with his hands on his hips, and the thought bubble is, you got to be kidding me with this guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just staring at him like, dude, really? And then dad throws a little sinking fastball right there. Brenly catches it, walks up to him and goes, way to throw it in there, Tom. But why did my dad throw out the first pitch? Because of Safeway. Because of his friends who worked at Safeway. And we were all there courtesy of Safeway that day. And the guy that got offered to go do it, like, never thrown a baseball in his life. So he looked at my dad. He's like, you want to do it? Dad's like, sure, I'll go do it.
Your dad was an opener.
Yeah.
The original opener. Your dad.
Exactly. One pitch.
Love it.
And gone.
It's so funny.
Yeah, bunch of stuff, man, because my uncle worked there too. And we used to get access to things with the Giants and the Niners because of it. I still have a signed ball from the Montana Walsh area.
Yeah.
All because of Safeway, man. All of it.
I spent about a year and a half at the Red Hill Safeway. I was in junior college looking for a real job to try to earn enough money to put gas in the El Camino. And I was a courtesy clerk. And, you learn all the codes. And the worst thing you could hear is clean up on aisle 4.
Oh, for God's sake.
And so get the mop. And you go there and somebody had done dropped a big old thing of spaghetti sauce. And it's, splatter everywhere. And it's
glass everywhere.
Oh, yeah. And this is before you put out like the safety cones or whatever. You just got the broom and you got the mop and sweep. And sometimes they drop a bottle of wine and it's like, oh, God. Or like vinegar. Somebody dropped 2 jars of mayonnaise. I didn't eat mayonnaise for about a year, Coach.
You shouldn't.
Well,
mayonnaise is one of the grosser substances that is known to man.
I disagree.
No, that's fine.
I had a good dollop of mayonnaise last night. It was crab night last night.
You can eat it, just don't look at it. That's all I'm saying.
And don't clean it up either.
Yeah.
Because those eggs, they'll get right up in the nose now.
Well, especially now. Eggs, what are they? About $70 a carton?
Don't get me started on eggs.
I won't.
You can't find them. Like every trip to the store is like Easter. Like, although the only difference is you don't have to search for it. You go to the case and you just don't find them.
Yeah.
It's like Easter. Yeah. And shout out Safeway. I know you're doing your best to stock up on eggs, but with all that avian bird flu, you can't find an egg now.
I have no trouble finding them. I get bothered by the whole, like, you can only have one. Like, what do you mean I can only have one? I eat like 5 of these every day.
Right.
Go through a carton in 2 days. Anyway, we're going to go back to the phones, 888-957-9570. Want to remind everybody, because it's 324 and counting, 4 o'clock hour, Jimmy Butler jersey. We've already given away 2 today. 1 more to go. 1 lucky listener left. It's going to happen in the 4 o'clock hour. Make sure you keep listening right here on Willard and Dibs. Okay, Paul in Oakland. Hi, Paul. Thanks for calling.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. So I was not down for a name prior to the Butler trade. What I was hoping the Warriors were going to do was make a move to get whoever they were going to acquire, if they were going to make a move, was to get a player or players that were going to help them impact in a more positive way their ability to win clutch games. Because on the eve of the trade, in 25 games determined by 10 points or less, there were 11 and 14, and that was not going to resonate well moving toward the playoffs. So the Dallas thing last week where they lost that game and weren't able to close it out still tells me that Butler's impact on the squad in close games and clutch games is to be determined. But what I like seeing in the 6 games he's been here is the ability for the shooters, Moody, Pods, obviously Steph, and even Quentin Perimeter.
Nice.
Is they are getting. I think they're getting better looks because of Butler's presence on the floor and in the offense.
There's no question. And Paul, I know that you say it's still to be determined as to how the Warriors perform in clutch games. What if I offer this? And thanks, Paul. It's time for the Warriors to play fewer clutch games. They play too many of them. And those take a lot out of you. And just by circumstance, you're going to lose a lot of them, at least probably about 50%. That's usually the way those go. Ball's going to bounce your way sometimes it won't. But what have you noticed lately with Jimmy Butler? They're playing fewer clutch games because they're blowing people out. Not every night, but they certainly did in these 2 games. Like, we're talking a lot about yesterday because it's top of mind. We haven't even talked about Friday night yet. That might have been one of the best performances I've seen in the regular season from the Golden State Warriors in a year and a half. That was a total dismantling. Watching one team that looked like they really knew how to play the game versus another team that just wanted to fire stuff up, ring cowbells, and freak out. Like, it was kindergarten against the 5th graders on Friday night. To do that in Sacramento after everything that's happened there over the last year was therapeutic.
Yeah, big time. And you heard Doug Christie's comments after the game about the Warrior fan takeover. That thing was a complete reversal of fortune and what has been the case where I think Sacramento Kings fans are very disconsolate. They're down on their team. And
they should be.
Well, I mean, it was all Mike Brown's fault.
Well, but that's the point is they're directionless.
Right.
You can't,
you fire the coach, you trade your star,
right.
You bring in an unproven head coach. I like Doug Christie, and I don't know how he's doing because that team is completely broken apart, and you bring in a me-first gunner of a player, Zach LaVine, to add to a team that no longer has a face of the franchise, and you expect results? That thing is on a downward skid, and Warrior fans took the building over, and like you said, that was a good old-fashioned beatdown. That thing was never close.
I tell you what, that franchise, I've had my fun over the last couple of years with Kings fans.
Man.
Now I just feel sorry for them.
Don't do that.
No, I really do. I feel sorry for them. They did, you don't deserve this. This is just, I can't even figure out what are you doing? What the hell are you doing? What on earth is the point? What's the direction here? How they've turned what that was a year and a half ago with the establishment of the beam. They got the 3 seed, Dibs. They got the 3 seed and had all these young players. And then you acquired DeRozan so that you can give them a little veteran experience. And you've got all this to offer your fans. And you come out there and play 500 basketball. You toil down at the bottom of the play-in tournament. You fire your coach and trade your star to San Antonio. What a joke. What a joke. And only because you're the Sacramento Kings and because the Mavericks traded Luka, no one even said anything about it. It's really a disaster.
Yeah.
And I do. I feel bad for Kings fans because you were on the verge of something really special and your own team shot themselves in the foot.
Yeah, you blew it up. You unnecessarily blew it up with a guy who was coach of the year, and then he comes back with a 46-36, and he gets 31 games into this year, and then you fire him and you trade your star. Last time they won a playoff series, you know how many kids you had?
0.
Not a kid.
Yeah.
0 children.
Yep.
Now you got kids everywhere. You got kids. You got a kid in Livermore. You got a couple, maybe one in high school. We don't know. You got elementary kid. You hope he's there.
She's in San Rafael right now. He's at basketball practice, and yes, a kid in Livermore.
You got kids everywhere.
Yeah, they're all over the damn place.
The last time they won a series was 2004. Rick Adelman was the coach. So
yeah, I remember that era. Obviously, that was the Kobe Shaq era, and the Kings were the other team. They were the other big boy in the West. That was the team that the referees needed to get the Lakers by every Western Conference
They made the playoffs 8 straight years, and then they have gone 18 years, and they've made it once. So, yeah, sympathy is something you can offer up, but I think for us, the attention is on a Warrior team that went from the brink of kind of that, are you going to be 500? Are you going to fight 500 all year and be irrelevant? And now you get Jimmy Butler, and you've won 5 of 6, and all of a sudden you're humming and we're thinking about a top 6 seed.
Crazy, man. This is absolutely
Turns
crazy.
in a hurry.
Yeah, sure does. 888-957-9570. You want to redo your Jimmy Butler take? How about this, though? We just had a caller call in and say, hey, I'm still not sold on the final 5. In other words, talking about the final 5 minutes of games. I don't want to focus only on the final 5 of the game. I want to focus on a few different 5-minute stretches throughout the game. If I've got it right, it's usually pretty early in the second quarter. There's 5 minutes there. And then there's a 5-minute period kind of toward the end of the third quarter and into the beginning of the fourth quarter. Those are the 5-minute stretches that I want to talk about. They're called the non-Steph minutes, and they haven't looked like this since Kevin Durant played with the Golden State Warriors. Here's what Steve Kerr said about that after the game yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, it just feels, the game feels easier right now for us. Every play is not as crucial when there's a consistency of the game. You can make a mistake and keep playing and not feel like, oh my God, we gotta flip things right now. So I just think the consistency of what we're seeing defensively is setting the tone. Points off turnovers again tonight was a big disparity in the game, and that group, with Draymond, Jimmy, BP, when Steph's off the floor, their defensive rating is just off the charts, and so we're setting a great tone. And then Jimmy just, the game makes sense when he's out there. He gets to the line, he makes simple plays, he keeps the game under control for us, and so you can feel the difference for sure.
Does everybody know what net rating is? This is like when you take your defensive rating and your offensive rating and you put it in a big fishbowl together and you shake it up, and it kind of spits out like how you are as an all-around basketball team. Golden State Warriors, since Jimmy Butler arrived, net rating, 5th. 5th in the entire NBA. They were 16th before his arrival. Now they're 5th. Just in this period of time. In this 6 games, they are, by metrics, if you want to use this one, they're essentially like a top 5 team in the NBA. The way that they're, and I know that's easy to, okay, who'd they play, what's on the schedule, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
So it's not a perfect metric, but that's what they're doing right now. That's what they're putting out there.
And if you look at the non-Steph minutes just in yesterday's game, where Steph goes out with 3:41 to go, Warriors are up 9 in control. You got Jimmy and Pods and Buddy and Kavan and Gee. That was your 5, and you went on to end the quarter up 15. So you went from up 9 to up 15 in the 3.5 non-Steph minutes, as we like to call them, which normally, as you were mentioning before, those would be nail biters. And you had Moses, who played a little bit in the first quarter, and he goes out, and Kavan and Buddy, and you're starting to see the rotation where Butler goes out early so he can get 2 or 3 minutes, and then he comes back in for Steph. So that's the non-Steph minutes where Jimmy comes back in, and now he's the guy who can kind of lead that second unit. And I can't help but think when Kuminga comes back that I think that Kuminga is going to line up with Jimmy Butler in those minutes, where maybe Moses plays with Steph at the 4, and then when it's going to be Jimmy Butler without Steph, that's when you might have Kuminga out there.
Maybe. I'm super curious to see what that looks like, and I think we're still, probably at least a couple games away. We'll ask Steve, then he won't tell us, and then we'll speculate. That's probably how it'll work. But, actually, Anthony Slater will be on with us in 10 minutes, and he might have a better take on when Kuminga is going to be back. Some have speculated it might be Thursday in Orlando. Maybe it'll be this weekend. But how they use him, how quickly they use him, how quickly he gets to 25 minutes, I think is up to him. I don't think that's been determined yet, and we'll ask Anthony that. But I would imagine that gets determined based on how quickly he's able to A, get up to speed, and B, fit into the basketball they're playing, because it is a little bit of a different style.
It is. I do think a lot of it will fall on the shoulders of Rick Celebrini, who is the medical and the fitness and the team medical guy. So he'll make the determination on what the ramp up is. And I can't help but think about how long it's been since Kuminga has played. By the time he gets on the floor, it'll almost be 2 months.
Crazy.
It's a long, long time. So I do think that it is prudent to have a slow ramp up, especially when things are going great. You can say to Jonathan, we're going to be patient with you. We're going to ease you back into it slowly. And part of that is, and you don't say it to Jonathan, but it's like, look, we're playing awesome without you. We've won 5 of 6. We don't want to totally upset or upturn the apple cart just yet. So we're going to go ahead and ease you back in. We're going to make sure we take care of you.
I'm sure they will.
And if you had lost 5 of 6, you might be a little bit more eager to rush him back. That's my point.
Maybe. Yeah. Dude, this is one hell of an ankle sprain. Good Lord. What the hell was this injury?
It's a grade 2. Classic grade 2.
Classic? I don't know any ankle sprains that are classically 2 months.
Well,
that's a long time for an ankle sprain.
Yeah, not really. I mean, when you look at it, and we can get Doc Pandy on again, and he's always available. I'm sure he's going to text us right now. He's out there listening.
Hi, Doc.
And you have, when they said 3 weeks before we even will reevaluate, and you wait from there, and I think it's been 7 weeks. I'll try to get the exact time frame. Yeah, you got hurt on January 4th, and here we are on the 24th, so that's that would be 51 days. So we're at 7 weeks and 3 days right now. 7 weeks and 2 days.
Yeah.
Normally, I would say it's a 6 to 8 week thing. So I do think that he's right on schedule for the timeline of a grade 2. And also, this is his first ankle sprain. And like Steph Curry, he probably sprained his ankle 20 minutes ago. And he's like, there goes that again.
Yep.
Sprained my ankle.
Yeah, but this is like, I don't know, man. The way they talked about it the second that it happened, and even now, Steve was on with us on Thursdays. Like, JK's a ways away still. We're speculating he's going to be back Thursday or this weekend, but maybe he won't be. Fozzie in the East Bay on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Fozzie, what's up?
What's up, boys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Look, I'm okay with Jimmy Butler. I'm not taking anything back with that. Every time he touches the ball in the post, I feel like it's a bucket, whether he's getting to the line or he's just going up, getting a bucket. But I will redo my Pods take earlier this year. I was ready to trade him for a bag of chips, especially when we were hearing that he was untouchable with the lower marketing talks. But, yeah, this guy has been balling out ever since he came back from injury. And he's turning into a solid piece for us. And that floater, man, it's looking like a signature move for him. And also just looking ahead, next 4 or 6 games, I really feel like the Warriors can go at least 5-1 or 6-0 even. But team's looking real good. Love Jimmy on the team. Cheers, boys.
Fozzie, thanks.
Yeah, Fozzie.
Yeah, I if we do measure greatness, and we often do, we do this to Brock Purdy, right? You're supposed to elevate everybody around you. If that's how we're going to measure it, then Jimmy is off to one hell of a start. I still don't know if we're fully confident that this isn't just like coincidence or who knows what. The vibes, is that what's doing it? I don't know. But everybody on the team suddenly looks good. Everybody. I don't see, who's out there that has your ire right now? Even Buddy Hield shut everybody up over the weekend. Am I right?
Well, in Sacramento.
And
then yesterday
he came out with a new hairdo, and now everybody loves him again.
Well, you love him because you're winning, and you love him because he's your ninth man. maybe your 10th man. And last night's a good example where, not last night, it was yesterday afternoon. And
whatever.
He played, 14 minutes, and he took 4 shots in his time on the floor. So
and one of them went in.
It went through the hoop?
Yeah.
All the way through?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
They would have only won by 21 if it wasn't for Buddy.
Yeah, so I do think that people are loving on Buddy for a big reason is because Buddy's now your 9th or 10th man. And so, yeah, Buddy, get in there, jack up a few. If they go in, you get more time. And if they don't, it's okay because we don't really need you like we needed you back in November.
Did you know that Buddy Hield played 18 minutes and was a plus 19?
I saw that. Yeah, he's a plus 19. Plus minus, man.
He's a heady player, man.
Yeah.
You gotta look out for that guy.
I love plus minus.
It's so stupid.
Pods is averaging 15 a game since Jimmy's come in 6 games. And you want to talk about plus minus. He was a plus 30 yesterday.
Yeah.
And he's been a plus in every game.
And he had 13 rebounds.
Yeah.
Brandon Pajemski had 13 rebounds. Flash out to the Court of Gold documentary on Netflix when Steve Kerr walks up to Anthony Edwards and goes, hey, when are you going to take this unbelievable talent and go get a rebound? Brandon Pajemski, 13 boards. Dude, power forwards are jealous of that number.
That's a whole week for Andrew Wiggins.
Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. And Guy had 8. Those are your 2 top rebounders in the game yesterday for the Warriors.
It's attitude and effort rebounding.
That's something, man.
Yeah. He wants to get in there and mix it up.
Yeah. Yeah. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We'd like to mix it up with Slates. Anthony Slater, The Athletic. A great article came out of The Athletic. His co-workers, Marcus Thompson, Sam Amick, had the article about Jimmy Butler where Draymond Green is quoted as saying, I told the front office, we need another bleep hole. And now, seemingly, they've got it. So Slater's going to have all kinds of insight on that, the return of Kuminga. How does that work? We're going to dive into that with Slates coming up next. Steve Kerr's just over an hour away. It's Willard and Dibs.
Have you lost weight in the past?
Right sideline, crossover on Exum, runs him through a Looney screen, splits traffic down the lane, teardrop, banked and home. Look out. It's a Curry flurry, and it's 95-72. He's got a 30-point night.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Steve Kerr coming up in just over an hour. But will he answer the question that Anthony Slater will answer?
Oh, what's that?
Will it be a corroboration sensation?
That's a buck.
There's only one way to find out. We have to go to the first leg of our parlay right now, and that would be our Warriors insider, Anthony Slater, the Athletic, joining us on the River Islands guest line. Hey, Anthony, what's going on, man? How you doing?
What is up, fellas? How are you?
We're good, man. What's the Kuminga scoop? When do you think we're going to see him?
Mid to late road trip would be my tentative guess. They're being careful. It was, if you want the timeline here, I'm trying to do the math. They Friday, right? Was their first game out of the break. Thursday, he did like a 2-on-2. And then that was probably his really highest intensity day on the ankle. They gave him Friday completely off. Saturday, 5-on-5 scrimmage, which was a big step, full contact. I think, they've already ruled him out of tomorrow. Again, like I said, I don't expect to see him to start the road trip. He's getting there. From what I've heard, though, some swelling as he's kind of gotten back into contact. It was a really bad ankle injury. And then, he's still kind of trying to get his full burst off the ankle. And especially considering how he plays, I think that is important to him and to them.
Is it easier for them to slow play his return and also to kind of tamp down his minutes based on the fact that they've played so well without him?
Yeah. It doesn't feel like you have to have him tomorrow to, save your season, right? Or you don't have to have him in the next week. You don't need to rush him back and ease him in just because you got to solve something as quick as possible. I would say the only urgency is it's a short runway to the playoffs, and there is going to be a reintegration process of him. But I think part of the hope with holding him, being very careful with him, is that he can kind of hit the ground running. He doesn't come back feeling rusty, and then maybe his game, devolves into it. We've seen such streaks from him of 6 games of incredible play, 6 games of kind of he's out of it play, and I just think they want him to feel his best before they drop him in to a team right now that's kind of really, it's like dropping him into a river that's really kind of suddenly rushing with water. I think they want him to feel his best.
Anthony, let's get some straight talk here, man. Did you think that it was going to look like this with Jimmy Butler?
Not this good, but as I was reminded plenty, especially from the front office, who was very much at the front of this move, Mike Dunleavy, I would say top of the list. This is a really good basketball player, and has long been a really good basketball player. The stuff that was going on in Miami, which was very real, and I think blame on both sides there, wasn't necessarily going to happen with the Warriors, because if he did come here, clearly now he was going to get some type of a dollar amount, an extended contract that was going to satisfy him. And a satisfied, motivated Jimmy Butler is a really good basketball player. So I was pretty confident if they had made the trade, there would be some agreement and Jimmy was going to come in happy and he was going to play really well. Now, I didn't think it was, going to maybe 5-1 was realistic, but this has been a 5-1 that's looked so steady and with a real runway here. So probably better than I thought, but he's not necessarily better than I thought.
It seems like everyone else is better than they were, at least, the role guys. When you watch this team through 6 games, who is the biggest benefactor from the Jimmy Butler era?
Yeah, we could probably go down the list, but I think, and he has a lot to do with it, right? Like he definitely has a trickle-down effect that puts people in their specific roles, and when he's playing, the way he has, I think it helps Brandon Pajemski. I think it helps Moses Moody. I think it helps Steph Curry. We know it helps Steph Curry. Draymond Green, I think you just see a reinvigorated mindset from Draymond Green, and if he has that, he's a terror defensively. So it helps Steve Kerr. I think just the consolidation aspect of the trade, 4 guys out the door, 1 guy in, it makes his rotation choices a lot easier. But I think you kind of mention it within your question. Guys are playing better. Some of it isn't necessarily just Jimmy Butler related, that Brandon Pajemski's really gained a rhythm in his second year and turned his season around. I just think this is a time of the year that he's found himself. He's an unbelievable lately. He's plus 109 in the last 6 games. And again, he was like the plus minus king of last year, right? It was part of why he was protected this year. They were saying, look, every lineup he was in was succeeding. That didn't happen early in this season, but suddenly, because he's plus 109 in the last 6 games, he now leads the team again for a second straight season in plus minus. And again, I know that's like, not everybody loves that stat, but the eye test backs it up, right? How good he's been playing lately. And I do think that is some Butler, but I also just think like he's just, finding himself, like I said. Same with Moses Moody, really, too.
Glad you brought up Moody. Anthony Slater joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Let's go back to the Kuminga factor and ask it from that standpoint. What happens to Moses Moody when Jonathan Kuminga gets back?
I think Moses Moody starts at least, in the immediate. If it keeps going, Steve Kerr has said, if this is a succeeding starting lineup and it's a succeeding rotation, he's going to stick with it as best he can. But that doesn't mean Moses Moody's minutes won't go down. I think they will, because I think Kuminga is going to eat up all of the Guy Santos minutes, and then I think several of the Moses Moody minutes, including potentially closing. I think ideally for this team to have its highest ceiling, I think its closing lineup on most nights is Steph Curry, Brandon Pajemski, Jonathan Kuminga, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green. And that means Moses Moody's on the sideline in moments that he hasn't been lately. But that doesn't have to be every night. And we'll see if his spacing is so imperative to this, and maybe Kuminga is rusty, and maybe that isn't the choice that Steve makes on every night basis.
It's interesting when you think about the 4 with Moses and Kuminga, and I'm kind of fascinated by the 5 spot where Steve has already said that he's going to go with Draymond at the 5 a lot, but beyond that, is there a real role for Quentin Post, or is this just kind of a regular season experiment where when you get down to like March and April, they're going to go with more veterans?
No, I mean, like Quentin Post is going to play those, start of the second, start of the fourth quarter minutes right now, and he's changed 3 games so far, I think, in the last 6. Where Chicago, he got really hot from 3 and kind of ended that game. Milwaukee, he did the same, and then the Sacramento game the other night, I thought he had a really big spurt. They're developing him. I think he matters to their pipeline. They've given him a guaranteed contract. He's playing over Trace Jackson Davis. He provides an element they obviously don't have. So I think they're going to keep trotting him out there in these second unit spurts, which, gives Draymond at least, 9, 10, 11-ish minutes per night where he's at the 4. And then as far as your question, come April, it's going to be dependent on Quentin Post. They started him against the Thunder, for example, when the Thunder came in, and the Thunder, smartly, because that's what they are as an organization, put Jalen Williams on him and put Hartenstein on, I think it was Gary Payton. I can't remember exactly who was starting that night, but they put a wing on Quentin Post. He couldn't dribble. He couldn't operate near Jalen Williams. They were getting killed in his minutes. SGA was dragging him into every action. He was dropping too far back in SGA. Y'all remember that first quarter?
Yep.
Yeah. That was very Quentin Post related, especially early in that game. So if you see that and you get the Thunder in a playoff series, I believe it's probably going to be very hard to have a rookie center like that on the floor. But I think they're going to give him every opportunity to show he's improving, because I've seen some defensive improvement. Every time I walk in a shoot around, he's sitting over there with Terry Stotts breaking down film. Or last night I saw him talking to Zaza Pachulia. Like, he's mentioned how many times he talks to Zaza about being a kind of a slower footed big in the league and kind of how to operate in that sense. So they love his makeup, and I think they want to see him grow. But I do think they are going to have a quick trigger with him in the playoffs, especially against pick and roll guards. They didn't start him against Milwaukee, they said, because they were afraid to have him on the floor with Damian Lillard. And that's why I do think you're seeing him at the start of the second, start of the fourth quarters, because that's usually when a star scorer from the other team is not on the floor.
Anthony, just because you're around the team so much, I wonder how you would put this into words, because everyone can see better vibes. But, how would you compare just being around the team 2 weeks ago versus now?
I mean, there's a level of confidence that they're winning, if I want to get good content and have good conversations post-game and generally get good access, it's easier when they're winning because they're in a better mood and they're more willing to talk, right? It's not a solemn environment. And there was, when they won this season, it was a happy environment, everybody, but they just, for how many months were they, winning 2 out of every 6 or 7 games. I mean, there was a long stretch where they were as bad as like the Brooklyn Nets and the Toronto Raptors. And like, it does not matter the type of guys you have in that locker room. You're just not going to be a happy NBA team. And it wasn't infighting. It wasn't some hidden, behind the scenes issue or punch or this or that we didn't report on. It was just like a kind of, fading, unconfident team, right? How many times did you hear crisis of confidence or something, of that ilk from Steve Kerr? That's what it was. And this Jimmy Butler thing, he just brings in winning. They've won. They're, 5 out of the 6 locker rooms I've been in post game with Jimmy Butler. It's been a really happy locker room. Mostly because they just dominated the opponent or, won a game that they shouldn't. It's not only the fact that they won on that given night, but as Draymond has voiced plenty of times, it's this belief that like, oh, now we can go make a playoff run. And that just changes, like everybody's getting more credit. Everybody's getting more, praise. We stop looking at some of the blemishes on the roster. We start talking about what a move by Joe Lacob, how willing he is to pay him, and that Mike Dunleavy made the right move. And now Steve Kerr's pushing the right buttons. It's just winning makes everybody happier, so the vibes are better.
And the vibes will continue to be better as long as they keep winning. And Anthony, I can't help but wonder where you think the ceiling is for the regular season, because they're up to 9 and they're 1.5 games out of the 6. And the 5 feels like maybe it's a stretch with your 5 games back with 25 to go. But do you look at a path where they could get past the Clippers and get to 6?
Yeah, for sure, because you just look at the teams. Like right now, the Clippers are about to play in an hour or whatever, I think less than that, in Detroit. Second night of a back-to-back, no Kawhi, no Norman Powell. They lost last night in Indy. They're kind of in a tailspin, like a starting one, it seems, especially from a health perspective. If they lose tonight, which they're not favored, they have 2 Lakers games coming up. Like they could very easily, by the way, the Warriors are about to play the Hornets twice in the next 3 games, the Magic, the Nets. Like, to me, by middle of next week, the Warriors could be up at the 6 or up at the 5. 6. And then you look, elsewhere in that bracket. Timberwolves lost last night. They're at Oklahoma City on the second night of back-to-back tonight. Warriors could be tied with the Timberwolves by the end of tonight. Mavericks, another team. They're not going to have a center for basically how long? I mean, the Warriors just blew them out. They could be tied with them by the end of this week. Let's look below the Warriors. The Kings, they're nosediving. The Suns, they're nosediving. The Spurs, no Wemby. I think the Warriors are the favorite for the 6 at this point, and I would say maybe the Clippers would be equal to them depending on how their health goes.
Oof, that's a big statement. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. We're giving away a Jimmy Butler jersey. More on that in just a few. Stand by, because it's going to be this hour. Anthony, if I took away health, what's the biggest concern?
Offense, I think, scoring at the rim. You saw it in that Dallas game that they did lose. I'm talking about the one at Dallas. Probably missed 8, shots at the rim in the first half. So the spacing is still not ideal for a 2025 team. And then I just still think against really good defensive teams that scheme well and force them into more uncomfortable spots where it's going to be a lot of like Draymond trying to hit floaters. And Jimmy Butler, as great as he's been, you've got to see his offense get to that next level. And he's shown it probably will, but his feel doesn't seem to be there from 3, even from the mid-range or even, on layups. I keep seeing him get mad at himself when he's missing down there. So to me, biggest concern is just like, can they score enough against the best defenses?
And if you were looking at possible matchups, which team then would be the most difficult one for them, considering how good they are defensively?
I mean, I think the Thunder's awesome. I mean, I think they're the best team in the West. I understand some of the skepticism, and I covered their second round series loss to the Mavericks last year, where to me, like Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren just weren't ready to be number 2 type scorers against a Luka Kyrie team, but they probably should have won that series anyways. They almost did. They had Game 5 at home that they kind of kicked away. They should have won Game 6 in Dallas. And that was a young Thunder team that was like trying to fit Josh Giddey, and he was a massive negative in that series. All they've done is replace him with Alex Caruso. They've signed Isaiah Hartenstein. Jalen Williams has leaped into an all-star. Chet Holmgren is now coming back. They're healthy. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's taking this game into another stratosphere. Like, I think they're like monster favorites in the West. So I don't get as the doubt that I think is kind of out there. If you're going beyond that and we're just talking first round, because if the Warriors get up to 6, like who would you want at 3 or who don't you want at 3?
Yeah.
I'd probably say you don't want Denver just because of Jokic, and they have been playing a lot better over the course of the last couple months. And then the other one's steaming up to 3. Like, do you want the Lakers in the first round? I mean, it's Luka and LeBron. That's a concern, but they're thin beyond that, particularly at center. Those are the 2 I would probably say you would rather have a Memphis or rather have a Houston.
The Lakers matchup for the Warriors has obviously been a difficult one, but it often has felt that way because Anthony Davis would get dominant against the Warriors. So yeah, I want to go deeper into that. Like, are the Lakers still a bad matchup for the Warriors or no?
Yeah, the only thing that would make me say yes is because, like, Luka Doncic motivated potentially now, and, like, you saw him the other night against Denver, and if he, like, gets himself in this, like, killer mode, which most people that know him know that kind of is how he operates when he's, like, you know, doubted, I'd be concerned about what he may look like come mid-April. And while he may have, like, Mavericks blood in his eyes, if the Warriors are the team in front of him, you know, he's really hard to beat in the playoff series. And the Warriors have done it before. But he's also going to have LeBron James next. And so, like, you know, theoretically, you're going into that series potentially, you know, you have Steph and now Jimmy Butler. Like, it's an intriguing, like, 2 versus 2 star type thing. But that series, by the way, would start in LA, number 1, and 2, if it's a 6-3 series, that would mean the Lakers had a really good final month, right? If they get the 3 seed. So that would also be of concern.
Yeah, no, that's fair. All right, Anthony, you didn't have vacation plans in May, did you?
Well, you know, I did. My plans were to go cover the Thunder in the second round again because I figured the Warriors were going to be. My thought is maybe now I'll just cover Thunder Warriors, you know, instead of like Thunder Mavericks.
Yeah, okay.
2 birds, 1 stone. I get it.
Perfect.
There you go.
All right. Hey, Slates, thanks, man.
All right, fellas.
All right, there he goes. That's Anthony Slater. Covers the Warriors, the favorite for the 6th seed, so he says.
I like it.
Yeah.
And, you know, the way he laid it out, Minnesota on the second half of a back-to-back, and if they lose, then they're 31-28. Warriors are 30-27. You catch them, and, you know, Dallas feels a little bit like a sinking stone with the monobrow not playing. And, you know, the Clippers, he made an interesting point there, too, about their injuries and how
they're banged up.
They're banged up and they're trending in the wrong direction, and you look up and you're only 2 behind them in the loss column, so the 6 feels very doable.
Oh, gosh. And yes, he's right. They do. They tip off in Detroit momentarily. I don't know if anybody's been following Detroit. They win every night. They've won. I don't know where their winning streak is now, but the Detroit Pistons are suddenly
6.
a thing. Okay, they've won 6 in a row. They're playing really, really good basketball. A lot of close games. They haven't played against a lot of tough competition, but Detroit is a thing now. And so both of those teams played last night. That's going to be an interesting game that tips off actually right now. So, we'll follow along that. Speaking of what we're following along, we're giving away a Jimmy Butler Warriors jersey this hour, okay? So you got to be listening. Steve Kerr at 5, but sometime before Steve, we're giving away the last Jimmy Butler jersey of the day. Here's how you can win. At some point this hour, you will hear this sounder.
Jim E. Buckets!
There it is. All right, so when you hear that sounder again, don't call now. That does nothing for you, and it only serves to upset Lucas. But when you hear it again, you got to call the contest line at 415-523-4652, okay? That's the number, 415-523-4652. Next time you hear that sounder, call that number, and if you're the 10th caller, and I hope you know why we're doing caller number 10. I mean, who doesn't know what numbers people wear? Anyway, if you are the 10th caller to the contest line, the next time you hear the sounder, you're going to get the Jimmy Butler Warriors jersey. It's that simple.
Awesome.
You don't need to say anything. You could just do heavy breathing into Lucas's ear.
And I appreciate the people who are calling now just to bother Lucas.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you had me actually write down the number, and you had it, so I almost was going to start calling just to bother Lucas.
Look, if anybody's ever had kids, there's one way you can get them to do something, and that's by telling them not to do it. So a lot of you are out there like that. All we have to do to get you to call is say, don't call now. You know what? We should actually make that the sounder one of these times, just to really throw a wrench into this whole thing. Make the sounder me saying don't call now.
Oh.
Because it works every time. All you got to do is say don't call now.
Yeah. I see it coming in now. Yeah. Here they come. Here they come.
You know what we should do also? We should threaten to read the phone numbers on the air.
Well, that's actually illegal.
I know it is, but we could threaten.
You could do it.
I can do it.
FCC license. Goodbye. Hello, class action lawsuit. Favorites to be the 6th seed.
Favorites to be the 6th seed. Wow, life changes quickly.
Well, you mentioned Detroit, and Detroit's not supposed to be doing what they're doing, and I just was looking at their game log. They've won 22 of 33.
Yeah, they're actually a good basketball team.
They've won 22 of 33.
Yeah.
They're 22-11. They've won 6 in a row, and granted, it's Chicago twice, it's Charlotte, it's Philly, it's a Wemby-less San Antonio, but wins are wins, and they're getting them.
They sure
a team
are.
that has been a laughingstock for a long time. They're not anymore.
No, not even a little bit. So, yeah, like life comes at you fast, man.
Yeah,
life comes at you fast. So basically, what we've been throwing out there, and we can keep doing this now until Steve Kerr joins us at 5:00. Does anybody want to redo their Jimmy Butler take? And again, there are levels to this, so I don't think, like, 6 games in, nobody can be 100% right and nobody can be 100% wrong. We were all feeling whatever we were feeling. But I'll say it right now. I've said it a few times today. Based on my initial reaction to Jimmy Butler to the Warriors, I was wrong. I was absolutely wrong. And the reasoning behind that is not because now suddenly the next 2 years are secure. It's not because anybody got younger. I still challenge whether or not these guys can make it through this kind of a physical challenge at full health. You know, I mean, we all want them to move through the playoffs. It's like, dude, think about that now. The playoffs, this is like, it comes at you fast. The idea of all of them staying healthy is maybe even a little bit far-fetched, but it could happen. You have to hope for good breaks. But what I've noticed that I just don't think I quantified a couple of weeks ago, I had no idea that the energy was in this much need of a shift. And I think all of us agreed we got to a point where the Warriors had to do something. There was just too much smoke going up to the trade deadline. So they had to do something. So again, I remember my take was, I understand the deal, I just don't like the deal. And now, even if what I was worried about ends up happening, I still am like, who cares? Who cares? Like, what's happening now for Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and those around him, it's worth it. It's worth it even if this stinks in a season and a half.
And the cost that they had to pay to make this happen was not very big.
Relatively small.
If you wind up as the 6th seed, you'll probably wind up with the, let's just guess and say, the 10th best record in the association, which means your pick is number 20. So you give up the number 20 pick in the upcoming NBA draft to Miami, which is not that high of a cost. And I know it's only top 10 protected. So if you're out of the lottery, then you give up the pick. And if it turns out to be number 20, then that's fine. And you gave up Lindy Waters, who was found money anyway. You gave up Dennis Schroeder, who was basically a rental because the guy that you really wanted tore up his ACL. You gave up Andrew Wiggins, who had a nice career here. He'll forever be in our hearts as a champion, but let's be fair about it. You've been trying to trade Andrew Wiggins every offseason and every deadline since he won the title. And you gave up Kyle Anderson, who had been here for 3 or 4 months. So you gave up a late first, it looks like, and 3 players that you didn't really care about and 1 guy who you were kind of hoping to get rid of.
Yeah.
So you didn't give up that much for a guy who's now changed the vibes?
I mean, look, things happen in life where you go, ooh, that was lucky, but you get credit for them. And Mike Dunleavy, like, he deserves a lot of credit for a lot of things that have happened since he took over. Has it all been perfect? We can get into that debate, but he's getting ripped 2 weeks ago. Oh, you held on to Brandon Pajemski, you idiot. Like, holding and folding over and over again. Paul George, well, they tried to do that, but then they didn't. Did they get credit for that? I don't know. They wanted to do it. They weren't allowed to do it, but it worked out. Like, holding and folding has ended up being a really good thing for this basketball team. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Head down to Ceremony Ford to lease a 2024 Mustang Mach-E Select or 2024 Ford Lightning and receive the Ford Power Promise. That includes standard home installation of a Ford charge station. Located right off 280 in Coleman, Daly City. Ceremony Ford, your San Francisco EV dealer. Steve Kerr, 5 o'clock. Anybody want to redo their Butler take? Let's do it. 888-957-957. We take your calls right now on Willard and Dibs.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest...
The Warriors are about to play the Hornets twice in the next 3 games, the Magic, the Nets. To me, by middle of next week, the Warriors could be up at the 6. Timberwolves lost last night. They're at Oklahoma City on the second night of back-to-back. Warriors could be tied with the Timberwolves by the end of tonight. Mavericks, another team. They're not going to have a center for basically how long? I mean, the Warriors just blew them out. They could be tied with them by the end of this week. Let's look below the Warriors. The Kings, they're nosediving. The Suns, they're nosediving. The Spurs, no Wemby. I think the Warriors are the favorite for the 6 at this point. And I would say maybe the Clippers would be equal to them depending on how their health goes.
Dub Nation is Moses Moody. Catch my head coach Steve Kerr with Willard and Dibbs each and every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Moody. Steve Kerr, 42 minutes away. A Jimmy Butler jersey is like, it's in the 4 o'clock hour, but I want to give something to our people.
You do?
Yeah.
You want to tell them in advance? You want to do it now? Or
No.
Okay.
I just it's probably going to be in the next 20-ish minutes or so.
Okay.
Would be my guess.
Yeah.
And I work here.
Right.
So.
Well, yeah.
Ish.
Yeah, do me a favor.
Sometime in the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, you probably want to start calling now then.
No,
Give Lucas something to do.
Don't.
Blow it up. Blow it out.
Don't. So Jimmy Butler Warriors jersey will be happening this segment, which always makes me laugh when they have us say that because nobody listening knows what this segment means.
It's funny that...
Well, but they have no idea how long it goes.
Well, you'd be surprised. The hardcore listeners, they probably have a better idea of the clock than half of the hosts. Oh, no.
That's probably true.
Well,
but anyway, when you hear the sounder again, be the 10th caller to the contest line, and you're going to have a Jimmy Butler jersey, and then you can geek out and be a big old fanboy or fangirl.
You can be like Doc Pandia's kid, who he posted something about him being on the slopes with his Jimmy Butler III number 10 on.
Yep, I saw it.
Jersey in the cart, jersey on the slopes.
Looking good.
Yep.
So anyway, while that's the backdrop and Steve Kerr in 40 minutes, does anybody want to redo on their Jimmy Butler take? I came in and wanted to redo one, and I have, which is to say I was absolutely wrong with regard to the energetic shift that not was needed. I think we knew something was needed, but I was certainly wrong in terms of how that energy shift could immediately affect the team. I cannot think of too many deadline deals that have led to this much of a different vibe this quickly. Sure, you want to come in and contribute. My God, they look like 2 completely different basketball teams. And yeah, he's a 1. So I understand that, but dude, you're not supposed to just be able to do that. It's not turnkey normally.
Well, think about the other big-time players that made moves to other teams. Luka Doncic, he has been kind of slow to build. He played great yesterday, and I think that his impact is going to be more of a long-term one. De'Aaron Fox in San Antonio, unfair because his running mate got a blood clot, and he's now out for the year. So San Antonio's, their prospects got really hit by that. Zach LaVine in Sacramento has been exactly what you thought Zach LaVine in Sacramento would be. Anthony Davis played about 7 minutes and hasn't played since. And Jimmy Butler has come here and they've gone 5-1. And not only have they gone 5-1, but the eye test, the ear test, the vibe checks, everything about it has been an unmitigated success, blowing away every other player move or acquisition that actually happened.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I can't wait to hear from the horse's mouth, Steve Kerr, at 5 o'clock with a little bit more in terms of what it is that has changed this or why it is so quick and easy, seemingly. I'm sure it's not. You can go through these 6 games. It's funny. You sit here on a day like today and you're like, man, Jimmy Butler showed up and they just don't have bad basketball in them anymore. Well, hold on. There was the first half in Chicago. There was the third quarter into the fourth quarter in Houston. There was obviously the game in Dallas. So part of it is that these 2 most recent games, they come over the weekend. They are quality opponents, not great teams, but quality opponents. And I mean the Warriors just, dude, you put your feet up by the time we got to the second quarter. in both of these games.
Hammer time.
Yeah. Like that's what I'm talking about. You can take your clutch games and throw them out the window. Stop playing such close games every time.
Yeah.
And so that was nice. That was nice to have a couple Ottoman games.
1-1 in clutch games since Jimmy's come. The Houston game became a clutch game because you kind of backed your way into that. Houston rallied and made it close inside that 5-minute mark. And the Dallas game, of course, was a clutch game. But beyond that, Mark, like these blowouts, yesterday's a great example of what a blowout can do for you because Steph Curry didn't have to play in the third quarter. And you've got an older team. And if you can make it so your fourth quarter does not involve Steph Curry, Jimmy and Draymond played 5 minutes apiece of mostly light duty. And then you turned it over to Yuri, Pat, Kevin, and the kids. Yuri, Pat, Kevin, Quentin, and Guy. Why don't you guys go in here and mop up for us? And additionally, if you get into the 6th seed and you have a couple of games that you can play with because you're going to be locked in the 6, well, now we have a spot where you can rest these older guys and their older legs, and you don't have to worry about the play-in. And I'm looking at the dates. The first round begins on April 19th, and their last game is April 13th. So you might have 6 days anyway, but if you can clinch the 6 on April 9th, now you can get these guys 10 days. You know what I'm saying, though, Mark?
I know what you're saying.
You can start getting greedy.
Well, right, but I like clinching the 6th seed as you sit in the
You're the 9
in the 9 or in the 8 or whatever it is in this moment. Is it 8 or 9 in this moment?
You're the 9.
You're still the 9?
Yep. You're a half game back in Dallas and Minnesota.
And a half game back in Minnesota.
Yeah.
And only
we're
a game
scoreboard watching.
Yeah. The Clippers are playing right now in Detroit. And they are up by 4, Dibs.
Yep.
They are off to a hot start. There is
Let's
no
scoreboard watch.
stopping Ivica Zubac right now is really putting it on them. But anyway, we'll see what happens. Matt in Oakland is next up. Hi, Matt. What you doing?
Hey, fellas. How we doing?
Oh, we're good.
Okay. I was wrong. I thought this would be a disaster. I didn't want Butler. And I want to calm down because, of course, we all suffer from presentism. But I'm kind of thinking, even though it's early, is there somebody out there that could have done better? I don't think they ever had a shot at Luka, but I mean, I'm just running through the possibilities. And I mean, KD would have cost a lot more.
Yep.
Fox didn't fit. Ingram, cares. I mean, this is kind of perfect, and it's kind of blowing my mind. I mean, can you guys think of a better player that they could have gotten who does exactly what they need and don't have? I mean, it's kind of blowing me away. I just want to hear what you guys think.
Yeah.
Who would be better?
Matt, thanks. I think, here's how I'll answer it. I think it's an unfair premise moment to have this conversation. No one's going to sound better because we've seen Jimmy and they're 5-1 and we haven't seen anyone else. So I have no idea how to answer that. However, I will answer it in something that you sort of touched on a little bit there. Things really broke the Warriors' way in that they were able to find someone to seemingly come in and have a massive effect without really giving anything up. I mean, if we go back a year ago, they were trying to give Andrew Wiggins away. I'm not going to say that a first-round draft pick is nothing. They gave up a first-round draft pick. But as long as he plays well, that first-round draft pick becomes something you're fully willing to part with because now it's up in the neighborhood of 20 as opposed to, the 6
11
or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So from the perspective of what they had to give up, if they were going to get Durant or if you were going to get even into a Luka conversation or if you want to go backwards, which is even more relevant, and talk about Paul George and Lauri Markkanen, what those deals would have cost you to get this kind of an effect for what they gave up, I would say no. No, there is absolutely no one better that you could have gotten.
And think about if it was Kevin Durant that you were able to get. And, according to the article today in The Athletic from Marcus Thompson and Sam Amick, the two parties had a deal put together in place that eventually broke apart because the Warriors got cold feet when they heard that Kevin Durant was more than reluctant about rejoining the team. So if you want to just close your eyes and pretend what that deal would have involved, I believe Draymond Green was going to be a part of that deal. In order to find $50 million worth of salary to get Kevin Durant, I think you're talking about Wiggins and Draymond and maybe a throw-in player and a couple of picks.
I think Kuminga is in the deal.
Right.
I think Jonathan Kuminga's in that deal, and I think at least 2, probably 3 first-round draft picks are in that deal.
And I don't know if we have a real definitive idea of what that package would have been for KD, but I do know that it's going to be bigger than what you ended up having to spend to get Jimmy Butler.
For sure.
I would imagine that, Kuminga was involved, and at least another pick would be involved. And so, to the caller's point, is there a player out there that could have been this for the Warriors? I think Kevin Durant could have been in a different way, and maybe you could have done it without getting rid of Draymond Green. Maybe it would have been, Wiggins and Kuminga and a couple of filler players like Schroeder and Slow-Mo. Apologies to them for calling them filler, and a couple of picks, but I think that it would have taken more assets. And how much better would KD be for this team than what we've seen from Jimmy Butler?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, our mindset has changed. Our mindset at the time was bucket getter. And it's why Zach LaVine, for instance, was on people's minds.
Yeah, boy.
I do want to say this real quick after watching him play on Friday night. I know everybody had the same sort of reflex, like nausea reflex. Watching Zach LaVine play for the Sacramento Kings didn't look too good. I know nothing on this. This is not a report. I never thought that the Warriors were in on Zach LaVine.
I didn't either.
I didn't buy it then. I don't buy it now. Like Zach LaVine, the only way someone was going to take Zach LaVine if they were up a creek and not smart. And I give you the Sacramento Kings. You ended up in a spot where for some reason you felt like De'Aaron Fox could force his way off your team. I don't get it. I don't understand what the hell happened in Sacramento, but you were stuck. Salaries needed to match. You felt like you got to get him off your team. You're giving up a lot of points. Okay, fine, we'll take Zach. But that's a terrible contract. It always was. The Bulls were dying to get off of it, and they finally did. And I never thought that was going to be the Warriors' move. That was not going to make them a better basketball team. But anyway, back to the point. I think our mindset has changed because what we were dealing with was, man, we get to the fourth quarter and the non-Steph minutes and we can't find a bucket getter. Well, Jimmy is one of the people who fills that role, but now look at all the other stuff that you sort of feel like he's doing. There's the defensive side. There's the presence. There's the specific fit with what he does down low and in the paint and the absolute hatred he has for turnovers and that dog in him. As Draymond put it, another a-hole on the team. Nobody else really fits that description who was available. So, yeah, maybe they stumbled and fell into the absolute perfect acquisition.
Yeah, a guy who can defend and somebody who, like you said, abhors, hates turning the ball over, and somebody who makes everybody else better, and he gets to the foul line. So the weaknesses of this team, defense has been a problem, and getting to the foul line has been a problem. Those are two things he's very good at, and also the spacing. And I can't help but think about what he's done for Steph because I'm looking at Steph play now in the last 6 games, and he's not having to exert as much every trip down the floor because you can't just double team him all the time when Jimmy's out there because now that double team, okay, Steph drops it down to Draymond or Jimmy Butler, and now you're playing 4-on-3 with a couple of very good ball handlers and high IQ guys, and it's too easy for them to win a 4-on-3 when you double team Steph. You just can't do that anymore.
So here's the other thing I was going to say to you, though, when I was listening. The reason I was chuckling when you were talking about clinching the 6th seed, I mean, oh, man, you're probably right. As it sits here today, you're probably right. But it just does not feel right to be talking about clinching the 6th seed when I'm not even kidding you. We left here on Friday with the 6th seed? Ooh, that feels a little out there. They win 2 basketball games, and now all of a sudden it feels inevitable. And I just know
they're the favorites, Mark.
Well, he's probably right. Anthony Slater just said that a short time ago. And in this moment, it feels like that. But, man, that can turn fast. It turned in their favor fast. It can turn in the opposite direction fast. So I don't want to get those wheels spinning that fast where all of the sudden we've decided, well, why stop there? How about 5 seed? Come on. The Warriors are never going to lose again. That's all. I'm just saying that the Jets are going, and that's great, but I don't know. Find the brake pedal. Just a little bit. Well, I'm as excited as anybody.
We don't need to pump the brakes.
I mean, you're talking about clinching it. Not getting to it, but clinching it with extra time. It's like,
right.
Whoa.
I'm talking about getting to it. And, Anthony Slater, who joined us, talked about, in a week and a half, you might be there if things continue to break your way. With the schedule you have and with what the competition is doing, you might be able to get there. And when you get there, if you keep playing well, you can hold it. All I'm saying is you might get to a spot in the end of the year. And I looked at the schedule a little bit ago. You end it with at Phoenix, and they might be in nobody wants to play mode.
Oh, they're already there.
Okay, well, this is April 8th. So
they cannot beat anybody.
Okay.
Are you seeing who they're losing to right now, by the way?
Your last 4 are at Phoenix, home to Wemby-less Spurs, at Portland, and then you've got the Clippers. So you might get to the last couple of games, and you might have a little cushion. And I know you've got LA and Denver and Houston before that, so that's the tough part of your remaining schedule. But you might be in a spot where you have the 6 and you can just, get 6 and chill.
The Phoenix Suns have lost 9 of 12 with multiple losses to the Portland Blazers, a loss in San Antonio, and then just yesterday, a double-digit 18-point loss to the Toronto Raptors. The Suns are done. And quite frankly, I want to say this real quick, and then we'll keep going with the Warrior calls. If anybody wants to redo their Jimmy Butler take, here we are, 888-957-9570, and there's probably going to be a Jimmy Butler jersey given away here in the next 6 minutes, I would bet.
Look at you.
Just my bet. Anyway, we've spent so much time listening to the Dallas Mavericks front office get ripped. Can we maybe spend a moment to think about whether the worst front office over the last 2 weeks was not the Mavericks, it was actually the Suns? What's a bigger crime? Trading your prime level superstar, and that may well be the answer, but trading your prime level superstar in the middle of the night, or heading into your locker room, telling all of your good players you're going to trade them, then not, and sitting there and letting them stare at each other awkwardly for the remainder of the year. I can't figure out which one's crazier.
Oh, it's not even close. The latter is crazier because Dallas, and we can debate this, till we're blue in the face, but you could make an argument that Dallas didn't get fleeced in that trade. Now, it doesn't look good because Anthony Davis is hurt again. I'm going to show you my surprise face because that's what my 2.5-year-old, we do after bath time. We do faces in the mirror, and one of them is, we do surprise face. So that's my surprise face. Okay. Of course, he's hurt again, but we don't yet know what Luka is going to be. And I look at the trade, and I don't think that it's as bad for Dallas as everyone immediately thought.
Well, but I feel like you're talking about in the moment and this year. I think the biggest crime of the Luka thing was, A, why didn't you get more in return? And B,
that's fair.
And B, aren't you looking at the big picture? The big picture. Not this season. The fact that you took somebody who's in their 20s and is seemingly always in the top 5 in the MVP and is like the heart and soul of what your fan base cares about, and instead of having him for the next 10 years of his life, you're just like, nah. That's what I don't get. It's not just about this year. Fair. It's about future years.
But we don't really yet know what Luka's going to be in the future. And
that's true.
I do think that you have to give a modicum of room for Dallas, thinking that they might know something that all of us don't.
Maybe.
And it's yet to be seen. And
for sure.
You can just look at Luka's physique, and he's not absolutely sculpted. Now he's playing with LeBron James, and so perhaps he's going to get motivated by a 40-year-old who is absolutely chiseled. But to your first question, what's worse? What's worse is what Phoenix did. And you and I had this ferocious debate last year where you were saying they can't have these 3 guys. They can't do it. And I said, Mark, they're allowed to. And you and I did a whole thing back and forth. And I said, they can and they might. And you know what? It can work. They're all three of them are really good players. And Mark, if they keep them, I mean, look at a couple of years ago, they went on a run and this and that. And, I was right that they could keep them, but you were right that they absolutely shouldn't have. And you also shouldn't go around the room and say, one of you three is going to be gone. Who's it going to be? Can't trade you. Don't want to trade you. Hey, KD, probably going to be you. Pack your stuff. And then you come back the next morning. It's, all right, guys, hands in the middle. Suns on 3. And they're like,
Dude,
here.
I mean, in the end, Mike Dunleavy absolutely schooled the Phoenix Suns. I don't think he meant to. He meant to do a deal with them. He meant to acquire Kevin Durant. And in theory, that was agreed to. Here's the problem. Nobody checked with Kevin. And then they checked with Kevin, and Kevin said, I don't want to come. And the Suns are like, well, we really don't care what you want. And the Warriors are like, we do. We're out.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Butler, who had been ticketed for Phoenix all along and reportedly wouldn't sign an extension with the Warriors, all of a sudden Dunleavy was able to pivot, go directly to Miami, and still have a deal. And it left the Suns with their pants down. And look at them now. Their pants are down. They haven't pulled them back up yet. I don't think they're going to either for the rest of the year. They have 3 of the biggest 6 or 7 contracts in the whole NBA, and they can't win a game. It's wild. That has not been discussed enough. It's not like whatever y'all thought about the Dallas thing. I get it. I had some thoughts too. Okay, time to move on and take a look at what the Phoenix Suns front office did. I can't think of anybody who was more irresponsible than them.
Jimmy Buckets!
Oh, hey now. That is what we call, round these parts, a sounder. So that is the sounder, and that means it's time to give away a Jimmy Buckets Warriors jersey. Be caller number 10 right now. Jimmy's number. Be caller number 10 right now. The contest line is 415-523-4652. Again, caller 10, 415-523-4652. Call right now. Caller 10 wins. That's it. You don't need a keyword. You don't even need to say hi to Lucas. Just start screaming. If he says you're caller 10, just start screaming. That's it. Yeah, Lucas, deal with it. People will be excited. Caller 10 wins a Jimmy Butler jersey. Good luck to each and every one of you.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler. And cool that he's going to be here for 2+ years, in theory.
Maybe.
I mean,
might get traded in the offseason.
They're allowed to, but
for Kevin Durant.
Well, and there already has been a lot of that chatter around, like, all right, no matter how this year ends, we can, and maybe this is the YouTube chat I was looking at earlier, because I like to jump on during the roast after I drop off.
Oh, nice.
I drop off Baby Girl, and I usually, 9:30 to 9:45. I try to get in there and maybe make some comments. And I think I saw somebody the other day like, all right, this year, no matter what happens, then in the offseason, we take Kuminga and Jimmy and this, and with that, we go get KD. And then there was another guy who was saying, yeah, then we do this and this and this, we get LeBron. We bring in the Avengers for one run. Steph, Draymond, LeBron, and KD. And 8 guys off the street.
If I'm going to package all those people, I'm aiming even higher. I would like Giannis. He can
come too.
What's that?
He can come too.
Well, no. He had to be traded. If I'm going to do Kuminga and Butler and a package of picks, I don't want someone who's 36. I want Giannis.
You don't want somebody who's 41?
I'd take him for less.
Sure.
For less.
Maybe you can get him to sign for the minimum. It's just sometimes what we all think about it tickles me.
Well, we don't know how this is all going to go.
And Luka got traded at 25, so you never know.
I mean, if the Warriors are just a first round out, don't act like they're going to be like, but we were so much more fun. Like, no, they're going to be ticked. They're going to want to do stuff. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Anybody want to redo their Butler take? 888-957-9570. Steve Kerr in 18 minutes on Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Abundant Life weight loss. You've heard the commercials. You've heard Guru and I talk about it. Now it's time for you to act, because this program is one that works.
Curry waiting. Gets a screen, gets another screen from Looney. Gets Washington, dribbles on him, step back three off the dribble! Another triple for number 30. Who last game got another 20-point game. His 700th of his career tonight, 7:01.
Now back to Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
All right, Steph. Thank you so much for all you do. As Andre Iguodala said, none of this happens without you.
Yeah. And I like the whole notion of this Andre being the kind of the beginning of the Steph Curry retirement party, because I don't know the order of operations, but when Clay retires, he gets it. When Draymond retires, he gets it. And the chef, obviously, he gets it. So
and Jimmy Butler, don't forget him.
Those rafters are going to be pretty crowded. I don't know, how they're going to arrange it, but
where do you want to put the Jimmy Butler statue? Like, what part of Thrive City do you think would be the right spot?
And it's interesting. It'd have to be somewhere out of the way, and it depends on what kind of statue you want, because I don't know if you saw I don't know if it's a viral clip, but when he's giving his teammate Buddy Hield the middle finger, your number one salute, there was that moment, which is cool. And for me, that actually that might be the statue, because Jimmy Butler is
that works, yeah.
Right, but you don't want to necessarily put that right there in Thrive. That one might want to be tucked away somewhere.
Well, if you actually were to do that, I think it would need to be in the locker room. But
fair.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to do that. But anyway, 888-957-9570. We've been spending the day kind of redoing Jimmy Butler takes after these 6 games, and the vibes are just absolutely through the roof. And so everybody deserves credit for that. I am really fascinated by the Mike Dunleavy angle of this because it in some respects, it feels like the Giants hiring Bruce Bochy. Like, that's not who they set out to hire. And then there were other people they set out to hire. And then there were other people they set out to hire. And then they ended up with Bruce Bochy. And people went, Bruce Bochy? You mean that guy that's been doing other stuff around the league for other teams for a long time? This feels kind of retreadish. And then he comes in, and it's just absolutely, obviously, the most epic thing that's ever happened to the organization in San Francisco. Now, I'm not foreshadowing anything like that, but what I'm saying is the Warriors tried to do a bunch of other stuff before they did this. So I really do wonder how people feel about credit for Mike Dunleavy, even though the first thing he tried to do was get Paul George.
Right.
And the Clippers said no. And then he wanted Lauri Markkanen, and Danny Ainge did Ainge things, and so they said no. Okay, you get credit for that. And then he tried to get Kevin Durant, and Kevin said no. And then they got to Jimmy Butler, and people are like, perfect.
Right.
And again, yes, you do get credit. You get credit for what's on your resume.
You get credit for what you did.
There's a break there, too.
There's also a break when you spend 3 first-round picks and you move up in a draft to get another team's first-round pick, and you use it on a quarterback who just got released by the Dallas Cowboys today.
Yeah.
A man who only made 5 starts in his NFL career so far. And it's a move that craters your career as a head coach unless you use the final pick, Mr. Irrelevant, and you find a quarterback who turns out to be really, really good, and now he's going to get between 25, some people wish, and 65, his agent wishes, $1 million per year. So does Kyle Shanahan get credit for being lucky to draft Brock Purdy? Does he get credit for having a quarterback basically save his career after he all but cratered a franchise? And I know he didn't do it alone, but just for the sake of this conversation, Mike Dunleavy gets credit for acquiring Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
Even if it was his 6th choice, Kyle Shanahan gets credit for finding Brock Purdy in the last pick of the draft after he botched the Trey Lance thing.
I agree with you.
So,
I mean, in the end, why does Mike Dunleavy get credit for acquiring Jimmy Butler? Because he did it.
Exactly.
Like, why does Kyle Shanahan get credit for drafting Brock Purdy? Because he did it. Because he did it, and it ended up working out. Now, look, again, my stance today is not to start talking about the Jimmy Butler trade in past tense. Well, it worked. We're done here. It's been 6 basketball games. But there's absolutely no denying the swiftness, the power behind the energetic shift of the Warriors that I really didn't think Jimmy had in him. And it's not just Jimmy. It's also the way he's been received and what the other players have all done around him and how everybody has just seamlessly fit in. Like, I don't know how the hell this could have gone better, quite frankly.
You could have beaten Dallas.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you could be 6-0.
Think about what we had yesterday. For the first time in a long time, you had Warriors chants during the game, and they were aimed at him at the foul line. And the energy among the fan base, and we can see it. You talked about it over the weekend.
I could see it last week.
I mean, the YouTube audience, our audience, the fans, the general reaction, the calls that just came in for the Jimmy Butler III jersey. Don't call now. Somebody has already won it, which is kind of cool for that individual. But the fan base is energized. The team is energized. They're moving up the standings. The head coach joins us in 7 minutes, and he's energized. So, yeah, I don't think that you can undersell what this has meant.
By the way, she has a name, Dibbs. Her name is Mara in Danville. Did I get that right, Lucas? Yeah, Mara in Danville.
I don't know how I could have possibly known that.
There's no way, actually. Yeah. I mean, you could have been like a psychic or something like that. But probably not.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be Laura in Pleasanton.
No,
so
Mara in Danville.
Good for you, Mara.
Thank you so much for listening to the show, and congratulations on your new Buckets jersey. That's awesome.
And I won't name shame the person who's calling the contest line right now, but you can stop. I mean, you can just hang up.
Yeah, no, but you are allowed to. That's our rule. You're allowed to call whatever phone number you want.
Yeah, and say hi to Lucas because he's in there answering.
He loves it. He loves when people are still calling. Mark Grandy, let's go live to Mark Grandy. He was at the games. The game. You went to the game.
Friday.
You didn't go to Sacramento on Friday. No. Okay, so yeah, you were there yesterday.
He was literally with us on Friday.
That's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I hustled my way over
Some people
Sac.
drive fast. Yeah, I don't know. I've gone to Sac after a show before. I've done it.
Yeah, but you haven't made it for a 7 o'clock tip.
No, but you could have made it for the fourth quarter or something like that.
In the
anyway,
NBA, it's more like a 7:15 tip.
Yeah, exactly.
Apologies to both of you.
You bring up the Warriors chant, though. It happened in the first quarter.
Wow. Yeah.
And it was loud. I mean, legitimately, when they did the Warriors chant the first time for Jimmy at the free throw line, it was a standing ovation in the first quarter. And I don't remember the last time I've heard Chase as loud as it was in that first quarter. Any other first quarter that I've been to in like a year and a half at least.
Yeah.
It might be maybe Clay's return in November this year, but in terms of like a crowd applauding what they're seeing on the basketball court, might have been since like the Warriors-Lakers playoff series a couple years ago.
Y'all are juiced. There's no two ways about it. And some of you might be like, I'm not. Well, you're in the minority. Honestly, like we can see metrics. We can you can feel it. Y'all are totally juiced by this. And that is at the core of what I'm saying about why I was wrong. It's like I don't think they're going to win every game. I still don't think they're going to win the championship. But things have twisted a certain way in their favor. But the number one reason why I was wrong, there's no way that I would have predicted that it would have this kind of an injection both into the team and the fan base. I mean, there's almost a little mania thing going on here. Like, remember Lynn Sanity?
Yeah.
We're not there.
Jim Sanity, is that what you're talking about?
Somebody did call in with that earlier today. But dude, I mean, if this keeps going for a while, and if the Warriors do fire into the top 6 or fire into the top 5 or something like that, yeah, we know this fan base. We know what happens when they're going to get activated. And so everybody's feeling it. And if you're doing that in entertainment, then it's a win. I don't care if he gets hurt 15 months from now or mad at Draymond 17 months from now. Those things may all happen, and my concerns could come true, and I'd still say that it's still worth it. It's absolutely worth it. You got your fan base back. They weren't gone, but they were kind of in a little hibernation sensation.
That's a buck, and that puts it lightly. I mean, we've been to Chase Center a bunch, and it wasn't the same. And you can blame the shift from Oakland, but that thing's been done now for a long time. This fan base here has had a championship, and they've had enough moments to where you can't just count that as, the team moved and they don't have the same fan base anymore and blah, blah, blah. This fan base was not being given consistently reasons to get excited, reasons in the first quarter to do a Warriors chant and give somebody a standing ovation. they're now a dynamic product again. And you look at the next 4 games, they're all against teams with a losing record. And I know a couple of them are on the road, and you can never just, green check mark games and count them as wins. But you start to think about this run continuing with a couple of Charlottes and Orlando. Philly's a team that is in...
Oh, my God.
They're in disarray. Embiid is not going to play most likely. And you do have New York in that stretch and then plucky Detroit. But beyond that, you got a good stretch over the next 10 against teams that are either shutting it down or not very good.
You want a little snapshot at the kind of disarray that the Philadelphia 76ers are in?
Sure.
Can I give it to you?
Yeah.
All right. They're at the 7-minute mark of the second quarter in a basketball game right now that they're playing on their home floor. They are down by 18 points to the Bulls.
Man.
Do you know how hard it is? Sorry, checks notes. 19 points. Oh, checks notes. 21 points.
Checks again. 27 points.
They are down by 21 points in the second quarter in their own building to a horrible team. A horrible team. So their soul has been robbed.
They're discussing surgery options for Joel Embiid already.
They're completely going to do it, by the way, too. That's not something you can't be like, oh, we're exploring surgery, and then not. Be like, oh, never mind, we're going to stick him back out there. Like, he can't move. And Embiid, the whole Embiid experience has been the opposite of the motto that they used a few years ago with trust the process. The process did not work. And the only good news there and more reason for them to shut him down and have surgery is they do have a couple other good players, and they may end up with now a really good draft pick, too. There's no point in Joel Embiid playing. The Sixers are 20-36. They're out of it. Completely out of it, at this point.
I mean, just to rely on a player with that many physical maladies at that size, who's quietly now into his early 30s, it's just... Your heart goes out to the kid because he's not been able to stay healthy.
Your heart goes out to the River Islands guest line is where it goes because it's time. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Coach Kerr time, so let's do it. Presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's going to be great. Hey, Coach, how are you tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
We're great. Who knew basketball was this easy, huh?
Yeah, things have changed for sure.
I mean, how would you put things have changed into further words? Because I'm sure this goes beyond the X's and O's.
Well, I think it starts with the X's and O's, not in terms of schemes, but just in terms of great players making the game easier on everybody else, and that's what Jimmy is doing right now. He's simplifying the game for everybody, and he's getting us easier shots, and our defense has been really good, and as a result, we've got more confidence, more momentum. It feels right. It feels like things are clicking.
What has surprised you the most about seeing Jimmy and coaching him and getting to know him? Because you mentioned earlier how you'd never met him. What's the one thing that's kind of struck you about Jimmy Butler?
Well, I think you have to really see him every day to appreciate his game, because he's not your traditional superstar who's lighting it up from three or wowing you with highlights. It's really just the efficiency of his game. He's incredibly sound fundamentally. He's a great passer. He understands how to get to the foul line. He's really, really strong, and so he gets people to have to guard him, and then it just creates a lot of opportunities for not for himself, but also for his teammates. I love his passing. I just feel like every time he puts the ball on the floor and pivots and makes a pass, it's not spectacular, but it just makes the game flow. And that's exactly what this team needs. We've always been at our best with high IQ guys, around Steph and Draymond, and that's what I'm seeing with Jimmy.
Coach Kerr with us, Willard and Dibbs. Steve, I wonder about this because you guys loved Andrew Wiggins so much. That experience obviously bared a lot of fruit. But his personality seems a little bit more beta, obviously, especially when compared to Jimmy. So I wonder sort of how you look at that now about sort of like losing that kind of personality and injecting an alpha into the room and how that may have helped.
I don't really like to compare Wiggs and Jimmy. I think the whole thing is really circumstantial. Wiggs was fantastic. Obviously, was one of the keys to the 22 championship. Played such a big role on our team, but our team has changed and shifted. And you could tell before the trade that we just weren't quite getting anywhere. We were kind of treading water right around 500 all year. And so I think the timing was right more than anything for Jimmy to come in here. He's a very different player from Wiggs. And both guys are amazing competitors, teammates, all-around players, the size, the athleticism, the versatility. But it's a different feel with Jimmy. He's a different kind of player. And I think where we are right now compared to a few years ago, we needed this kind of player, and that's why we made the deal.
I'm particularly struck by what he's meant or seemingly meant to Moses Moody and Brandon Podziemski. Can you put into words how much their game has been elevated because of Jimmy Butler's presence?
Well, I think part of it was a 4-for-1 trade, and so it really clarified roles and rotation, kind of who our top 7 or 8 guys are. I think that was frankly, very cloudy for most of the year, where we had a lot of depth, incredible depth, but not much separation. And I think we have more separation now. We know kind of who our top 7 or 8 guys are, and then we've got really good role players behind that group. And Moses and BP are part of our top 7 or 8, clearly, both starting now. And both are much better playing with Jimmy because Jimmy makes them so much better, makes everybody get better. He makes the game easier. So it's been fun to watch both BP and Moses really blossom here the last couple of weeks.
Steve, maybe this is just a random stat, but you guys are 9-0 when Moses Moody starts. Is there something to that?
Well, we're 9-0 when he starts. We're also something like 15-1 when Buddy gets about 18 or 19 points or more. Oh. There are certain markers that you look at, and I feel right now like the way BP and Moses are playing. If those two and Buddy can give us that secondary scoring that we need after Steph and Jimmy, we're going to be tough to beat. And so it's really nice just seeing them blossom and seeing all 3 of them in good, comfortable roles. Buddy has settled into the 6-man role really well. And I think Moses is a great fit next to our other 4 starters because all 4 of those guys are playmakers. And he's able to kind of camp on the perimeter and take his open looks, play hard like he always does, compete defensively. So I've enjoyed watching Moses play the last couple weeks. He's really coming around.
Coach, there are things in the Western Conference that have twisted your way a little bit, and you're already starting to fire up the standings. You've stated that the goal is the 6th seed. Is it still, or has the goal maybe now gone even higher?
No, I think the goal is 6. Obviously we'll go as high as we can. We just want to win games and see what happens. But I think the goal is 6, just so we get out of the play-in. We don't want to mess around with that. We've been in it twice. We have not advanced either time. You just don't want to leave anything up to chance. So whether we're 6 or even higher, doesn't matter to me as long as we try to get out of that play, and that would be ideal.
Only 16.5 back of OKC, and you do have the tiebreaker over them, Coach. Just
there we go.
While we're talking like this, you've won 5 of 6. Just want to keep you in mind with the math. I know you're big on 3-man combinations, and you've got me thinking about that as well. When you look at Jimmy Butler and you look through 6 games, who are the 2 players outside of Steph and Draymond, obviously, but who does he thrive with on your team in those combos?
Well, I'm going to mention Draymond because the Jimmy, BP, Draymond trio has been amazing, like off the charts defensively. And so we're trying to put those guys together as often as possible. Obviously they start, but biggest thing for me is the 3 of them together when Steph goes to the bench. They have been really, really effective. And it's a good combination. 3 smart, tough, high IQ guys together. And that's been really fun to watch that group play.
Steve, what is the update on how Jonathan Kuminga has looked in practice, and is there any more of a window into what you might be doing with him on this upcoming road trip?
Well, he scrimmaged today for the second time, but the first one was just half court. Today was his first full court scrimmage, and he looked good. He's moving well. His conditioning is coming. He's done a lot of hard work to try to stay in shape, but there's nothing like playing full court. So he needs more of those scrimmages. Unfortunately, we don't really have any scrimmage time with our regulars coming up with all the games we have. So JK will go on the trip with us, and we will have scrimmages involving coaches and some of the younger guys who don't play as much. We'll get JK as much time as he needs, and whenever he's ready, he's ready. But he looked good today. Came out of it pretty well. I talked to him afterwards. He was feeling good. So everything's coming along as we had hoped so far.
When he does come back, would you anticipate slotting him mainly at the 4? And if so, what does that do to Moses Moody and what he's been able to do at that spot?
Yeah, it's just too hard to try to predict, where we'll be, once JK comes back. And, I love the starting group right now. We're in a good groove. Hopefully we're healthy when JK comes back. We don't have any other injuries or anything. But, until that time comes, I don't spend a whole lot of time, worrying about, how we're going to play it, who's coming off the bench, all that stuff. We just got to keep going one game at a time.
Steve, I made the comment, and this is just as a fan and an observer, but I made the comment earlier that the non-Steph minutes haven't felt this confident, maybe even since Kevin Durant left. Is that an overstatement, or how are you feeling about those minutes right now with Jimmy out there?
Well, I wouldn't undersell Chris Paul last year. I mean, when we had Chris, that was the most confident I ever felt a playoff team. When we had Kevin Durant and we were loaded and we were winning championships, we found ways to survive those minutes, and we did it with defense. We'd have Clay and Draymond out there, David West, guys like that, and we would grind games out. But this is probably the best I've felt in terms of our ability to put a really good two-way lineup on the floor, when Steph is off, because Jimmy has that kind of an impact at both ends, where you feel like you can get stops, but you can also get to the line and slow the game down if you need to. And he's through 6 games, Jimmy has made a dramatic impact in that regard.
And offensively, Coach, he's only turned it over 6 times in those 6 games. What is it about the way he approaches offense that makes it so you guys don't just give the ball up very often when he's out there?
Well, he's an old school player in that he understands the value of the ball. He understands footwork. We always use this expression, play off 2 feet, which means you're making jump stops and pivots, kind of old school, 2 feet, and he never gets in a rush. He plays at his own pace. So because he takes care of the ball so well, because he gets to the line, the game is just much more under control. We don't give up the easy stuff at the other end in transition. We set up our defense every time he goes to the free throw line, and the other team has to play in the half court. He gets us easy baskets, in the paint that we weren't getting before. So it's the total package with Jimmy that impacts the game, not in a spectacular way, but in an incredibly efficient way.
Steve Kerr, head coach, Dubs with us. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game, as he is every single week. Hey, Steve, what did you think of the Andre Iguodala ceremony yesterday?
Oh, I thought it was awesome. I thought organizationally, I was very proud of our business operations, the way they put together the afternoon. I thought it was perfect to do on a 12:30 game because all of the fans seemingly stuck around. Nobody was dying to get home and get to sleep. So it was a beautiful ceremony. A lot of great tributes on video. And then, of course, seeing Andre and his family there. And I thought his words were perfect. I thought Andre hit all the right notes. He thanked so many people behind the scenes, which was just awesome because they deserve it. And I loved what he said about the organization, about how many good people we have with the Warriors. And I 100% agree with that. This is as good a group of people as you can find in sports. And every person that our players run into every single day is so committed to winning, so committed to high quality service and dignity. It's really a wonderful group of people, and I was thrilled that Andre pointed that out in his speech. But it was a great day for the organization, for sure.
Steve, it was, I mean, Bob Myers was hilarious kind of talking about your decision to bring Iguodala off the bench, and when you presented that to them, they kind of thought you were crazy, and they were questioning hiring you. Like, can you take us back to those conversations and that decision and what kind of led you there?
Well, watching tape of the team over the summer, it just jumped out at me that, we needed to solidify the second unit, and that Andre was such a connector as a player, just such a dynamic player, much like Jimmy, in terms of being fundamentally sound but athletic and able to make an impact on teammates, make teammates better. And so it jumped off the screen to me that Harrison Barnes should start. He'll be better off with starters, and then we solidify the bench with Andre. And it seemed like the right time to do it, but I don't know. I was a little nervous about it just because Andre had never come off the bench. And as I mentioned in my words, I felt better about things because of our connection to Coach Olsen at U of A and our shared experience learning the game under him. We shared a vision for how the game is supposed to be played. And I think I tried to appeal to Andre in that regard. And I think that helped. And I think, he told me later it was the right time in his career to do that too. And I think that's a big part of things, circumstantially with teams where, timing is everything. And he was really ready to win at a high level, and he wanted to do, anything possible to win. And he understood that was the sacrifice to make.
Does that experience make it easier for you to have a conversation if it's Jonathan Kuminga or if it's somebody else that you have to approach? And if they want to start and you think it's in the best interest for them to come off the bench, does the muscle memory of having done it with somebody like Andre make it easier for you to have these conversations?
Yeah, I can always use Andre as an example. Here's a guy who'd been an all-star and had never come off the bench his entire career, and he willingly did it, and we won the championship, and he was Finals MVP. I mean, it's a storybook ending, and validation that when you really do commit to the team and you sacrifice, that it's not just good for the team, but it can be great individually too. And so I have used that as an example. I've used Andre as an example to our younger players. And as I mentioned yesterday, having him around over the years, even at the tail end of his career, to mentor our younger guys was huge. So yeah, his impact on this organization was profound, and that's why we retired his jersey, obviously.
And also, speaking of that season and the 2015 championship, those guys are being honored in tomorrow night's game when you guys host Charlotte. When you look back on that specific championship, what really stands out to you?
I think just how unexpected it was. You know, we knew we had a really good, young, talented team, but normally in the NBA, you've got to go through a lot of pain before you win that championship. And, you know, I think we knew we had a shot, but when it happened, it almost felt surreal, like we had skipped a couple of steps. And it was an amazing feeling to see all those young guys, you know, celebrating on the floor in Cleveland and to realize what we had accomplished. Yeah, I mean, I'll never forget that season and that team. It was an amazing group of guys.
Even when you go 67-15 in the regular year, did you still have some doubts that you could go out there and get the 16 needed in the postseason?
Oh, hell yeah. You know, you're terrified at that point when you have such a great season and you realize, you know, you have a shot. You're just thinking about all the things that could go wrong. I remember that year, Oklahoma City had struggled, and Kevin Durant missed much of the year, and he was coming back late in the season, and it was looking like they were going to be the 8th seed. And all I could think about was we're going to win 67 games. We're going to have to play against Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook. This is not fair. And I just remember being really scared that, man, I just hope we don't get injured. I hope we don't get the wrong matchup, whatever it is. And but that's all part of it. You know, it's you got to win 4 rounds, and I always tell the guys there's a reason you pour champagne on each other at the end. It's really hard no matter how you slice it. And I was thrilled, but also very relieved when we got through.
Well, Coach, as Andre said yesterday, none of this happens without Steph. And I wonder what your observations are with regard to him right now. I think to a lot of us, these games suddenly, they certainly feel like meaningful basketball. He looks like there's new life, rejuvenated, maybe a weight off of his shoulders, the joy, the fire. It's all always been there, but it really feels boosted. What do you see in him right now?
Yeah, I see the same thing, and I think he has expressed that many times to the media. He just wants to play meaningful basketball, and I love that. I think it's a great phrase because it's humble, but it's also hopeful, and he's basically telling everybody that, you know, give us a chance. If we have a shot, and we're going to make the most of it. And I think the trade has given us a chance, and Steph feels that. Our fans feel it. We needed a shakeup. It was the right deal at the right time. Jimmy just happened to be available, and Mike Dunleavy did a great job of making it happen. So, yeah, we're in a good place, but a lot of stuff has to happen for us. We got to stay healthy. You know, we've got to win some games and put ourselves in good position. And we like where we're heading, but not getting ahead of ourselves either.
Yeah, for sure. Are you scoreboard watching yet, or is it too early?
Every day.
Okay. All right. The Clippers are down 2 at half in Detroit, just so you know.
Oh, trust me, I've been watching.
Okay, you know. All right, Coach.
Multitasking.
Yeah. We'll talk to you next week. Thank you as always.
Sounds great. All right, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too, Steve.
There he goes. That's Steve Kerr. He coaches the Warriors.
Right.
In case you didn't know.
Yeah, and
while I'm out here telling people stuff that they already know. Hey, Coach, the Clippers are losing.
Yeah.
He's like, I got that, Mark.
Just because I'm in a car doesn't mean I'm driving. He's probably got a laptop and a phone. He's probably got a multi-screen thing going. But just what he said there at the end about Kevin Durant in 2015 reminded me of, this is not to say that you get lucky, but sometimes you do need breaks. And I just was refreshing my memory on the standings that year. And New Orleans and OKC finished tied for the 8th seed, but the tiebreaker went to New Orleans. And so instead of facing a suddenly healthy Kevin Durant and OKC team that was humming back then, you got New Orleans, an inexperienced team in the first round in a 1-8. And, you swept New Orleans and the rest is history. But sometimes the little breaks go your way. And not to say they wouldn't have beaten OKC,
sure.
But as Steve was just saying, it's a little terrifying. You go 67-15 and you draw KD getting healthy and getting right. That's a tough first-round matchup.
There's no doubt. At the same time, I bet you could do this with anybody who ever wins a championship ever.
Probably, yeah.
You could look at the road and go, well, that kind of fell our way. I mean, that's just part of it. You know, I mean, this is a bad example because the Niners didn't win the Super Bowl last year. But even go back to that and go, okay, what stands out? Well, I don't know. Brock Purdy threw a ball deep to Brandon Ayuk, bounced off of a helmet, and Ayuk did an amazing job catching it.
Wow.
But like that could have gone a different way. That could have gone a different way. And the Niners end up coming back. They win the game. They go to the Super Bowl. Like anytime you go on a run, there's some breaks in there.
For sure.
Right? All of the Warrior championships, even the ones where you were like, oh, dude, you overwhelmed everybody. And so you would have beaten anybody, but you stayed healthy. There were some key injuries in front of you with your opponents. You know,
it's the reality.
Happens every time.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to discount the title. He reminded me of that fact, and I went back and I was like, were they the 9 seed? No, they tied for the 8, but they didn't get the tiebreaker, and that was Westbrook and KD peak years and Steven Adams, and you probably still beat the Thunder because you were 67-15. You were the sauce that year in the regular season, but you know, sometimes a couple things do break your way, and it helps.
All right, so in the post Steve Kerr portion of our time together today, any reaction to that or along the lines of essentially what we've been discussing the whole day? Anybody want to redo? Little mulligan, little Jimmy Butler mulligan. Now that we've seen 6 games, and as Steve put it, you know, look, I know the way Steve wants to talk about this because he never, ever, ever wants to be disrespectful to the players who are on their way out the door. And I think he's completely genuine with that. But at minimum, his phrase, it's the right deal at the right time. And it certainly feels that way right now.
Yeah.
Because it has just it's been a complete shot in the arm to all of them.
And he didn't love your Alpha Beta. Shout out the old supermarket Alpha Beta.
My mom used to shop there all the time.
No doubt. It was one at Santa Fe right there across from Pinky's, which is no longer with us either.
I get it. He doesn't want to compare the two.
Fine. Yeah. I liked it, though. Your comparison of Jimmy as an alpha and Andrew as a beta, I think it's fair. It's not a cheap shot, and I do believe it's a good way to describe the change in the vibe because you brought in another dog, or as Draymond said, another blank hole.
Yep.
Somebody who is going to come in and disturb if things aren't going right. And you see it on the floor. The fans see it. The fans are excited. So I know it's only 6 games, and let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, although I did point out to him only 16.5 back of OKC.
Well, dude, like we haven't even. Yeah, exactly.
Let's dream big.
I mean, hey, why not?
And you have the tiebreaker.
Just win them all. OKC will not lose 16 more basketball games this year. But anyway, in fact, they're playing right now, and they're going to win again tonight. But anyway, like this is maybe something we haven't mentioned yet that's a big part of that article in The Athletic that you referenced earlier, Marcus Thompson and Sam Amick writing that whole thing, and it's a dive into Jimmy Butler. And they're talking to him about like why it's better. And there was a moment that he talked about something that I really wanted to bring up. And he goes, look, I'm not on social media a whole lot. So I was kind of the last to know about Draymond Green saying we're going to win a championship over All-Star Weekend. But now that I've seen it, this is Jimmy talking, I'd like to share with you, I agree with him. And when people go, why do you agree with him? And instead of thinking about, well, X's and O's, you know, like, oh, this, that, like, no. He goes, you want to know why I think we can win a championship? Because everybody in that locker room genuinely thinks that. And that's all it takes. Like, this is not always rational. It's not always mathematical. What I love most about the Jimmy Butler trade so far is very much on the emotional end of things, as opposed to the factual and mathematical stuff, the X's and O's. Forget all of that. These guys right now are in full-blown honeymoon belief mode. And what that means is every time that they have a basketball game, they think they're going to win it. And that's pretty powerful.
Very.
It's very, very powerful.
Yeah, especially as you get down the stretch, and we've talked about it before about the schedule and the number of teams against whom they'll be playing, teams that are probably going to be more into shutdown mode or, let's go fishing or 1, 2, 3 Cancun. A lot of these teams are already going to be out of it by the time the Warriors face them, and if they continue to play like they've played, these bottom feeders are going to have no chance against them. And you got Charlotte a couple times in a row here. Yep. Orlando's been struggling. There's some winnable games if you can stay healthy and play with that same urgency. They're going to rattle off a nice little stretch here.
Hope so. 888-957-9570. Anybody want to redo their Jimmy take? How about Gene in Oakland? Hi, Gene. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, thanks. I'm ready to issue my own personal mea culpa. I was about as against this trade as anybody, and I have to admit I was wrong. And depending on how this plays out, for the rest of this year and next year, maybe dead wrong. I looked at this as we were getting a bitter, angry, over the hill Jimmy Butler, who was just looking to get his bag. Excuse me, and versus ridding ourselves of a beloved player with plenty of skills and such, but I failed to appreciate the chemistry and the need to make this trade. Actually, I started to warm up to the whole idea when the trade was made, but before they actually started playing together, because excuse me, and this goes back to a story I think I told you some time ago when I graduated from high school. If you can indulge me for a moment, when the valedictorian in our class said, "If you can't be the best, be the worst." And I scratched my head at the time, but over the years, there have been many times when I've thought of that and said, yeah, that makes eminent sense, but never as much as it does now with the Warriors in the NBA, because where they were before this was stuck in the middle. Worst place to be. No chance for a championship, no chance to dream about getting in the next Wembayama. So, I really appreciated, like I say, at that point that they made this, that they took this risk, that they made this change, and so far it's been beautiful to watch. So we'll wait to see how it plays out. A lot more games to go, but I'm loving it. Never been so wrong, never been so happy to be wrong.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah, Gene, thanks. I think to say what Gene is saying another way, and we had mentioned it a little bit last week. One of the reasons I think everybody's so excited is because it's a lot easier to consume what they're doing because they defined themselves. You don't need to agree with it, but the Warriors told you we're doing now and we're not worried about later. We'll figure out later. Let's do now. And that helps fans. It helps us define what we're all kind of pulling for on a nightly basis.
Right.
Like Warrior basketball at certain points throughout the beginning of this season, you'd have two fans sit down next to each other and they're rooting for different things. One person's like, got to get Steph some help. And the guy next to him's like, I need to play the young guys.
Moses Moody.
Yeah, stop all this crap. They're too old. You know what I mean? Well, now, you can still be in camp too old, but you kind of have to zip your lip because this is what we're doing. Yeah. So let's all do it together or let's not do it together.
And they didn't punt on much of the future. No. They gave up this year's first, which with every win gets to be more like a second-round pick. If you wind up with the 10th best record in the association, then the pick is number 20. And, number 20 picks aren't always the best picks, and you're not going to give up a lottery choice. It's top 10 protected. So, what did you really give up future-wise? You gave up a first-round pick, and you gave up a 30-year-old Andrew Wiggins, who is a good, solid player, and you gave up basically 2 rentals and a guy who you found off the scrap heap, Lindy Waters, who he was going to be with Guy and the rest of the fellows on the third unit if he was still here. So you didn't even give up that much of the future. You just repurposed it. And I like what Steve said about 4 for 1. You do a 4 for 1 trade, and it crystallizes not only for the fans, but for the team. All right, guys, instead of 13 players and who's going to play, now it's, all right, Moses and Kavan and Gary, you guys are in. You're in the rotation. Stay healthy and go play.
Yeah, absolutely. 888-957-9570. That 4 for 1 might be one of the more under-discussed pieces of this. not who went, just that number went, because it has allowed Steve Kerr to define the rotation a little bit and stop all the guesswork that he's had to deal with the last few years. Let's go to Bob in Reno. Hi, Bob. Thank you for your call.
Hey, guys. Sorry, I lost my voice yesterday celebrating, and I got to say, chanting that Warriors chant with Jimmy Butler at the free throw line, that brought back some great memories. I don't know about you guys on that one.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's definitely the whole thing is a good feeling. Like, to be real, Bob, I'm just glad anybody's chanting anything at the arena right now. It has felt a little dry. I think I can get away with that statement.
And this is my only game all season I'm going to, and I'm okay. I lost my voice for that one. And then I also want to just, Andre Iguodala retirement ceremony was just perfect, phenomenal. I mean, what an honor being one of the 7 guys to be up there getting his jersey retired. He wasn't selfish. He thanked everyone. I mean, I think I just got emotional saying this is kind of the beginning for Steph, you know, like his journey and stuff like that, and giving him his flowers. But guys, I'm loving what the Warriors are doing. As I was sad to see Wiggins go, but now really looking at the big picture, this is what the Warriors needed, guys. This is the energy they need, the tempo they needed. They needed a guy to get these like Pajemski open, Buddy Hield open, and give them.
Bob's phone
lost his voice.
Yeah, I didn't
lost the call.
I was just going to say, like, for somebody who's lost his voice, he's not lost his voice at all.
Sorry, I lost my voice yesterday.
Oh, there it is.
That was yesterday.
Yeah. But the rest of his call didn't sound like, I mean, take it from someone who like had throat surgery for nodules. That's not losing your voice.
Damn. How long were you out?
Oh, no, dude, this was like my whole childhood.
Oh, your childhood,
If I yelled one time.
Right.
Gone.
Wow.
Like if I was like, let's say it's recess and I feel like I'm streaking down the right sideline and I'm open and I yell, I'm open. That's it.
It's over.
That's it. That's
gone.
It.
Wow.
We go back to class, and if they want me to read in front of the class, Doc Rivers ×2.
Totally.
Nothing.
Wow, that's wild.
Yeah.
Nodules.
I had nodules. You know, they had little bumps on the vocal cords.
And you told the doctor, can you go ahead and get me a nice healthy baritone while you're in there?
Exactly.
Can we drop that thing about 5 octaves?
Like, hey, Doc, I don't like my voice.
Seriously.
Can you do something about this? He's like, yeah.
Yeah.
We can do something.
I'll give you one of these.
Yeah. You like this right here? I'm like, yeah, I'll take that. Big Smooth. Hey, Big Smooth. What's going on in Oakland?
Gentlemen, a little nice misty rain here. Hey, it's the last caller. If you can remember, it's time to change. You've got to read.
God. I'm so mad that I know what you're referencing right now.
Brady Bunch, baby. That's Peter Brady, right? Peter was the one who lost his voice.
Yes, yeah. Peter went through puberty.
That's against them. Yeah, they're irrational just by being where they are. But if you can remember, 2 days before, or three games before the All-Star game, Draymond actually said it early. He said that they now had a confidence going into games that they didn't have before. He said it. He didn't guarantee a chip, but he let us know the thought in the locker room. And like you said, the only thing that matters is the thought in the locker room. Now, I want to also say this. PDJ seems to be the odd. He seems to be on the outside looking in. If I were the coaches, I would lock him in a room and make him watch Wayman Tisdale videos. He's just too nice. I mean, I'll be honest with you. He needs to attack the rim and just be violent. He's got more Wiggins than Butler. And I think maybe Jimmy Butler's presence will help him. He's just too nice, man. He has no post moves. If he's going to survive in this league, he's going to have to really go into this summer putting some work in.
Smooth, thanks, man. Appreciate the call. I think a lot of guys get labeled this way, and I think it's hard for us to really, really know exactly what's going on. Like, let's do this test. Does Steph Curry look like a nice guy to you?
Oh, yeah.
An incredibly nice guy. That does not preclude you from having that streak that's necessary to be a competitor at the NBA level. So I never want to like make the mistake of acting like we know these people because we watch them on TV. But when it's been a number of years and people have built the reputation for you and the people who do know them speak about them, again, this whole concept was brought up because of Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, Andrew is a really quiet, sweet guy who doesn't mind the background. Jimmy's the opposite. And that kind of feels like it fits right now.
But it feels like it's what they needed. But to your point about, let's not jump to conclusions about what we think we know about these people. Like Brock Purdy, he's got rosy red cheeks and he loves Jesus and his parents. He'll take $30 million. Just because we think these things about him, we automatically expect that. And, Steph Curry gets scolded by his mom when he curses, and he's a humanitarian and he loves his family and all the rest of it. So he can't possibly want to win that much. He's just a happy-go-lucky baby-faced assassin.
Are you ready for the Brock Purdy extension?
Is it breaking?
No, as soon as that calendar flips to March,
yep.
We're gonna, combine is happening, everybody's together, like draft less than 2 months away. All of the stuff is gonna start, and it's pretty quiet right now.
Yeah, it's quiet now, and the league year starts in mid-March. So once that league year starts, and we're going to get a Debo decision, cut, trade, or pay, those are your three choices. Because if you keep him, he's got a bonus coming now. So it's cut, trade, or pay.
Yeah.
Brock is getting the bag. How big? Some edge rushers out there that you may be coveting. So there's a nice trio, at least, of pieces of business. Oh, and shout out Ben Barch, who got
1 year deal.
Attaboy, double B's.
There you go. See, y'all wanted an offensive lineman.
Bang! Bingo! Yeah. Was that guy? Bingo!
No, what did he say? It wasn't bingo.
Kaboom!
Kaboo! It was kaboom. It was kaboom without the M.
Kaboom!
Kaboo!
Kaboo!
Yeah, which is like a card game or something, isn't it? But
it's actually the capital of Afghanistan. Kabul.
There you go. There you
it's
go.
a geographical two. I get it.
But
Kabul.
Not inaccurate. All right, we're sponsored by MB Jesse Penn. If you would like to redo your Jimmy take, or if you just want to say kaboo, either are fine. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs.
Sorry, I lost my voice yesterday.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse Painting. Put your painting project in.
Since you left that locker room, it's been hard to fill your void, but you also left me the title of the oldest warrior. So I had a hard time accepting that, and even more so when we get to see your jersey in the rafters, deservedly so. It just makes it kind of, sink in that we are old. I want Iguodala.